Anyone who's ever peeled a banana knows this. After surgery, one needs to abstain from certain activities, and also prevent the wound from reopening. Yet, I not only failed to abstain, I was flirting with the female doctor during the procedure. I didn't even use anesthesia while peeling the banana, simply because I was born without the sense of pain. Whether it's losing my right leg, or searching for keys in a pot of oil, I remain calm. Just when I was feeling proud, a female doctor asked me how I was feeling. "Hey there, handsome." I checked my body status, connected to various machines. Everything seemed fine, arms and legs intact. Wait, why can't I feel my right leg? I tried to move it, but failed. I looked up and asked, why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here? The doctor smiled and said, "Calm down, handsome. Don't worry, your right leg just has a minor scrape. It's already bandaged with good medicine. Don't fret." I frowned. How did I get hurt? "Let me see." The female doctor gently said, "You can't see it right now. Your right leg is in the next room." What? I was completely stunned. My already chaotic thoughts felt like they were hit by a blow. "How did you amputate my leg?" My body flopped like a dead fish. I tried to sit up to see my condition. Then the doctor extended her finger, gently stroked my bare chest, and pressed me back down. "Hold on, don't rush. A lot has happened. You need to calm down. Listen to me carefully. Since my body is restrained, I can only continue to listen. You just had a kidney transplant, and now you have someone else's kidney inside you. The rejection reaction might make you feel a bit uncomfortable. Lie still and don't move around." I'm confused. Why am I dealing with both amputation and a kidney transplant? Did I get into an accident? As my memory returns, I instinctively ask who the donor was. I remember that I seemed to be an orphan. I asked if he was okay. "He's fine." "Where is he now?" "In the basement morgue, being cremated tomorrow," I said with wide eyes. "She died because she had to donate her kidney to me." The female doctor calmly said she died from late-stage kidney cancer. I replied flatly, "Then how did you transplant her kidney into me?" I struggled desperately on the bed again. "Wait, don't rush. She still has one healthy kidney, but the one transplanted to you is the diseased one." I shouted angrily, "Are you out of your mind?" I realized the restraints holding my body were very secure, like lying on a torture device. I tried to calm myself down, forcing myself to stay awake. I am an orphan, having lost both parents at a young age. After leaving the orphanage at 15, I had to work while studying. Although my tragic childhood often led me to fight with delinquents, such small scuffles couldn't possibly lead to me being here, let alone having my leg amputated. I just came home from school to sleep, so why am I here now? Who are you? What did I do to upset you? The female doctor smiled, touching her lips with her finger. "You're quite clever, little handsome. You figured it out. The game has begun, and you're one of the lucky first picks." Excited? I frowned. "What game?" I asked. The female doctor interrupted. "It's quite popular right now. Many people are watching our live stream," she said, waving her hand casually. A virtual large screen appeared in front of me. Comments flew across the screen one after another, and I loved this kind of thing. Finally, I had the chance to experience it. Where did this screen come from? Can I buy it? That kid wasn't awake before, and it was annoying to watch. Now that he's awake, let's see his reaction. Are there any other projects? Quick, look at the content above. I was suddenly alarmed. Could it be the dark web? Have I been captured? The female doctor's hand caressed my chest. "Don't think too much, little handsome. You in this world will experience unprecedented changes. All you need to do is enjoy this game. Why don't you take a look at this first?" She then opened another video, showing footage of my right leg being cut. Blood splattered, and I felt a wave of nausea. At that moment, I lay motionless on the bed, watching the bloody video. The female doctor couldn't help but lick her lips, her face turning flushed. Her eyes revealed excitement. She stroked my palm, and I felt her slightly tremble. This woman is definitely a pervert. How does it feel? Exciting, isn't it? Are you also confused? Why do you seem to feel no pain? Said the female doctor, pointing to the machine connected to my body. He spoke to himself, and rather than answering my confusion, it felt more like he was satisfying some perverse desire of his own. "Do you recognize this?" "No, you couldn't possibly recognize it. This device is at least 300 years ahead of your planet's technology. It can manipulate your nerves. Now it's in pain mode. This means it will control all your pain sensations. I had previously blocked it for easier cutting, but now you can try it out." As she spoke, the female doctor moved her hand away from mine and placed it on the nearby machine, looking at me with a twisted smile. "Since you're awake now, let's make this a bit more enjoyable for me." He closed his eyes and pressed the button, and all the previously blocked pain sensations returned, affecting both the doctor and the audience watching the livestream. At that moment, everyone was stunned, and the imagined screams did not sound. The female doctor looked puzzled, and I weakly asked, "Is something wrong? What do you mean by manipulating nerves? Should I tell him that I was born without the ability to feel pain?" The female doctor incredulously asked, "Doesn't your leg hurt? If your leg doesn't hurt, then why is it over there? Can't feel pain?" The female doctor was momentarily taken aback, but after hearing me continue to speak humorously, her expression suddenly turned grotesque. Veins bulging on her forehead. "Good, good, good. I hope you can keep that spirit." With that, she cruelly adjusted a few buttons. The instruments connected to my body suddenly emitted a bright red light. In the female doctor's mind, a vision formed, and in an instant, the most intense pain in the world struck, causing all my muscles to spasm violently. That was a level 10 pain far beyond human limits, capable of shattering even the strongest spirit in an instant, leading to screams and convulsions and a plea for mercy. How exquisite! The reality was that when the machine's red light illuminated, I flinched slightly but then showed no further reaction. The two of us continued to stare at each other, while I observed my surroundings, contemplating my situation and escape plan. Theoretically, shouldn't I be reacting a bit now? My calm voice ignited the anger in his heart, causing him to instantly glare back with a twisted smile. "Good, good, good. You brought this upon yourself." With that, he pushed off the edge of the bed with one hand and leaped up, sitting on top of me. His white coat slipped off, revealing the clothing on his chest. I felt a flash of white light before he sat where I usually relieve myself, without any sensation of pain. However, my sense of touch was quite sensitive, giving off a luxurious feeling. I shyly said, "No, what are you doing, miss? Please, don't stop. I've never experienced this before." Not wanting to push him too hard, the female doctor gritted her teeth and said, "I hope you're ready. Please make me feel good." The machine next to me was cranked up to maximum power, emitting a strange rumbling sound amidst the bright red light, and a tingling sensation enveloped my entire body. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in my mind, "The critical threshold has been breached. Unlock the binding pain. Pain value increased by 9, the initial genetic lock awaits unlocking, requiring a pain value of 11, with a slash of 100. I was still pondering the voice in my head. At that moment, the female doctor slapped my chest with a powerful force that left me breathless. I realized that this woman had an unexpectedly great strength. It made it hard for me to resist. Breathing heavily, the female doctor glared at me with fiery eyes, her twisted desires unfulfilled, making her feel like she was about to explode. As a top-tier perverse prey, my disobedience robbed her of all her delightful sensations. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. "Why are you unharmed?" Her hands pressed firmly against my chest, her index finger digging deeply into my flesh. Blood gushed out instantly, and my pupils constricted as I watched my chest muscles begin to tear. This was definitely not the kind of strength a normal woman should possess, and I was still restrained. Not fearing pain doesn't mean I won't die. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Looking into the woman's fiery gaze, I understood that I had to go along with her, so I shouted, "It hurts," letting out a false scream. I was writhing in pain on the bed. It hurt so much, I just forgot. The female doctor froze for a moment, as if to say, "How could you forget? You're in pain and still forget it? You have quite a heart," as she looked at my suffering expression. A wave of tingling coursed through my body, as if a certain desire had been fulfilled. He pressed the instrument button again, and a red light shone brightly. Pain assessment, pain value increased by 8, initial gene lock awaiting activation, required pain value, 19. The same voice echoed in my mind, /100. I realized it was time to feel pain again. I complied with him, and my screams erupted. I felt like I was acting a bit fake. I've had no sense of pain since childhood, and this is about as much as I can manage. Right now, I have no good way to escape. I can only temporarily follow the pain value prompts in my mind and aim to reach 100 first. Let's see what use that initial genome might have. Although my voice sounds a bit fake, I already feel much more comfortable with the noise coming from my body. He let out a breath, the murderous intent on his face faded, replaced by a seductive smile. While continuing to operate the instrument, he adjusted his position sitting on me, and at the same time, his white coat began to slip off piece by piece. He was left with very little clothing. Just look at this posture, this expression, and demeanor. In the live broadcast room, the audience could already guess what was about to happen next. Wow, this doctor is quite something, isn't he? You couldn't tell at all when he was wearing the white coat. I stand corrected. Just now he was cutting legs, and now he's about to make a late report. Don't you all think this guy's screams sound a bit fake? This must be an act. Someone in the comments has already noticed something's off. But the female doctor is caught up in the moment and doesn't notice anything wrong. Pain deity's selected pain value increases by 8, while the pain retention value increases by 9. Waves of nerve stimulation keep coming. That is a pain that could utterly destroy a person's mind, yet it has no effect on me at all. I can only keep track of the increasing pain value, aligning it with his greedy sensations. Is this the maximum intensity? Is there an even greater intensity? If it increases further, he might just die. Don't add any more. The female doctor's perverse smile stiffens on her face. Even though her desires have been satisfied, she senses something is off, just like when she used to torment her prey. The other person's painful writhing and the twisted expression of fear on their face are her greatest source of psychological pleasure. But why does this man beneath her not exhibit any of this? This is the second time she has interrupted him from his feelings of satisfaction, and he angrily says, "Kid, are you messing with me?" My answer is, "Are you asking if I want to?" He loses his patience and slaps the machine, saying, "You've pissed me off. Kid, I don't know what your problem is, but you've messed with me," and saying that, he pulls out a dagger. I anxiously said, "Wait a minute, can you tell me where you got that knife from?" Before I could finish, he plunged the dagger into my chest. Pain level increased by 2. The pain level isn't high, indicating that this stab is far less painful than the previous instruments. But this made my pupils contract instantly. Just because I don't feel pain doesn't mean I won't die. "I'm starting to not want to play with you," the female doctor flicked her hair. She adjusted her sitting position and casually carved irregular curves on my body with the knife. Pain level increased by 2. Pain level increased by 1. "I intended to enjoy myself with you, but you really annoyed me, so I want to cut it off and use it for pleasure. To see your expression then. Will it be the same as now?" The female doctor looked at me, her serious expression turning pleasant again. The pain level was slowly increasing, but I knew I didn't have much time left. The female doctor had already pulled down my pants with one hand. Who would have thought that my first time being undressed by a woman would be her wanting to do this to me? Suddenly, there was a loud snap. A heavy thud echoed in the room. To attract the female doctor's attention, I looked down and saw a pool of crimson. I tried to use my nails to break the handcuffs, but it wasn't the cuffs that broke. It was my hand. The female doctor turned to look at me, still expressionless, and asked, "What are you doing?" The female doctor, who was already twisted inside from witnessing various tortures, suddenly sensed something was off. I smiled faintly. I felt no pain, only cared when my nails broke. The alert sounds in my ears, the god of pain, pain multiplied to death, voices echoed one after another. In an instant, all my fingernails on my left hand were ripped off. The god of pain selected, pain value increased by 3, the genetic lock required a pain value of 101,100 to unlock, and the genetic lock was activated. A flash of lightning struck through my mind. A great door slowly opened, and at the same time, the sturdy handcuffs suddenly snapped. The genetic lock was activated, and every cell felt like it was burning. My heart roared like an internal combustion engine. That feeling of transformation was crystal clear. I was undergoing an unprecedented change, accompanied by power, and the sturdy handcuffs exploded off. Steaming. The female doctor's pupils widened in shock, and then our bodies suddenly sprang up, reversing poles, as I pinned her down on the bed. The flicker in her eyes vanished completely. After regaining my freedom, I said nothing more. I picked up the knife in my hand and thrust it forcefully into the female doctor's chest. Viewers who thought they were watching an adult livestream also sensed something was wrong. Wasn't this situation a bit off? Something was going wrong. Also, how did he just snap those handcuffs? I wonder what the next plot will be. Is it now switching to the traditional male on top, female on bottom? At this moment, the female doctor stared in shock, gripping my knife-wielding hand tightly, unable to believe how this man had escaped his restraints. Exploring the fundamentals of life, an 18-year-old's physical energy, this is unbelievable, what have you done? A sharp voice echoed in the room. But I remained completely unmoved, my remaining leg pressing against his abdomen, my hand applying constant pressure. The dagger pressed down as he struggled, the tip already slicing through the flesh of his chest. At this moment, I felt like a machine, ready to slaughter my prey. The female doctor pleaded, No, this is just a game, nothing will happen, this is the chosen paradise. You are the chosen one. This is just an initial test. You passed and performed very well. After this, you will receive many rewards. You must be quite curious about this. You must be wondering what's going on. Let me go, and I can tell you anything you want to know. I am yours as well, you can do whatever you want. In his panicked voice, his tone shifted several times, from pleading to flattering, even resorting to bribery and seduction. But my expression remained unchanged. I just kept my gaze firmly on the knife in my hand. The woman beneath me did not interest me at all, and I pressed down on the knife with both hands. I knew I had used the ability to break the handcuffs, yet this woman could still resist, proving she was no ordinary person. Life and death were at stake, there was no need for words. Blood seeped out. "You can't kill me." But then, with a snap, the dagger pierced through his sternum. The words he never finished have been permanently sealed in his mouth until this moment. I looked into his wide-open eyes and said that I have been an orphan since childhood. It's not easy to have survived until now. Over the years, I've learned one thing: never hand over the chance to survive to someone else. After saying that, the brilliance in my eyes instantly vanished. My body fell resolutely into the arms of the woman beneath me. Such declarations of victory should wait until the opponent is truly dead. I chuckled a couple of times, glanced at my missing right leg, and suddenly found it hard to laugh. I was very clear about the life and death crisis I had just faced. Only by killing the enemy can I survive, but now my mind is in chaos. What game? What trial? Why did my leg suddenly break? I clenched my fists. The extreme power brought by the genetic lock gave me a bit of confidence. I turned to look at the live broadcast screen in the air, hoping to find some answers. The big screen had exploded by this time. What game? It means we are also the chosen ones. After all, why did this video suddenly appear before my eyes? I appeared out of nowhere on the computer and couldn't turn it off. I remembered your counter-kill song. I briefly skimmed through and found only fragmented information, then the whole room suddenly shook, and the big screen went dark in an instant. It crashed into my eyes, and when I instinctively wanted to move, my body no longer obeyed me. It felt like floating in space, with data resembling a time tunnel before my eyes and strange mechanical sounds in my ears. As lines of subtitles appear before me, the initial game ends. Welcome to the global mega game, The Chosen Paradise. Initial selected players, 14,569,812. Initial participants, 1,652,348. Finishers, 926,357. Note, players will not truly die in the initial levels, but those who do not finish will be disqualified. Number of perfect clears, 3,549. Your initial clearance rating is SSS level, perfect clear. Currently, the rewards for consecutive perfect clears are being calculated. Staring at the subtitles, I feel a bit dazed. I am just now realizing what it means for the world to change. A special event has triggered the death of the initial divine guides. Achievement badge obtained. A special event for the divine has triggered the acquisition of a level 003 sealed item, sensory equipment. Special recovery rewards have been downgraded. The sealed item has been placed in the backpack. Initial reward points, 3,000. Initial reward items, 3 ultimate recovery potions, placed in the backpack. Your current world ranking is 1,726,357. With each game update, consecutive perfect performances and high rankings will bring surprises. Please keep up the hard work. I'm aiming for world number 1. I find myself staring blankly at the 1,726,357 ranking. Perfect completion reward, free body repair function, please relax. This was the last sentence. After hearing it, a wave of irresistible drowsiness instantly took over, and Liu Ken lost consciousness. Ding 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 ding. It was unknown how long had passed, maybe just a few minutes, when Liu Ken, who was in deep sleep, was suddenly awakened by his own alarm clock. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar dim room, the familiar 10-square-meter dormitory bathroom, the familiar moldy wall corner, the old-fashioned second-hand Redmi phone on the bedside table. Liu Ken was startled and looked down at his legs, intact. Is this a dream? Feels so real. With a sigh tinged with disappointment, just as he was thinking, he casually tapped his phone to turn off the alarm, but it made a loud bang. The loud sound jolted him awake completely. Curious, he turned on the light and looked at the deep imprint on the bed in confusion. If it weren't for the layer of bedding, his luxury phone at hand might have been truly damaged. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Liu Ken quickly turned on his phone, connected to the dorm's Wi-Fi, and randomly opened a social platform. The first trending topic below the search box was burning with fiery colors, with a simple description in just 8 words. God's Choice Park, global game. The number of searches next to it had already reached a terrifying 180 million. It's worth noting that the highest trending topic on this platform in history was only 40,180 million, a number that not even any celebrity's management company would dare to fabricate during hype. Liu Ken quickly clicked in, starting to browse through a large number of news reposts. Starting at midnight, a large number of people disappeared out of thin air. A Canadian airline crashed, and the crew reported that the captain and co-pilot had disappeared from the cockpit. Many people's phones, computers, electronic devices suddenly started live streaming. Even screens appeared on their corneas out of nowhere, unable to be closed. An Australian man demonstrated superpowers, claiming to be a perfect completionist, heralding a new era. stating that he would become the ruler of the world in the future. Many individuals claim to be chosen ones, but were not forcibly entered into the game, saying they could voluntarily join later. Experts suggest it may be a case of mass fraud, and the police are investigating, hoping that those who truly participated or played the game will actively contact the authorities. One piece of news after another filled the screen, most of them being direct announcements from official media, fully illustrating the seriousness of the matter. Liu Ken glanced at it and noticed that the earliest release time of this news was less than 20 hours ago, yet it had already spread so widely. There was almost no other news on the entire page, with various self-media rushing in, and all sorts of mysterious videos filling the entire app. This was the first time everyone had witnessed what a world-shaking event truly meant, and Liu Ken himself was among the first batch of first-hand experiencers of this event, perhaps even the first one. According to all current interviews, all eyewitnesses have stated that after the first game ended, the screen suddenly entered their eyes, allowing them to view data and the next game time at any time using their minds. However, all volunteers currently in the hospital have not shown any abnormalities in their eyes or brains. Liu Ken looked at the various interview information and realized something was amiss. With a single thought, the screen appeared in front of his eyes. This kind of control was very natural, like instinctively controlling his own body, requiring no teaching. At this moment, the screen was blank, with just a few simple lines. Rest mode. Each game, you can choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe that the world welcomes players, and players will eventually own the world. Time until the next game starts, 47 hours 54 minutes and 43 seconds. This is God's challenge, God's chosen paradise. Welcome to your visit. So, the time until the next game starts is only 2 days? According to the news, the time inside the game is continuous with real time. The time in the game is the same as the outside world. If participants disappear into the game out of thin air, it means that this game is more like a crossing, not just a mental entry. As Liu Chen collected information, he muttered to himself, suddenly realizing that although he seemed to have taken the lead, he seemed to know nothing. These other online participants seemed to know a lot. According to yesterday's statement, there was a guide in the initial game, but it seems like I killed him myself. It was the first time he had killed someone in his life, but for some reason, he felt no psychological burden. He could also vaguely sense that the moral standards and order of the whole world were about to undergo a reshuffling. After watching for about half an hour, he suddenly realized that he might be late, so he quickly got up and washed up. 5 minutes later, he successfully left the house. Oh, it's Xiaolu, why did you wake up so late today? I thought you had already left. Most of the students had already left, and the janitor Wang and Liu Chen, who were tidying up the rooms, greeted each other. Due to being an orphan, Liu Chen was a poor student and eventually applied to live in the janitor's compartment inside the building. Although the living conditions were very poor, at least it saved him some expenses and avoided many complicated interpersonal relationships. Well, you go ahead. After quickly responding with a few words, he hurriedly ran towards the school. Report. Liu Chen, who was already late, stood at the door of Class 7 of the third year and shouted inside. The atmosphere in the classroom today was slightly different, as if there was a restless air in the room. In the third year class, the head teacher, Lao Lu, was still standing on the platform, but everyone below was chatting and not paying attention. After this report, the whole classroom seemed to be muted, all eyes turned to the door, and even the head teacher, Lao Lu, put down his phone. The current silence lasted for at least 5 seconds before Lao Lu took a deep breath and asked, "Why are you late?" Liu Chen had never seen himself being taken so seriously for being late, hesitated for a moment and said, "Overslept." In an instant, the classroom returned to its noisy state, and even a TCH sound came from the crowd. Lao Lu's eyes dimmed for a moment. He had thought that there was a rumored gamer in his class. Because, according to the existing information, the time the game ended was almost this morning. Seeing that no one paid attention to him anymore, Liu Chen returned to his seat and sat down. An entire third-year class, because of this incident, abandoned their studies and courses, everyone excitedly discussing, as if anticipating the arrival of a new world. Ahem, alright, everyone is here, let's quiet down. According to the school and the Ministry of Education's requirements, classes are suspended today to discuss and organize some matters. As for the subsequent class arrangements, it depends on the specific organization of society, and even how the college entrance examination will be conducted, it all depends on the situation. Currently, the importance of that matter surpasses everything. Despite the serious expression of the head teacher, it did not make anyone in the audience take it seriously, but rather increased their excitement. Alright, I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about. That God's chosen paradise. In our class, has anyone been chosen to be the so-called chosen one? As the words fell, Lu Chen subconsciously lowered his head slightly, scanning every person in the class with his peripheral vision. The class instantly erupted into chaos, everyone looking around anxiously, chatting away, eager to see if anyone around them had first-hand experience. Lu Chen kept his head down, usually having few friends and a low profile. Nobody cared about him. In his heart, he thought to himself, global supernatural events that science cannot explain. When no one knows the specific future situation, at least one should observe. Anyone who exposes themselves casually is a fool, definitely no one. Teacher, me. I've been chosen. On a seat by the window, a boy proudly raised his hand, his face showing a proud expression that was starting to become uncontrollable, surrounded by classmates chatting with him, the most of all, Lu Chun. The person raising his hand was Zhang Tao, with whom he had an average relationship, the kind of person who wanted to show off at school if his family had a bit of money. When they first met, seeing Lu Chen as an orphan, he had thoughts of bullying him, but after Lu Chen beat him up, they had no further interaction. Although he couldn't quite hold back his disdain for the foolish behavior, he still cast his gaze over, wanting to see what the perspective of other chosen ones outside of himself was. Oh, Mr. Lu's eyes lit up, looking at him and saying, Zhang Tao, you've been chosen? Are you directly participating in the game or as a spectator? I'm a spectator. The live broadcast appeared before my eyes. Zhang Tao said weakly, then quickly added, but for the next game, I am eligible to participate. As the words fell, a chorus of wow instantly erupted within the class. After all, in the stagnant life of senior year, this world-shaking event was truly too stimulating. Seeing the envious expressions of everyone, Zhang Tao was very pleased, his smile even brighter than AK's. Anyone else? Mr. Lu sent a message on his phone and continued to ask the whole class, please tell the truth. This matter is very important for the country, of course, it is also very important for you. In the quiet atmosphere, no one else raised their hand. Alright, students, please study on your own. Zhang Tao, come with me for a moment. As the words fell, Zhang Tao walked out of the classroom like a victorious general, head held high. Damn, so envious, why him? Zhang Tao never studies anyway. Mr. Lu used to say he was good for nothing, now he's so polite. Study? What's the point? This supernatural thing can't be explained by existing science. Who are you going to study with? There's a video circulating online, haven't you seen it? That game seems to be in a different dimension, where you can gain superpowers. Those are superpowers, is it true or not? Do we have a chance to be chosen later? Aren't they the first batch of chosen ones? The homeroom teacher left, leaving the students in a buzz, everyone taking out their phones, exchanging the latest news and videos they had seen. Lu Chen was initially puzzled. Why were these people so excited? After all, the so-called game he experienced was not fun at all. Helpless, being kidnapped and tied to an operating table, amputated, having his kidneys replaced, being disemboweled by a sadistic woman. It was just that he had no sense of pain since childhood, so he had suffered a lot, and the pain god's selection had changed his fate a bit. Otherwise, that level of torture. There probably weren't many ordinary students who could withstand it. But slowly, according to everyone's accounts, Lu Chen discovered a fact. It seemed that everyone's initial game was different. Although most of it is a test for people, extreme situations like being tortured and killed like myself seem to be rare. Moreover, during the game settlement, the game made it clear players will not truly die in the initial levels, but those who do not complete the game will lose their qualification. It seems to imply that under normal circumstances in this game, it is possible to actually die. However, it seems like no one in the class cares or even knows about this message. They treat the Divine Selection Park as just a game, going in to fight monsters and level up as if playing, without considering the consequences. But Lu Chen, who has truly experienced it, can keenly feel the cruelty within, or it might be a matter of life and death. I just saw that in America, there's a player participating in the game, claiming they seem to have some kind of temporary ranking. That Special Forces soldier said he ranked 67 and received a reward of body strengthening potion. He said he can now fold the bottle cap in half with his fingers, incredibly strong. Really? If he keeps participating, won't he become a superhuman in the future? Listening to the continuous voices around him, Lu Chen remained indifferent. His hand reached into his desk hole, picking up a bottle cap. With force from his 5 fingers, the entire bottle cap seemed to be placed in a shredder, easily molded into a small ball by Lu Chen. A slight smile played on his lips, feeling the power in his hand. The game is indeed cruel and twisted, but Lu Chen only hopes it can be even more twisted. Compared to the tightly regulated reality world, where life and death are predetermined, he prefers it there, where everyone relies on their own abilities. Hey, why are you smiling? Did you have a wet dream last night? Just as Lu Chen's smile was gradually turning sinister, a clear voice woke him up, his female classmate, Xia Antong. Xia Antong is Lu Chen's deskmate, and they have been together for 3 years. Lu Chen's experiences from childhood have given him a discerning eye, although Antong has never come across as arrogant. From her attire and demeanor, he knows they are not from the same world. But for some reason, the more he tries to keep his distance, the more Antong starts teasing him recklessly. Nothing, I just remembered something happy. Lu Chen quietly hid the bottle cap ball he had made in the desk hole, not even turning his head as he spoke. Suddenly, his ear tickled, and Xia Antong was actually leaning in close to his ear, whispering softly, pretending? You've been selected too, haven't you? Lu Chen was startled, pretending to be calm as he asked, what are you talking about? Why ask me that? They locked eyes once again, and all Lu Chen could see were Antong's smiling eyes, making him inexplicably uneasy. He had an audience during his initial game, it couldn't be this coincidental. Considering his agonizing divine selection, the unlocking of genetic restraints, and the ruthless killings without hesitation, it was much more classified than the discussions among his classmates, definitely requiring secrecy. So, he glanced at Xia Antong and tentatively extended his right leg, which had been severed in the game. Look, at my leg. Xia Antong glanced down. What? Long and fair, let me touch it, she said, reaching out directly. Lu Chen? No. Can you be a bit more mindful of your influence? Lu Chen watched as Antong's eyes lit up, starting to flirt, and quickly pulled back his leg. He had wanted to test her reaction, after all, his state in the game was quite frightening, and that leg had been severed. But judging by her response, the girl in front of him probably hadn't coincidentally seen himself in the initial game. People are best at judging others based on themselves, saying I was selected is just choosing to conceal, but are you actually talking about yourself? Lu Chen didn't dwell on his own issues and instead shifted the conversation to the other person. To his surprise, Xia Antong stared into his eyes for a moment and nodded seriously. Yes. Lu Chen? Wait, is that all you're going to tell me? Xia Antong glanced around, classmates engrossed in their own conversations, no one paying attention to them. She turned her head away from Lu Chen and continued in a low voice, in a completely unknown world, as a minority, it's better not to stand out too much. It's normal to observe the world situation first. Suddenly, Xia Antong changed the subject, so, will you participate in the second game in 2 days? Lu Chen's mouth twitched at her words. He thought, are you just assuming I'm one of the chosen ones? I haven't even acknowledged it. Before he could respond, Xia Antong continued, regardless of what you think, I suggest you don't participate. Wait a bit first. The temptation to change fate is strong, I know. If you have the chance, you won't miss it. However, our country's internet surveillance is strict. In such major upheavals to maintain stability, many news and information haven't been released. I am one of the first audience members. Last night, after a brief shock, I made a complete record. I watched no less than 100 game live streams, with all kinds of people facing different or similar plots. Some scenes are brutal, not found anywhere on the internet. The challenges there have no modern moral or legal standards. As Xia Antong spoke, her face paled slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. I even saw a player actually die in that game. If the game is another world, time and reality are connected, space is continuous, as if players directly enter it. Can they still survive? Lu Chen. Xia Antong gazed quietly at Lu Chen's profile, speaking earnestly, making Lu Chen inexplicably uneasy. Because what the other person said, Lu Chen was the person in this world who knew it best. He was the one who had experienced it firsthand. Even he had experienced the cruelest and most bizarre trials in this world, the dangers and bloodshed clearer to him than anyone else. Thank you. In reality, Lu Chen could probably guess why this wealthy girl sitting across from him was getting close to him. It was nothing more than a pampered young lady who, upon entering a new environment, found a poor boy who was different from the sycophants she was used to, someone who didn't fawn over her or care about her, sparking her curiosity. What else could it be? Teenage girls are all about that. But he still expressed his gratitude. A gentleman judges actions, not intentions. Well, I hope you consider it carefully. Xia Antong didn't know if Lu Chen had taken her words to heart, so she sighed and started watching the latest news on her phone. People walked back and forth in the corridor, with occasional students leaving, and Lu Chen even caught sight of police officers. Online, there were all sorts of rumors, but as time passed, the credibility of many pieces of information became highly questionable. Many self-media outlets chasing after traffic seemed to have gone mad, saying anything to grab attention, some even claiming that individuals in the game had gained superpowers, with the strongest now capable of hand-rolling nuclear warheads. Lu Chen, how come I didn't know I was this awesome? His assessment of himself was that an ordinary unarmed human was no match for him, but against firearms, he was just one dead man. He was still too weak, far from the point where his personal strength could provide him with a sense of security. On the first day of the changing world, it passed just like that. Lu Chen walked alone on his way home, found a secluded spot, and quietly stared at a wall. With the knuckle of his right fist, he forcefully pounded the exposed corner of the wall. With a muffled bang, the bricks were directly smashed at one corner, and a few pieces of rubble fell down. Lu Chen exerted a lot of force with this punch, to the extent that a red blood mark instantly appeared on his entire fist. Even the edge of his knuckles was scraped, oozing a bit of blood. Looking at his fist, Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brows. He didn't feel any pain and wasn't sure what level of pain he should be experiencing, but the pain point system he had chosen did not activate. Is the pain level not high enough, or is there some kind of limitation? This pain point system was his current greatest reliance, allowing him to pass the initial game and temporarily secure the world's first ranking. He needed to quickly understand the mechanism of that thing. If he couldn't use it, he would become a joke. After trying a few more punches on the wall, the sound of pain points being added still didn't come, but a somewhat annoying voice came from behind him. What? Feeling depressed and taking it out on the wall? Do you have to do everything the brainless villain did to prove your own stupidity? Lu Chen punched the wall again, causing several pieces of rubble to fly out, then turned to look at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had enjoyed special treatment all day today, floating on cloud 9, fantasizing about his future life as a superior being, thinking he could still belittle the guy who had once defeated him. But Lu Chen's punch cooled his fiery heart a bit, and he sarcastically said, "You deliberately arrived late this morning, trying to make everyone think you were chosen? How many people in the world are chosen? In the gods' chosen paradise, even your parents didn't choose you. Do you still want to be chosen by the gods?" Lu Chen had no intention of responding. He casually picked up half a brick from the broken wall and walked quietly towards Zhang Tao. "Have you forgotten what I said to you when I beat you up? What do you want?" Zhang Tao suddenly stepped back, fearfully picking up a wheel lock from the side. He had been immersed in the world's great changes all day, becoming a favorite overnight and gaining superpowers. He had forgotten that he still didn't have superpowers now. He couldn't beat the person in front of him. "Let me tell you, our identities are different now. I don't need to take any responsibility even if I kill you. Don't come any closer. I'm telling you, my family has connections with the police station." "What? Did your dad get caught soliciting prostitutes?" Lu Chen retorted expressionlessly, already standing in front of Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was stunned. The reliance he had before had disappeared, leaving only fear. Since being beaten up in high school, he had never dared to provoke Lu Chen again, but he had never been as scared as he was today. Looking into Lu Chen's eyes, he felt his legs go weak. The gaze of someone who had killed was different. F***ck. Extremely frightened, Zhang Tao cursed loudly to bolster his courage and began swinging the wheel lock wildly. Lu Chen had been in plenty of fights since he was young, so he easily deflected the wheel lock with his wrist. God's chosen pain. Pain value +1. Ha! Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, hearing a long-lost voice in his mind, as if he had realized something, and a twisted smile gradually appeared on his face. "I seem to have understood something. Thank you. Also, you mentioned having connections at the police station. How about the hospital?" "No problem. It will be fine soon." In the end, in the dark alley, Zhang Tao, who had been played badly, was beaten unconscious all over, and of course, Lu Chen, who left, was also bruised. However, most of the injuries on his body were deliberately self-inflicted. He was already very skilled at this kind of thing. Anyway, it didn't hurt, and both of them looked equally injured. Being an orphan with no property to worry about, the police would usually just turn a blind eye. But this time, Lu Chen instinctively sensed the vulnerability of the other party when he acted. As long as he was willing, there were countless ways just now to kill the other party. Of course, he didn't do that. Lu Chen positioned himself properly. He knew that his current strength was far from being able to do whatever he wanted. He hurried back to his small room, took out a piece of paper, and began to write down his judgment on the pain god's selection. 1. Self-harm doesn't count. Harming oneself doesn't increase the pain value. 2. The most direct way is the harm and torture inflicted by the other party, which is the simplest way to increase points. And in this situation, even if he had the ability to break free but chose not to, it didn't matter and wouldn't be considered self-harm. Lu Chen thought of it as a bug. After pondering for a while, Lu Chen wrote down a third speculation. 3. If forced by the other party or enemies to be harmed indirectly, points can also be added. In the previous game, he broke his own fingernails to break free, and just now, what the other party threw at him was actually met with his fist, but it was successful as well. After putting down his pen, Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked at his summary. Anyway, that's about it. Tisk, my system doesn't even have a beginner's tutorial or anything. I have to figure it out myself. These rules of the pain god's selection are just this much for now. I'll add more later if I discover any. He placed the paper under his pillow and lay down, unable to calm his mood for a long time. With all his preparations in place, that is to say, time until the next game starts, 29 hours 24 minutes and 43 seconds. Time until the next game starts, 30 minutes and 23 seconds. A day and night passed quickly. Lu Chen did not participate in his classmates' discussions, his mind was already in the game. As time passed, the subtitles changed, and at the same time, a voice rang in his mind. 30 minutes until the game starts. Please make relevant preparations in advance. Please choose to be a spectator or a player. Looking at the two options in front of him, Lu Chen remembered what Xie Antong had said to him seriously the day before yesterday. Thanks for the reminder. But you're right, how could I possibly give up this opportunity? When fate arrives, all choices are not choices. Player identity loaded. Welcome to the God's Selection Park, may your courage lead you straight to the sky. Half an hour later, data enveloped Lu Chen's entire body, and his figure disappeared in this small room. Welcome to the game. The current difficulty level of your instance is Hell level. You have 5 minutes to make initial settings. Watching the data flow load rapidly, a data panel representing his player situation appeared in front of Lu Chen. Game points, 3000 pain value, 7 strength, 10 agility, 10 speed, 10 luck, 3 spirit, 0 bonus medal, Godslayer, legendary, equipment, none backpack. Starter backpack. You have a reward waiting to be claimed. Looking at his panel, he was surprised to find that his pain value was also displayed on the panel and could be allocated to the values below. Not knowing which value was most important, he decided to allocate the points later. Claim. Your reward has arrived. Obtain seal, a 007, Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. 7 Deadly Sins effect amplifies the corresponding weaknesses in the user's nature, but also grants corresponding huge bonuses. Please set initial appearance. As the voice fell, a grayish airflow appeared in front of Lu Chen, without a fixed shape. Lu Chen had a sudden inspiration and said, shape it into a fluid mask. The airflow slowly transformed into a mask, fitting snugly on Lu Chen's face without any sense of wearing. Please set form, pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. After some thought, Lu Chen chose one that felt relatively easy to control. Greed. The mask twisted for a moment and then turned deep blue. Please set mode, normal/overload. Normal. Preparation time is over, entering the game. His vision blurred, a sense of weightlessness came over him, and the next moment, Lu Chen had entered the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lu Chen was surprised to find that the dizziness had not disappeared. He felt lightheaded and the surroundings were unusually hot, as if he were placed in a steamer. It dawned on him that he was now hanging upside down, with a chain locking his left ankle. And several tens of meters below him, there was boiling molten lava. Ah! Suddenly, a woman's scream came from beside him, and Lu Chen realized that in this second game, he was not alone. Including himself, there were a total of 10 people hanging here, like ducks in an oven. Wasn't this supposed to be a game? What's going on? Why am I hanging here? It's so hot, so scalding, how can we go on like this? Among the others hanging alongside him, some had already started to panic. The incredibly realistic sensory experience made them begin to feel anxious. Lu Chen glanced over them briefly, not bothering with these people whose abilities were clearly limited. Whether as enemies or friends, it didn't matter much to him. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you have been selected for the Hell mode, but at the same time, you are also fortunate. Each of you has a platform beneath you, and below the platform, the lava is rising continuously. You need to escape in time. If you're late, well, that would be truly regrettable. Next is the first escape tool. A mechanical voice rang out in this hellish furnace, and then, among the 10 people, a rope descended. Tied to it was a saw covered in crimson rust, with even the teeth of the saw notched. Looking at this tool and the rising lava below, all 10 people instantly understood what escape meant. In an instant, an uncontrollable chill surged through everyone's hearts. Except for one person, of course. Lu Chen looked at the descending saw, with only one thought in his mind. Isn't this a source of pain value? The real world and the game world are interconnected, but in the real world, injuries need medical attention, and severe ones might even lead to disabilities. But in the game, he was very clear that if he met the conditions for a perfect clearance, he could receive free treatment for all his injuries, which was why he had to join the game. The risks were high, but the potential gains for him were maximized. What does this mean? What is this? You call this a game? No one told me about this before. You are completely deceiving us. I will report you. Listening to the cries and screams around him, Lu Chen was already numb, turning to look at the woman beside him who was crying and making a scene. Report? Where do you plan to report this to? Do you not know the situation here? Although Lu Chen knew that there would be confused players at the beginning of the game, this level of absurdity exceeded his expectations. Lu Chen opened his personal live broadcast screen to see if the audience had information on the other 9 players. However, he found that there were an unusually high number of people currently watching him. Viewer 1, is this the perspective of a player who has achieved a perfect clearance? I specifically wanted to see the skill level of a high-level player. Viewer 2, this scene is a bit terrifying. I have never seen anything like it before. Viewer 3, luckily, I decided to just watch and see what games are being played. This is getting interesting. I'll just stay as a spectator. Viewer 4, I checked the other 9 people, only 3 have cleared the game before, the rest are first-time players. It seems like this player is the one who achieved a perfect clearance. Lu Chen then realized that although their live broadcasts were randomly assigned, they could also be searched and categorized. If that was the case, those who achieved a perfect clearance would soon be living under the spotlight. This might not necessarily be a good thing. The world would never allow an individual to possess superhuman powers without consequences. Fortunately, he had chosen a mask. However, his personality and habitual actions could still be discovered by those with ill intentions. I quit. I quit. I don't want to saw off my own leg. Let me quit. I don't want to play anymore. While Lu Chen observed, the woman beside him continued to sob uncontrollably, clearly unable to face reality. What surprised Lu Chen was that there was actually a response from above. A mechanical voice echoed in the air, "The shop system will open soon." During the game's preparation phase, you can purchase exit coins to force a mid-game exit. Once the exit coin is used, you will permanently lose your game qualification. During the game, you cannot enter the shop. Exit coins. Was there really such a thing? Lu Chen thought to himself, but he didn't show any reaction. At this point, he had already figured out how to take advantage of the pain points. What do you mean we can't exit? The lava is rising, my head is spinning. Let me down. Amid the woman's continuous sharp cries, a metallic friction sound suddenly came from the air, interrupting the chaos and despair, instantly drawing the attention of the other 9 people. Above the lava, a chain suddenly swung violently, making a creaking sound that silenced all the commotion. The chain that was locking Lu Chen's right leg was now swinging violently in the air, and Lu Chen, like an agile monkey, kept moving in the air. With a snap, Lu Chen grabbed the rusty saw in the air with force. The quality of this iron chain is not bad. It's swinging back and forth without feeling loose. After pulling down the saw, Lu Chen's relaxed voice echoed in the narrow space, causing the pupils of the surrounding 9 people to dilate as they watched him take the first action. Is he crazy? Is he really going to saw off his leg? With that rusty saw? To be honest, brothers, you are really giving me face. With this unique item, no one tried to take it, so I got it? Cutting off one's own leg to escape, a very cliché method. Have you guys paid the copyright fee for saw? Lu Chen held the saw in his hand, not in a hurry to use it, chatting casually as it swung in the air under the gaze of the surrounding crowd. The inexplicable sense of relaxation made those around him seriously doubt whether he realized that cutting off his own leg was necessary to survive. As for Lu Chen himself, from the first words he spoke, he realized a problem: this was not entirely his character. His current mental state was like that of a half-drunk person, able to control his mind completely, but subconsciously wanting to say things that didn't match his usual self. This might be the effect of the original sin mask on his face, amplifying corresponding traits of his own humanity, but also reaping corresponding benefits. Lu Chen didn't want to control himself too much. Greed, talkativeness, cunning, facing this cruel game challenge, these traits were exactly what he needed. Moreover, in the future, he could use these traits to prevent the audience from easily linking to himself in the game with his real self, and he was eager to see what benefits he would gain under the greed mode. It seems that someone has taken the first step. In the scorching air, that mechanical voice appeared again, but this time, it surprisingly carried a hint of humanity. However, just having the saw doesn't mean survival is guaranteed. Alright, it's just sawing off a leg, no big deal. It's not like it's the first time I've done it. I just feel that this game lacks some fun and exploration, it's really boring. Lu Chen continued, his voice almost on the verge of chuckling. After all, I'm the first one to get the saw, shouldn't there be some reward? Lu Chen finally revealed his fangs, under the blue mask, exuding a chilling ambition and greed. The other 9 participants around him were silent, watching the figure bargaining while hanging there. In this terrifying scene, it seemed like only that person still maintained a gaming mentality. Naturally, the game has many hidden achievements and special rewards waiting to be explored, but it requires players to explore on their own. Alright, so stingy, not saying anything. I just want to ask, what if I saw off my leg and still don't get rescued? I'm not very convinced. If I accidentally fall into the lava while swinging around, what then? No, that's not part of the game. The platform beneath your feet is extendable. As long as you escape before the lava covers you, there won't be a problem. So, sawing off the leg is the key to escape, right? Correct. The light on the blue mask flickered, forming a smiling face, as if a sinister plan had succeeded. A cold light flashed as the rusty saw touched his leg, sawing away. However, what was shackled was his right ankle. What he sawed was his left leg. What sound did the metal make as it slowly cut through flesh and skin? The answer was silence. Before the saw encountered a real obstacle, it was a sensation of leather rubbing, as if two pieces of leather were being forcefully rubbed together, as if one was being worn down. In the already red background of the lava hell, that leg instantly turned even redder. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, like a still frame from a black and white silent film, with only the sizzling sound akin to frying steak in the air. Ah! A violent scream rang out, but it wasn't Lu Chen's voice, it was the woman hanging beside him. Lu Chen hadn't reacted yet when her voice had already turned into something akin to a pig being slaughtered. What are you doing? Stay away from me! Coming in with a gaming mindset, she had never encountered such a scene before. Could this thing really saw away without hesitation? Watching the masked figure beside her, she violently struggled in the air, her words incoherent. Fear had completely consumed her rationality, and her mind was on the brink of collapse. Pain God's choice, pain value +3. Pain God's choice, pain value +2. With the continuous influx of pain values, Lu Chen was actually feeling quite pleased. The woman beside him, screaming like a slaughtered pig, was really getting on his nerves. He looked at the woman speechlessly and quipped, I mean, what are you screaming for? This isn't sawing off your leg. Besides, you'll have to saw it off later anyway. Why not experience it in advance? It'll benefit you later, right? What? Or do you want to use it now? With that, Lu Chen even extended the saw in his hand towards her direction, as if inviting her. Seeing the blood-soaked hand holding a saw, the woman stopped screaming, went silent, and then fainted directly from the shock. Directly scared unconscious by the sadistic gameplay. Right now, all she hoped for was to wake up and realize it was all just a dream. Really? Couldn't you have given me a heads up before coming in? Lu Chen casually scared off a bystander and continued sawing the leg. The act of sawing off his own leg, besides the excruciating pain, was more of a psychological torture, a mental torment. But the sinful mask of greed mode made Lu Chen not feel any psychological pressure at all. As long as he saw the pain value increasing, as long as he got what he wanted, the insignificant cost that didn't hurt or itch at all could be completely ignored. There's a saying, when profits reach 50%, people will take risks. When profits reach 100%, people dare to trample on all earthly laws. When profits reach 300%, people dare to risk their lives. But for Lu Chen now, even if it's just 1%, or even a possible benefit, it was enough to make him go all out. Greed made him thoroughly enjoy the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, seeking wealth and danger. That feeling was enough to drive someone insane. The saw had already cut halfway through, and besides the woman next to him, the other participants were also pale. Who wouldn't be afraid of such an excessively restricted scene? Especially the masked sadist in front of them, sawing himself without making any painful sounds, even laughing from time to time. It truly made them feel like they were entering hell. Bro, you're amazing. Just casually entering this game, we're a bit out of our depth. On the other side, a man with a pale face said to Lu Chen. According to the audience, he was someone who had participated in beginner games and cleared them. To make a decision decisively, choosing to saw off your leg first, that's impressive. Your first game, your ratings and rankings should be high. But look at this. You're sawing off your left leg now. Oh, Lu Chen looked at the bloody left leg and said, is there a problem? There's an iron shackle on your right foot. What's the point of sawing off your left leg? I want to saw it off, is that not allowed? Lu Chen swayed confidently, then shouted at the air, who says it must be the right leg that's sawed off? I just want to saw off my left leg, is that okay? This time, Lu Chen's target for shouting was the individual who had been conversing with the crowd before, a figure similar to the game organizer. However, this time, the mechanical voice that had appeared several times before did not sound again. Lu Chen didn't care anyway, his own plan was just to gamble, win or lose. At least there was the occasional increase in pain value, right? The other players around him turned their heads at this moment, their eyes filled with despair. One person beside him was scared stiff, while another seemed to have a malfunctioning brain. If they had the chance to survive, they would definitely not dare to participate in such a deadly game again. Not only them, but also the selected ones who were now spectators, all agreed with the correctness of their choices. Is this the game of hell difficulty? Thank goodness I didn't participate. So terrifying. Are all the players who perfect the game like this mentally ill? Encountering such an extreme game, it's probably only the mentally ill who can remain so calm while sawing off their legs. But it's useless, it's ruthless indeed, it's just that their brains are not very functional. Most of the audience watched Lu Chen, the perfect completion player, and the chilling scene, marveling at his courage without strategy. However, among the spectators, there were also those who were not just spectators, but clever people who wanted to gather information to plan for future events, and they understood Lu Chen's intentions. A selected one named Blank, who was currently a spectator, typed out his insights on Lu Chen's live screen. Blank, do you really think that a player who completes the game perfectly could be stupid enough to saw off his own leg incorrectly? Blank, if I'm guessing correctly, he is playing a game of wits with the rules of this game. Do you remember what he said before? Blank, in a previous conversation, he asked, what if sawing off the leg doesn't lead to rescue? And gave an example of accidentally falling into lava after falling down. Blank, his purpose is to explore all the possibilities of sawing off the leg without being rescued, but he deliberately diverted the focus to irrelevant matters. Blank, and in the end, he casually asked whether sawing off the leg would definitely lead to rescue, but this was the real last resort. There are many ways to saw off a leg, including not sawing the trapped leg. Blank, however, due to being previously misled, the organizer also gave an affirmative answer. Blank, this is the reason he sawed off his left leg. Blank, although it's just a text game, he still executed it without hesitation, for the potential benefits. Players who complete the game perfectly are indeed monsters who maximize their interests, pain, their own legs, are all beyond consideration. Blank, in other words, from the beginning of the game, this big shot had no fear in his mind. Blank, rusty saws, scorching lava, he never cared about them. From the start, he only thought about how to maximize his own benefits in this game. Blank, daring to act like this, extreme greed, extreme confidence, coupled with ruthlessness towards oneself. The person named Blank spoke intermittently, not in a coherent manner, as if he was speaking and thinking at the same time. But since his words appeared, there were suddenly fewer barrage comments on Lu Chen's screen, indicating that everyone was now paying attention to his analysis. They had just been watching for fun before, but now, after hearing him speak, they suddenly felt that they had been watching in vain. Aren't you guys? Why are you all so clueless? Why are you so antisocial? Of course, there were certainly some who were not convinced by this analysis, as there were always people unwilling to admit that they were muggles. After Blank, someone immediately jumped in, disagreeing. How can you be so sure that it's as you think? Maybe he's just a lunatic? Yes, and shouldn't the voice of the organizer sound more like an automated machine voice? How could there be language mistakes? It would mean someone is manipulating it, right? Listening to the stubborn words of those dead ducks, Blank had no mood to pay attention. In the real world, Blank was shocked, watching the screen in front of him, analyzing in real time, recording every move of Lu Chen. He wouldn't miss the chance to change his fate and gain superpowers. He was determined to become a player in the future. However, he didn't want to be a guinea pig. He decided to gather information first, study the game's patterns and the strategies of top players in the world before diving in. Unexpectedly, he encountered this heavyweight player. I need to find a way to get to know this level of player and make friends with him. Thinking to himself, Blank casually replied on the screen, Blank, think whatever you want. I'm not even sure if I've fully understood the grand plan of the big shot. Let's see how things unfold. In the live broadcast room, opinions were divided, but Lu Chen, after a brief glance, immersed himself in his work and paid no further attention. At this moment, he was still sawing his leg. It was like completing a very satisfying task or engaging in some interesting entertainment, without any rush, because he was accumulating pain points. From the beginning until now, he had accumulated more than 20 points. Lu Chen felt for the first time that his leg was so useful. As long as he could perfect the game, nothing else mattered. Looking at the rising pain points, the state of his leg was insignificant. There was no such opportunity outside. He didn't feel pain or psychological pressure himself, but he was tormenting everyone around him. The woman who had been scared unconscious beside him had now woken up and was vomiting frantically. Others were not faring any better, most of them sweating profusely, pale-faced, turning their heads away, avoiding looking at Lu Chen. The scorching environment, the test of life and death, the unbearable pain, and the sadistic behavior of another player made them feel as if they were truly in hell. Pain God's selection. Pain points +1. In the later stages, Lu Chen noticed that the pain points were not increasing much anymore, growing exceptionally slowly. He realized that sawing his leg was almost done. He then joyfully removed his left leg. Holding his bloody left foot in his hand, he examined it for a few seconds and murmured, I must get some extra benefits for this kind of performance, right? Compared to limb reattachment, limb regeneration surely requires better, higher-level potions. Am I right? Nonchalantly, he threw the severed leg into the magma below. Ha ha, I've sawed it off. Hey, are you still there? Wasn't sawing the leg supposed to free us? Lu Chen's provocative voice echoed in the space, presenting his conditions to the owner of the space. But there was no response. Just when Lu Chen thought he might have failed this round, the voice appeared above the space once again. However, this time, the mechanical voice was exceptionally cold, devoid of the previous hint of emotion, now resembling a pure machine. The relevant term rules have been fixed. Player Lu Chen successfully challenges the system loophole, earns a medal, System Attacker, Epic. The related rewards will be settled together at the end of the game. The mechanical voice deliberately blurred the name Lu Chen, making it indistinct. Except for Lu Chen himself, others could only hear a vague reference. After the rewards were given out, there were no extra words spoken, as if worried about being tricked by Lu Chen again. Lu Chen didn't mind either. Above his mask, the shimmering light formed a satisfied smile, hanging upside down in the air, stretching out in a big yawn. Ah, not bad, not too stingy. In the entire magma cave, only the sound of boiling magma remained at this moment. Everyone else was in a dazed state. No one had expected that the person in front of them was not a self-harming lunatic, but rather a madman who would stop at nothing for his own gain. Encountering such a dungeon, such a player on their first game, the live broadcast room had already exploded long ago. Thinking back to the analysis of the person named Blank earlier, everyone felt a sense of speechlessness. For a moment, the sounds of admiration were continuous. However, looking at the gruesome cross-section of the severed leg at this moment, not many felt admiration, but rather a pure sense of awe and fear. Lu Chen paid no attention to the gazes around him. After catching his breath, he didn't rush to escape, but spoke again. Honestly, I don't understand why you guys still don't get the situation. Upon hearing his voice, the other 9 players were all puzzled, not understanding what he was saying. You guys really are indifferent to life and death, huh? Have you realized that the magma is rising right now? What is this? Tell me, Lu Chen said, shaking the saw in his hand. Don't you think this is something that brings pain and torment to yourself? If we are in a game right now, this is the key item to clear the level. And now, this only key item is in my hands, and not a single person even tried to take it from me. Because of fear, everyone is avoiding this saw. Don't be afraid, fear will make you lose your judgment. This so-called hellish game is going too smoothly. I hope there will be more opportunities like this in the future. Since putting on the mask of greed, Lu Chen not only became more greedy but also a bit talkative. However, amidst his continuous words, the other players around him inexplicably felt a chilling sensation, even though the temperature had already exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. Alright, enough talk. Lu Chen playfully swung the saw in his hand. Now, does anyone still want to saw off their leg? Come, let's discuss the price. As Lu Chen's words fell, everyone's faces changed drastically, looking at him swaying in the middle with uncertain expressions. In the real world, Blank, who had been observing Lu Chen's every move, slammed his fist on the table, excitedly shouting, "Damn! I knew it! Apart from maximizing profits, there are many other implications in the previous probing, including testing the rules of this game. What controls this suddenly appearing game, a machine, an almighty god, or an alien civilization? This kind of probing is crucial for the entire world, and the big shots can unknowingly complete it, even benefiting themselves in the process. And the previous brutal methods can also deter other participants. Fortunately at this moment, blackmail." Gritting his teeth, Blank organized his thoughts, getting more and more excited. He didn't see anything wrong with this extreme greed. With such a drastic change in the world, life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are in the heavens, so the strong naturally have to use any means necessary to become stronger in the early stages of the game. However, as he typed on the screen of this game live broadcast, he slowly put down his hand, because he saw most people's comments and their current psychological state. This is extortion. Shouldn't we help each other in this situation? Amputating legs is already tragic enough. In this fearful atmosphere, threatening others while they are down seems unnecessary. Very strong, also very crazy, but I don't want to encounter such people in the game. Apart from these saintly remarks, the rest are just some boastful praises, as if watching a big American movie. Either they bring in strange emotions inexplicably, or they truly see themselves as mere spectators. People seem to have forgotten that they, as the audience, are also chosen ones, with the opportunity to participate in the game. The world has changed drastically in an instant, but people's mindsets have not caught up. Kong thought to himself, gave up the idea of sending barrage comments, stopped engaging with these infants, and began focusing on the scenes within the game. What do you mean? What do you mean by negotiating the price? Beside him, the woman who had been shouting the loudest suddenly glared at Luchin with a hateful look. Literally, if you don't pay, I won't give you the saw. What's wrong with that? Luchin turned his head very naturally, looking at her. Do you have no conscience? You make money like this. You heartless creature. I want to quit. I'm not playing this game anymore. Why should I keep playing once I'm in? Why does the organizer of this game hardly reply to us, but always replies to you? Why can you easily saw off your own leg? I think you are in cahoots. This is a complete conspiracy. Look everyone. He's not even a skilled player, he's just colluding with the mastermind behind this game. Whether it was due to overwhelming mental pressure or not, the woman began a frenzied outburst at this moment, turning fear and pain into anger, pouring it all onto Luchin. Her body convulsed violently, pulling on the iron chains on her body. Watching her go into a frenzy, Luchin felt inexplicably strange. The air fell silent for a few seconds, then Luchin spoke slowly. Yes, you're right. I am indeed in cahoots. I am actually an NPC in this game, not a player. I don't feel pain, I can saw as I please, I'm here to torment you normal players. So what? What are you going to do about it? At this moment, on the blue greedy mask, a bright, mocking smile, smiley face formed, as if taunting the other party. Luchin was well aware that the despicable woman in front of him was just an amplification of human nature. He wore a mask of greed, while the other probably wore a mask brought on by years of living in comfort. The weak draw their swords against the weaker. In this bizarre world of the game, even if one appears strong, they will still seem relatively weaker. So her collapsing emotions needed an outlet, and he became that outlet. Even though he seemed terrifying, possessing the power to kill her, years of social conditioning had led her to believe that provoking such a human like him would come with no consequences. The methods were similar, relying on loud voices, framing, slandering, guiding the public, isolating. However, the world has changed, yet some people still don't understand this reality. Luchin looked at her with amusement. Even if he admitted it, even if he was slandered, even if he truly became an enemy to all of them, what could they do to him? Luchin's completely unopposed attitude of admission left the woman momentarily speechless, a faint whimpering sound coming from her throat, her face turning crimson. She wasn't sure if it was from the heat or from being almost suffocated by her own emotions. The magma has been rising all along, everyone. Luchin's foot was swinging on a swing in the air, even swaying the saw in his hand, as if he might drop it at any moment. How much money do you want? Finally, someone spoke, and Luchin thought there was still someone with a clear mind, turning to see who it was. I don't want money, I want. But before the words were finished, in the instant he turned his head, he caught sight of a flash of red light in front of him. Across from him, a man with a chain swinging with momentum, forcefully swung over, a dagger over a foot long in his hand, gleaming with red light. It was clear at a glance that the dagger was not a normal weapon, definitely some kind of prop from a game. Subsequently, as the man swung over with a menacing look, in the blink of an eye, just as Luchin turned around, the blade was already in front of him. A life-threatening attack. Amidst the piercing friction sound, blood splattered, the attack that should have been fatal was deftly twisted away by Luchin in the blink of an eye, meeting it head-on with his clavicle. The blade was firmly stuck in the clavicle, unable to move. Above the blue mask, there was no change in expression, the smiling mouth of the mask even widening, almost reaching the corners of the mouth. Pain God's choice. Pain value +5. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was such a surprising twist. Kill him. Quickly. Kill him. The woman beside him began to writhe violently, shouting excitedly. The man also had a menacing look, planning to take advantage of his successful strike. But in an instant, the chaos had already ended, the excited shout stuck in the woman's throat. A bloodline appeared on the man's neck, as Luchin casually waved the saw in his hand, at a terrifying speed imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only the sound of the air breaking. Dang, what a pity, there's only one chance. Oh, also, thank you for the knife you brought. As the words fell, the man opposite, holding the knife in his right hand, had already weakly let go. His eyes widened unusually, hands clutching his neck, blood gushing out like water. It couldn't be stopped. Several seconds later, the man hanging upside down turned into a bloodied figure, the scorching heat quickly coagulating the blood. His body twitched twice in the air, then fell silent. Dead? Witnessing the murder in front of them, everyone became slightly more sober. Luchin found it quite interesting, looking at the crispy yet tender body, even in the mood to make a joke. This red-skinned duck cosplays quite well, to be honest. This place really is a hanging furnace. In fact, according to the influence of the greedy mask, he should have taken advantage of this player who dared to act and gained more pain value. But he didn't do that. What he had engraved in his mind was extremely firm: do not hand over the chance to survive to others. If the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't waste too many words. Taking the dagger off his shoulder, he looked at the weapon description that automatically popped up. Sharp blade, fine weapon, effect, armor piercing. When used by the wielder, it will unleash 3 times the strength, with a strength limit, needs to be explored by the user. Description: when you don't know what to do, just stick it in. Lu Chen? Is this description a bit off? A fine weapon, seems like the level doesn't sound high, but it's better than nothing. Speaking, Lu Chen directly threw the knife into his backpack as a trophy. Furthermore, if classified in this way, the mask on his face didn't seem to be a weapon or prop. Sequence seal. It seemed to be an independent and unique item. Looking around, no one dared to meet the gaze of that deep blue mask. In places beyond the reach of the human-created order of law, violence always remained the best way to communicate. Alright, things have come to this, let's talk price. Finally, the first clever person spoke up, and Lu Chen turned to look at him. I know you players like you don't want money, you must want chips in this game, right? In my initial game, I was rewarded with 500 points, and with excellent performance, the guide also gave me 300 points. I'll give you all these points, help me get out of this predicament. Obviously, those who had experience in clearing games had better psychological qualities. But what Lu Chen said next almost made him spit blood. 800? You only have this many points? Crowd? What the hell are you talking about? 800 points are quite high. What are you saying? These are all my points, the game has just begun, who can have so many? Didn't your guide tell you the situation? Lu Chen. My guide? Do you believe me if I say I killed mine? My reward is directly 3,000 points, right? Alright, small business, after all, you're the first, I agree. Lu Chen agreed to the other party's trade request. Also, since you're the first customer, I'll give you a little bonus. What? The other party didn't react, after all, he wasn't mentally prepared to saw his own leg, his teeth were even trembling. Lu Chen just brought up his personal game panel. Strength, 10, agility, 10, speed, 10, luck, 3, spirit, 0, bonus medals, Godslayer, legendary, system attacker, epic, current pain value, 28. From the moment he entered the game, Lu Chen realized the greatest use of his pain value adding points. Normal players could only increase the values on this personal panel through game adventures or special items, but Lu Chen could directly increase them. The proportions for adding points to strength, agility, and speed were 1:2, luck was 1:5, and spirit was 1:10. In order to maximize his current abilities, Lu Chen almost didn't consider anything and added all the points to strength. Strength increase, 1024. Already beyond human standards, his strength doubled and more. Gripping the saw in his hand with force, the wooden handle creaked as if it could collapse at any moment. The expansion of strength brought about a psychological expansion. Looking at his not particularly muscular arm, Lu Chen felt like there was a green giant living inside his body at this moment. Hey, what do you mean? The trade had been completed. The man opposite looked at Lu Chen, veins bulging suddenly, his right hand tightly gripping the saw, an extremely twisted expression on his mask, suddenly filled with fear. Nothing, hee, in the service industry, I'll personally help you saw your leg. Man, no need. Stay away from me. This wasn't part of our previous deal. Saying this, he began to struggle violently. The courage and determination he had painstakingly accumulated earlier vanished in an instant. You want to saw me? You might as well just let me die? Aren't you torturing me like you tortured yourself before? I'm not a pervert, I can't take it. Don't be afraid, I'm a conscientious merchant, how could I harm you? I'm just conducting an experiment. Despite the other party's struggles, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and the shape on his mask formed a very human-like exclamation mark. With a swing of his saw in his right hand, the speed of the saw was so fast that it faintly carried a sound akin to thunder. Snap! A crisp sound, like a butcher chopping ribs on a cutting board. The completely rusted saw blade, under the influence of tremendous speed, turned into the sharpest cutting tool. A figure fell with a thud on the platform, emitting a dull sound. It wasn't until he freed himself that the man with the severed leg realized it was over, and then the pain hit him. After a scream, he twisted in agony, holding his leg, then gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, suppressing the pain. Lifting his severed left leg, he pressed down on his blood vessels tightly to prevent excessive bleeding. A smile uglier than crying squeezed onto his face as he looked at Lu Chen still hovering in the air. He raised a thumbs up, tremblingly saying, Thank you, boss. His gratitude was sincere. Even though he had made a choice in the face of life and death, he didn't think he could endure the pain of sawing off his own leg with a rusty saw. Lu Chen's godlike operation made him feel that the points he had accumulated were not in vain, at least he had saved his life. Hey, look at the situation, he should thank us too. After his banter, Lu Chen, satisfied with his current strength, also gave a thumbs up to the guy whose leg he had just cut off. He didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. Having experienced superhuman strength, he had already mentally prepared for the changes coming to the world. But others didn't see it that way. Watching his livestream, the whole place exploded. People's emotions were even more intense than when they watched Lu Chen's extreme self-flagellation with the saw. After all, for them, it was the first time they had seen someone truly using supernatural powers. The allure of primal power to people always comes first, far surpassing so-called money and power. Viewer 1, damn, that's awesome. What did I just see? Am I seeing things? Viewer 2, that's definitely superpowers, right? What kind of power is that? Holding a rusty saw and cutting a person's leg in half? Viewer 3, sorry for being loud earlier, boss is amazing. Can I get a way to contact you? You rarely watch your own live streams, right? Viewer 4, is this the charm of this game? If it's superpowers, I want to try too, risking it all. Viewer 5, I've been to other players' live streams, most people aren't this brutal, this boss just happened to encounter this hellish difficulty level in the game instance. Viewer 6, fortune favors the bold. Viewer 7, stop talking big, would you dare to saw off your own leg with a saw? The live stream room instantly became unusually lively. The audience who had previously just wanted to watch were now all eager, their previous fears and emotions thrown aside. Some were already thinking about getting Lu Chen's contact information to connect with him in the real world. There were even claims from someone saying they were a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, wanting to recruit Lu Chen under their wing. Sitting blankly in front of the screen, he shook his head in disbelief. People were finally beginning to realize the seriousness of the situation. And this was just the beginning. Lu Chen, with his seemingly benevolent powers, although supernatural, still appeared human. When the scene of flying and wielding thunder in his palm appeared, that would be the time when people truly went crazy. However, amidst the numerous praises and fervent emotions, someone finally noticed something amiss. Wait a minute. Haven't you guys noticed something strange? He clearly has the ability to instantly chop off legs, so why did he saw his own leg bit by bit before? The barrage suddenly froze. When this weak voice appeared, everyone fell silent. Yeah, why did he do that? He has the simplest way. Why torture himself? I can have painless surgery. I refuse. Am I just playing around? Previous actions, the crowd could find reasons for everything, but this inexplicable contradiction left everyone puzzled. The blank analysis masters sat in front of the screen, thinking of countless reasons for Lu Chen, but still couldn't figure out why he had to be so harsh on himself. Could he really be a masochist? Or is there something wrong with his mind? Impossible, a perfect completionist player like him, how could there be something wrong with his mind? There must be some deeper meaning we haven't thought of. Let's analyze it again. Lu Chen's deeper intentions, they could never figure out. After all, he just wanted some pain points. Below, the first person rescued had already disappeared into thin air, perhaps considered as the end of the game. But his disappearance made the remaining people who were still hanging there extremely excited. Before Lu Chen could speak, the voices of the others had already started one after another. Boss, look at me. I'm willing to pay a price too. I have 200 points here, plus a regular weapon, all obtained in the initial game. I can give them to you. As long as you can come and chop off my leg yourself. Help me chop off my leg. I'll give you a lot of money after I get out. A lot of money, you can fill in the checkbook. Chop mine, come chop off my leg. We are all Chinese, come and help out. Players who were too scared to say a word before, now seeing such a painless way, each one of them regained their spirits and started bidding one after another to have their legs chopped off. These days, even chopping off someone's legs can be auctioned. The broken window effect never goes out of style. If you told people on a regular day that your leg was chopped off without anesthesia, no one would accept it. But now, after the rusty saw had sawed on Lu Chen's leg for over 10 minutes, people suddenly felt so happy to be able to chop off their legs directly. Watching people eagerly lining up, Lu Chen didn't refuse this time, just waiting for their high bids. After all, those who participated in the initial game and didn't complete it would also have some points, and some had signed agreements within the game to give their points to Lu Chen. Under the influence of the greedy mask, Lu Chen had no psychological pressure and had become a leg-chopping machine, as long as people paid. In the end, he received a game item he had never seen before, as well as a promise of game points both from the completion and post-completion stages, and proceeded to chop off leg after leg. If this were in Japan, he would already be considered a leg-chopping sage. After cries of pain, in the end, only 4 people were still hanging in the air. 2 of them were already scared silly, seemingly having completely given up hope of survival, and Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with them. Giving up life had nothing to do with him. Another player who had completed the game before took one last look at him and then suddenly disappeared. apparently having obtained an exit coin from a previous reward. Finally, Lu Chen looked once again at the woman who had been shouting and cursing at him, unable to grasp the situation. By now, she had been quiet for quite some time. Seeing Lu Chen turn back to her again, she, who had been trembling in fear, spoke up once more. "I warn you, if you are this kind of person." But this time, Lu Chen was too lazy to listen to her words anymore. As the blade flashed, this time, Lu Chen sawed off his own bound leg. His body fell and landed on the platform. Reaching out beside the platform, he smiled and said to the woman in the air, "The lava will be here soon." Lu Chen's figure disappeared, and in a few breaths, the lava had already engulfed the platform. In the last glimpse, Lu Chen saw the woman finally realize at the last moment. A sharp scream escaped her mouth as she desperately tried to reach for the saw swing in the air, followed by a piercing scream. But it was too late. The lava had swallowed the platform, but not her yet. She still had plenty of time to regret, but no chance left. People die because of their foolishness. Whether that woman would regret in the end, whether she would be torn apart with grief, was no longer a concern for Lu Chen. Now, Lu Chen was feeling a bit of regret. Perhaps it was greed creeping in. Watching the game about to end, he felt his gains were a bit lacking. Was this leg-sawing punishment the only arrangement? Shouldn't there be more tortures, alternating between extremes, roasting on both sides? Forget about the hellish difficulty, it was truly lacking in imagination, not twisted enough. Just as he was thinking, that familiar sensation of data flow did not appear. It seemed that after disappearing from the platform, the game did not end directly. Opening his eyes again, he saw an incredibly bright space. And the 4 people he had rescued earlier were now sitting on chairs, looking around nervously. The game was not over yet. This hellish torment seemed like it had not ended. As they joyfully emerged, thinking it was finally over, reality hit them hard. After Lu Chen came out, all 4 pairs of eyes turned towards him. It seemed like the game was waiting for all of them to finish. Each person was fixed to a chair, forming a regular pentagon, with a massive pentagonal pillar in the middle, stretching endlessly with nothing inside, its purpose unknown. Unlike the others, Lu Chen seemed rather happy that the game had not ended yet. After all, as long as the game continued, he could still profit. His mindset was clearly different. After the previous games, he was even getting a bit addicted to playing. Patting the mask that kept showing a smile on his face, Lu Chen muttered to himself, "I knew there should be more imagination, the game should be even more twisted. Control yourself." Although enjoying the feeling of gaining, Lu Chen was also cautious, not letting himself completely immerse in the rhythm of the mask. The mask only amplified his corresponding emotions. He had to maintain control over himself. All personnel are present, welcome, the conquerors of the hell game. After Lu Chen appeared, the mechanical voice that had been missing for a while resurfaced in the space. When that voice appeared, the other 4 even shuddered, not knowing if it was out of pain. "You seem very happy, don't you? That's not logical." Suddenly, the voice changed its tone, and after a moment of confusion, everyone realized it was addressing Lu Chen. The controller of this game was actively speaking to the player. Lu Chen looked around and asked, "Is that so? Well, that's nice. So, is there any reward for that?" "Damn it, a reward? Are you addicted to exploiting loopholes? This is a hell difficulty game, not a walk in the park." Lu Chen's simple words broke through the game controller's defense, leaving it speechless for a while. Shortly after, the lights around the 5 individuals suddenly dimmed, casting a gloomy atmosphere that accentuated loneliness and terror. Squeak goss squeak squeak. Sharp and strange noises echoed as, to the astonishment of the group, black water began to rise slowly in the massive barrel-shaped space at the center. As everyone focused their gaze, a sudden gasp escaped someone's lips. It wasn't black water at all, but an incredibly vast swarm of creatures beyond counting. One stacked upon another, groups piled upon groups, emerging from who knows where, surging from below to above. Moreover, these creatures were unlike any seen before, each one more repulsive than the last. Some resembled scorpions but were half a meter long. Some were covered in spikes, their long tongues constantly writhing. Some soft-bodied creatures wriggled incessantly, even bursting into thick soup when squeezed. Within the huge barrel-shaped space, the insects continued to accumulate and rise, their squeaks and cries filling the entire space, making onlookers nauseous. Before long, the pillar-shaped space in front was completely filled. It was a massive pillar, at least 5 meters in diameter and over 10 meters high. Stuffed full of insects, a rough estimate would put the number in this otherworldly space at least in the hundreds of millions. The 4 individuals seated around the pillar all had faces as pale as paper. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but be amazed. Perhaps some people weren't afraid of fierce beasts, but when faced with such a swarm of creatures, aside from the Gu masters of the Miao region, hardly anyone could remain composed. Dealing with this was a dual physical and psychological extreme. far beyond what an ordinary person could handle. Especially since these seem to be extraterrestrial creatures. Damn, this is too much, it's really disgusting. I can't watch this anymore, I'm out, going to check out other live streams. Honestly, this is a bit too heavy. I give up. Being a viewer is fine, never becoming a player. The audience in the livestream also expressed their dismay. The sheer number of these creatures had surpassed the limits of mere curiosity. Subsequently, the group noticed a 50 by 50 centimeter special glass window separating the space from their room. Seeing this window, people were on the verge of passing out from fear, as it meant that these creatures would soon come in. When will this end? Just let me die. Beside them, a man couldn't bear the pressure and forcefully punched the glass, producing a dull thud. But his anger was futile at this moment. Watching these creatures, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that perhaps he had another chance to experience suffering. Players, don't you feel honored? The game should have ended by now. But due to the excessive number of surviving players, which goes against the concept of hell difficulty, there will be a small additional test. Originally, the fate of the game was in the hands of this player. He could have become the sole survivor, thus ending this additional test and achieving a perfect clearance once again. Yes, he is the only one among you to achieve a perfect clearance in the novice level, and due to his soft-heartedness, the current situation has arisen. Let's give him a round of applause for his performance. The voice of the organizers resounded once more, accompanied by the illumination of Lu Chen's room, making it clear who they were referring to. However, this time, their tone and voice carried a distinct mocking undertone, leaving people wondering if Lu Chen had offended them. Clap clap clap. The crisp applause reverberated in the space, intertwining with the creature's hissing. And the only person clapping at that moment was none other than Lu Chen himself. Well, not bad, not bad. According to what you said, you really impressed me. I think I should give myself a round of applause, he said. So, here's the thing, with my outstanding performance, don't I deserve some extra rewards? Lu Chen's voice was calm, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, not taking the host's mockery to heart and even throwing some back. He didn't understand why he suddenly became the target, as if this game had a grudge against him, probably putting him in the spotlight. He even mentioned being a perfect completionist. But he saw no issue with it. The more attention he attracted, the more advantageous it was. Adversity always comes with opportunities, as a certain philosopher with a surname starting with G once said, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Gee, what was that surname again? Let's just say it was Gorky. All rewards in the game, all benefits of completion, are not given, but earned by oneself, or rather, seized. What you can get depends on how far you can go. Greed. You seem to wear that mask quite well. Just don't know if your soft heart letting them live will end up killing you. I've softened up a bit, your words almost moved me. How about giving me an award or an achievement badge? Lu Chen smoothly responded without missing a beat. Watching Lu Chen and the unidentified voice banter back and forth, their words sharp and pointed, the other four people around felt like outsiders. They could only look up to the big shots clashing, not daring to speak up themselves. Now they realized that there was indeed a difference between perfect completion and mere completion. This big shot had been among the top tier from the start, and now, the onlookers' gazes towards him started to become more complex. From initial fear and distance, there was now a hint of gratitude. After all, despite his greed and madness, threatening them like a vampire, the results showed that he did save their lives. If Lu Chen was truly just a bloodthirsty maniac, he could have let them all die in the lava without helping them. Yes, in this hellish game, straightforwardly cutting off legs was indeed a kind of blessing. However, at this point, no one present intended to thank Lu Chen, the great benefactor. Alright, final bonus round. Profit sharing game. Let's all be happy, it's time to reap the rewards. Ordinary players, don't be discouraged. In the next stage, you will be on the same level as that guy. This is the game of gods, the gambit of challengers. Here, anything can happen. Don't think you can't do it, you can be completely different overnight. God's playground, welcome your entry. The seductive voice rang out once again, stirring up people's greed, but it was clear that this message was still not very friendly towards Lu Chen. Clearly, it was creating a divide between Lu Chen and the others, indicating that in the upcoming game, there would definitely be a certain level of competition among the participants. Then, amidst the wriggling and buzzing of insects, in front of each person, two pillars rose up within reach, each with a red and green button. Above the insect pillars, a crimson number appeared. 100. Profit-sharing game is about to begin. You have all passed the trial of hell, originally entitled to receive rewards directly. However, the number of people passing the trial of hell should not be this many. So now, it will be up to you to discuss and allocate the final reward value of this 100 among yourselves. A special note, the rewards are generous. Then, as everyone was puzzled, a screen appeared in front of each person. Each screen displayed different images, each with its own unique content. Take a look at the desires and aspirations deep within your hearts. In the images, there were powers to move mountains and seas, abilities to shatter planets with a snap of the fingers. There were scenes of luxury and looking down on the world from a position of power. Some were in Tokyo, on a train full of neon beauties, where time suddenly stopped. While the stepsister was doing laundry, she got stuck in the washing machine. It seemed like something strange had crept in. TSK, what a mess of things you all have here. In any case, the Divine Selection Park is the place to fulfill your dreams. Believe me, for your current limited understanding, this 100 definitely holds the opportunity to change your entire life. The timing seemed right. The organizers who had been intriguing for a while felt there was no need for further ado. Desires had been stirred, now it was time for the grand act of distribution. Alright, the distribution game is about to begin. Next up is an introduction to the rules. This 100 is the total sum of all rewards, and the way it will be distributed is for you 5 to decide by voting. No one has any privilege. With these words, the other 4 players visibly relaxed, realizing that indeed, the gap between themselves and the player who had completed the game perfectly no longer existed. But what was this creepy jar for? And this jar is the punishment for the nonconformist players. The rules are as follows: each person, in order, presents their proposal for the distribution of this score. If half or more of the participants press the green agree button, indicating approval, then the distribution plan can be approved, and everyone receives their corresponding share of the reward. Conversely, if more than half of the people disagree, the person who proposed the plan will be transported inside. The little animals really love you all. Then, it moves on to the next person in order to present their plan. As they spoke, the jar filled with bugs glowed slightly. Seeing the jar, the tension that had been hanging over everyone dissipated completely. So, this thing was used for executions. The most terrifying way to die in the world, no doubt. Alright, enough talk, let's start the sequential distribution now. As the voice fell, a number began flashing rapidly above each person's head, from 1 to 5. All the players were on edge, some even closed their eyes to pray, hoping to get a later position. For the person assigned first, this game was entirely about others deciding their fate. Forget about distributing benefits. If you were assigned to the front, staying alive would probably be difficult. It would have been better to have died in the previous game. This was purely a game of luck. Ding! Everyone shuddered as the sound rang out, the numbers stopped, and each person's order was assigned. Number 1, Lu Chen. From 1 to 5, the distribution was complete. Looking at the numbers above their heads, players 4 and 5 instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. At least, according to the agreed-upon rules, their lives were spared. Moreover, their positions were comfortable. Intuitively, the people in front would surely be more considerate during the distribution, even trying to please them. After all, those in the back wouldn't die, there were no special benefits, so they surely wouldn't object. As for number 2 and number 3, their expressions were a bit ugly, feeling quite awkward in their positions facing the insect pillar in front of them. The numbers just didn't provide them with any sense of security. Especially for number 2, the only woman present, her face looked extremely grim at the moment, silently cursing her luck. However, when she saw the big shot Lu Chen with the number 1 above his head, her mood instantly improved a lot, feeling much more balanced. At this moment, the other 4 were all looking in Lu Chen's direction, their eyes showing a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Indeed, offending the organizers in this game was not a good choice. No matter how strong you are just a player in the game, while they are the ones setting the rules. Why pretend otherwise? Seeing Lu Chen keeping silent with his head down at this moment, they felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Everyone likes to deify someone, but more than that, they enjoy watching someone fall from grace. Seeing the most powerful figure among them, someone who even affected the game balance, being placed in the unluckiest position, they were truly delighted. Where is the gratitude? When you helped us before, weren't you extorting us as well? At this moment, light shimmered above Lu Chen's blue mask, forming no expression. He kept his head down, murmuring something to himself. Everyone fell silent, waiting to hear what this big shot had to say. By the roadside of the long pavilion, where the fragrant grass reaches the azure sky, everyone? What the hell are you singing now? Are you out of your mind? Don't try to guess the big shot's thoughts, but no matter what, it's Lu Chen's turn now, time for him to make the allocation. Oh no, this feels like a setup. This is clearly arranged. Sigh, keep a low profile, why fight with the organizers? Let's see how this plays out. If we can survive, it's like a stroke of luck. Sigh, the taller the tree, the harder it falls. Look at the eyes of the other players, it's obvious some want him dead. One should always keep a low profile. Sigh. The barrage of comments was mostly negative, with only a few blank ones, frowning and sensing something amiss. The focus of the game should not be this kind of deadlock. They calculated while watching Lu Chen, who was still humming a tune, anticipating his decision. Lu Chen himself was also contemplating, his first thought being the effect of his greedy mask. At the beginning of the game, there was a brief description, but he had momentarily disregarded it. Greedy Blue, Kaido, personality influence, amplifies greed, becomes talkative and cunning, benefits, luck subtly increases, possessing unique effects at critical moments. Description: the person who desires victory the most at the gambling table will win. In theory, my luck should be good, so if that's the case, it seems there shouldn't be a problem. After a long silence, Lu Chen finally spoke, chuckling to himself, the comical smile on his blue mask appearing once again. It's just a pity for these poor bugs, such a waste. Looking at the pain values in front of him, Lu Chen already understood the key to this game. Just as he was about to continue, a voice next to him interrupted. To this perfect completion player, I think we've reached a point where there's no need for more riddles. Let me be direct. We all acknowledge your strength, but since you are the first, you don't need this reward. You split into 0, as for the distribution among the 4 of us, let's discuss it together now. Although you didn't gain anything this way, as long as the distribution is successful, at least you won't be thrown into this cage. You used to be a perfect clearance player, the Green Hills will remain, and there will be opportunities in the future. Can you agree to this? The woman next to him, who looked more intellectual, took the initiative to speak, appearing very rational, thinking from Lu Chen's perspective. After all, he was number 2. If number 1 went crazy and decided to send someone to their death directly, then it would come down to him, and he would have to bear the pressure. It might be better to take the initiative. In this way, at least he could secure Lu Chen's vote and share the risk. At this moment, the organizer spoke again. Everyone, pay attention to the time. Every 5 minutes, if a round of voting is not completed, the door in front of one of you will randomly open a little bit. Just then, the voice of the organizer rang out again, like a judge urging for a verdict. The players listened to his words and felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Of course, to prevent anyone from stalling, if it's your turn and you deliberately don't provide a distribution policy, then the door in front of you will be opened first. What do you think of my proposal, perfect clearance player? This matter can't be delayed any longer. The woman at number 2 started to speak anxiously, trying to urge Lu Chen to follow her pace. Don't call out, don't keep interrupting me. Lu Chen stopped her, then raised his head and asked, I want to ask, for this 100-point distribution, can there be decimal points, like if I allocate 0.000001 to someone? No. It has to be distributed as whole numbers. Tisk, that's a bit of a shame. Lu Chen muttered and raised his head. In that case, I won't waste any more time. My distribution is as follows. A number 2 was suddenly shocked, thinking that this guy was really going crazy. Can't this kind of thing be discussed? The other players also perked up their ears one by one. Number 5, 1 point. The man at number 5 was taken aback. Number 3, 1 point. The player at number 3 doubted if he heard correctly. Number 1, which is myself, 98 points. Number 2 and number 4, 0 points. Woman at number 2. When this seemingly insane distribution was announced, everyone doubted their own ears. The entire live broadcast room was almost exploding. Is he asking for death? Damn. No, at a time like this, you still want to argue. A wise man knows the times. I'm thinking, is there a possibility that this guy is indeed a masochist, really wanting to enter that bug jar and experience it? Stop talking, I'm about to vomit. The organizers have made it clear that they are going after you, and you're here not cooperating with others, purely seeking death. This is not just about arguing or negotiating. I've said before that he's not some big shot. He must have only passed the initial level by being a freak with his brain, becoming a perfect clearance player. Making such a person a big shot is the negligence of this so-called God's Choice Park. For a moment, various voices rose, people desperately trying to distance themselves, telling themselves that the person in front of them was not worth admiring, that they had just misjudged. When a god falls from the pedestal, the noise of the crowd will be much louder than when he ascended. Is the distribution method confirmed? A mechanical voice came from above. Seemingly even the organizers were shocked by Lu Chen's statement. Confirmed. After confirmation, any modifications will come at a cost. Confirmed. After the 2 confirmations, a somewhat blurry number reappeared above each person's head, the number allocated by Lu Chen. The lights dimmed. Snap. After the sound of clapping the lights, red light flashed directly. Once Lu Chen had confirmed this allocation method, the second woman immediately pressed the rejection button without any hesitation. With a cold face, she turned to Lu Chen and said, "Number 1, if you insist on seeking death, then it's your own fault. Those who cannot distinguish the situation, even if they have strong power, cannot avoid death in the end. It's over. If you are so eager to enter that place full of bugs, then your wish is granted." With the support of the game rules, her voice turned cold, and now she had no fear, openly confronting Lu Chen. Lu Chen just chuckled lightly and turned to look at the woman. At this moment, the woman showed no fear, staring firmly at the blue mask, at the man who had brought her countless fears. Soon, this devil-like man would die at her hands. In her heart, she faintly felt a sense of accomplishment and pleasure. Pressing the button, the power to judge others that will made her somewhat indulgent. But looking at the woman's face, Lu Chen's smile behind the mask remained unchanged. In this game, there are only 2 women. Compared to that woman, you are slightly better. Hearing Lu Chen's words, a cold sweat unconsciously appeared on the second woman's forehead. She clearly remembered the woman who had insulted Lu Chen in the magma hell before. Now, that woman was no longer here. It was obvious what had happened. But she died because of stupidity. As for you, although not as foolish, you can't exactly be called smart either, and you're somewhat arrogant. The second woman stared at Lu Chen, her eyes full of defiance, even showing a hint of contempt in the end. Facing death, is it meaningful to spare your face as a master? Then, she turned to the other players and said, "Let's not waste time. Press the red button in front of you to indicate denial. Consider it revenge for our broken legs and the extortion we faced." It must be said that there are only a few ways to provoke hatred, and the second woman had already seen through them, almost making Lu Chen burst into laughter. Clearly, in this hellish game, where everyone was forced to either break a leg or die, how did she end up being seen as the enemy who breaks legs by this woman? The second woman didn't care about that. It wasn't the time for reasoning now. The key was to pour the black water first and try to get closer to the others as much as possible. Number 4, both of us are left with nothing in his allocation plan, just 0. With your position so far back, there is no life-threatening danger, so it's impossible to accept this 0 benefit. As for numbers 3 and 5, being allocated only 1 point doesn't seem like a way to win us over, it's more of an insult. Let's reject together. I can guarantee that in my future allocation plan, you two will not receive such minimal benefits. With just a few words, the second woman had been working to divide the group, making Lu Chen stand against everyone. Ding! Another sound rang out, and the option in front of number 4 also turned red. In a short time, it seemed that Lu Chen had reached the edge of a cliff. But at this moment, Lu Chen seemed to be humming a tune. The evening breeze brushes the willows, the flute's sound lingers, the sunset beyond the mountains ignoring him. The second woman's eyes sparkled with the flame of ambition. Today was her first time participating in the divine selection game. She wanted to personally put an end to this once perfectly coordinated guy. Number 3, number 5, stop hesitating, make a decision. I said, when I make a decision later, the worst case scenario is still a tie, you must have a better outcome. From start to finish, it was almost a solo performance by number 2, as if she had become the protagonist in this second game. Just then, Lu Chen finally spoke up. You said, let you distribute, the worst result is still a tie. Then why not let the 3 of them vote you out later, when you're dead, they split it, wouldn't that be more? What role do you play in this? Number 2. Number 2 was suddenly stunned by these words, directly rendering her speechless, stuttering as she said, Don't be swayed by him, I'm just saying this is the minimum scenario. And anyway, my way of distribution is much better for everyone than yours. Lu Chen sneered, not responding at all, just continued, by the same token, if it's a tie, why should number 4 and number 5 accommodate number 3, vote out number 3 as well, wouldn't there be more money to split? But by then, number 5, will you still get a share? Cause and effect, cause is the head of the effect is the tail of the cause. When the person in front dies, think about the impact it will have on you when it's your turn. Sometimes in doing things, you have to push from the back to the front. You're right, this game is indeed a game of luck, and I happen to be the luckiest among you. Number 3, number 5, you can only accept my distribution. Believe it? If number 4 distributes, the benefits for both of you will be 0. Absolutely impossible. Lu Chen's slightly dark voice echoed in the space. Just after speaking, number 2 immediately burst into a tirade, anxiously speaking. Don't be swayed by him, we can definitely negotiate a good distribution method. If I distribute, there will never be a possibility of someone getting 0 points. Please believe me, I swear by my character, we won't have a situation where someone takes it all. Going through this hellish game together is also a matter of life and death. Number 2 was almost going crazy, speaking non-stop, as if trying to cover something up, trying to suppress her inner guilt. Lu Chen had already made her extremely fearful with just a few words earlier, and now almost instinctively, she wanted to vote Lu Chen out. Let this mentally unstable devil be eliminated. Her chance had come. Lu Chen also noticed her mental state and continued with a smile. Promises are never trustworthy. Compared to promises, choices based on human nature are more reliable. In those videos that just stirred everyone's inner desires, what did you see? What are you afraid of? Even if my policy goes through and you don't benefit, you still won't die, but you're showing great enthusiasm now. That deep-seated desire, the topmost benefit, is something you can't let go of, right? Number 2's forehead was already sweating. She wanted to say more to turn the tide, to make number 3 and number 5 vote quickly. It was just one vote away. Just then, someone who had been silent all along finally spoke up. It was number 5, who, as there was no threat to his life, seemed relatively relaxed. I'd like to ask first, big shot number 1. Why do you say that if number 4 distributes, number 3 and I can only get 0? Lu Chen slightly turned his head in his direction, the blue mask forming a puzzled expression, underscore. Do you not use your brain at all? Then, he turned to look at the second woman, half smiling as he said, it seems that you are not as clever as Miss Number 2 here. If I'm not mistaken, you probably understood the key to this game shortly after I finished speaking, right? The second woman trembled slightly, as if her secret had been exposed, but she dared not admit it, trying to act tough. Lu Chen didn't give her a chance, leaning back in his chair and continued, imagine if this game had only one person. Undoubtedly, that person would happily go home with all 100% of the shares. But if there were only 2 people, what would the distribution be? 50-50? Or what? Of course not. It would be 100-0, because as long as half the people agree, it will pass. The person with the power to distribute doesn't have to care about the other person's opinion. Lu Chen's words stirred everyone's thoughts. Except for the increasingly unpleasant expression on the second woman's face, everyone else was listening intently. Lu Chen continued, so, what happens when there are 3 people in this game? This seemingly calm statement made those watching the live broadcast, who had been pondering, instantly realize the wickedness of this game. Inside and outside the game, almost simultaneously with Lu Chen's voice, they blurted out, the distributor only needs to give the third person a tiny benefit, without considering the second person, for this distribution plan to pass. The distribution would be 99-0-1. Because if the third person disagrees, and the distribution fails, leaving only 2 people, the last person will get nothing. So, what will happen as the number of people increases? I believe you can figure it out yourselves. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They were not fools, the external pressure had caused confusion in their thoughts, preventing them from understanding the key points. Now that Lu Chen had explained everything so clearly, they could deduce the possible outcomes themselves. With 4 people, the first person's distribution only needs to consider the second to last person's benefit. Because if the first person dies, it reverts to the previous 3-person distribution scenario, where the second to last person gets nothing, as previously explained. So the distribution would be 99-0-1-0, and so on, now with the distribution for 5 people. Though difficult to accept and intuitively hard to grasp, following this method, Lu Chen's distribution method was unbreakable. He actually got it right. But how dare he? How could he dare? Remember, any slight mishap would cost him his life. Yet, he still decided this way, as if the life or death situation brought him no pressure at all, not even a hint of wavering in his mental state. So, I am the luckiest among you all. In that case, you really do love me. This statement was directed at the heir, meaning the organizers, arranging him as the first person. Silence implies consent? 5 minutes have passed. Click. The small door in front of Lu Chen opened and closed, releasing several seemingly friendly little animals that aimlessly chirped and began wandering around the space. He even found me a few buddies. It seems you do love me after all, Lu Chen continued to banter, even taking the initiative to lure the bugs towards himself. He wasn't in a rush to urge the other players, letting them digest slowly, while he also played around, thinking of ways to profit. While he was leisurely enjoying himself, the other players were unwilling to accept reality, exchanging suspicious glances, pondering ways to break the deadlock. Especially number 2, she was the most unwilling. At this moment, she was still thinking about how to turn the tables. Everyone, this kind of talk is just the worst-case scenario. It's a conspiracy in this game. As long as we unite. But halfway through her words, she felt even she was finding it hard to convince herself, so why would others believe her? Right. Numbers 3 and 5, I can offer you in a private way. Just as she was about to use her own points to win over numbers 3 and 5, to gain their trust. But before she could finish, she remembered that Lu Chen had already extorted all the points from the 4 players in the previous round. As despair filled number 2's eyes, She looked at that number 1 player in shock, as if in awe of a towering mountain. Did he already anticipate the current situation just now? As this thought crossed number 2's mind, her eyes instantly became vacant. As long as we trust each other, there won't be a situation where only one person benefits greatly. She continued to rack her brains, muttering aimlessly, realizing that this matter was actually quite simple. As long as everyone trusted each other, as long as everyone could trust her, how could the 4 of them end up with such minimal benefits? But it was this hint of suspicion that kept everyone stuck. Stop thinking about it, number 2. Just then, Lu Chen spoke up again, interrupting her thoughts. Can you truly face your own heart? Will you trust yourself? If I were to die, wouldn't you try to take the most? And, if you really found a way to make everyone believe in you, to throw me out and put yourself in the best position, don't you think number 3 would also use the same method to throw you out? The light in number 2's eyes gradually dimmed, and after hearing these words, she finally realized that there was no way out. She had thought she could turn the tide with her own cleverness and wit. If only. But there were no ifs. By now, Lu Chen had started to play with the bugs crawling in. One that looked like a scorpion, with a huge tail, had climbed onto his body at his beckoning. He picked it up, exerted a little force, and the seemingly strong giant bug instantly became powerless. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen held the bug in his hand and gradually moved it towards the wound on his severed leg. Suddenly, the scorpion's tail violently shook, and something unexpected happened. It spewed fire. Pain God's choice. Pain value +6. Whoa! What the hell is this alien creature? Lu Chen was shocked, looking at his charred leg stump. He truly hadn't expected the power of this bug to be so great. It even spits fire? Well, I guess its hemostatic effect isn't bad. Hemostatic? You call charring a severed limb hemostasis? The other players, after witnessing him play with the bugs and experiencing their power, felt an additional burden on their already stressed hearts. Can this thing be taken away? Can you give it to me, organizers? Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Chen's voice went unanswered. Whether it was the previous escape game or the current profit-sharing game, fundamentally, they weren't that difficult. It's just broken legs, magma, rusty saws, insect swarms, death, a gateway to venomous creatures ready to strike at any moment, all constantly escalating the pressure on one's mind, overwhelming every psychological defense line, pushing you to the brink, leading you to make wrong decisions, even to the point of giving up on life. Yet, all of this has no effect on Lu Chen. Player 1, I have a question for you. Amidst the silence, Player 3, who had been silent all along, spoke up, as if in a final struggle. Your analysis is spot on, but this kind of allocation should be based on everyone being in a clear and rational state of mind. What if none of us care about benefits or anything else, and just want to throw you out, to let you die? As the words fell, there was a sudden loud bang. Player 5 seemed to go mad, forcefully pushing his chair away. I don't care. I don't care. Why should I, with my leg broken and enduring so much torture, be in the safest position now and still not benefit from anything? I demand at least 10 points. No matter who allocates them. If I don't get them, I won't agree. We can all go die. I'm the last one anyway, I can't die. Player 5 screamed wildly, like someone already being driven insane. It's just unclear whether he was pretending or truly losing his mind. Dealing with such individuals in this game of strategy is truly troublesome. Player 2's eyes, which had dimmed, suddenly lit up again, staring intensely at Player 5, as long as Player 5 went crazy, as long as 5 was a fool. Regardless of the reason, as long as he denied it. And at that moment, Player 4, who had been assigned 0 points, suddenly spoke up. Player 1, give me 5 points. Don't worry about Player 5's thoughts, I agree. Silence. Quiet. In the vast room, it seemed like even the sound of people breathing had disappeared, the buzzing of insects gradually ignored by everyone. Player 5's eyes widened, his previous frenzy completely gone, staring in disbelief at Player 4. His act of madness and foolishness, failing to even pressure Lu Chen, was now exposed so easily. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. In Player 1's room, Lu Chen burst into laughter, his expression under the mask unable to contain his joy. He did nothing but watch a good show, the process of a weak alliance crumbling on its own. Turning to Player 3, he gave his response. Perhaps rationality is not to be expected, but greed and human nature are eternal. Deep down, you all believe that no matter who allocates, once they have that power, they will make the choice I mentioned earlier. You want to maximize your own benefits while not allowing others the chance to do the same. Greed and suspicion are eternal. Whether I live or die is not important. For your own interests, the only choices you have are life and death, 0 or 1. This is a game of hell, and the difference between the rewards of 0 and may first be significant in the end. What you saw earlier, the things that stirred your inner desires, will not make you give up on the difference between 0 and 1. Moreover, after this experience, you may never dare to step into this game again. In other words, this might be your last chance to gain benefits and change your reality. In the end, the entire room echoed only with Lu Chen's voice. It sounded like words spoken to others, yet also like a self-reflection. No one responded, and the organizers remained silent. In the stifling atmosphere, each player awaited the possibility of an unexpected event. But it never happened. After the second 5 minutes had passed, a huge spider entered room 3. Soon, the ticket rose for 3 and 5 silently changed to agreement, without approval or any other resistance, as if completing a silent contract. Game over. Hell difficulty instance, Magma Abyss, 5-person clear. 1 perfect clear. Game rewards distributed according to the results of the additional game. God's Choice Park, welcome your visit. The mechanical sound of the game rang in everyone's ears, and the game screen in front of every audience member instantly ended. The game has ended, please visit other ongoing games, or look forward to the next game. God's Choice Park, welcome you to become players too. After Lu Chen's game ended, the audience members who had been watching the game all along were presented with the same 2 sentences. Watching this thrilling hell-level difficulty game, everyone was exhilarated. Player 1, too ruthless. I originally planned to watch a few more game instances, but once I came here, I couldn't leave. I didn't expect there are really people like this in the world now. Player 2, actually, I didn't understand it in the end. Is this considered a perfect clear? Why did people agree to his distribution method? Player 3, go play upstairs. Let's not get involved in this game with this level of intelligence. Player 4, why does he always wear a mask? I want to see what he looks like. If he shows his face, he'll probably become an internet sensation soon. Even though the game in front of them had ended, the audience members were still reluctant to leave, discussing vigorously in the now blacked-out live broadcast room. From the beginning to the end, the number of people watching Lu Chen's game had reached tens of thousands, and a large part of them didn't want to leave once they arrived. Among many perfect clear players, Lu Chen was the most attractive, satisfying the public's fantasy of a new world. Of course, most people's comments were still incredibly naive, thinking about fame, becoming internet celebrities, and feeling proud because they were from the same country. However, with a large number of people, hidden among the foolish majority were also quite a few with ulterior motives. On the blank screen of the laptop in front of him, dozens of documents were currently open, recording all kinds of information he had collected during this game, including game types, categories, undisclosed information, and powerful players. Among them, the document titled "A Player Wearing a Blue Mask" had the most words and content. After Lu Chen finished the live broadcast, he immediately went to other live rooms to continue gathering information. But in his mind, flashes of Lu Chen's previous performance kept replaying, showing his various actions. In this state of mind, possessing powers clearly surpassing that of humans, and that complete disregard for pain and fear, the game has just begun, and there are already players of this caliber. How many more strong players like this are there? In his blank mind, there was excitement, worry, and awe. With the development of the game, there would definitely soon be individuals in the world capable of influencing global situations single-handedly. The world is just a game. At the same time, various official and non-official organizations, both domestic and foreign, were also observing the live broadcast and watching Lu Chen. Record it: eccentric personality, immense strength, suspected mental illness, no fear of pain, even an inclination towards it. In plain terms, he should be from the Hua Nation. This should be a good thing. Back up all data, highest level of confidentiality, send it to the Secretariat. Observe, analyze, find a way to locate him. Not to mention where this suddenly appearing world game came from. Just these top players alone will probably become strategic entities in the future. They must be found, guided, cooperated with, or rather, controlled. In the unseen corners of the world, turbulent undercurrents have always been surging. Meanwhile, Lu Chen himself has entered the game settlement interface, listening to his own game settlement, and seeing the gains from this journey. Game over. Number of participants, 5,214,948. Number of finishers, 1,985,419. Number of perfect clearances, 7,529. Your clearance evaluation, SSS rank, perfect clearance. Current consecutive perfect clearance sessions, 2, reward settlement in progress. Special event triggered, guided and caused an in-game bug, obtaining achievement badge, system attacker, epic. Special event triggered, due to personal reasons, game bonus round initiated, receiving enhanced final reward. Reward points this time, 8,800. Reward items this time: Intermediate Healing Potion *5, Advanced Healing Potion *3, Game Exit Coin *1, Epic Weapon Draw Ticket *2, Random Seal Draw Ticket *1, Special Skill Draw Ticket *1, Special Reward this time: Awakening of Spirit, Personal Spirit +1. Note: Spirit is the basis for mastering various special skills. Looking at the list of benefits in front of him, Lu Chen was quite satisfied. The Divine Selection game is definitely an opportunity not to be missed. Whether it's the pain value or the in-game rewards, both are enough to rapidly increase his power. The next stage of the world's great change often leads to great chaos. He must enhance his own strength as much as possible before that day arrives. Wearing a mask to dominate all, taking off the mask to avoid being targeted is also good. The innocent may be accused, bearing the guilt of possessing the power that some will see as a threat. Let's take a look at the benefits in the backpack first. There are quite a few good things in there. Opening his game backpack, he looked at the items inside. With what he had extorted, his points had already reached 12,400. He didn't know what this concept was, but it should be quite good. As for weapons, aside from the unused draw tickets, he now only had the sharp person he had seized this time. The weapons level was not high, but it still suited him, so using it for now was fine. As for the 2 badges, they should be the main feature that distinguished Lu Chen from other players. After all, they were triggered by special events. Godslayer, Legendary, Effect Bonus, immune to all effects other than direct damage when facing attacks from higher tier beings. When determining attacks of the same tier, your effects take priority. System Attacker, Epic, Effect Bonus, cracking or guiding game glitches will result in higher level rewards. Lu Chen didn't know the limit to how many badges could be worn, but since they had bonuses, he decided to wear them for now. As for the newly obtained Game Exit Coin, the description was very simple. Exit Coin can forcefully leave the game. Cost: all items, abilities, and points obtained in the game will be reset to 0. Description: cowards can save their lives, but don't harbor illusions of benefits like the strong. A pure life-saving item. After looking at various descriptions, Lu Chen decided not to use the draw tickets for now and left the game. The same dizziness, the same awakening from the bed, but this time, when he opened his eyes, the sound of the game suddenly rang in his mind. This sound also appeared in the ears of every selected individual. Divine Selection Park, the first official game has ended. Special notice, informing all selected individuals, function activated, ranking preview. Shop function has been activated. During the game break, the selected participants can prepare in advance for what they want to buy. The products in the store will help you perform better in the game. The friends system is now open. All selected participants can add friends, make transfers, and give gifts, of course, with fees based on specific amounts. Please stay tuned for upcoming gameplay features. Function preview. Since the start of the game, new people have been selected every day, and we look forward to everyone becoming players. Now, after 2 games have passed, many outstanding players have emerged, and we believe they will eventually have everything. In order to help players understand themselves and others better, after the next game ends, we will launch the Peak Leaderboard. The Peak Leaderboard will consider players' combat power, game performance, owned bonus items, etc., and rank the top 100. Those who make the list will have subsequent benefits. We look forward to everyone participating more and performing well in the next game. The preview ends, and the above dialogue repeated twice in everyone's mind, emphasizing the key points. Lu Chen looked at the preview with a slight frown. Peak Leaderboard. This thing is basically going to roast the top players. In just 3 games, he was probably already among the strongest, but his strength was definitely not outrageous, compared to some violent organizations. The simplest thing is, he probably still lacks the confidence to survive in front of firearms. However, it says there will be benefits, so that might be good. I wonder if it will expose my true appearance and personal information. We'll see when the time comes. Lu Chen temporarily decided to put aside things he couldn't control. He was cautious but not lacking in the courage to take risks. It was impossible for him to deliberately go easy in the next game to avoid the leaderboard or not participate. He could endure, but the growth of strength was paramount, and if any problems arose, he would face them. Thinking this, he brought up the screen in his mind and looked at the page. Rest mode. Each game, you can choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and players will eventually own the world. Time until the next game starts, 47 hours 57 minutes and 43 seconds. This is the challenge of the God's Choice Park. Welcome your visit. In addition to this standard page, there were already 2 new pages for friends and the store. After familiarizing himself with how to use them, Lu Chen opened his eyes in the room. Sitting up from the dim room, Lu Chen checked his physical condition and felt his complete body. Very good. the special reward for a perfect completion, complete repair. The benefits of joining the game were most evident in this aspect, as the pain relief effect of the God's choice in the real world was still too restrictive. He lightly jumped twice. The first feeling was light, really light. If the previous 10 points of strength broke the limit of genetic lock, then the current 24 points of strength were truly beyond control. Lu Chen didn't know what it felt like to be as light as a swallow, as the ancient heroes said. He only believed in one thing: with great power comes great responsibility, and now he was that brick. It felt like there were powerful engines in his legs, providing terrifying propulsion. In the previous game, there were no legs, no actions, no sensations, and now he felt that his body control needed to adapt. If Shang Tao were to appear before him now and provoke him, he might actually hesitate for a moment. Taking a life for real in the real world seemed a bit tricky. The experiences in the game, coupled with the influence of the greedy mask before, had somewhat twisted him, making him realize the need to return to normalcy. Opening his phone, he clicked on the familiar app, and the first hot search that popped up sent a shiver down his spine. God's Choice game can really kill people, Lu Chen thought to himself. The second game, God's Choice Park, would truly reveal its fangs, making people aware of the game's true nature and its cruelty. 5 people who participated in the game with him had died, right in front of him. He had even killed one of them with his own hands. The remaining players hadn't achieved a perfect clearance like him, nor did they have the chance for healing like he did. With a broken leg, return to the real world? Thinking about it, Lu Chen's heart couldn't help but feel a bit heavy. This level of world turmoil was definitely significant. The authorities should prohibit the opening of God's Choice Park. Everyone should be forbidden from participating in the game at God's Choice Park. What is the essence of God's Choice Park? Supernatural powers or a scam? Hospitals across the country suddenly experiencing a surge in patients. What's the official explanation? The hot searches one after another were clearly different from the first time. The previous excitement and curiosity had now turned into panic. Lu Chen even noticed that some overly sensational headlines and videos would disappear with a refresh. It was evident that an invisible hand was vigorously controlling and deleting content to maintain stability. However, Lu Chen knew that this situation wouldn't last, as it was impossible to contain. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, Lu Chen turned off his phone and headed to school. Ding-ling-ling. The bell for class had already rung, but the classroom was still noisy, with no one managing it, resembling a market. The classmates were chattering incessantly, as if they had inexhaustible energy at this age, making it hard to understand. However, this time, Lu Chen didn't pay attention to what they were discussing. Their discussions about the game, fear, speculation, everything, were all based on his own first-hand experiences. Unconsciously, he seemed to have distanced himself from the others. The game is over, did you watch it? Or did you participate? Until a voice sounded in his ear, carrying a warm breath, pulling Lu Chen out of his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw that Xie Antong had somehow approached him and was speaking softly by his ear. Although Lu Chen had never admitted it, from the way the other person was talking now, it was almost as if Lu Chen had been chosen. What's up? Is there something you need? Lu Chen still didn't give a direct answer. If you successfully clear the game, congratulations on your luck. If you're a spectator, I'm sure you've seen a lot. Xie Antong's expression turned slightly serious as she spoke, taking out her phone and speaking softly. This time, I've been collecting information as much as possible. God's Choice Park is not a joke. The cruelty of some games has clearly surpassed physiological limits. They are called hell difficulty, and they truly live up to their name. It's like hell indeed. Moreover, although the game has just begun, some strong and twisted players have already emerged. Take a look at this video. With that, Xie Antong slyly passed the phone from under the table. Lu Chen's left eyelid suddenly started twitching. Opening the phone, what came into view was a dark red space, and the video content was something that Lu Chen was very familiar with. Magma. A saw. 10 players bound. Lu Chen. Suppressing the twitch at the corner of his mouth, Lu Chen felt a bit powerless to comment for a moment. Is the world really this small? Before the magma floods the platform, you need to find a way to escape. What do you mean, saw off our legs? Hee. Sawing off legs is not something new. Have you guys really paid the copyright fee for Saw? What reward for the first one to get the saw? Listening to the voice of the organizers inside, along with the dialogue of himself in the game, Lu Chen felt a bit awkward. What can I say? What should I say? After watching the game video for a few minutes, Xie Antong looked at his expression and said, cut off your own leg, saw it. Not chop. If it were someone untrained, I don't think anyone could really make that decision. Dying is just dying, giving up hope for life. But look at this person. At this point, Lu Chen had already seen himself in the video, leisurely sawing off his leg. At that time, wearing a greedy mask, he didn't think there was any problem at all, but now in a normal state, it was indeed a bit creepy. Just to play along a bit, Lu Chen deliberately asked, "Why doesn't he saw off the leg that's shackled?" Xia Antong nodded and said, "At this point, I also thought the other party might just have a simple mental issue, but as I watched further, I realized how terrifying he really is. Keep watching, this is edited by me, highlighting the most crucial parts." Saying that, Xia Antong dragged the progress bar, blocking her own phone, explaining the contents to Lu Chen. But Lu Chen was starting to feel a bit numb. Listening to her analyze himself in front of him, he felt a tingling sensation from head to toe. After an unknown amount of time, finally, the video of that game came to an end, and Lu Chen's face was tense. To be honest, from the perspective of a bystander, he could truly realize how extraordinary his performance was in the previous game. It was impossible not to be noticed. Overall, that's it. Finally, the video finished playing. Xia Antong took a deep breath, closed the phone, her face unable to conceal the shock. No matter how many times she watched it, she never got tired of it. That feeling of shock would always surge up. Looking at Lu Chen's expression beside her, a bit absent-minded, she thought he was in shock. "So, what's your evaluation? Lu Chen? Omega? How can I evaluate this? How do I evaluate myself? Waiting online, I'm in a hurry." Pretty amazing, right? Truly remarkable. I guess he must have completed it perfectly. There was no other way. Lu Chen decided to praise himself a bit. "What do you mean pretty amazing? This is already beyond extraordinary." Xia Antong saw Lu Chen being a bit distracted and got anxious. Whether it's intelligence or strength, the existence of such a person is enough to disrupt the order of human society. Actually, we had a feeling before, but we didn't expect it to happen so soon. Listening to her words, Lu Chen felt a bit uncomfortable and said, "This disrupts the order of human society?" It's far from that. The true power he has shown, which is far beyond human strength, can this kind of combat power really disrupt the order of human society? But this is just the beginning. Xia Antong said solemnly, "Power will only grow stronger, and people like him, who knows how many there are in the world. The overnight change of the divine paradise to the world is drastic and irreversible. In the future, those who control this world may no longer be high-ranking officials or big capitalists, but the top players. Just like in the divine selection game, players will eventually own this world." Lu Chen, you recorded this video yourself, right? Have you uploaded it to the internet, or is this video currently online? Xia Antong shook her head. "No. I have some connections at home and can see first-hand information online. I actually saw some people sending your video backstage, but they were quickly deleted. This not only indicates that your video is controversial, involving deaths, but also suggests that the authorities may have noticed the person in the video. Top players must be strategically reserved. The authorities, the country, various departments, and even various forces must have been keeping an eye on them. The friends system is now open, and there will probably be team games in the future. Just watch, all sorts of strange forces will soon emerge like mushrooms after the rain." Xia Antong said a lot, and Lu Chen knew that her family background might not be simple, but he didn't ask. However, it was certain that there were already quite a few people and organizations keeping an eye on him. He didn't know how long the original Sin mask could conceal him. "So, after chatting for so long, it's time for you to tell the truth. I've told you that I'm also one of the chosen ones." At the end, Xia Antong suddenly showed a sly smile and leaned in close to Lu Chen's ear, whispering softly, "Are you sure you're just a player? From what I know about you, you probably didn't heed my advice and joined the game, right?" Lu Chen calmly pushed her away, thinking that with the classroom so noisy, no one would notice them, so could she please not get so close? "It tickles when someone breathes near your ear." This time, Lu Chen didn't deny it. "So, what difficulty level is your game instance?" "I forgot to check, but in our game, although there are deaths, the majority manage to survive." "There are casualties in your game too?" Xia Antong was suddenly surprised, then she looked Lu Chen up and down. "Well, that's good. You've been lucky. You're probably in a normal or hard instance. From the information I've gathered so far, the Divine Paradise game probably has 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell." As Lu Chen listened to this information, his expression became serious. Although he had experienced the hell game, he didn't really understand the overall game or the situation of other players due to his participation. "Tell me more. Do you have any judgments? What's the approximate ratio of these games?" Xia Antong nodded, believing that to gain trust, she had come to find Lu Chen in the early stages of the game, and she saw no need to keep secrets in such matters. "The ratio of the 4 game difficulties. It's hard to say, I can't give an exact ratio, but it's clear that the harder the level, the smaller the proportion. In most cases, there are more normal and hard games. Even in normal games, it's not easy, but once you get to hard, casualties become more common. As for Nightmare and Hell, it's exactly as the names suggest. By this point, Xia Antong's voice had become as soft as a mosquito, and her expression was quite grim. After all, she was just a high school senior girl, used to a life of comfort and never faced life and death directly. By the way, there are different types of games. Within the same difficulty level, there are all kinds of games, a wide variety of them. But there are also repeated games. Each game should have many identical copies, played by different gamers. Just like the video I showed you earlier, I saw another 10 players encountering the same game. The game screen. I didn't finish watching. In that instance, there were no top players like the masked man. Everyone was relatively ordinary. Perhaps no one will survive. Xia Antong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, thinking about that scene, feeling a bit scared. So, the God's Choice Park is really to a large extent, a game of luck. Choosing the Hell instance is truly a dead end. Those who were in the same instance as the masked man just now, were lucky to survive. But such a brutal and real game will inevitably give rise to a group of top players who will change the world. Lu Chen nodded lightly as he listened, not caring too much about the danger. In his view, the higher the difficulty of the game, the greater the reward. Game opportunities are equal, so for top players, being assigned to high difficulty instances is actually a good thing. At least he hopes to face hell games, which would be a win-win for him. Can the difficulty of game instances be chosen? Lu Chen asked. How is that possible? Xia Antong shook her head with a bitter smile. At least for now, it's absolutely impossible to choose. From the competition footage and the players' performances, they have no idea what they are going to face. If they could choose, who would willingly pick a hell difficulty game? Lu Chen? That's right, it's me. He really wants to choose the hell level of difficulty, and if he had to categorize it, his initial game would probably be of hell level 2. Suddenly, Xia Antong changed the subject and looked at Lu Chen, asking, I guess you must have participated in games before. You came out unscathed, with no change in attitude, which means you are not simple either. But ask yourself, if you were also assigned to a hell difficulty game instance, and had to endure sawing your leg with a rusty saw, could you handle it? Lu Chen. So, before participating in games, you must be fully prepared and be aware of the risks. It's best to have a withdrawal coin ready in advance. Even though you lose everything else, at least you'll save your life. Seeing that Lu Chen still hadn't answered, Xia Antong didn't wait for his response and finished giving her advice. The start of the game is crucial. She herself also needs to figure out how to participate in the game. Why did you tell me all this? Lu Chen suddenly frowned, sighed. What do you want from me? If the other party knew he was the first, it would be normal to try to win him over, but it seemed like the other party didn't know. This young lady freely shared this information due to her curiosity about him from their previous interactions. Xia Antong blinked a few times, a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. She lowered her head to hide the slight blush on her face, feeling somewhat helpless. This guy. Are there really men in this world who, when a girl shows goodwill, only think about exchanging benefits? Because with the God's Choice Park, the world is about to undergo a drastic change. All kinds of official and grassroots organizations will emerge soon. Even small groups between individuals will rapidly appear. Under the collapse of order, suspicion and confrontation, the phenomenon of a society where people prey on each other is bound to occur. In this situation, it's better to find allies as early as possible. Before the situation becomes completely uncontrollable, finding allies that can trust each other is more important. Me? A question mark suddenly appeared over Lu Chen's head. Find allies, and you're looking for me, a student? That's too childish. Your family background must be extraordinary. Can't you try to contact some experts, connect with some forces or something? Two high school students talking about alliances here sounds a bit naive. But Xia Antong shook her head and said seriously, in this kind of competition, depending on different game situations, special forces may not necessarily perform better than troublemakers, especially in the early stages of the game when people don't fully understand. It's relatively fair. And, my intuition tells me that you're not bad. Zhu Yuanjiang started as a beggar and became an emperor. I don't think our conversation is naive or unrealistic. What about those who claim to be rational and wise? Do they know when the Garden of God's Choice will come? Do they know how to deal with it? I just want to find you. If possible, I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. With that, Xia Antong reached out tentatively towards Lu Chen, offering her hand. Lu Chen looked at the outstretched hand in front of him, indicating a handshake, feeling a bit dazed. He felt that what the other party said was indeed true, but not entirely true. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice came from the school's loudspeaker. Students in the east wing of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and orderly, avoid gathering, do not stay in the classrooms. Lu Chen and Xie Antong exchanged a glance, both startled. The east wing of the teaching building? Isn't that here? Without even thinking about shaking hands, Lu Chen flipped over and jumped onto the window to see what was happening outside. The people in the classroom were in a complete uproar before, too noisy to notice any commotion outside. Suddenly, a loud explosion outside the classroom overshadowed all the noise, sounding like a structural wall being blasted. A loud, inhuman voice roared angrily, echoing throughout the teaching area. The world belongs to the Tiandi Hui. Tiandi Hui? Lu Chen lay on the window, listening to the distant shouts, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Just now, he was talking with Xie Antong about organizations and forces, and this had already happened? And this doesn't seem right. Isn't the Tiandi Hui an organization from the Ming and Qing dynasties? Commonly known as the Hongmen, how come they suddenly emerged in this day and age? Lu Chen keenly sensed that this must also be related to the Garden of God's Choice, and it might even be an organization directly targeting the Garden of God's Choice. After that astonishing roar, the other party did not stop but continued to shout. As the sun and moon revolve, the cycle repeats. The chosen one descends, all under heaven unite. The world belongs to the Tiandi Hui. Lu Chen. Listening to this voice, Lu Chen knew that his previous thoughts were correct. It was definitely an organization established with the Garden of God's Choice in mind. As the sun and moon revolve, the other party seemed to have lost his mind, continuously shouting and repeating the same words, making Lu Chen lose interest. Along with the shouting, there were screams from various students and the sound of things being smashed. Walls collapsed, various tables and chairs flew in the air, and who knows how many people were injured. Lu Chen's senses were among the most sensitive among humans. Listening to the commotion, he estimated that the other party's location was probably downstairs. The teaching area on the next floor was already in chaos. But Lu Chen didn't intend to pay attention to such matters. He was just wondering why the school would let such people in. Since the other party wasn't here anyway, it's better to retreat. There's nothing more to say. Boom! As Lu Chen was lost in thought, a sudden explosion echoed through the air. The floor of the corridor outside the classroom was smashed open by a huge hammer, sending bricks and stones flying in a cloud of dust. In the next moment, a ragged figure with unnaturally bulging muscles, towering over 6 feet tall, leaped out from the shattered floor. Standing amidst the dust, he glanced up slightly, locking eyes with Lu Chen who was peering out the window. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. 00. Lu Chen. Damn, luck really isn't on my side. Can't believe we're having a staring contest already, just said it wouldn't happen. Lu Chen quickly averted his gaze, leaped down from the window, and skillfully found his seat in the chaotic classroom. With just one glance earlier, he had already memorized the figure's rough appearance and distinctive features. The bulging of his muscles had reached a point of tearing, clearly beyond the normal level for a human, his eyes bloodshot, devoid of reason. Clad in a school uniform now tattered with holes from his expanding muscles, he wielded a massive hammer with a head over a foot in diameter, made of an unknown metal that could easily maim or kill an ordinary person. Lu Chen had a rough idea in his mind. This person was a student at the school, and definitely a player. He just didn't know why he had transformed into this state. Here it comes. What the hell is that? Xie Antong shouted loudly as she watched Lu Chen jump back. Probably a player gone berserk for some reason. Seems like he's promoting some kind of organization, Lu Chen replied. Let's go. Xie Antong wasted no time, grabbing Lu Chen's hand and running towards the door. Having experienced 2 games already, she knew well the threat that powerful players posed to ordinary people. By now, several classrooms in the East Wing had descended into chaos, with students running outside, excitement outweighing fear. As they stepped out, they spotted the giant figure standing motionless in place. Holy crap! Lu Peng? Among the students, someone recognized him, appearing quite familiar. Approaching with a look of astonishment, they gazed at the dazed, irrational behemoth. You joined the game, didn't you? How did you end up like this? Cool. Without even glancing at him, the figure casually waved his hand, sending the approaching student flying like a plastic bag, landing unconscious several yards away. The crowd scattered in fear, leaving a wide open space in the classroom courtyard. As the sun and moon revolve, the cycle repeats. Ignoring everyone, the figure continued shouting slogans loudly, causing pain in people's eardrums. Swinging the massive hammer in hand, he smashed the classroom wall to pieces with a deafening crash. For some reason, Lu Chen couldn't help but think in his mind, 80. The giant didn't actively pursue them. After a few tens of seconds, most people had already run far enough. At that moment, the giant suddenly turned around, his crimson eyes locking onto the direction of the crowd, and met eyes with Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you. Why the hell are you always staring at me? Can't you look at someone else? Lu Chen averted his gaze, deep in his eyes already making a rough assessment of the opponent's strength. far inferior to me. Suddenly, the figure's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Chen, then charged towards him, his massive body creating a howling wind. The crowd gasped in shock, quickly moving away, while Lu Chen and Xia Antong retreated swiftly among them. The giant stood still, raising his massive hammer with a fierce wind howling as he smashed it towards the crowd. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling like the target was him. Instinctively, he slowed his steps, deciding to try and shoulder the blow to see how much pain it would bring. Get out of the way. Beside him, Xia Antong forcefully pulled his arm, using her body's strength to help him dodge the strike. What are you doing? Run quickly, are you always this slow to react? Lu Chen looked at the girl in surprise, then at the giant charging towards them once again. With a glance, he confirmed it was the person he was looking for. He was now almost certain that this thing seemed to have singled him out. If he stayed in the crowd, not only would it cause more casualties, but he would also be easily identified, as the opponent seemed to have picked him out from the crowd. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen looked at the dispersing crowd beside him and Xia Antong, who urged him to leave, and said, "Thank you." Then he pushed her into the crowd and stumbled away from it himself. Being alone made him stand out, and the frenzied giant approached him. The two of them broke away from the crowd, one chasing and the other fleeing, and arrived at a slightly deserted platform around the corner on the floor. Lu Chen leaned against the wall, calmly turned around, and looked at the guy panting heavily in front of him. There was no turning back now. Exhaling deeply, Lu Chen slowly turned around, facing the irrational giant in front of him. Although called a giant, Lu Chen didn't feel any oppressive or powerful aura from him. His strength was far inferior to Lu Chen's. The opponent seemed more like a pawn, released by someone behind the scenes to send a signal. Why did he target him? Had he been exposed? If even Xia Antong couldn't distinguish between him and the game, Lu Chen didn't think he would be exposed so quickly. It seemed there were still some unknown circumstances. However, Lu Chen slightly twisted his wrist, feeling the explosive power within his body, and muttered softly, "Why must I seek death on my own?" In such a large school, the only person who could take him down had fixated on him like this? The only troublesome issue was that the appearance of this small green giant-like figure had caused a sensation, likely to become a major event in the news soon. If he really got involved and managed to defeat him, it might be difficult to extricate himself. Don't you plan to say something? Just standing there? Strength was the greatest confidence, and Lu Chen was not nervous at all. He turned very relaxedly to face the other person and asked, "The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. I didn't ask you to say these things." Lu Chen was a bit speechless. He could tell that the other party had completely lost his mind, and it seemed likely that he was being manipulated. So, it seemed to be a problem with the organization called the Heaven and Earth Society. At this moment, the corridor and stairs a dozen meters away were already filled with teachers and students, anxiously watching this side. Many people held their phones, their expressions tense but stable, yet they didn't forget to take pictures. Looking at Lu Chen cornered and the crazy, gigantic figure standing in front of him, everyone felt that Lu Chen was in mortal danger. Run! Brother, are you just standing there waiting to die? Don't move! Don't make any sudden moves to startle the other party. Various shouts and irresponsible or conflicting suggestions kept coming from the crowd. In the corner, the headmaster's phone was practically smoking, indicating a sense of urgency. Xia Antong also looked at Lu Chen with some concern. She could sense that Lu Chen deliberately put himself in a corner when he left the group, but she wasn't sure if he was confident in handling the situation. Even for players who have cleared the game, can they really handle it? Lu Chen observed everyone's reactions closely. Suddenly, at the end of the corner, someone wearing a distinctly different outfit from the others squeezed in. The person was dressed in a red uniform, and Xia Antong wasn't sure which department they belonged to. Despite the person's sharp appearance, as soon as they appeared, the headmaster quickly walked up to them as if finding the backbone. Then, a voice came to Lu Chen's ear. "Classmate, don't be afraid, stay calm, don't provoke them. I'm Zhao Jiaqing, from a government department." Lu Chen? Obviously, the voice didn't come from the crowd but from his own ear, like a transmission in a martial arts novel. Special ability, a player. The first thing that came to Lu Chen's mind was these few words, and he immediately looked at the man in the red uniform. Lu Chen was certain it was him. When the man saw Lu Chen's eyes, he made an okay gesture with his hand and continued to transmit, "Don't panic, I will help you, don't provoke them, don't move around randomly. Don't worry, I will make sure you are safe. Relax a bit." In fact, Zhao Jiaqing was also unsure, but he had to stabilize Lu Chen first, fearing that the student might lose control. Lu Chen said, "Okay, no problem." Zhao Jiaqing could transmit, but Lu Chen couldn't, so he directly spoke this time and made an okay gesture towards Zhao Jiaqing in the crowd. Many teachers and students turned around instantly, looking at Zhao Jiaqing with suspicion, making him break out in a cold sweat. Ancestors! Why did you say that out loud? I told you to relax, not to relax like this. Do you know you are in danger? The game had just begun, and Zhao Jiaqing had no experience with such sudden events. Fortunately, the crazy giant Zhao Peng had already lost his mind and didn't find any issue with what Lu Chen said. Zhao Jiaqing could only force a smile and start persuading. Lu Peng, can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. If you have any demands or difficulties, you can tell us. We are. Listening to these familiar words, Lu Chen pursed his lips, thinking why this classic Hong Kong police negotiation method was still circulating and of any use. Obviously, the other side had lost his mind. The sun and moon revolve, the cycle repeats. The person kept repeating, like a big echo machine. The chosen one arrives, the world unites. I didn't say it couldn't unite. Why are you constantly talking to me? Lu Chen said impatiently. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. It belongs, you say it belongs, I didn't say it doesn't belong, so what are you trying to do? Lu Chen started trying to communicate with the fool. The sun and moon revolve. Obviously, communicating with the fool failed, as he kept repeating. At this point, Zhao Jiaqing's persuasion at the edge was completely useless. Seeing the two people in the center chatting happily, he became anxious and frustrated. Can't you realize the seriousness of the situation now? Don't provoke him. Zhao Jiaqing transmitted to Lu Chen again. But at this moment, Lu Chen had no intention of dragging it out. The other party clearly had no sense, and wasting time was pointless. It was better to test the other party's situation. The Heaven and Earth Society is rubbish. Suddenly, Zhao Peng raised his head, his eyes bursting with red light, locking onto Lu Chen, who dared to insult the Heaven and Earth Society. Okay, it's basically confirmed that it's controlled by that Heaven and Earth Society, Lu Chen thought to himself. Don't! Time flies, and as Zhao Jiaqing's provocative words to Lu Chen just left his mouth, he roared loudly, but it was already too late. A fierce wind rose, and the ground beneath their feet exploded in an instant. Zhao Peng's massive body charged towards Lu Chen like a locomotive. However, Lu Chen stood frozen in place as if struck dumb. Zhao Jiaqing dashed out, but he knew it was too late the moment he initiated the move. It's over. Lu Chen stood relaxed, watching as the opponent's huge body completely enveloped him, then he raised his head defiantly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. With a slight twist of his body to evade the opponent's heavy blow, Lu Chen's left hand shot out like lightning, and his thumb and forefinger pinched the opponent's chin. Crack! The world fell silent, listening to the sound of bones breaking. It was just the power of two fingers, but they were Lu Chen's fingers. The opponent's chin was instantly crushed, along with the entire joint, preventing any further shouting or speaking. Buddy, since you've lost your senses, I won't hold back. The power of 10 points already exceeded human limits, but Lu Chen was now at 24 points. In fact, he was showing mercy. If he had struck directly, it wouldn't have been the chin but the skull that shattered. Boom! With a tremendous impact, Lu Chen used his fingers to guide the opponent's force, causing the completely unconscious opponent to crash into the wall behind. Lu Chen also slightly dodged to the side, avoiding the impact. Clatter, clatter. Bricks shattered, large pieces of rubble flew, whether it was the opponent's inherent force or Lu Chen's power that exacerbated the situation. Cracks had appeared extensively on the wall, resembling a spider web, on the verge of collapse. Outside was the school campus, where Lu Peng's massive body lay limp on the ground, his head had smashed through, exposed outside. He had lost consciousness entirely. The whole process was swift. The distance between the two was only 5 meters, from the opponent's charge to crashing into the wall, merely a second. Lu Chen struck only when the opponent shielded his body, swift as lightning, leaving no trace. Zhao Jiaqing had now reached the scene, planted his feet, and stared blankly at the sight before him, unsure of what to say. His gaze kept shifting between Lu Chen and the unconscious giant on the ground, his mind momentarily unable to process. In his view, Lu Chen had provocatively spoken, the opponent went berserk and charged, and Lu Chen stood still. Then, inexplicably, Lu Chen dodged, and the opponent crashed into the wall. The whole incident had an inexplicable sense of ease, starkly contrasting the previous tension, appearing eerie and absurd. He had been seething with anger before, even imagining Lu Chen severely injured or dead when the opponent charged, anticipating the weight of a life on his shoulders. But now, it seemed like nothing had happened? Not to mention him, even when Lu Peng transformed into a giant and charged, the crowd gasped, some snapping photos while others closed their eyes. Now, seeing Lu Chen unscathed, a hush fell over, as if things shouldn't have unfolded this way. You! Zhao Jiaqing frowned at Lu Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe, observing that Lu Chen seemed uninjured. He ran into it himself. Don't blame me, right? Lu Chen quickly retorted. Zhao Jiaqing? Is that all you're thinking about? Zhao Jiaqing suddenly felt a bit annoyed. This kid seems to have some issues with his brain circuits. Are you okay? Does mental distress count? I have suffered severe mental damage. Can I apply for national compensation? Lu Chen's words were resolute. Zhao Jiaqing. Forget it, as long as you're okay. But in the future, it's better not to act heroically like this again. I heard that you decided to distract that crazy guy alone to protect your classmates. You should pay more attention to your own safety. Lu Chen? Wait, where did you hear this from? What kind of outrageous misunderstanding is this? At this moment, there was another commotion behind them. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and many students who had initially retreated slowly gathered around. Awesome! What a reaction, comparable to an F1 racer. Calm in the face of danger, my man. For a moment, the sound of cameras clicking, short videos being uploaded, and praises filled the air. The headmaster hurried over, surrounding Lu Chen with concern. If there had been casualties today, it might affect his career. Even the crowd burst into applause, making Lu Chen feel like a successful bullfighter. Quite an image, but didn't he also get knocked out? Seeing the students crowding around, Zhao Jiaqing quickly shouted to stop them, and some teachers came out to maintain order. Soon, a few people in blue uniforms squeezed in, surrounding Zhao Ping, but their actions were unclear. Lu Chen casually responded a few times, reassured the headmaster that he didn't need to go to the hospital, and wanted to disappear into the crowd. Zhao Jiaqing, watching Lu Chen's back, furrowed his brows and suddenly spoke again. Wait. With that, he took out a golden business card from his uniform jacket and handed it to Lu Chen. This is my business card, you take it for now. I have a lot of follow-up matters to attend to now, and this place will be sealed off soon. I don't have time to chat with you, but if you think you should contact me, then do so. In the last sentence, Zhao Jiaqing emphasized the words you should heavily, looking into Lu Chen's eyes as if implying something. Lu Chen took the business card, stuffed it into his pocket without even looking at it, and left while mumbling some words. Zhao Jiaqing didn't say much more, turned back to his colleagues, and began dealing with the unexpected incident. Are you okay? Xia Andong approached, asking softly, and seeing Lu Chen nod, she breathed a sigh of relief but also felt suspicious. Why did Lu Chen seem so confident that nothing would happen to him? Does this guy have so much confidence in his own abilities? Did he enhance agility in the game? Why did that weird thing seem to have a special interest in Lu Chen and kept chasing him? She temporarily suppressed these questions and planned to ask later. Watching the students being evacuated, the cordon being set up, and the special department personnel carrying out their work, as the sky darkened, Zhao Jiaqing sighed and began to reflect on the day's events. It all happened so suddenly, he was a bit bewildered himself. A high school student who can stay calm in the face of danger, such psychological resilience, coupled with his reaction speed. And, he seems to never have feelings of nervousness or fear. Speaking to himself, the student from today had left an overly profound impression on him. In this world, there are only two types of people who remain completely calm in the face of events: fools who cannot see the situation clearly and those who have confidence. Captain Zhao, we've completed the basic investigation. At that moment, a female worker in a blue uniform hurried in, holding a few slides in her hand. The injuries are a bit strange. Apart from the fractured skull on the forehead, the jaw of the other party, for some reason, is shattered. Zhao Jiaqing, who was immersed in his own thoughts, was suddenly startled, turned abruptly, and startled the other person. Shattered jaw? Caused by the impact? Oh. The administrative woman in blue responded, taking out a stack of reports and said, not sure, so it feels a bit strange. After all, there are cracks in the skull, which is more normal, and it fits well according to the angle of impact. But if it was an impact from that angle, logically it shouldn't have hit the jaw. Not sure if there was any friction, maybe it was from a previous injury. He's out of danger now. His name is Lu Peng, and the investigation confirms he's a player of the Divine Selection game. Just as the secretary was about to continue the report, Zhao Jiaqing suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute. With a furrowed brow, he walked over, picked up the stack of X-rays in the other person's hand, and looked at them repeatedly. The administrative secretary responsible for the investigation was also stunned. He didn't understand why Zhao Jiaqing suddenly took such an interest in this unusual injury. The severity of this fracture seems to be more serious than the head trauma. You see, at that time, this student had a very high physical strength, being able to crash through walls. Although the human skull is harder, such a big difference is still a bit strange. What do you think could be the reason? As Zhao Jiaqing asked, he recalled the scenes from the day. The guy clearly lost consciousness for some reason, repeating those few words. Continuous repetition meant that his jaw couldn't have been broken before, only from that impact. Could it be friction from the wall? After all, he went straight through it. the secretary tentatively guessed, thinking Zhao Jiacheng was concerned about the injuries. Zhao Jiacheng. Possibly. Zhao Jiacheng didn't argue, just murmured, but in his mind, the scenes from that day kept repeating over and over, along with the peculiar behaviors of that high school student. Time passed quickly, and since the sudden event that day, it was now the weekend, a perfect time for the school to enhance security measures. Lu Chen lay quietly on the bed, awaiting the arrival of the next round of the game. These past 2 days had been nerve-wracking for him, always wondering if the strange organization's people would come to investigate him, or if the family of the student he had defeated would cause trouble. Fortunately, none of that happened. Time until the next game starts, 58 minutes and 43 seconds. The final hour. At this moment, he was on a phone call with Xia Anton, discussing the details of the upcoming game. Xia Anton, I don't know how you did it yesterday, but your skills must be impressive. However, no matter what, this game is still too dangerous. I strongly suggest you buy an exit coin before playing again. Lu Chen typed in response, got it, are you joining the game this time? The reply was brief. Let's play separately for now, and maybe add each other as friends later. Also, a reminder, although the clothing in the game is uniform, from the information I received, it seems that underwear is brought in directly. So, you can try to see if you can bring things from the real world into it. Lu Chen looked at the message, also surprised to realize that he had never seen this cold knowledge before, and had no idea what special connections his deskmate had. Having a background is really good, unlike himself, who could only resort to cheating out of helplessness. After expressing his thanks, with the intelligence in mind, Lu Chen lay quietly in his small room on the bed, lost in thought. He wondered whether Xia Anton was really trustworthy, and if they were to cooperate, he would definitely have to disclose his top identity. However, the other party's background seemed far from simple. Could such matters be resolved solely on trust? Pondering this, experiencing the passage of time, he absent-mindedly took out a golden business card from the pocket of his school uniform. It was given to him by Zhao Jiacheng, instructing him to call when he felt he should. Looking at the department name on it that he had never heard of, and Zhao Jiacheng's contact information on the back, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then tucked the card into his underwear. Sorry, Mr. Zhao Jiacheng, please keep my brother company for a while. It just so happened that Xia Anton mentioned that experiment of bringing things in, and he didn't have anything suitable at hand, so he would make use of yours. It fits well. Taking a deep breath, he packed his backpack, loaded his achievements and various medicines, waiting for the voice he had long anticipated. For some reason, he always felt excited by this voice. Please make your preparations in advance. Please choose to be a spectator or a player. Player. Hello, player, you have a short time to prepare. Game points, 12,400, agony value, 6, strength, 24, agility, 10, speed, 10, luck, 3, spirit, 1, bonus medals, Godslayer, legendary, system attacker, epic. Game initialized, get ready to start. Welcome to the God's Choice Park. The same dizziness, the same feeling of the world spinning, but this time, Lu Chen was considerably more adaptable. It felt like coming home. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious and dim room, with a damp, musty smell in the air, indicating mediocre hygiene. As he swayed slightly, he felt the ground beneath his feet, unlike being suspended in the air like last time. Lu Chen was slightly disappointed. Why did it feel less thrilling than last time? At least last time, he had the chance to saw off a leg. He touched his face, realizing the mask was already on, seamless. There were several other players around him, whom Lu Chen hadn't had the chance to observe yet, when he heard a voice that pleased him greatly. Welcome, players, to the God's Choice game in Hell Mode, Demon Hospital. As the mechanical voice sounded, the clanking of a tread robot emerged from the corner. Upon hearing this voice, all players visibly paled, their expressions turning serious. They were no longer novices, they now understood the horror of Hell Mode. How unlucky to encounter such a thing in only the second game. Yet beneath Lu Chen's mask, a satisfied smile appeared. Hell Mode? This was truly coming home. Under Hell Mode, dealing with his agony value should be relatively easy. If this counted as well, he had probably consecutively obtained Hell-level instances 3 times, his luck truly turning around. Unconsciously smiling, luckily it was himself. If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to bear such an arrangement. Hello, excellent players. I am your host for this session, you can call me Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. Of course, if you refer to this place as a prison, that's also fine. Lu Chen looked at the iron robot in front of him and suddenly asked, Tom? Are you the same as the voice in the previous game? Great Tom. Watch your words, kid. Lu Chen felt the voice of the other party for a moment, indeed feeling somewhat familiar, but he didn't intend to challenge the other's dignity in a useless place. So, he didn't respond, just opened his own live broadcast screen to see valuable information from the audience's perspective. It's starting. I skipped class specifically to watch the pro's perspective. I quit my job to watch directly. Once I learn, I won't attend this class anymore, I'll join the game too. High-level game, just checked, all 5 players in this game instance have cleared the game before, no newcomers. And besides this one, that foreigner over there is also a perfect completion player. This is going to be interesting. Wait, am I right? Why is the pro wearing a different colored mask this time compared to last time? Lu Chen briefly scanned the barrage and noticed that more and more people were paying attention to him now. Being stared at like this indeed didn't feel good, but the advantage was also obvious, such as always being able to quickly know information about the people around him. High-level game. It seems that the people this time might not be as easy to deal with as last time. Wait, the color of the mask? Reminded by this, Lu Chen turned to look at the iron robot, and from the mottled body of the other party, he could barely see his own blurry reflection. It was a red mask. Red, Miko, gluttony, personality influence, strength and greed and appetite, mental confusion, can eat anything, everything disgusting in the world will become incredibly delicious in his mouth. Benefits, amazing digestive ability, everything eaten will be converted into energy, all negative effects will be neutralized. Side effects, the more you eat, the higher the harmfulness of what you eat, the higher the level of mental confusion, and the energy in the body does not belong to oneself, to some extent, not releasing it will lead to bursting and death. Hiss. Lu Chen took a deep breath, not expecting to be hit hard this time. The previous greedy mask had 2 modes to choose from, normal and overload, and there wasn't much change in the normal mode. But gluttony was different. Among the 7 deadly sins mask attributes, it was the only one without a mode selection. Sensuality, lust, and gluttony are 2 types of influences on the mind, with gluttony being the one with the highest negative impact. But looking at this description, the functionality is absolutely abnormal, which is already a bug-level superpower in the early stages. Truly deserving of an S-class seal, both the effects and side effects are top-notch, and who knows what level the other states and overload modes will be. But high risk, high return, it fits the principle of this game. At least for now, he didn't feel any impact on his mind. Alright, I'm sure all of you who have come here are not ordinary players. You can get to know each other, or communicate with each other, familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. After all, in a sense, you are both partners and competitors. What do you mean? After the tin robot finished speaking, the foreign player among the group spoke up. Based on the previous barrage reminders, Lu Chen knew this player was a perfect completionist. Take your time to familiarize yourselves with the literal meaning, he said. The red light on the tin robot blinked twice, then its treads rolled as it dragged its body towards the door. So, what's the task in this game? The foreign player asked. Don't rush. Also, address me as the Great Lord Tom. Seemingly angered by the player's rudeness, the tin robot didn't even turn its head and continued to walk away. After the door closed, the damp space of several dozen square meters was left with only the 5 players. The atmosphere fell into silence, somewhat oppressive due to the game's hellish difficulty. The foreign player who had spoken earlier furrowed his brow and said somewhat strangely, "What is the purpose of this robot coming here?" He didn't say anything. Damn it! Lu Chen listened to the player muttering to himself and touched his mask, then replied, "Moreover, can this international friend understand Chinese? Then why not speak?" After all, the robot's words seemed to be in Chinese, or was it in English mode in this foreigner's ears? The foreigner was taken aback by Lu Chen's words, raised an eyebrow, looked pensive, and casually replied, "I don't want to." Lu Chen ignored him, and the atmosphere once again became awkward. There are a total of 5 players in this game, all seeming experienced. Although their expressions are grim, at least no one is crying or complaining about the hell mode, which is already good. One foreigner looks very arrogant, seems to understand Chinese but doesn't want to speak, and his expression seems to be imitating a certain movie star, playing the role of a profound character. On the left is a big guy who looks strong but probably isn't a useful player. Fortunately, his physical features are quite distinctive, so we don't need to remember his name, we can just call him Big Guy. There's also a woman whose eyes have been wandering over everyone since she arrived, not seeming like an easy opponent, but hopefully, she'll bring some luck. On the far right is a very flashy guy, a tall man of 1.9 meters. While everyone else is wearing basic game attire, he somehow managed to wear a flashy outfit in red with patterns on it, so let's just call him Flashy Guy. Silence. The guy in red clothes, dubbed Flashy Guy by Lu Chen, stiffly turned his neck, his mouth twitched, and he looked at Lu Chen, saying, "Hey, buddy. Can't you keep those thoughts to yourself? Why are you narrating out loud? Is your intelligence really okay? Where did I act flashy?" The organization required this outfit, okay. Flashy Guy's mouth kept twitching, and the other 3 players all turned to look at Lu Chen, all wearing expressions of speechlessness. Dude, your presence totally doesn't fit the environment, right? In this oppressive and dangerous hell game, you're here acting like a judge. We were all listening to your spiel in that atmosphere, and now our emotions are a bit disjointed. Flashy Guy let out a slight sigh, glanced up and down at Lu Chen, feeling somewhat powerless to retort. Are you still stuck on evaluations? This big guy looks pretty normal, but you're the one wearing a mask, and not just any mask, but a bright red one with constantly changing patterns of light. Is this the reward you get in the game? I can only say it's as abstract as you are. Ha? Did I say that out loud? Impossible. Do you have mind-reading powers? Lu Chen, surprised, touched his mouth and felt the cold temperature of the mask. You did say it. The man in red sighed helplessly, regretting it immediately after speaking. Why the hell am I arguing with this lunatic? Wow, the aura of lowering intelligence, huh? Looking at the expressions of those around him, Lu Chen also realized that this was probably true. It seems that the mental confusion side effects of the gluttony mask have always been there, causing some trouble if not controlled actively. Oh, well, since I said it, there should always be a narrator in the game, helping you understand how others see you. Who cares how you see us? Well, I've only heard that when people get old, they can't hold back their bodily functions, but I didn't expect there are people who can't hold back their words either. The crude big guy couldn't help but mock, fitting his character, and the crowd fell silent once again. Everyone was sizing each other up, but no one seemed as neurotic as Lu Chen. Ahem. A cough broke the silence, and the man in red took the initiative to speak. I'm not called the man in red, I'm Zhou Tian, that's my real name, not a nickname. I think, since we're in this hellish game, we should eliminate unnecessary barriers as soon as possible. From a broader perspective, compared to this game, we are all human, we are on the same side. From what we see now, we might need to understand each other. I believe it's beneficial for the game. Most of us are probably from Hua country. I'm an official representative, you can trust me. Zhou Tian said calmly, trying to bring everyone together. This was related to his background. In times of crisis, it was important to unite all possible forces, especially when there were no grudges to begin with. I don't think so, the foreigner spoke up. We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet, but you can call me Kirk, that's my name. The woman who had been silent all along spoke up, looking at Zhou Tian. Hello, thank you for your sincerity. But as the metal guy said earlier, in this game we cooperate and compete, making it difficult to build trust at this time. Oomph, official? The big guy also chimed in. The game has only been going on for a few days, and there's already an official? You people are just blindly managing things. The best contribution you can make is to not meddle, just messing around day by day. The big guy clearly had a bad temper, being indifferent in his interactions. But Lu Chen knew this was likely a manifestation of fear and tension, the pressure of the hellish game causing him to release it in an unfriendly manner. Seeing the communication not going smoothly, Zhou Tian sighed, as he had anticipated this situation. Slowly turning his head towards Lu Chen, waiting for his response. He had just watched his own livestream, he was organized, and the relevant external staff were constantly monitoring him, informing him about Lu Chen's situation. Logically, he should be a pro. Lu Chen looked at the other person as they turned their head, then replied after a moment of thought, "Can't I just call you handsome and red? Zhou Tian?" He felt a headache coming on at this point. If you don't know how to address me, you can just give me a nickname. Who asked you? Is that the point? Just as the situation seemed to be at a standstill, a voice once again echoed in the room. It was the same voice as before, but this time, the Iron Man did not appear. Instead, a mechanical sound accompanied the appearance of words on the wall. God's chosen paradise, hell mode, devil's hospital. Player's basic mission, survive. As long as you stay alive before completing the mission, it will be considered a successful clearance. Player's target mission, find the source of the disease, locate the most dangerous person with the disease, and resolve the crisis they bring. Players who complete the mission will receive additional rewards based on their performance and contributions, and will be scored accordingly. Devil's Hospital welcomes every patient. Countdown 5 minutes, the game is about to begin. 5 minutes, after the brief description, the voice ended, leaving no room for further dialogue. It was as if the unnecessary conversation had already been handled by the Iron Man just now, and now it was time for a serious description. Looking at the mission description, everyone's faces turned serious. In Hell mode, the basic mission was simply to survive. This meant that none of the 5 present were pushovers, just surviving seemed daunting enough. Zhou Tian also understood that the likelihood of everyone cooperating was indeed very low. Moreover, the mission was vague. What disease? How to determine the most severe disease? If one could survive until the end, it counted as a clearance. So, if someone slacked off, waited for others to do the tasks, and just focused on survival, wouldn't it be the same? How was this designed? Everyone fell silent, starting to check their backpacks and medicines quietly, preparing for the unknown after 5 minutes. Oh, right, Lu Chen muttered softly to himself, but in such a tense environment, even a small voice attracted everyone's attention. The guy wearing the red mask reached into his pants, looking at that area, which was quite indescribable. What's the meaning of this, buddy? This is in public. Are you revealing your true self by wearing a mask? It's fine as long as your face is hidden. The man in red slapped his forehead and asked the staff outside in his live broadcast room, is his information accurate? Is he really a master? Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed as he stared at what Lu Chen pulled out from his pants. A golden business card. Zhou Tian was very familiar with that type of customized business card. Instantly, his expression relaxed a bit, as if he had seen a friend, and he strode towards Lu Chen. In a low voice, he said to Lu Chen, "One of us? Brother, you disguised yourself well. Which department are you from?" "Ha!" Lu Chen instinctively flipped his wrist as the other person leaned in, placing his card underneath, giving the other person a wary look. "Stop the nonsense, one of us, time is running out. Which department are you from?" "Me?" Lu Chen raised his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "I'm from the senior high department." "Zhou Tian? High school department. What a mess. What are you talking about?" Zhou Tian was stunned, looking at the 3 minutes left, feeling a bit uneasy. How could his colleague still be like this? Did he not look trustworthy at all? Although it was highly likely that he was all over the place, they were still an official organization. Wasn't there any trust at all? "Come on, buddy, I've seen your card. I'm Zhou Tian from City K in Jianhai Province. I didn't bring my card. Besides, do we still use these? Look at my clothes." He tugged at the fabric of his red clothes. "Why aren't you matching your outfit? Turned it into a red mask? The rules over there are quite special, huh? By the way, you should have our people in your live broadcast room. Let them check and it'll be fine." Lu Chen knew the other party must have misunderstood something, so he kept talking non-stop. "You look quite old. Can you still be in the same department as me? Still in high school? Are you the head of the political and educational department? Zhou Tian? Toughened up. Fist toughened up. How can this person be so disorganized, so undisciplined?" "Zhou Tian, currently in our organization records, there are indeed players who have completed the game perfectly. But for cases like this mask situation, it seems there is no record. You should communicate more." In Zhou Tian's live broadcast, the relevant staff reminded. Zhou Tian restrained the urge to hit someone, coldly lowering his voice. "Comrade, I don't know what you're planning, but you mentioned the color of my clothes earlier, even deliberately showed me your business card, obviously to attract me here, right? Do you have something to say?" Lu Chen scratched his head. "Come to think of it, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Strange." "Who asked you?" Zhou Tian directly turned his head, leaving with a warning to take care of yourself. "Goodbye to you," he said to the staff in the live broadcast room. "Quickly check where this person belongs. Isn't this person sick? How can a game of hell difficulty be child's play? Reminder to all players, it's best to quickly leave this room before time runs out." At this moment, with 1 minute left on the countdown, the room opened, revealing a dark corridor outside, as if leading to the abyss. No one wanted to defy the voice's announcement. In hell mode, who knows when a deadly situation might arise? The foreigner court took the lead to walk out, his departing figure exuding a hint of aloofness. The big guy looked a bit displeased at his back, really good at pretending, then followed suit. Zhou Tian and the woman also left the room closely behind. Lu Chen maintained his usual behavior, stepping out of the room at the last second, lingering outside the door, his face peeking back, wanting to see what would happen. Bang! The door slammed shut, pushing Lu Chen out, leaving a mask imprint on the door. Zhou Tian, who had been keeping an eye on his colleague, weakly turned his head. He felt like he was starting to struggle. After the door closed, a long corridor came into view, curving ahead, disappearing into darkness about 100 meters away, turning left at one point. On both sides of this corridor were large iron doors at intervals, dark and silent, as if holding fierce beasts inside. Inside the entire corridor, there was no sound. Presumably, these doors housed the patients. Zhou Tian ran his hand along the curve of the wall, estimating the distance ahead, taking big strides forward. Before getting down to business, he planned to understand the terrain in front of him and the basic architectural structure. No stairs, should be a large flat building, of course, can't rule out hidden doors. According to this curve, it might be a circular building. In the silent space, Zhou Tian's voice echoed, not holding back, decisively sharing his thoughts with everyone. Just then, the game's voice resurfaced. "Breakfast time, 30 minutes. Mealtime is part of the task time. During this period, players must enter the patient's rooms. If you go out, you must return to the room quickly. Lingering in the corridor for too long will lead to unpleasant consequences. Clang clang clang. After the sound appeared, a tray fell out of a compartment below each room, and it was unclear where they came from. Instantly, an unbearable strange stench lingered in the space. Under the dim strip lights, the tray held a large pot of sticky substance that was hard to believe was edible. Inside, nothing could be distinguished, only some bone fragments and membranes could be vaguely seen. Next to the pot, there was a small plate with several white pills on it. The tray was labeled, "Patient is mentally unstable. Sedatives mixed into food may facilitate communication." Looking at this so-called hospital, it seems to focus mainly on mental issues, murmured Jiu Tian. Damn! The big guy cursed. Is this stuff even edible? Who wouldn't have mental issues if they were fed this crap? Is it really that bad? Lu Chen looked at the things on the ground. Why did he feel like it looked delicious? The gluttony mask maximized its impact on appetite, completely suppressing all rational judgment. The red warning light was already flashing, urging the players to quickly enter the ward. Without time to think, Lu Chen randomly chose a room and walked in with the tray. The room's interior was noticeably different from the outside, not clean at all, with dirty walls and even bloodstains. However, the entire room was brightly lit, 24 hours non-stop. In the corner, there squatted a skinny, ghostly-looking man in handcuffs and shackles. The moment Lu Chen entered, he cast a hateful gaze at Lu Chen's tray. "It's mealtime, breakfast it seems. I don't quite remember. Earthly delicacies, my friend, look at how thin you are, almost skin and bones. Do you want to eat?" In the entire room, there was no furniture. Lu Chen walked directly to the center of the room, placed the tray down, and sat on the floor. "Want to eat?" A hoarse voice came from the patient's mouth, gritting his teeth. "Of course not. New kid, delicacy? If it's so delicious, why don't you eat it? Don't get cocky." Before he could finish, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. "Really? Thanks." With that, he picked up the unknown substance and poured it directly into his mouth. "Patient?" Clang clang clang. A crack appeared on the mask, and the large pot of stuff poured in frantically, as if it were a bottomless pit. You'll be the same in the future." It wasn't until now that the man finished his sentence. He was completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, half of the contents in the pot had been consumed. Holding the other half, Lu Chen politely asked, "Are you sure you don't want to eat?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "All right, thanks." Then he tilted his head back and continued to gulp it down. In less than a minute, the entire pot of stuff had been completely eaten by him. This way of eating was no longer human. Simply put, in terms of eating, what Lu Chen was demonstrating at that moment was nothing short of superhuman. It was extraordinary power. Honestly, Lu Chen was initially reluctant when he picked up the pot. Although under the influence of the gluttony mask, he thought the thing in front of him was the most delicious thing in the world. His rational mind told him it might not be edible. But since he wanted to experience the power of the gluttony mask, coupled with the pain value, Lu Chen decided to go for it. Lao Ba's secret recipe mini burger. But once the thing entered his stomach, Lu Chen couldn't control himself. Worldly delicacy. He had never tasted anything so delicious. It was almost not stimulating his taste buds, but directly stimulating his brain. He couldn't stop. After drinking a can of something, he felt a sense of warmth enveloping his whole body, as if he were in a fairyland. At the same time, there was no sense of fullness, and the feeling of hunger even intensified. A strong appetite consumed him, and Lu Chen felt his body filled with energy, seeking more food. The audience watching Lu Chen and the staff of the relevant organizations were dumbfounded at this moment. No. What does this mean? Is this also part of the task content? I don't understand. Can any expert come and explain? Where are the experts who were here before? Can someone explain what this means? Compared to that person's behavior on the other side, this is so abnormal. I've heard about this expert's unconventional behavior long ago. Analysts from various organizations were scratching their heads, unable to figure out what this all meant. But the reason was clear from the beginning. Lu Chen was hungry. The patient swallowed, looking at the masked figure in front of him, feeling his mind going blank. You're not a staff member, you're a fellow patient? Lu Chen sat comfortably on the ground, deciding to let down his guard. When it came to appetite, he decided not to control it, completely letting go, holding on to his true self, focusing on the task. Delicious, the days you spend here every day are simply heavenly. The man's mouth twitched a few times. Did I just call him a god? After a moment of mental confusion, he let out a cold laugh, looking at the plate beside him and the pills on it. His gaze turned fierce again, glaring at Lu Chen. Not acting anymore, huh? Nobody cared what these people ate. the so-called meal was just a way to get them to take their medication. They used to pretend, but was this lunatic in front of him planning to force-feed him the pills directly? Pointing at the pills, the patient asked, "What does this mean?" "Oh, sorry." Lu Chen glanced at him, apologized, then picked up the plate, flipped it, and poured everything into his mouth. "No need to chew, just straight down the hatch. It's shameful to waste, the guy across from him is pretty good," reminding himself. After finishing, Lu Chen, still hungry, patted his stomach, looking at the guy chained up in front of him, and asked, "Are you full, skinny? Skinny patient, huh? Knocked out face? What? What did I eat? Didn't you eat everything? When did I eat your stuff?" Lu Chen asked in confusion, degree. It was as if what happened a few seconds ago never existed. Lying with eyes wide open. "Patient. Huh?" He held his head in his hands, recalling everything that just happened, contrasting it with Lu Chen's serious tone now, seriously suspecting that his mental issues were getting worse. Yeah, how could such disgusting and nauseating stuff be what the staff ate? Could it be that he's hallucinating even when eating now? Could it be that I was the one eating just now? The patient muttered to himself, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. "No, huh? What does this mean? Trying to fool a fool. I get it. This is about brainwashing the other person to make them doubt themselves. Then it's easier to ask questions." Amazing expert. The people in the live broadcast room seem to have understood something by now, praising one after another. "Wait, the medicine. Where's my medicine?" Suddenly, the skinny guy's eyes turned bloodshot, and he crazily lunged towards Lu Chen. Click. The iron chains controlled his body in midair, just a few feet away from Lu Chen, but it might as well have been worlds apart, impossible to touch. "Where's my medicine? Where's my medicine? You ate my medicine, what do I eat?" Before, he had a strong aversion to medication, but now he suddenly lost control, resembling a demon, with lean muscles exposed on his emaciated body, covered in bloodstains. The iron chains creaked tautly, and the power of the man before him was clearly beyond human limits. "What medication? I'm not sure what you're talking about." Lu Chen appeared very wise at this moment, still calm and composed, not at all frightened. "I understand, brother, you must be hungry. Don't worry, I won't let you starve. The food here is indeed too scarce. I will help you for sure. Look at how thin you are, almost skin and bones." With that, he patted the head of the man who had already gone mad in front of him, then dashed out eagerly, leaving the patient in the room, sometimes acting crazy, sometimes calm, sometimes howling and rolling around. After Lu Chen ran out, he ran forward along the circular corridor. At the entrance of each cell, there were disgusting meals and pills. What did I come out for again? Lu Chen's mind was slightly confused. Let's eat first, forget about it. With that, he started devouring the food voraciously. Every time the hospital reminded him to enter the ward, Lu Chen would sprint back. The thin patient was puzzled. This person said he was going out to find food, so why did he come back each time to eat so ravenously? "Where's my food, bro?" Except for the food each player brought into the room earlier, all the breakfast meals from the demon hospital outside were completely devoured by Lu Chen. It is worth mentioning that at the beginning, Coke, after looking at the food, thought for a moment, did not take the food, and went straight into the room. So, the food that Coke intentionally left temporarily also ended up in Lu Chen's stomach. As he passed by the door where Coke was, Lu Chen glanced and noticed a certain gap left at the entrance. But he didn't care. What is the game? Who is Coke? He had long forgotten. Just eat. Foreign big shot, danger. I just watched Coke's livestream, he's quite skilled, he deliberately didn't take the food in, it's all part of his plan. I'm looking forward to his expression. Outside, while Lu Chen was devouring the food, Coke in the room was using his own abilities, skillfully manipulating. Coke, the proud American, had the credentials to match his pride. A former CIA criminal profiler, proficient in negotiation skills and psychoanalysis, an honorary professor at Harvard University, and recipient of various honors in the field of criminal investigation. With his outstanding qualifications, he delved into a large amount of undisclosed information after the novice task, realizing the importance of the game, and successfully completed the first game. And now, he was a player with superpowers. Mental manipulation. From the perspective of superpowers, he was even ahead of Lu Chen. With his background in current superpowers, Coke believed it was no problem to extract information from a few mentally ill patients. How long have you been here? Coke spoke fluent Chinese unexpectedly. The game wouldn't have language issues internally, but at this moment, he chose to speak Chinese voluntarily. I can't remember, 3 years? 30 years? Coke furrowed his brow, trying his best to disturb the other's mind, asking his questions. Through his previous skillful manipulation and simple, non-threatening questions, he had basically paralyzed and controlled the other party. Now he knew that the person's name was Long Lu, muttering about tasks like his mother, and craving fish-flavored shredded pork. Especially the fish-flavored shredded pork, the person repeated it many times for some reason. So, do you think you have any illnesses? Kirk Dow. I'm not sick, I'm not sick. Long Six shook his head frantically, as if suffering from some hysteria, and Kirk felt himself losing control more and more. All right, sir, we are willing to believe that, but who do you think here is the one most deserving of being called sick? Med. I seen. Long Nine's mouth was now drooling, already delirious and uncontrollable. Kirk sighed, realizing there was no way, he could only temporarily withdraw. Okay, take a rest, I'll go out and get you something to eat. Your favorite fish-flavored shredded pork, I'll bring it to you right away. With that, Kirk got up directly, walked outside, preparing to get food and medicine. He didn't want to do this originally, he thought drugs and that kind of thing might seriously trigger a rebellious mentality, as well as psychological trauma accumulated over the years. But now, he could no longer control it through personal spiritual infection, he could only go get the medication first. However, he had already brought the other party's consciousness into his own rhythm, and as for the rest, turning that pile of evil things into fish-flavored shredded pork in the other's eyes seemed like no problem. Fish-flavored shredded pork seemed to still be the other's obsession. Once the other's obsession was satisfied, then making them take the medicine, completely controlling them, the news of this game would become much simpler. Hell mode is just that, it just looks a bit darker and more eerie. Those other Hua people probably don't have his quick progress. He didn't care whether someone was slacking off or not, his purpose in joining the game was to perfect the clearance. In his eyes, there was no such thing as cooperation, players were in a competitive relationship, the sooner one cracked the game, the more benefits they would get, gradually snowballing, becoming stronger in the future. Hell mode couldn't scare him. Thinking this, Kirk had already walked to the door, hands in his pockets, a smirk on his lips, a complete Western version of a crooked Dragon King. Just as he stepped out, the tray was empty? Ha! Where's the food? Kirk was stunned for a moment. This was the first time since entering the game that something had happened beyond his control. Where's the food? Why is there only one plate left? If the food is gone, that's one thing, but all the medicine too? Subconsciously, Kirk looked towards the door of the other rooms, so many rooms, only 5 players in total, and so much food. Looking around instinctively, Kirk's body stiffened. None, all gone? Where did all the food go? What the F ******? Unable to hold back, Kirk cursed, looking a bit dazed. Could it be that in this game, food not brought into the room would disappear? The previous game announcement didn't mention that at all. And why is the food gone but the plates are still there? Ha ha ha, I feel a bit sorry for this guy's expression. Didn't expect that his own teammates would be the biggest problem. No matter how awesome the brain is, it can't figure out that those things were eaten by teammates. Heartaches for Kirk. Kirk's game barrage was now full of ha ha ha. A bewildered Kirk returned to the room, his confidence from a few minutes ago gone, and once he looked up again, his eyebrows twitched wildly. Long Six on the opposite side no longer had the foolish look from before, his blood-red eyes now full of ferocity, the iron chains on his body creaking, the walls, the floor, even starting to show cracks from being clawed at. That power had completely surpassed human capabilities, making Kirk's teeth ache, feeling like the other could break free at any moment and come after him. Where's the fish-flavored shredded pork? Wait, the fish-flavored shredded pork chef is still preparing it. For the best taste experience for you, don't rush. Kirk forced himself to calm down and tried to stabilize the situation. I'll give you a little push. With that, he closed the door and left first. While Kirk was still stunned, Lu Chen had already reached the end of the circular corridor. In an open room there, Tom was parked. Any discoveries, dear player? A familiar mechanical voice sounded, and the tin robot turned to look at Lu Chen. Do you have more food? Tom seemed taken aback by the direct question and didn't respond immediately. You smell nice. Lu Chen continued, but made no further moves, returning to his room just as the red light was about to come on. As he turned and walked a few steps, he came face to face with Kirk, who was coming down the corridor, room by room, investigating. In front of the other, holding the can in his hand, Lu Chen tilted his head back and poured it down his throat, as if afraid of being robbed of his food. Kirk! Watching the red-masked figure unexpectedly approaching, watching Lu Chen's actions, Kirk felt his brain starting to spasm. Am I hallucinating? Is the mental interference backfiring on me? Watching Lu Chen pour down a strange can in the blink of an eye, he forced himself to accept everything in front of him, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. Century meeting. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I've been jumping back and forth between their perspectives. To be honest, this terrifying atmosphere has turned into a comedy movie. Although it's funny, I have no idea how they're going to complete their mission. This is a hellish game. What are you doing? Kirk incredulously looked at Lu Chen, no longer concerned about national pride, and directly asked in Chinese, "Eating? Isn't it mealtime now?" Lu Chen replied matter-of-factly, "Do you have any food left?" Kirk opened his mouth but couldn't find words to say, completely puzzled by what Lu Chen was doing. He wanted to disturb Lu Chen's mind, only to find that Lu Chen's mind was already a mess, his attempts at interference futile. It was as if he had dropped a drop of ink into a mud pit, attempting to pollute it. Even in the moment of using his abilities, he felt a backlash, his face turning pale. Kirk looked at Lu Chen with a horrified expression, thinking to himself, has this guy been through something? Has he already suffered mental damage in this hellish game? In a brief moment of eye contact, Kirk's mind raced through 1,000 possibilities, while Lu Chen's mind wandered through 1,000 classic cuisines from various countries. Suddenly, a glint in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Lu Chen's right hand held a small plate. There were 6 pills on it. Without much thought, he quickly demanded, "Give me the medicine." Lu Chen yawned and said, "What language are you speaking? I don't understand. Give me the medicine in your hand." "Where's the medicine?" "This isn't medicine, it's my breakfast." Alright, it's breakfast. Can you give me your breakfast?" Kirk began to coax gently, realizing that Lu Chen was probably not in his right mind, so he started communicating in a way similar to dealing with a mental patient. "Why should I give you my breakfast? Are you begging for food?" Lu Chen retorted, a dissatisfied expression appearing on his mask, asterisk. "Kirk? Yeah, why would I ask for someone else's food? Wait, why am I even thinking about this?" Suddenly shaking his head to calm himself down, Kirk realized that the difficulty of this hellish game was a bit high. Patiently, he said to Lu Chen, "Because I am a poor man, I have been hungry for a long time and now I need your help. For Christ's sake, my dear sir." In his urgency, Kirk even adopted an English translation tone. "You're hungry, eat food, you can't treat medicine as food, lunatic." Lu Chen replied, then picked up a plate, flipped his hand, and swallowed 6 pills. "Kirk, wasn't I following what you said? Am I the lunatic now?" But as he watched Lu Chen swallow the last pill, his heart sank. It's over. What was once a good game has turned into this. A pure pig teammate. Can't this game be designed for solo play? A red warning light flashed, forcing the two back to their rooms. Kirk's gaze gradually turned cold as he looked at Lu Chen's back and said lightly, "If you still have a bit of sanity, use the exit coin. At least your life can be saved." Lu Chen didn't even look back, as if he didn't realize the words were directed at him, and quickly returned to his room. After Kirk returned to his room, he tensed up completely. Dragon 6 rolled on the ground, looking like a fierce ghost. He scratched his scars, blood smearing everywhere, even picking out chunks of flesh with his bare hands on the brick-paved floor. Is this guy human? The calmness in Kirk's eyes slowly turned into fear. He dared not speak, standing by the door. Medicine. Where's my shredded pork with fish flavor? Faced with the obviously insane remarks from the other side, Kirk swallowed a mouthful of saliva and began to meditate. The food is still being prepared. His gaze returned to Lu Chen, who had also returned to his room, facing his patient who looked like a skinny monkey. The situation he faced was similar to Kirk's, a patient who hadn't eaten anything, now rolling around like an alien, on the verge of transforming. But Lu Chen showed no fear, casually strolling over to the other side, sitting down on the floor, and asking naturally, what a satisfying breakfast, are you full this time? Clearly, you didn't bring anything back for me at all. If the patient could speak normally at this moment, he would definitely shout this in Lu Chen's ear. But he couldn't speak now, only making various meaningless sounds. A-o-o, A-o-o. You will become like me too. You will become like me too. Shouting loudly, the iron chain snapped straight, fingers slashing down like knives, cutting a big gash on Lu Chen's shoulder, blood flowing out. But Lu Chen didn't react at all, just sat against the wall, murmuring, It seems you're not full. Yes, I'm just like you, I'm not full either. Patient. He had gone mad, flailing his limbs wildly, creating wounds on Lu Chen's body. Pain God's choice. Pain value +1. Pain God's choice. Pain value +1. Lu Chen showed no reaction at all, allowing the other's harm to continue, as if he hadn't seen it at all. Alright, I've almost finished eating, what do you want from me? Lu Chen turned to the ghostly face. Patient, surprised face. It shouldn't be. Did you come to find me? Perhaps Lu Chen's thoughts were too chaotic, to the point where the illness seemed to be above the other person, making the patient unable to resist talking. I'm so hungry, but I feel like I've eaten too much. Lu Chen rubbed his stomach, stood up, and said, "Brother, this position feels a bit uncomfortable. You came to find me for help, right?" With that, he grabbed the arm that was reaching towards him, and with the strength of a brick-breaking arm, under Lu Chen's grip, it couldn't move anymore. A flash of red light, and from his backpack, Lu Chen took out his sharp blade. Side effect of the gluttony mask: the energy of the consumed food does not belong to oneself, and if it reaches a certain limit without being released, it may lead to self-destruction. So, let's release it. Ah! The patient whose wrist was grabbed roared like a wild beast. The next moment, a flash of red light. With 24 points of strength, tripled by the sharp blade, and the release of the gluttony power to a certain extent. Crack! The sturdy chain that seemed able to hold a dinosaur snapped. At the same time, the other person's howls abruptly stopped, staring blankly at the chain that had bound them for who knows how many years. In their eyes, once filled with madness and chaos, there seemed to be a sudden clarity, and the hand that had been clawing at Lu Chen was now released. What? What just happened? The patient looked at the broken chain, as if under a spell, unmoving. No more back pain, no more leg pain, even the mental illness seemed to have disappeared directly. The person who moments ago was trying to kill Lu Chen as if their life depended on it, now seemed like a different person. Bro, I was just messing around with you, don't treat me like that. Player 1, what the heck just happened? Player 2, here it comes, top tier strength, just like the last time the boss's game shocked me. Player 3, could have just gone all out, but had to perfectly blend into the madness. Player 4, honestly, I've heard about this boss's condition from the last game. Coming to the hospital is probably like going home for them. The skinny patient stood there feeling extremely awkward, his whole body stiffened, unsure of what to do next. Losing one chain, but being bound by something even stronger, Lu Chen's hand still gripping his wrist. In those few seconds, he felt like his nerves were paralyzed, his arm even losing sensation. Lu Chen exhaled slowly, feeling the raging power in his body slightly calming down, feeling a bit relieved. He let go of the other person's hand. Who are you? Perhaps due to the overwhelming external stimuli, the patient at this moment slightly broke free from the chaotic state of mind and regained some consciousness. I'm your fellow patient. However, Lu Chen's mind was not as clear as his, and the conversation remained exceptionally chaotic. What's your name? I'm Guodi Gang. Patient? Although it was a very normal name, for some reason, he felt something was off. I'm Long 5, I'm Long 5. Lu Chen didn't even ask, but Long 5 voluntarily spoke, even shouting it out, as if waking up from a dream, finally remembering his name. But the clarity in his eyes quickly faded, once again consumed by confusion and madness. The hand that had gained freedom began to move. However, for some reason, he didn't attack Lu Chen who was right in front of him, but started swinging the iron chain, attacking the walls and the ground. Outwardly, he seemed a bit enraged and powerless. Breakfast time is over. All players please return to the correction location. Breakfast time is over. Suddenly, the game's time rang loudly, echoing throughout the prison-like hospital. Oh, the bell for the end of class, looks like it's time to go back. Muttered to himself and paid no attention to the guy behind him who was starting to get sick, casually walking outside. But suddenly, just as Lu Chen's figure was about to step outside, there was a loud bang behind him. Go! Lu Chen turned around slowly and saw Long Wu lying on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his face, turning purple, blood slowly trickling from his brow. With his tattered clothes and bloodstains all over, he looked like someone who had been imprisoned and tortured for 10 years. Seeing Lu Chen turn back, his eyes red, Long Wu managed to squeeze out a few words through his gritted teeth. Go! Leave this place. If you don't leave, you'll end up like me. Lu Chen fell silent for a few seconds, then bent down slightly, looking at Long Wu, a strange smile gradually appearing on his face. With a playful tone, he said, Sir, what makes us different now? At lunchtime, you'll still serve me, right? His voice was like a cold spring pouring down from above, giving Long Wu an inexplicable chill. After speaking, Lu Chen straightened up and walked out of the ward. Bang! A loud noise, the door closed, and everyone returned to the initial room, the same 5 people as before. But the expressions on their faces were not as pleasant, indicating that the progress of this game's mission was not going well. The only female player looked pale, obviously frightened, and the big guy from before was injured. His right arm was covered in blood, hastily bandaged with his shirt, blood still seeping through. All right, players, the first game session has ended. Are you all feeling adjusted? Tom's mechanical voice sounded in the room, where he was also present. You can briefly communicate and summarize your experiences while waiting for the next session to begin. Of course, if anyone thinks they have found the sickest person, feel free to let me know. Now you can act on your own. After speaking, Tom rolled his treads to a corner and remained motionless, as if he had been shut down. Damn it! This damn game! Suddenly, a roar erupted in the room, the big guy sweating profusely, clutching his bloody arm. Where is this place? A hospital? These guys are not human at all. As he kept cursing, it was evident that people could sense the fear in his words. Upon entering the ward, the big guy had only focused on completing the task, eager to feed the medicine to the other party quickly to advance his progress. He had completely disregarded the tortured patients, and when they refused to take the medicine, he had tried to force it down their throats. At that moment, he realized what he was facing. These pitiful patients seemed to house tigers and leopards within them, erupting instantly. The big guy was powerless to fight back, saved only by his good physical condition and frequent exercise, narrowly escaping with his life. Yes, physical fitness is almost immeasurable in this aspect, Zhou Tian chimed in. In a hellish game like this, such difficulty is to be expected. Be more cautious. At least they have chains, and we have medicine. I suggest everyone share their current information. I'll start. I noticed a strange phenomenon. My patient was initially resistant to medication, but after some persuasion, he suddenly went crazy, demanding to take the medicine. The woman's face also turned pale, following which Zhou Tian said, yes, the patients I encountered at first seemed to have manic symptoms, refusing to take any medication or eat at all. But after a while, they suddenly started roaring and demanding to eat, swallowing all the pills, which was very strange. Moreover, after taking the medication, the manic feeling disappeared, but they couldn't express anything at all. Their minds were completely chaotic. Just then, Kirk suddenly stood up and said, I have nothing to say, I just have a question. Then, he looked at Luchin lying on the ground and said, do you know that, except for a few of your patients, no one in the entire hospital has taken any medication this time? Did you eat them all? Mr. Red Mask. Kirk directly spoke the last two sentences in Chinese. As everyone listened to his words, they were all stunned, then turned their heads in shock, not knowing what had happened between these two. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became eerily quiet. No one had expected that in a situation with no progress, something like internal discord would occur. Zhou Tian fell silent for a few seconds, his brain struggling to process this information. What did he mean by eaten by him alone? So he took the initiative to speak up and asked, Mr. Kirk, what do you mean by this? Literally. Kirk replied bluntly. I never thought that someone could gain abilities from a game by eating. I just feel that this is completely obstructing our game progress. Kirk looked very angry, lacking much of his previous rationality and arrogance. If one looked closely, they could see a bloodstain on his face. This was because he failed to bring back the shredded pork with garlic sauce, causing the patient Long Lu in the room to dig out gravel from the ground and throw it. Zhou Tian looked back and forth between the two, still not quite understanding. He then chose to seek help directly from the external staff in his live broadcast room, as they had been watching over him all along. Zhou Tian special agent, indeed, it is literal. This player with the red mask, by eating, consumed all the delivered products in this hospital. Not only medicine, but also food. All the food. After our calculations, a total of 112 portions. It is absolutely impossible for a human to achieve this, as the volume of food has far exceeded the record of the World Eating Championship. We speculate that this belongs to the opponent's extraordinary skill, which is extremely abnormal in terms of level and uniqueness, but currently seems somewhat useless. Ha! Zhou Tian looked at the subtitles with the response from his own people, feeling like his brain was not functioning properly. His reaction at this moment was very similar to Kirk's expression when he met Lu Chun earlier. Brain cramp technique. No, is he sick? What is he eating? Is that something people eat? Isn't he afraid of eating himself to death? Is he trying to experience his superpowers? No, what about cause and effect? Why did he eat? And why did he eat everything? Was there no trigger? Unfortunately, Zhou Tian special agent, there is no cause and effect, and no reason why. If we must say, it's because he said he was hungry from the beginning, and when he's hungry, he wants to eat, so he ate everything. Very absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been working on it, but cannot determine the purpose of his actions, suspecting that his mental state is also extremely chaotic. Source text, the patients in the same ward are much more normal compared to him. It is worth mentioning that the patients in his ward have actually had 2 instances of voluntarily engaging in rational conversations with him, something none of you players have ever achieved. It's just a pity that while the patients are quite rational, he is not, and no further effective dialogue has ensued. Zhou Tian's brow furrowed tighter, feeling unsure about what was going on. No reason, no motive, yet the results obtained were relatively good. Damn, the patients are more rational than him? Patients can actually engage in rational conversations with him? Is there really no meaning in all of this? After all, Since being selected by the game to become a special commissioner, he had gained a lot of grassroots work experience over a long period of time, knowing that many things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Following the rules strictly, many times things couldn't be accomplished. In grassroots life, it was often those who seemed unruly and didn't follow procedures who ended up with relatively good results. He didn't know what the situation with Lu Chen was, nor could he come up with a reasonable explanation. Also, one thing needs to be paid very close attention to. Under no circumstances, offend him. Do not offend that person. The opponent's combat power is extremely terrifying. Ha! Zhou Tian's brow furrowed. This was the first time he had heard combat power being described as extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lu Chen, who had been lying flat all this time, finally spoke, interrupting Zhou Tian's thoughts. Ah, it's you, the beggar brother. What, you still haven't begged for food? Lu Chen spoke words that only the two of them could understand, comfortably lying on the ground. The big guy and the woman stood to the side, looking puzzled at the situation in front of them, not knowing what was going on. Kurk had lost his previous arrogance and gritted his teeth, saying, "Those medications are for mental patients, not for you. You've taken too much, and now your mind is completely abnormal, right? If you're not normal, just quit. This game is not suitable for you. You haven't begged for food, so you can't blame me. It's my skill to beg for food." Lu Chen kept rambling on. Enough! Kurk exploded. Always being high and mighty in life, he had never felt so powerless as if talking to a fool. Do you know that if I had that medicine this time, I would make great progress? I'm just a step away from completely controlling him. This hell game itself is not dangerous, but you are forcibly creating danger. Hua countryman, I don't know if you're pretending to be crazy or really have gone crazy. Those medications are props for clearing the game. You are hindering the game's progress, obstructing the difficulty of the hell game. This will send all of us to hell. Either be honest, or get out now. Get out of this game. Suddenly, Lu Chen lying on the ground raised his head slightly and looked at him. Sharp rays seemed to shoot out from the red mask, making Kurk feel as if he was suddenly being targeted by a predator in the wild, momentarily clearing his mind. Lu Chen slowly spoke. How do you know that those medications are the clearance props for this game? Who told you? Everyone turned their eyes towards Lu Chen lying on the ground. He's speaking human language? This was the first time Lu Chen had spoken meaningful words, starting to converse like a normal player. Kurk's mind also momentarily froze, and Zhou Tian was also recalling. It seemed that in the game's description, there had never been any mention of medications. Medication can help patients alleviate their condition, as indicated on the tray alongside the shitty food, essentially part of the game. What exactly the medication does, its principles, and which symptoms it corresponds to, they all have no clue. Even Kurk himself had doubts from the start, wanting to rely on his own abilities, not medication. But in the end, they all acquiesced. Lu Chen's voice continued, this time with conviction. Those drugs are not props for clearing the game. His words were like a thunderclap, silencing everyone. Even the motionless iron robot Tom in the corner turned its head to look. Kurk furrowed his brow, deep in thought, as everyone pondered. Zhou Tian spoke up. So, what are you saying? Those are not game props, Lu Chen said before lying back down. That's my breakfast. Oh, I'm getting a bit hungry again. When does lunch start? Kurk, #% UN hashtag. Fuck. You son of the bitch. $dollar $. Kurk suddenly cursed, his emotions crumbling, as he had never encountered such a player before. He had been immersed in thought, considering the validity of the statement. Perhaps this guy had some extraordinary thoughts. But just as he was starting to take it seriously, the other guy said, Is that breakfast? Why the hell didn't you say it's your last meal? You're not healed yet, right? What time is it? Kurk's face turned red with anger, unable to find words to curse. Investigating a mental hospital, only to find a lunatic among teammates, how could this be managed? Lu Chen lay on the ground, looking at the infuriated Kurk as if meeting him for the first time, curiously asking, Oh my god, what's wrong? Poor Tom? Is that white cat playing with your emotions again? I am Tom. I'm not poor, and also, call me the Great Tom. In the corner, the iron robot that had turned its head seriously added, then turned back. The female player lowered her head in silence, feeling a splitting headache. The big guy immediately started muttering again, bandaging himself, bursting 2 more blood vessels from anger. The whole scene seemed like a farce. The solemn atmosphere was instantly shattered, and no one cared about medication anymore, as if it was the ramblings of a mentally disturbed person. Zhou Tian, who had a headache, had thought Lu Chen was extraordinary and had been contemplating, but now decided not to think too much. Don't follow a lunatic's train of thought and get yourself played into this hellish game. It could really kill you. It's not easy leading this team. But thinking of his colleague's mention of Lu Chen's top combat power and the current internal issues, he quickly intervened, saying, "Everyone calm down, focus on the game's problems, don't fight each other." "Ha? Red-clothed playboy?" Lu Chen seemed to have just recognized Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's mouth twitched. "Dude, aren't you already mentally unstable? How come you remember this nickname you gave me so clearly? Go fuck away from me." Cork, not wanting to say more, left the crowd coldly, sitting farther away. There is no team. These useless people either don't play a role or are simply side effects like that madman. He could only plan his next move. Lu Chen was also lying on his back, as if he hadn't heard anything, immersed in his own chaotic world. When he just called out red-clothed seducer, it was deliberate, already his way of taking some responsibility for the team. He was sending a signal he hadn't completely lost his sanity. If he didn't let his mind go chaotic, he would find it hard to benefit from the gluttony mask, so he indulged in all sorts of unreasonable actions, letting his body go unrestrained. However, he still maintained the most basic level of rationality because forever becoming a madman controlled by the mask was unacceptable. It's just uncertain whether anyone received the signal he was sending, whether anyone understood it. He was now experiencing, the feeling of that power. Although the side effects of the gluttony mask were high, the special power boost currently far exceeded the greedy mask. 112 portions of food, 700 unknown pills, brought immense energy. Lu Chen now felt like there was a powder keg inside him, ready to release immense power at any moment. The previous iron-cutting blow was just a trifle. The surging energy expanded within him, absorbing even a little, repairing his body, increasing his strength. Previously, when Lu Chen was attacked by Long Wu in the room, allowing the other party to tear at him, he even gained 4 or 5 points of pain. But now, in the eyes of other players, he only appeared to have torn clothes, and no one noticed he was injured, because all the wounds had already healed. The accumulated energy in his body had an abnormal recovery ability on such outwardly visible wounds. And now, his strength had increased from 24 points to 25 points. To be precise, all his attributes, except for spirit, had increased by 1 point. This wasn't due to his skill points but the terrifying effect brought by the gluttony mask, where the powerful energy, even slightly absorbed by the body, had such an effect. He wanted to enjoy this mask thoroughly, as long as the baseline of rationality remained. The surface confusion of thoughts didn't matter. Moreover, he wasn't sure if the reason his confused thoughts seemed to fit in here. He always felt that with this kind of confused and unclear thinking, he actually considered many things more clearly. Such as those pills, such as these people. The argument ended, and there was still some time before lunch. Cork was contemplating alone, while Lu Chen lay motionless on the ground. No one knew what plans these two perfect completion players had. Zhou Tian tried to start a conversation several times, wanting to know if there was any news at present and what the plan was for later. But the responses were few, and the only common information everyone received during breakfast was that patients only calm down when they take their medicine and that patients claim they are not sick. Very characteristic of mental illness. This information didn't help much with the mission progress. Zhou Tian hesitated for a moment, then gave out his own message. "My patient said something to me, besides claiming he's not sick. He also said he's innocent. I don't know if it's useful, you all can consider it." Big Guy and the woman didn't react much, but Cork and Lu Chen lying on the ground clearly twitched their ears. Lunch is about to start, you all know the rules, get ready. Time passed, the door opened once again, and the metal robot Tom rolled out on its treads, leaving the room. "Lunchtime has begun, players, please start the game." Kirk slowly opened his eyes and walked towards the door. In the history of international medicine, there has never been a definitive classification for the severity of mental illnesses. Yet here, they had to find the sickest person, and currently, all patients claimed they were not sick. It seemed like a change of approach was needed. Thinking this, he turned around and looked at Lu Chen. "I need to warn you. WTF?" When he turned back, intending to weigh the pros and cons and prevent Lu Chen from affecting him this time, he found Lu Chen had vanished into thin air. Kirk was the first to move towards the exit, while Lu Chen, who had been lying motionless on the ground since the game started, was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? A very bad premonition rose in his heart, and then the sound of clinking and clanging began behind him. Once the appetite was opened, it could not be closed. Lu Chen had been waiting for the start of this lunch for some time, so naturally, he wouldn't wait. The moment he heard it was time to eat, he dashed out like a cheetah, sweeping up everyone's lunch. It wasn't even considered eating anymore, just quickly swallowing and moving on to the next. The speed was so fast that by the time Kirk reacted, Lu Chen had already finished more than 10 plates and was advancing rapidly. It was as if he was worried someone would steal from him. Honestly, I already had a hunch. Although it's a hellish game, Why is it so amusing? Ha ha ha. My heart aches for Kirk, I'm dying of laughter. Masked brother shows up and dominates instantly. No mercy. The players were also dumbfounded. Although they had heard before that Lu Chen had eaten all the hospital food by himself, they hadn't really grasped the concept. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, they were all shocked. Zhou Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. Now he understood why they said this person's combat power was not to be underestimated or provoked. Judging by the way he ate and his sprinting speed, he seriously doubted that he wouldn't be eaten if he went up there now. Scared, he thought, he won't eat me, right? JPG. Stop. Kirk screamed, not caring about anything anymore, and rushed out like a madman to grab some food. In the end, Kirk managed to grab a plate of medicine and carefully tucked it away. All the other food had been swept clean. Surely the patients here couldn't have expected to be left without food while staying peacefully in the hospital? Holding the medicine in his hand, Kirk glanced fearfully at Lu Chen. This time, he didn't dare say anything. He was truly afraid that Lu Chen would pounce on him and bite. Carrying his medicine, he walked straight to Long Lu's room to start his own investigation. The other players had clearly started to see Lu Chen as an abnormal player, avoiding interaction and quickly entering the rooms. The patients in the room seemed somewhat normal, and it appeared that the hellish difficulty of this game was mainly reflected in this person. Lu Chen also entered the previous room and looked at Long Wu on the ground. Long Wu seemed as if he had been tortured all morning, twisted and collapsed on the ground. When he heard someone come in, he roared madly, wanting to charge forward. But halfway through, he instantly stopped. It wasn't because he was being held back by iron chains, but because he recognized Lu Chen. His eyes cleared up instantly, the frenzy subsided, and he became calm. "Hello, beautiful lady," Lu Chen gently closed the door and said very politely. "Why did they change my gender?" Long Wu sat dumbfounded on the ground, as if his soul had been drained out of him. He didn't move a muscle, didn't argue back, looking just like a dried salted fish. He knew that communicating with the man in front of him was pointless. Lu Chen stood at the door and continued, "Why did you call me here? Oh, by the way, is there any food here? The guy who invited me this morning didn't feed me properly. It's really unreasonable. I'm still angry just thinking about it. I won't forgive him." Long Wu still didn't say a word, sitting quietly on the ground, thinking to himself that the person from this morning was also me. "You haven't eaten your fill yet. Have you already devoured my lunch for today?" Slowly, suddenly, Long Wu, who had been mentally disturbed all along, suddenly spoke up. "Why? Why me?" "Because with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man," Lu Chen responded incongruously, patting the other's shoulder. "Peter, you must remember these." What a mess. I'm totally lost. Damn, Spider-Man is here. The big shot is playing a game of random replies. But don't you think these patients, in front of the big shot, seem to be speaking to some extent of regaining their sanity? Long Wu twitched at the corner of his mouth, seeming to have gotten used to Lu Chen's way of going crazy, and continued, "What are you here for, exactly? If you're crazy, everyone in this prison is in solitary confinement. If not, why come torture me? I'm innocent, it's those inside who are guilty." Long Wu's words caused a violent stir in the live broadcast room. Wow! Such a huge amount of information. What does this mean? Wasn't it supposed to be a hospital? Why did it turn into a prison? What do you mean by those inside? The patients have said a lot, even more than what was obtained from the other side. Is this the way mentally ill people communicate? Just don't know if he can understand. Lu Chen put his arm around Long Wu's shoulder, his expression under the mask unusually serious, winky face, as if contemplating something. "You mean, those inside will give me food, right?" Long Wu. He really wanted to go crazy now, but he held back. "Yes. Thank you for the hospitality." Lu Chen got up and headed straight for the food without a second glance. After he left, Long Wu buried his head in the ground, gasping for air heavily. But, their sins, are they considered paid off here? Lu Chen kept walking inside, all the way to the circular end, arriving at the place where Tom was parked. He paused, looked at Tom, and said, "Brother, you smell really nice." Tom. Then, without further ado, Lu Chen pushed open a door next to him and walked in. In the dim light, with blood-red walls and floor, a figure sat quietly on the ground, slowly raising his head, revealing a dark face. His eye sockets were deep, his mouth wide open, seemingly smiling, showing a mouthful of severely damaged teeth. "Finally, another one of you people has come. Where's my food? Has that shitty thing been waived now?" He stared straight at Lu Chen as he walked in, emitting a sinister laugh. "I know why you're here, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen interrupted him. Lu Chen said, "I love you." "The other person? What did you just say?" The inner patient didn't quite catch on, asking skeptically, "I love you. Lu Chen, now clear-headed, repeated naturally. Ha! Surprised face. A confession, holding the other person in a daze for more than 30 seconds, his mouth agape as if something was stuck in his throat, rendering him speechless. The twisted expression and bizarre smile from before had all vanished, leaving only a face of bewilderment. This isn't. Player, impressive, I didn't expect this kind of opening. Player, starting with a big move, the control effect is remarkable. It seems like Longwu was right before, the masked lord is just tormenting a new player. Player, Coerc, come and learn. Wasn't Coerc's skill supposed to be mental disturbance? Let's see what top-tier mental disturbance looks like. Player, previously, it seemed like this patient had some rationality, but now, it's all gone. At this moment, the people watching Lan Chen's game broadcast had even forgotten about the dangers of the game, finding everything amusing. However, the patient in the game didn't find it amusing at all. He looked at Lan Chen with a face as if he had eaten something awful, and finally couldn't help but ask, why? Lan Chen casually closed the door and replied, child, you must understand, true love doesn't need a reason. The words the patient had prepared earlier were all forgotten, and he unconsciously murmured, does love really not need a reason? No, why the hell are you thinking about that with me? Looking up at Lan Chen with a face of horror, he cursed, are you crazy? Are you insane? Friend, strictly speaking, you're the crazy one. Lan Chen replied seriously. Opponent. Well, what you said seems to make sense. No, wait. Shaking his head abruptly, the patient slapped his own face, wondering why he always followed this guy's line of thought. He, who had thought his toy had arrived, now began to feel an inexplicable sense of dread, feeling that this guy was different from the people who had been here before. Who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? Lan Chen responded very politely. Who I am, I'm also a bit unclear. The other person's eyes were a bit confused, but you can call me Wang Ao. Well, Mr. Zhang, hello, I am Batman. Lan Chen deliberately lowered his voice, as if he had a frog in his throat, imitating the standard DC pronunciation. What the hell? The other person's voice clearly rose by an octave. What kind of nonsense is this? He forcefully hit his head. Wang Ao even doubted if he had missed 2 meals of medication, worsening his condition. Why did his mind feel so unclear today, as if he had seen an illusion? Alright, let's get straight to the point. Lan Chen said. Oh, okay. Wang Ao subconsciously replied, and then that sinister expression from before returned to his face. So, where's the food? Lan Chen asked. Ha? Wang Ao dumbfoundedly looked up. The emotions that had been stirred up were completely shattered. Food? Why wasn't there any food today? Wang Ao's answer was innocent, then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, shouldn't you have brought me food? Why? Lan Chen asked matter-of-factly. As the saying goes, when you have full confidence, the other party often lacks it. Wang Ao was left dumbfounded, as if truly pondering why. Why indeed? When did I ask you to come? After entering, Lan Chen only said a few words, but Wang Ao felt as if time had slowed down, his mind now a mess. No, this isn't right. I don't want to think about this. In an instant, Wang Ao's eyes, as big as a bull, widened suddenly. His already unstable spirit now felt like it was going out of control. Clenching his teeth, he exuded a fierce aura, stomped his feet, and stood up abruptly. With bloodshot gums exposed, muscles on his face contorted into strands, and his whole body tensed, he appeared much more intimidating than Longwu before. He had fewer iron chains on him now, with only a thick chain tied to his left leg, granting him more freedom of movement. Extending his pitch-black nails, he pointed at Lu Chen and said, Kid, don't babble nonsense in front of me, I warn you. But the next moment, Lu Chen's figure seemed to flash before him, their faces inches apart, even feeling each other's breath. Wang Ao was taken aback. This was the first time someone dared to get so close to him voluntarily. Wasn't he afraid of death? His pupils contracted, a violent impulse rising as he prepared to strike. However, a strong hand pressed on his shoulder the next moment. Mr. Lu, why the rush? Sit down and talk slowly. Then, an immense and unstoppable force emanated from the other person, like a mountain pressing down on him. Unprepared, Wang Ao's legs gave out, and he knelt on the ground. Ha? Why kneel? No need to be so polite. Lu Chen said, sitting cross-legged in front of him. Wang Ao's lips trembled, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen, unable to speak for a while. Was he human? Was that the power a human should possess? His blood-red eyes gradually softened, the urge to act vanishing instantly. Translation, very good, meets expectations, eyes instantly clear, ha, just like Longwu before. Translation, Longwu, if a friend dies, a poor Taoist does not die, brother, experience it. Translation, purely in terms of combat ability, Isn't this a bit too overpowered? Translation: Welcome our great masked man boss to start a new round of torment. What's wrong, brotherly? Why keep kneeling? Lu Chen sat in front of him, the two close enough to touch. Even if you can't remember my name, can you at least remember one surname? How many different surnames have I used by now? Wang Ao, his mind in chaos, had lost the ability to think. Unable to communicate verbally and seemingly lacking in physical strength, he had to follow the process and quickly regain control of the situation. Ironically, under Lu Chen's overwhelmingly defiant mental state, Wang Ao, as a lunatic, had started strategizing. I know why you're here, you have questions for me, right? After speaking, fearing Lu Chen would steer the conversation elsewhere, Wang Ao continued, Are you here to ask me who the sickest person in this hospital is? As he said this, Wang Ao glanced at Lu Chen from the corner of his eye, a hint of pride in his gaze. Based on his experience, no one who came to see him would refrain from asking this question. Even if the person before him was insane and mentally unstable, he believed they would be intrigued by this question. I can answer you truthfully, as long as you promise me a game. At that moment, the staff members who had been monitoring the live stream of every player were all stunned, gathering around Lu Chen. They never expected that a game with little progress would suddenly take such an unexpected turn. Translation: Isn't it that simple? Why are you saying this directly? Why do I feel like this patient doesn't really have any illness at all, looking the most normal of all? Everything is scary in comparison. Everyone seems quite normal compared to the masked boss at the moment. However, did this game NPC just casually reveal such crucial information like this? Or has he encountered players like this before? The person upstairs seems to be lost in deep thought. Listening to Wang Ao's words, almost everyone was excited. Except for one person. Who is the sickest person and shouldn't they see a doctor? What does it have to do with me? Lu Chen scratched his ear, saying somewhat strangely, Don't you want to ask about this? Wang Ao was completely caught off guard. He could now basically confirm that the person in front of him was different from anyone he had met before. So, he tentatively asked, Brother, are you new here? Are you also going to stay here? If so, everyone's rooms seem to be separate. Why did you come to find me? Wang Ao's voice carried a hint of breathlessness, even a touch of grievance. He had suffered so much here, never expecting someone to come and torment him today. If you insist on me asking you a question, I guess it's fine. Lu Chen stroked his chin, speaking thoughtfully. What? In Wang Ao's eyes, a red light instantly lit up again, his bloodthirsty desire resurfacing. Listening to Lu Chen's voice, not to mention Wang Ao, the audience in the live broadcast room collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They thought Lu Chen had truly lost his mind to such an extent that he would actually reject the easily obtainable solution in front of him. However, to everyone's anticipation, the gluttonous mask on Lu Chen's face formed a pensive expression. Then, with a mysterious air, he leaned forward and asked Wang Ao, Actually, have you realized a certain issue? What? 5 words are actually 3 words. 5. What? After waiting for a while, Wang Ao's brain suddenly buzzed, momentarily not catching up. Why would 5 words be 3 words? Wait a minute. He then counted his fingers slightly, looked up at Lu Chen with a face of annoyance, and nodded speechlessly. So, when you say 5 words, it indeed is 3 words, what's the matter? Therefore, 6 words are also 3 words, right? Wang Ao. So, 6 equals 5. His facial expression had become numb. Having lived here for so long, this was the first time he eagerly anticipated leaving this place, not wanting to stay in this eerie place any longer. Lu Chen didn't really expect his response, continuing to mutter to himself. Following this logic, 7 also equals 5, 8 also equals 5. 1 equals 2 equals 3 equals 4, equals 0. The grand unified equation of the mathematical world has been discovered by me. So, eating 10 bowls of rice equals eating 3 bowls of rice equals eating 0 bowls of rice equals not eating at all, right? I'm a bit hungry. At this moment, Wang Ao suddenly lunged forward, earnestly grabbing Lu Chen's hand, and said sincerely, Bro, I think your illness is a bit too severe, worse than mine. I don't know why they didn't deliver the medicine at this bizarre hospital today, it's really irresponsible. Tonight, take my medicine, I think your condition is a bit serious. Ancient times had Kong Rome giving up pears, now we have Wang Ao offering medicine. Wang Ao has tormented me to the point of numbness, really, can a person come up with such problems? I feel like Masked Brother is the one truly here to play the game, the main player. Poor Wang Ao. Wang Ao has been played to ruin. After feeling sorry for Coke and Dragon 5, now comes the sympathy for Wang Ao. Lu Chen can be said to be the world's top heart disease doctor, making everyone feel sorry for him. Wait, this isn't right. Wang Ao suddenly let go of his own hand, his eyes fierce, confused, and chaotic expressions flashing continuously. Am I crazy? What am I doing? Why do I care about this person's problems? Why do I care about his issues? I want. He. Thinking this, a twisted expression slowly reappeared on Wang Ao's face, grinning like an idiot, drool slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth. Sir, I know the answer to your question. I know all the answers. However, if you want to know the answer, I have a condition. You have to play a game with me before I can tell you. This time, Wang Ao's confusion finally took over, not following Lu Chen's rhythm. What game? This was also the first time Lu Chen truly responded to his question. His eyes sparkled with a gleeful red light, as if he had finally arrived at his own arena, pulling out a piece of iron from beneath him. The iron piece was covered with mottled rust, but apart from some gaps at the edges, it gleamed sharply, clearly polished into a knife. The metallic color of the iron piece reflected the excited light on Wang Ao's face. This was the essence of his illness. He looked at Lu Chen and said, "Watch closely." Then, with one hand flat on the ground, the other hand wielding the knife, began a frenzy of swings. The tip of the knife danced down, weaving through the gaps between his 5 fingers, striking violently, the speed so fast that it created afterimages. A true dance of the knife tip. However, his technique was not as good as it seemed. Amidst the dancing afterimages, the sound of flesh being cut and occasional flashes of blood erupted, eliciting a joyful low moan from Wang Ao's mouth, his eyes growing more excited. Finally, he stopped, his palm's blood already soaking the ground, crimson blood winding its way. With the bloodied iron piece, he handed it over. Your turn, 100 strikes. As if in his own arena, Wang Ao grinned widely, like the Joker laughing maniacally in a DC movie. Lu Chen slowly raised his head, a big smile, *_____, appearing beneath his mask as he took the blood-stained patch. As I said before, Mr. Chen, I love you, and this time I mean it. This time, Wang Ao listened to Lu Chen's insane words in his ear, but paid no attention, as if he couldn't hear at all, his eyes filled with a crazy smile, looking at the red mask in front of him and the knife in his hand. This was his illness, as well as his sin. 100 strikes? Yes, 100 strikes. Both of them were laughing heartily at this point, staring at each other, repeating it again, their eyes filled with their own desires. Lu Chen never expected that at this moment, someone would willingly bring him such pain. Meanwhile, Wang Ao had already immersed himself in his highest spiritual enjoyment. He craved blood, torment, and pain, and didn't care whether the one suffering was someone else or himself. He couldn't remember how long he had been here, but he remembered why he came. Slaughter, torture, indiscriminate harm. He had long turned into a demon on earth. However, due to his mental illness, he was not executed but locked up here for treatment. Yet here, he endured far more terrifying torment than death, day after day, year after year. But he enjoyed it immensely. He had adapted to everything here, to his own existence. And, he had encountered a few times when someone came here, seeking some so-called intelligence from him, enduring his manipulation and torment. Thus, he indulged in the abyss of self-torment and tormenting others, relishing it. Previously, he always exploited the weaknesses of others, coercing and threatening, enjoying their fear and helplessness. This time, it was slightly different. He encountered someone equally afflicted, just moments ago thrown into confusion by the other. But it didn't matter, as the game began, as that bloody sensation returned to him, he felt no fear. On the contrary, wouldn't it be more interesting to see this uniquely different individual fall before him, witnessing their pain and struggle? Everyone who came to him had a request, and with a request, there would be a weakness. Smack! Lu Chen raised his right hand, forcefully slamming it on the ground, fingers spread out, exposing the gaps. Holding an iron piece in his other hand, he remained motionless for a while, as if contemplating something. Then, he flipped the iron piece in his left hand, offering it to Wang Ao across from him. What? Scared? Wang Ao twisted his neck, wearing an expected smile on his face, seemingly mocking yet also declaring his victory. He leisurely sat up, licked the wound on his hand, and said, I don't know your purpose, but I can assure you, no matter your strength, if you refuse me, your purpose will not be achieved. My purpose is simply to spend more time with you. The red gluttony mask still bore that unserious expression. All seriousness, tension, seemed impossible to appear on that mask. Here, Lu Chen said. What? Wang Ao raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You said it, you come. Lu Chen smiled friendly at him, gesturing at the blade in his hand. I trust you, you're skilled, 100 strikes. Wang Ao's mouth twitched, then he burst into a wild laughter. All right, no problem. He took the knife, leaned towards Lu Chen's ear, and said with a smile, you do have good mental resilience. I love prey like you. Hope you're ready. Stepping back, he stared at Lu Chen's mask, observing the subtle changes in his expression, then raised his hand high. With all his strength, he ruthlessly thrust the knife into Lu Chen's hand. Clang! The sound of sharp blade cutting through flesh. Wang Ao didn't follow through with the game he proposed. The blade didn't aim for the gap between the fingers. The rusty iron piece plunged in, blood oozing out, the warm sensation soaking his palm. Wang Ao could feel the temperature of the blood. Licking his lips, he looked at Lu Chen's face, waiting for a reaction. Yet, he was ultimately disappointed. There was no change in Lu Chen's expression behind the mask, no trembling, no emotions that should have appeared on his face. Even now, even at this moment when his hand was pierced, there was no flinch, no expected muscle spasm. His hand remained relaxed. What was this concept? It proved that he completely defied biological instincts, suppressed his reflexes, and seemed utterly indifferent. Wang Ao's smile gradually froze. He saw Lu Chen slowly speak. 1. Lu Chen's voice was so calm as a whisper in the darkness, trying to drag him into the abyss. Pain God's choice, pain value +2. What, keeping count? Or is the knife still stuck? With that, the powerful hand grabbed Wang Ao's wrist and slowly pulled out the other's hand, along with the iron piece. Or shall we make the game more interesting? Lu Chen's words didn't require a response from the other party. While Wang Ao was dazed, suddenly everything went black before his eyes. Lu Chen's other hand covered his face, blindfolding his eyes. Have you played this before? Come on, continue. In the darkness before Wang Ao, his body trembled slightly, emitting a chuckle from his mouth, as if something was stuck in his throat. A complex emotion gripped his heart like a giant hand, making Wang Ao's already unclear mind exceptionally chaotic. Unseen by him, Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes too. This seems a bit too intense. I don't understand, but for some reason, I feel very tense. I think this is like a competition between two people. A mental competition, where if one loses, it's like a collapse of the accumulated unhealthy thoughts, known in psychology as the over-limit effect. The masked boss didn't fall into the opponent's rhythm but used the opponent's way to defeat him. Alright, Lu Chen's gentle voice said slowly, that's it, 99 more to go. Continue. It was as if an order had been given in the darkness, and the game was set in motion. Following Lu Chen's command, Wang Ao on the other side suddenly began to scream wildly, eyes closed, wildly stabbing around. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The iron piece turned into the sharpest steel blade, relentlessly descending, piercing some palms, cutting flesh, missing completely, stabbing the ground. Wang Ao exerted great force, to the point that his hand holding the iron piece was completely scratched, blood flowing down, mixing with Lu Chen's blood. Wang Ao seemed to be carrying out his task like a madman, not believing that anyone with a mortal body should not react to attacks. Even if he himself enjoyed pain and torment, he would not react like the person in front of him. In Wang Ao's eyes, the other party seemed to not even feel it was his own body. Even halfway through the 100 attacks, he reached out with his other hand, grabbing Lu Chen's wrist to check if he was still there, if he had dodged. But he was disappointed. Lu Chen's hand just stayed there, unmoving, as if it wasn't his own. And indeed, Lu Chen felt the same way. With his eyes closed, immune to pain, and amidst mental confusion, he didn't sense any issue. Only occasional voices in his mind reminded him of the benefits he was receiving. Pain God's choice, pain value +1. Pain God's choice, pain value +2. Pain God's choice, pain value +1. Towards the end, not knowing if his hand was close to being ruined, the pain value he felt was decreasing. 97, 98, 99, 100. Wang Ao hoarsely shouted these numbers, then abruptly broke free from the person in front of him, looking down to see his completely altered palm. Soon after, Lu Chen's calm voice came again. Finished the 100 rounds? Is it time to answer my question now? Your game is good, I like it. The voice was calm, the attitude gentle. He, ha ha ha, what are you? Laughing meaninglessly twice, Wang Ao instantly lost it, roaring at Lu Chen, rushing at him with the knife in hand. Die, you die for me. Like a madman, Wang Ao forcefully plunged the knife into Lu Chen's shoulder, and Lu Chen didn't even try to dodge. However, when he tried to pull out the knife, he found that under Lu Chen's tense muscles, he couldn't even budge the blade. No time to think, or perhaps he had lost the ability to think. The next moment, the surroundings spun. With a bang, he was slammed directly to the ground. A big hand grabbed Wang Ao's face, Lu Chen pressing down on him. With a firm grip, in that instant, Wang Ao felt like his head was about to explode, the pressure inside his skull skyrocketing. That was not a power a human should possess. Although Wang Ao's own strength had long surpassed human limits, he now believed without a doubt that the person before him was completely out of his league. How is this possible? How can you have no reaction at all? What are you? Wang Ao shouted, his previously present rationality vanishing in an instant. Their illnesses seemed like a protective shell, keeping them firmly trapped inside, out of sync with the outside world. But now, Lu Chen, in his most familiar way, shattered this protective shell, and in an instant, the tide of fear had engulfed him. The flowing lights on Lu Chen's red mask continuously formed various expressions, unpredictable. Do you know? Actually, there was a woman who had a similar behavior like yours before, playing games with me, playing and even wanting to kill me. You're luckier than her. When it came to her, I didn't even give her a chance to speak. Your game is good, but now that it's over, shouldn't you answer my question? Lu Chen now had both hands pressing down on Wang Ao, including the hand that was basically rotten, so at this point, the other was covered in blood. Wang Ao had long lost his previous state, looking at Lu Chen in fear, repeating continuously, I don't know, I really don't know, I truly don't know anything. I used this method to deceive them before, I had no idea who was the sickest among them. Wait. It's you. You're the sickest one. I understand now, I finally understand, you're the sickest one. Lu Chen forcefully lifted the other's head, smashing it hard on the ground, making a clanging sound. Sounds good? Good sound means good head. Who asked you that? I said I asked that, didn't I? Blood seeped from Wang Ao's forehead, panting heavily, unconsciously asking, then what do you want to ask? I ask you, based on the previous statement. 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5, 5 equals what? And what does 6 equal? Oh, right, these all equal 0, if that's the case, it seems like our game isn't over yet, there are still 100 more rounds. Wang Ao. His eyes instantly became confused, hollow as if he were already dead. He, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, lying on the ground, he started laughing meaninglessly. And, the child has been tormented. And, really, the ultimate torment of Wang, it was just a 1-hour lunch break, why does it feel so long? And, too terrifying, since he arrived, no food, no medicine, and now randomly torturing a patient, a devil. Why, how? It's starting again, tormenting me again. Are you one of those who tormented me before? Why change the method this time? Wang Ao's eyes were lifeless, his mouth moving as he mumbled incomprehensibly, forming these sentences. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. For the first time, his rationality forcefully suppressed the chaotic spirit behind the gluttonous mask, and he asked, Who tormented you before? Wang Ao's eyes regained some spirit, but the confusion in his expression was even more intense than before. He held his head in his hands, writhing in pain on the ground. What? What torment? What did I just say? Medicine. Where is my medicine? Why hasn't today's medicine arrived? You're killing me, who are you? You. No, killing me. In the dim prison cell, Wang Ao's agonizing screams continued to echo, as if enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. The expressions on Lu Chen's mask changed, countless smiles and serious faces alternating, eventually returning to calm. I don't know, what torture? Who tortured me? Who are you? I don't know. At this moment, Wang Ao seemed to have been switched on, speaking incoherently and rambling, with no clear idea of what he was saying. Whether it was Lu Chen or the audience watching the live broadcast, they knew that the previous question must have touched the depths of the other's soul. Bang! Without a word, Lu Chen stepped forward and kicked the other person. He kicked him to the ground. What's your name? I'm asking you, right? I haven't asked yet. Wang Ao raised his head in confusion, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. Didn't you just ask? What are you talking about? Lu Chen threatened, raising his foot. No. Whatever you say is what it is. Wang Ao quickly agreed. Due to a complete mental breakdown, he exposed the weakest side of himself in his entire life. His eyes no longer had the sickly and ferocious look they had at the beginning. They had already been shattered by Lu Chen's mental blows. Between confusion and fear, he would occasionally fall into a state of stupor. What are you asking? You're asking. No, medicine, killing me. Let me go. The words from the other party couldn't even form coherent sentences, showing how confused they were. Dear Mr. Chin, if you really want to die, don't you always have this iron piece here? Why don't you commit suicide? Wang Ao? In an instant, his eyes immediately became clear and transparent, as if waking up from a deep dream. He had never thought about this question before, but now, after Lu Chen's question, he suddenly found it strange that he had never thought about it. Before Lu Chen asked, it was as if his brain had never had this option, as if something had erased it. Yes, I seem to be able to commit suicide. Staring straight at the iron piece in his hand, Wang Ao's eyes gradually showed signs of restlessness, shimmering with a struggling light. Why not commit suicide? If I die, everything will end. As he struggled with his confused mind, his vision suddenly blurred, and the iron piece in his hand disappeared. Looking up, he saw that the iron piece was now in Lu Chen's hand, somehow taken away by him. Young man, how can you play with a knife in class? I'll confiscate it first. Wang Ao? What? Didn't you just suggest I consider suicide? Are you out of your mind? Can't you just let me die? Grimacing, Wang Ao's nerves seemed like a piece of iron wire, being ruthlessly bent back and forth by Lu Chen. Now, it was obvious that he was about to be broken. With a sudden pounce, he was kicked over by Lu Chen in an instant, stepping on Wang Ao as he said, "Don't shout, I suddenly thought of a question to ask you." Lu Chen's mask revealed a serious expression, and Wang Ao's face also became solemn. The next question made Wang Ao start seriously considering whether to just crash into the wall and commit suicide. You say, if you had really committed suicide just now, would this prison have one more person who committed suicide, or one less? And now that I have taken your knife away, does that also count as saving your life? The grace of saving a life is like that of one's biological parents. Can I now be considered your father? It seems that my love for you can be considered paternal love. Wang Ao. Perish. The audience watching the live broadcast were all ecstatic at this point. Viewer 1, heartaches for Wang Ao. Being tortured repeatedly, he's practically asking for death now. Viewer 2, well, when you think about it, is it adding one more suicide or subtracting one? Both seem to make sense. Viewer 3, don't dwell on the suggestions above, thinking too much will drive you crazy. Viewer 4, it feels like the masked man always gets the most information, seems crucial, but never delves deeper. Viewer 5, clearly can't delve deeper, this Wang Ao reveals a lot of information, but every time he talks, he breaks down, either he doesn't know either, there's clearly a problem. Viewer 6, go check out what's happening with Coke over there, that foreigner seems pretty capable, seems to have gathered quite a bit of information already. In Long Lu's room, Coke, who had already established a certain level of trust, was currently brainwashing furiously. The 6 pills that Lu Chen had managed to pry out of his mouth had all been fed to Long Lu. As for food, Coke didn't think that was important, he didn't care if the patients in this game were hungry or not, as long as he could clear the level. At this point, his mental interference ability had reached its peak, speaking persuasively, and he was holding something that looked like a pocket watch, constantly swaying it. This was his tool for hypnosis, not a game prop, but something he used in his daily life. In order to bring it in, he actually used Lu Chen's personal carrying method. As for how he carried such a thing, well, let's not go into details. You just said you are innocent, right? Coke asked. This was information that had already been shared by Zhou Tian before. He was guiding the other party. Yes. Long Lu sat obediently on the ground, like a foolish child. You also said you came later? The people before were the guilty ones. This is a prison. Yes. But entering the hospital, there will always be a difference in time. What does this later mean? Does it mean that the people before you were all guilty? Long Lu shook his head, his spirit dejectedly responding, no, it's not, the people before, from the beginning, were guilty. We came in later, we came in later. Coke frowned, thinking seriously, feeling that something seemed off. According to this, the people in this hospital were likely divided into 2 groups. Not sure if this was a key piece of information, and what the basis of this division was. The people you mentioned before, were they here because they committed a crime, or because they were mentally ill, and were locked up here, right? Yes. Then you, why did you, the people who came later, come in? Me? Why did I come? Suddenly, Long Lu's situation became very wrong, like someone who could go berserk at any moment. Coke's mental interference began to backfire, stirring up a storm in the depths of the other's mind. Without any warning, Long Lu suddenly opened his big mouth and roared at Kirk. Kirk, holding his pocket watch, had already sensed something was amiss and jumped back, standing in the corner. Lunchtime is over. Players, please return to the initial rest area. The announcement sounded abruptly, repeating 3 times like a battlefield retreat signal. Kirk breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout lunchtime, his nerves were on edge, as if he had been through a battle. His back was now damp with sweat, a fact he hadn't realized during the previous inquiries. Long Lu's chains rattled, his neck red as if he wanted to lunge at Kirk. Kirk touched the bloodstains on his face left by Long Lu's rampage in the morning, which he hadn't dodged in time. He felt he was getting closer to the truth, delving into uncharted territory. This hospital, or prison, was divided into 2 groups, the front and the back. The issues between these groups likely related to the final mission, although he hadn't figured out the connection yet. Progress was good nonetheless. Bowing slightly to Long Lu, Kirk said, "Dear sir, the midday counseling session ends here. Looking forward to our next meeting." With that, Kirk opened the door behind him and backed out of the room. Meanwhile, in another room, Lu Chen and Wang Ao heard the same announcement. This time, it was Wang Ao who visibly relaxed. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, looking pitifully at Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood up, unsatisfied, and licked the blood off his ruined right hand, gazing at Wang Ao on the floor. Wang Ao shrank back, thinking, this guy won't eat me, right? Lu Chen said nothing, took a piece of iron, and walked towards the door. Wang Ao slumped against the wall, relieved as the demon-like figure finally left. Just as Lu Chen reached the door, he turned back, a friendly smile on his mask. I'll come find you later, Mr. Wang. With that, he politely closed the door. Wang Ao's eyes dimmed, his heart sinking. The audience discussed Kirk's prowess and the accidental nature of the masked man's actions. They admired the seamless communication between the masked man and the mentally ill. As Lu Chen headed towards Tom's open room instead of the initial one, he approached Tom and without a word, struck with the iron piece confiscated from Wang Ao, embedding it halfway into the iron robot's head. Tom? Audience? Official staff watching? Hey, buddy, are you okay? This guy is really sick. Why would he suddenly pick a fight with the game host? Isn't he afraid of being targeted by the game? Rat-licking Catbee, looking for excitement for no reason? Do you have any questions, player? Why didn't the prompt sound? Shouldn't it have triggered some hidden in-game mission or unlocked a new achievement medal? Really? How stingy. Tom. Damn, he's making me so angry. Well, Tom's face is iron-colored to begin with. Players should focus on the game and not think about other things. Okay, delicious Tom, you smell really good. Great Tom. Lu Chen didn't bother to continue with him, he just turned around and started walking around a large loop towards the end of the room. Ah! Suddenly, in the long circular corridor, a piercing scream echoed, almost inhumanely tragic and extremely piercing. Lu Chen's expression under the mask changed slightly, but he continued walking towards the room. When he reached the initial room, Lu Chen found that he was the last one to arrive. Along the way, there was a clear blood trail that led all the way here, and upon looking up, a large, ferociously pained face could be seen. At this point, his right arm looked like it was about to break off, with the bones of the forearm visible, still connected by flesh. Zhou Tian was beside him, helping to stop the bleeding. Do you have any medicine? Hurry! The big guy painfully took out a basic healing potion from his backpack and poured it on. In an instant, the flesh began to wriggle, slowly healing, and the bleeding stopped somewhat. Seeing this, the big guy finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground, sweating profusely. If it's not working, just make sure you're safe first. How did it come to this? Zhou Tian, being an official organization member, had the thought of protecting others and asked immediately. Damn it! It's so hard to stay vigilant about those things' mental states all the time. Everyone's level of restraint is different, and that guy actually just pulled down his pants in front of me and started ing at me. Zhou Tian. Well, it's hard for any man to handle that. Hearing this, the woman's face turned pale in this life, feeling a bit nauseous. After a busy half hour, confirming that the other party shouldn't bleed to death, Zhou Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the side. Just a simple hour, but everyone felt particularly drained, both mentally and physically. Of course, Lu Chen was an exception. Cork sat in the distance, glanced briefly at the big guy, and said briefly, "If you can't, exit." There was nothing more to say. In his view, these people were useless, better to save themselves early. In the oppressive atmosphere, everyone finally noticed Lu Chen, who had just entered and not said a word. Zhou Tian glanced over and was suddenly shocked to see Lu Chen's right hand, which was almost completely mangled, his whole head spinning. He knew that this crazy guy in front of him was likely the most powerful in combat. "You're injured too?" Zhou Tian exclaimed in surprise. "Who could have hurt you like this?" "Ha?" Lu Chen shook his head in confusion. "Who? Me? I'm not injured. What are you talking about?" As he said this, his hand, as if it had been through a meat grinder, was still slightly shaking. The scene was very graphic. Zhou Tian. "Oh, you mean this?" Lu Chen looked at himself and only then discovered the state of his palm, as if noticing it for the first time. He said in amazement, "Huh? What's going on? Did I do something just now?" It's not a big deal, fortunately. Zhou Tian. He seemed at a loss for words. Judging by the surface appearance, the injury on Lu Chen's hand was no less severe than that of the big guy. However, for some reason, when such an injury occurred to Lu Chen, he felt like it was no big deal. Perhaps Lu Chen was being a bit too casual about it. At this moment, Lu Chen had already taken out a sharp blade from his backpack and was looking at his palm. "If I cut this off, will it affect the subsequent game progress?" A big question mark appeared on the red mask, indicating that he was actually contemplating this question. After all, in his previous 2 games, he had sawed off his legs, so cutting off a hand or something seemed like this game was not very interesting. "Hold on." Zhou Tian quickly intervened, fearing that this guy might actually chop off his hand. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your current condition?" Zhou Tian asked cautiously, while twirling a finger next to his head, implying whether the other party's mind was still under control. He had information from Lu Chen's previous game, knowing that this person might be slightly erratic but had strong abilities, hiding a rather calm and cunning mind beneath the erratic behavior, shrewd and greedy. But now, although he could see the other party's abilities and erratic behavior, there was absolutely no sign of rationality. Moreover, he had learned from the staff outside the arena about the reason for Lu Chen's injury. It was truly unbelievable. Was the intelligence really accurate? Where was this calm mind? It seemed more reasonable to say there was no mind at all. Or had he eaten something here that had damaged his brain? Could they still cooperate? Condition? Not so good. Lu Chen listened to the other's question and pondered, I feel very hungry. Saying this, even the mask revealed a somewhat pitiful expression, #_. Zhou Tian immediately showed a wry smile. Zhou Tian, ha ha ha, so cute. Zhou Tian, cute, want to keep one, unexpectedly contrasting. Zhou Tian, you probably can't afford it. With this way of eating, even the richest would be eaten poor. Zhou Tian, I feel like Zhou Tian is about to lose it, torturing teammates in the ward, torturing teammates out of the ward, focusing on indiscriminate damage. Damn it! Suddenly, the big guy next to him roared in pain, clutching his shoulder and howling in agony. He began to convulse violently on the ground, the pain unbearable. It turned out that the basic healing potion in the game was top-notch biotechnology, repairing oneself in a way completely incomprehensible to humans. Even though it was basic, it was already very effective, but the rapid rebuilding of muscles, resetting and healing of bones, and secondary connection of nerves all brought immense pain. When the big guy was only repairing superficial muscles, it was fine, but now it was at the stage of nerve reconstruction. The kind of tingling sensation was something he couldn't bear. What is this thing? Is this medicine without anesthesia? Oh, is it that harsh? Lu Chen, seeing this, became interested and took out a bottle of basic healing potion from his backpack, pouring it on his hand. Zhou Tian, watching this scene, twitched at the corner of his mouth, thinking that this guy's motivation for healing was a bit different from that of normal carbon-based life forms. The big guy continued to scream, his voice echoing continuously in the room, eerie and piercing, making the already tense atmosphere even more terrifying. This was how Hell 5 game was, cruel and painful. However, Lu Chen was slightly disappointed because after waiting for a while, he didn't receive any pain points. The pain of this treatment doesn't seem to have triggered the condition. Damn it! I can't take it anymore. There's no information in this damn place. There's no way to pass through this damn gate. No one can get past this hell mode game. Wait, why won't it open? The big guy fell to the ground, venting his emotions incessantly. Suddenly, fear filled his voice. What won't open? Zhou Tian stood by, asking strangely. The shop. What's wrong with the shop? Why won't it open? The big guy's voice was full of panic, completely devoid of his previous aggression, like a helpless child. Zhou Tian looked at him strangely and replied, the in-game shop can only be accessed in items purchased outside the game, then they can be brought into the game after being stored in the backpack. What? Isn't this an official game reminder? You didn't know? The big guy's eyes were instantly engulfed by fear, murmuring repeatedly, what? When was this said? How did I not know? Then how do I buy an exit coin? What should I do? Zhou Tian's eyes narrowed, taking a few steps back. This was Hellgame, and everyone knew the death rate in Hellgame. The reason everyone remained calm was because of the exit coins. Everyone present had cleared the game and bought that item. In the end, if all else failed, they could exit, even though they would lose everything gained in the game, at least they would save their lives. Life would still be there, so everyone wasn't as fearful of this Hellgame as they were in the previous game when Lu Chen encountered Hellgame, and the new players around him had no exit opportunity. But the fact that the big guy could forget such a crucial issue was unbelievable. Zhou Tian felt speechless, a slight heaviness in his heart. The air quieted down, a hint of despair flashed in the big guy's eyes, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Suddenly, a sound of a coin being flicked in the air rang out, the sound exceptionally crisp. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Chen, who was doing this, causing confusion. Was this lunatic showing off or what was the point? Bullying a desperate player? Was it necessary? I'm hungry. Lu Chen's low voice came, do you have any food? Zhou Tian, who was initially puzzled, instantly thought of his colleague's description of Lu Chen's performance in the previous game. A sudden realization struck him, looking at Lu Chen with some surprise, then turning to the big guy. Using an exit coin means losing everything gained in the game, whether it's physical enhancements, superpowers, or points. So, when it's time to save your life, you go all in to save it. The big guy's eyes were initially confused, then seemed to understand something, grasping at a lifeline. "Sir, are you planning to sell your exit coin?" Previously thinking Lu Chen was crazy, now using polite language, it was evident that he was willing to go to great lengths to survive. Lu Chen remained silent, not wanting to waste too much reason on the other party, just continuously flicking the coin in his hand. Exquisite in design, it seemed like a nice toy, but in the game, it was something that could save lives. "Brother, let's discuss this. Sell it to me." I didn't know the shop couldn't be opened, so I saved all my points, not spending a single one. All the prizes, rewards, I've hardly used them, saving them for crucial moments, except for the basic healing potion I just used. My mistake, my mistake. At this point, the big guy didn't care about his dignity, humbly pleading. "I'll give you everything, all of it, just give me an exit coin, I want to leave. In this place, accidents can happen at any time. I can't handle it anymore. Or, let's exchange contact information, so that when we leave, I can." In the end, he started giving various conditions like the former players, but of course, Lu Chen didn't care. Lu Chen flicked the exit coin in his hand, tilted his head, then gently flicked his finger, making the coin trace a standard parabola in the air and land in front of the big guy. The big guy's eyes lit up instantly, he took 2 quick steps forward, picked up the coin from the ground, and held it like a treasure. Suddenly, he felt a sharp gaze locking onto him. Lu Chen stood silently in front of him, holding a sharp blade in his hand. The big guy awkwardly smiled, then quickly initiated the transfer to avoid any misunderstanding with the big shot in front of him. After the transaction, as if afraid that Lu Chen might change his mind, the big guy instantly fled, holding the exit coin, and disappeared on the spot. With one person leaving the team of 5, Lu Chen gained 1400 points, a strength potion, a basic healing elixir, and a skill learning scroll. Seeing the skill learning scroll, Lu Chen was slightly surprised, as it was a low-level item but could be considered a superpower. However, learning this required a spiritual awakening, and luckily the big guy hadn't awakened, or else he would have surely used it. He stored it in his backpack for now, considering this haul quite profitable, as an exit coin was only worth 1,000 points. At this moment, Cork, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up, raising his head and surprisingly speaking Chinese this time. "It's good that he left, after all, one less person to share the rewards. Also, your exit coin, was it a game reward? I remember the exit coins in the store are limited, each person only has one purchase opportunity." This was directed at Lu Chen. He was half right, Lu Chen's exit coin was indeed a game reward, but he hadn't bought it himself as he never thought of quitting the game. Zhou Tian beside him also felt a pang of worry, he hadn't paid attention to this aspect before. Could Lu Chen be deceived? He hurriedly asked, "Do you have any more exit coins?" "Perhaps not, why leave? Isn't the game fun?" Lu Chen replied somewhat absent-mindedly. "But that's still an option. What about your way out?" Zhou Tian was getting a bit anxious. "What is a way out?" Lu Chen raised his head, showing a rare calm expression behind his mask. "From the moment I entered the game, there has never been a way out." This decision was made by Lu Chen from the beginning, not a result of mental confusion. Even without the pain god's choice, without surpassing others' strength, without immunity to pain, he would still join this brutal game. To exit the game and lose everything? Lose the superhuman strength, lose the possibility of changing his life, lose his current mask, and maybe even lose the pain god's choice? Impossible. From the moment he entered the game, Lu Chen's only way out was success or death. He didn't think he had anything to lose, starting over was just an excuse for the weak. Those without determination can just be spectators. If you quit once, you'll never be able to stand at the peak again. After saying this last sentence, as if drained of all his energy, Lu Chen lay on the ground and began a nap that lasted the entire afternoon. Eat and sleep. Well, it suited his binge-eating nature. Zhou Tian stood dumbfounded in place, looking at Lu Chen on the ground, seemingly incredulous. He never expected that someone who was clearly mentally unstable could say such things. Just a moment ago, he seemed normal, right? In the distance, Kourk did not share the same thoughts. He sat quietly, watching with a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. "Dinner time begins, players, let the game commence." Once again, the door opened, and the only female player stepped out of the room with heavy steps. This time, Lu Ken and Kourk almost simultaneously sprang into action. Lu Ken naturally started a new round of plundering, while Kourk aimed to snatch at least one plate of medicine from Lu Ken. This time, everyone distinctly felt the increased eerie atmosphere throughout the entire hospital. As soon as the door opened, previously unheard sounds filled the air: screams, murmurs, and eerie noises, obscure, distant, and terrifying. The thick iron doors couldn't contain these sounds. Perhaps due to not taking their medication all day, it seemed like everyone in the hospital had worsened, and chaos ensued. The last female player even entered the room clutching an exit coin. However, it wasn't just the patients in the hospital who were severely ill, but also Lu Ken. For the third time, he swept through all the food and medicine, feeling like the energy within him was on the verge of exploding, the gluttonous mask reaching a critical point. Bang! When Lu Ken opened the door, his uncontrollable strength caused the 10-centimeter thick iron door to bend with a single kick. The patients in the room, who were about to have seizures, were startled into sitting upright. In the next moment, Lu Ken was by his side. I heard I can ask you questions, so I ask, you answer. Meanwhile, unnoticed by everyone, Koork had not entered the room at all. After everyone had entered, he hesitated for a moment and walked towards the room where Jotian was. He pushed the door open. In the room's depths, Wang Ao was facing the almost uncontrollable Lu Ken. Initially, when he saw the door being kicked open, his head pounding, he instinctively wanted to snarl, but upon seeing Lu Ken, he shrank back, no longer snarling. However, he was pressed against the wall by Lu Ken with a terrifying force, and from the moment Lu Chen's hands grabbed him, Wang Ao felt a sense of not wanting to resist anymore. Resistance was futile. The more the gluttonous mask ate, the hungrier it became, the more it ate, the more it wanted to eat, and simultaneously, the deeper the mental confusion grew. Wang Ao looked at the mask in front of him and inexplicably felt like the person in front of him wanted to swallow him whole. This was not a metaphor but a tangible feeling. He. Big brother, calm down, I'm not tasty. What do you want to ask? The fear of being preyed upon was a profound instinct stemming from genetics, evoking an unconscious desire to survive. Huff. Lu Ken took a few breaths before continuing. I met someone at noon who left me dissatisfied. I hope you can satisfy me. Wang Ao was slowly let down, not daring to say a word, thinking that the person Lu Ken met at noon seemed to be him. However, at this moment, he naturally dared not refute or remind, as that would be insane, right? Lu Ken produced a sharp blade from his hand, pointing it at the other person, saying, after I ask my questions, let's play a game. He. Donating sperm in a hospital is legal, so why is it illegal for me to donate directly to someone in private? It's said that bananas and radishes have ways to clear the intestines. Do you think it's through ingestion or external application? If an adult novel only features underage characters, can it still be called an adult novel? You have 5 cups of water and 1 billion liters arrive. How do you distribute them? Wang Ao. Lu Chen's mouth was like a rapid-fire cannon, constantly babbling as if it could ease his chaotic mind. But Wang Ao, at this moment, was trembling, unable to say anything, stuttering, I don't know who is the sickest person here, maybe there isn't one. Don't push me. Sigh. Although the masked boss has been babbling all along, have you guys noticed that Wang Ao's mental state seems to be getting more stable? Forced, and what's the use of stability anyway? Even when he's stable, he doesn't ask questions, just keeps babbling here. Honestly, although watching this boss's livestream is indeed exciting, it seems to have no meaning for the game at all. He doesn't seem to care at all. How will he clear the game? Clearly, he could ask for useful information right away, but he keeps babbling. Honestly, to see how to clear the game, we should watch Coke. Really, I'm going to watch Coke first. He seems to have gone to find Jiutian. We need to watch 2 reliable people. As time passed, nearly a day had gone by in the game. In a somewhat normal game, a day was already quite a long time. But here, it seemed clueless, and the audience was starting to have some criticisms of Lu Chen, the supposedly very strong perfect completion player, who seemed to have really lost his mind, mingling with the mentally ill. It seemed like he made no contribution to clearing the game, even causing side effects. At this moment, prompted by some people, the audience had realized the meeting of Coke and Jiutian. Jiutian was sitting in the ward, watching the guy in front of him drooling and babbling, worrying, when suddenly a voice came from behind. Hello. With a standard Chinese pronunciation, Jiutian's body jolted, turning abruptly to see a foreign face. Oh, Mr. Coke. Jiutian turned back. Why are you in my room? The game rules don't say 2 people can't be in the same room. Coke said arrogantly with his hands in his pockets. Besides, you are from the special department of Huagua, right? Jiutian. He hesitated a bit, wondering if he could share this information with a foreigner. Even though he said he was an official person, his background was even more significant. Don't worry, with your country's strong organizational structure, you must have already established relevant departments, and this kind of thing will surely be made public soon. Presumably, you have the most information here about our background and our game performance. Nothing should escape your eyes. Jiutian nodded, admitting openly, yes, it's for a better game. Here's some advice for you, don't get too close to the mentally ill. Ha? Jiutian was puzzled, looking back. It seemed like this patient couldn't harm him, so he said, thanks for your concern, but I've always been careful, keeping a safe distance. No matter how tempting, my psychological resilience is okay, there won't be any problems. Coke said with a straight face, expressionless, I'm not talking about them. Jiutian? In an instant, he understood, you mean the masked man? What's wrong? Nothing, I still have a lot to figure out, the information I have now is too little. Coke said simply, then turned and left, carrying his unique arrogance. I must achieve a perfect completion in this game, you might be somewhat useful, conserve your strength, save your life. When I figure things out, I might need you. With that, he closed the door and left. Jotian's brow furrowed into a character, unable to calm down for a long time. Ha ha ha. As soon as mental illness was mentioned, Jotian immediately knew who they were talking about. Jotian, can't I see who the mental illness is? Is this internal strife? It seems like Kurka isn't very friendly. It's reasonable, masked man seems to have been dragging everyone down. In the midst of the discussion, the first day's dinner passed like this. The game is over, all players please return to the initial room to rest. A familiar voice sounded, a door was pushed open instantly, a figure rushed out like a fish leaping, eyes vacant, it was the only female player left. Disheveled, lifeless eyes, with some bloodstains on her face. After the door to the initial room closed, the four people looked at each other, and the female player suddenly ran to the corner, pale-faced, and vomited violently. Just as Jotian was about to ask something, the female player took out a game coin, said nothing, and quit the game. On the first day, the game progress seemed to have no advancement, shrouded in mystery. And now, there were only 3 players left. Jotian looked at where she had left, sighed softly. He knew the torment of this game. Except for the person in the red mask living comfortably, no one else could be comfortable. Kurka's face was occasionally injured. Mental torment, terrible living conditions, and the possibility of getting injured accidentally. Considering what the big guy said about being jerked off by someone before. And this was a girl. Moreover, the game didn't provide players with food and water. They hadn't had a drop of water all day. TSK, except for the red mask who had food and drink. Why was this guy so special? Jotian shook his head, he knew the background of that girl, as an official. She was just an ordinary player, who luckily cleared the game twice and got some rewards. When she saw it was a hellish game, she originally wanted to run away, but found that as long as she survived, others clearing the game would count as her clearing it too, so she decided to tough it out. But she found herself naive, with the crazy prison, the teammates going mad, and the example of the severely injured. Forget it. Ah, it's a pity, but quitting is also good, Jotian said with a sigh. Beside him, Lucien looked at the pile of vomit on the ground left by the female player, nodded in agreement, yeah, it's a bit of a shame, then hesitated for a moment, suddenly slapped himself hard, and quickly turned and walked away. Jotian? What's wrong with this guy again? On the other side, Kurka also uncommonly walked over, and continued, there's nothing to regret, in a game like this, just surviving is already lucky, this isn't where she should be at her level. Saying that, he slowly scanned around, and continued, now, what's left is more or less the same. 2 perfect clearers, one with high skill and a special official status, were the only ones suitable for this hellish game. Of course. Kurka looked at Lucien lying on the ground in a 2 shape in the distance, and asked, friend who has always pretended to be crazy, are you really not planning to quit the game? My ability is mental interference. I've used it on you many times, most of it backfired. Your confusion is no longer pretending to be crazy, even if you explain it with self-hypnosis. You're about to collapse. Your current state, maybe, will be lost here forever, forever becoming a mental patient. Kurka pressed on step by step, getting closer to Lucien, as if pronouncing a death sentence on the person on the ground. Jotian, with a furrowed brow, watched the two, but this time he didn't intervene, instead quietly watching on the side, waiting for the situation to unfold. Is your ability to eat? I've been asking you from the beginning what your purpose is, and now I still want to know. But I think, as a normal human being, that's not a good choice. I'll ask you again, you really don't plan to quit? Don't tell me you've run out of exit coins. Cork walked up to Lucien at this moment. Just as he was about to move forward, a huge sense of crisis suddenly locked onto him. Lucien had been lying on the ground, silent, when he suddenly spoke. I suggest you don't get too close to me at this time. Cork paused in his tracks, a strange premonition reminding him in his mind not to move forward. Ha ha. He chuckled, took back his steps, turned around, and left. Very confident, aren't you? I'm just worried that if you don't quit, it will be hard for me to complete my game. Lucien fell silent, enduring a massive energy shock within him and a surge of chaotic thoughts. He didn't want to speak and soon fell asleep on the ground. Jotian didn't say anything more, not even initiating a discussion about today's gains. He knew that these two individuals probably wouldn't listen. The three hungry individuals sat far apart in the spacious room, sitting on the floor or leaning against the wall, enduring through the night. Yes, enduring, this night was an exceptionally agonizing one. Throughout the hospital, no one had eaten anything all day, no one had taken any medication. By nightfall, it was as if 1,000 ghosts were wailing, the multiple iron gates couldn't contain the sounds. The hungry ghosts were banging on the doors and walls frantically, making the hospital even scarier than a haunted house. Cork ensured his sleep through self-hypnosis. Lu Chen had long since fallen asleep lying down, while Zhou Tian couldn't sleep at all. He sorted through the information his colleagues had sent him, contemplating the sudden confrontation between Cork and Lu Chen, feeling a chilling sensation creeping over him. A strange sense of crisis enveloped him, causing his mind to continuously ponder similar matters. This hellish game seemed to involve no physical torment, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, a nameless fear beginning to envelop him. The eerie atmosphere of the haunted house persisted throughout the night, and as the second day arrived, the game continued. Cork continued to race with Lu Chen, one trying to grab food, the other aiming to secure at least one dose of medicine. However, this time, Zhou Tian purposefully approached the door of a room. It was Long Wu's room, the first patient Lu Chen had encountered. Zhou Tian instinctively felt that this was the source of his fear. Upon entering the room, he saw the seemingly withered Long Wu, who appeared quite dejected. Another visitor? A new face. Hello. Zhou Tian was surprised to find that Long Wu's mental state was surprisingly stable, so he got straight to the point. Do you know who the sickest person in this hospital is? Hee, such a familiar question, that's more like it, you should ask like this. Long Wu trembled on the ground, looking at Zhou Tian. No, the answer is no, no one is the sickest person here. Who doesn't get sick? You will get sick too, one day you will get sick, forever staying here. Seeing that Long Wu wasn't cooperating, Zhou Tian felt somewhat helpless. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped. The fear that had enveloped him all night once again gripped him at that moment, making his thoughts unusually clear in an instant. His colleague had informed him of the information collected by Lu Chen and Cork. Besides their mental activities, he knew everything else, including every patient and what they had said. From Long Wu, Lu Chen learned that those behind were innocent, only those in front were guilty, so they had to go to the front to ask questions and torment those in front. The person in front was severely tortured by Lu Chen, but Lu Chen kept having seizures, so he took the initiative to ask if they wanted to know who the sickest person was. They even wanted to play a game, saying Lu Chen was different from the previous person. Why did that patient know the question? Was it part of the game? Or something else? Who are the previous people mentioned by him and Lu Chen? Also, the questions asked by Coke split the people in the hospital into two groups. The first group in front were guilty, while the second group behind were innocent. When Coke asked what the people behind were here for and why they stayed, the other person went crazy. Completely crazy. And now, Long Wu tells himself again that if they can't find the answer, they will eventually get sick and be stuck here forever. Moreover, this person is called Long Wu, while the person on Coke's side is called Long Lu. Could it be that? The reason the person in front guessed what Lu Chen wanted to ask was because someone had asked before. And not just once. The people in the hospital are divided into two groups. The first group in front are legitimate patients, while the second group behind are the ones who come to ask them questions. And this group of people, not finding the answer, not identifying the sickest person, so, they are stuck here forever. A bold guess appeared in Zhou Tian's mind, lingering. It felt like the cold wind in the dark night turned into a cloak of fear, tightly wrapping around him, making him shiver to the core, unable to break free. These people, were they once players? Have you heard of God's Choice Park? What are you saying? Long Wu seemed not to have heard clearly what Zhou Tian said, raising his head in confusion and asking again. What kind of eyes were those, mechanical and lifeless, making Zhou Tian's hair stand on end? But now, obviously, there were more important and more frightening things surrounding him, making Zhou Tian stand his ground. God's Choice Park. He almost spat out these 4 words, staring fixedly into Long Wu's eyes. 5 seconds. The air was silent for a full 5 seconds, a time that felt like a century had passed, making Zhou Tian wonder if time had frozen. Long Wu just kept staring straight at Zhou Tian, like a statue. In the next instant, an iron chain came crashing down towards Zhou Tian. The broken chain swung with great force like a battle axe, and even though Zhou Tian was quick, he couldn't dodge it at all. Suddenly, a pair of green boots appeared on his feet, emitting a powerful airflow that pushed him back a meter, narrowly avoiding the strike. Fine weapon, agile boots. The wind stirred up by the chain made Zhou Tian's eyes sting, instantly filling him with horror. If that had hit, it would have been at least a broken bone or worse. Kill. Long Wu had transformed into a different person in an instant, his withered body now pulsating with red steam, as if in an abnormal state. The ground cracked open into a huge crevice, stones crumbling. Jiu Tian cowered in the corner, his heart sinking. The other person had suddenly gone mad. Going crazy after hearing that question, even without an answer, was a kind of response in itself. Kill, kill. Long Wu swung the freed chain wildly, striking randomly, and Jiu Tian moved around the room, finally hiding near the door. The room was in disarray, as if it had experienced an earthquake. What? What is this? What God's choice? What are you talking about? What is this thing? Who are you? Who am I? Medicine, medicine. Give me medicine. In the end, Long Wu fell to the ground, holding his head in his hands, groaning in pain and muttering continuously. Jiu Tian stood still, feeling somewhat at a loss. No! I won't take the medicine. Get it away. Suddenly, Long Wu changed his mind again, rushed to the innermost corner, and started banging his head against the wall frantically until blood flowed. Then, with weak breath, he turned to look at Jiu Tian. Those were the clearest eyes Jiu Tian had ever seen. Run, run. Then, he once again became dull, as if falling asleep. Jiu Tian stood there blankly, not speaking for a while. He could almost confirm that his guess was likely correct. But wasn't the God's Choice Park game just beginning? If these people were players too, what was going on? Moreover, according to their memories, they had been trapped here for who knows how many years. Why weren't they using the exit coins, or couldn't they? When did they enter the game? Had the game already started? Or was the timeline asymmetrical? Jiu Tian took a deep breath and even took out his own exit coin from his backpack, examining it carefully. Looking at the peculiar and exquisite patterns on it, he felt a bit of security and put it back. There's still an escape route. Still an escape route. However, if that was the case, everything became a bit unclear. Could this game really be cleared? This Long Wu, if he was indeed a predecessor, his strength seemed stronger than what Jiu Tian perceived. If the task was the same, could he accomplish what his predecessors couldn't? Find the sickest person. It sounded like a very simple proposition. However, all the previous people had failed. He needed to think of all the loopholes that no one had ever thought of. Was it possible? And why were they forever stuck here? What had they been through? In an instant, Jiu Tian's confidence plummeted to the bottom. Jiu Tian Special Operative, I must remind you, this is a mental hospital. All the information you have needs thorough analysis. In the live broadcast room, the officials who had been observing spoke up. Also, the organization's requirement is, in critical moments, prioritize saving your own life as the first requirement. Do not force it. Jiu Tian weakly nodded, leaning against the wall, calming his chaotic inner self. Any news from those two over there? Cork got a response from the patient, who said, "Who's the sickest? We're just slaves." Jiu Tian chuckled, combining his own speculation. He felt he could understand the information Cork received. And what about the red mask over there? Any news from him? Same as usual, no useful information, just taking turns tormenting the patients by opening doors. The patients all claim they're not the sickest. We've almost stopped paying attention to that side. It's basically communication between the mentally ill. Jiu Tian sighed deeply, recalling Long Wu's condition and the current frenzy of the red mask. He couldn't have really gone mad, could he? Breakfast time is over. All players please return to the starting room. The three sat in a triangle formation, silent like statues. Cork had a pensive expression, as if contemplating something, while Lu Chen remained the same. Only Jiu Tian, after grasping this secret, exuded a heavy aura. Hello, players, I am the Great Tom. You can communicate with each other during rest time. If you have any discoveries, judgments, or questions related to the game, feel free to ask me. The robotic Tom stated formulaically, then rolled on its tracks to the side and waited quietly. After some time passed, Jiu Tian finally made the decision to share the dreadful information with the other two, despite the potential blow to morale. Everyone, I have some unsettling news here that I believe you need to know. In this prison, those who have been claiming innocence all along are very likely also players like us. After saying this, Jiu Tian looked at the reactions of the other two. To his surprise, Kirka turned his gaze with a glint of astonishment and even a hint of joy. On the other hand, Lu Kan simply seemed indifferent, showing no reaction at all. Aren't you going to ask me why? Jiu Tian felt somewhat speechless, puzzled by the unexpected reactions of the two. Kirka suddenly stood up, took a few steps, then turned back to Jiu Tian, speaking formally. Mr. Jiu, thank you very much for your analysis and information. With this, many things make sense now, and it has cleared my mind. Jiu Tian? Wait, are my words that credible? You just believe it like that? Without any consideration or curiosity about how I reached this conclusion? And why the happy expression? Shouldn't you feel fear instead of having your mind cleared? Jiu Tian was a bit confused. He always thought Kirka was someone easy to communicate with, despite his arrogance, but now he couldn't quite understand him. He instinctively turned to Liu Kang and noticed a disdainful expression on his red mask, LLL Omega, saying nonchalantly, "Isn't this obvious? Do you even need to say it? Jiutian? How did you, a lunatic, figure this out? Wait, why am I even trying to discuss this with a lunatic?" Jiutian felt bewildered. When he first thought of this issue, he was filled with fear and worry. How come neither of them seemed to care much? It was somewhat expected from the crazy guy with the red mask, but why was Kurka acting the same way? Could it be a language issue, and he didn't fully grasp my meaning? In the following moments, Jiutian sat on the ground blankly, occasionally glancing at his two esteemed teammates. Liu Kang, as usual, didn't say much. After eating, he just slept, lying there lazily like a salted fish. Just a salted fish with terrifying power within. However, his condition was worsening, as he lay on the ground, occasionally letting out laughter and strange murmurs. Jiutian even suspected he might transform into Ultraman at any moment. Meanwhile, Kurka was also restless, pacing back and forth in the distance, his face alternating between confusion and understanding, muttering to himself. Jiutian was at a loss, touching his own face, wondering if he was the one with the problem. According to Long Lu, players would eventually remain here forever. Were the two of them going insane? Why are they acting so strangely now? What does this mean? They seem truly mad, even looking at them gives me chills. Two players who have completed the game perfectly. Could it be witnessing a total wipeout? I suggest Jiutian should run quickly. We should quit, in case they really lose their minds. Who knows if we'll need to use exit coins. Audiences gradually lost interest, various opinions emerged incessantly, especially the final sentence that made Jiutian's heart skip a beat. Yes, if he truly went mad, he probably wouldn't even be able to use the exit coin. Lunchtime begins. Players, please start the game. As the voice fell, Liu Kang took off in a sprint, devouring voraciously, but this time, Kurk did not move, only walking slowly to Jiutian's side. I think we should stop this game. It's been dragging on without any food or water for too long. Jiutian looked at him in surprise, then turned to the robot beside him and said, "Host, I've found the sickest person." Jiutian? Oh, please call me the Great Tom. Tom turned his head. Who is it? Let's wait for him to come back. Without him, the game can't proceed. Kork stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence, watching Liu Kang's figure at the end of the road, indulging in a feast. Jiutian seemed to have an inkling of what the other party was up to, and for a moment, he was stunned, standing there speechless. Alright, players ahead, the game is paused, please return to the starting room promptly. Liu Kang ate quickly and soon swaggered back. However, at this moment, his unstable energy had reached its peak. Even with his physical resilience, he was on the verge of exploding if not released. A big smile adorned the red mask as he walked step by step towards the door, an aura around him exuding an evil and eerie twist. Kork stood at the doorway, the two facing each other from a distance. But as Liu Kang reached the door, he sat down directly, just a step away from the entrance. The red warning light began to flash, signaling Liu Kang to enter the sick room quickly. If he didn't, something bad would happen. Yet Liu Kang's figure was engulfed in the crimson light, unmoving. Player, please come in. Tom the cat reminded, but Liu Kang remained motionless, as if provoking something, the smile on his face growing wider. I think it's unnecessary. We've come this far, my decryption is about to begin. Kork spoke directly, looking at Jiutian. Every time a crucial question is asked, the patient goes completely insane. This must signify something. Jiutian, your information is valuable. After you said those things, the people behind you were once players. I don't care about their situation, but it aligns with mine, so it must be true. Because when I asked why you all came here, my patient also went crazy. And from this information, we can deduce that the patients may speak madness, but they don't lie. So what they initially said might actually be true, they are not sick. There is no sickest person here. Because there is fundamentally no sickest person, all the former players have perished. Therefore, conventional gaming strategies won't work. So, eliminating all possibilities, the most conspicuous thing has always been in front of us, you. With that, Kork pointed towards Liu Kang outside the door, a smirk on his face. You are the target of the mission, the sickest person. But, the game said the sickest person in the hospital. Jiutian hurriedly tried to object but was silenced by Kork raising his hand. Nothing is impossible. Isn't he inside this hospital right now? And as long as this premise holds, all his actions become rational. He possesses powers and abilities far beyond an ordinary player. He has always been very wild, seemingly blending in well with this hospital. He ate all the patients' medicine to keep them in an unconscious state. In a game with no food or water, he chose to forcefully consume all those vile things to cut off the last source of food, weakening us. He doesn't care at all about quitting coins. The patients here are all afraid of him. Kirk let out a sigh as if all obstacles had been cleared by him. The answer has always been clear, even the audience says he's seriously ill. This game is not complicated at all. It just exploits human weaknesses, preconceived notions, thinking he's a player. The audience even says they've watched his previous game broadcasts, never once thought. Yes, even this game told us from the beginning. Our relationship could be cooperation or competition. As your ancient Chinese saying goes, it's darkest under the lamp. Am I right? Kirk's eagle-like eyes stared sharply at Lu Chen outside the door, speaking sharply. As Kirk kept talking, Lu Chen remained silent, his expression behind the mask changing rapidly, like a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, leaving onlookers dazzled. The red light in the corridor behind them flickered at an increasing frequency, turning the entire corridor into a blood-like red, no longer flickering but merging into a solid color, creating a stifling atmosphere. Kirk fell silent, his eagle-like eyes fixed on the red mask in front of him, waiting for a reaction and the next move. Ha! Ha! A low, hoarse laughter came from under the red mask, sounding like the friction between rotten wood and a saw. It seems I wasn't wrong in my thinking. The red light has been flashing for 5 minutes now. Lu Chen finally spoke, but what he said was completely unrelated to Kirk's accusation. Thinking? It's hard to believe this verb can be used for him. Big brother, do you still have the ability to think? I think what this foreigner said makes sense. Is he the masked brother? If he's the masked brother, why can we still see the masked brother's perspective in the live broadcast? Isn't this a player's broadcast? TSK, a bit troublesome, can't wrap my head around it. What's the deal with the player who's been locked up for years? Is it true? Every time I think about trying to enter the game, the difficulty of hell mode dispels my thoughts. Lu Chen's words didn't spark any discussion. Everyone had grown accustomed to the ramblings of a madman. No one intended to analyze anything from the words of a madman. Blank, I suggest you pay attention to what's coming next. Blank, during the last game, when everyone thought this big shot was crazy, he was actually the most clear-headed one. Blank, I look forward to his next performance. Ha! Blank big shot? Why are you so late this time? Regardless of how the audience judged, after spending a day with Lu Chen, who was now clearly feeling uneasy, Zhou Tian sensed that something was off. There's something mysterious about a person's aura, their presence. For example, standing next to certain people, you can't help but feel a sense of fear because their aura overwhelms you, putting you in a vulnerable position. Lu Chen's aura at the moment was the most chaotic and unstable since entering the game, exuding a strong sense of oppression, like a child facing a heavyweight boxing champion. Yet, the words spoken seemed to be the most clear-headed and rational since entering the game. The spirit behind the red mask seemed to have gained some clarity. What are you thinking? Zhou Tian asked Lu Chen proactively. Up to now, he was not entirely convinced of Kirk's speculation. Although logically it seemed fine, Lu Chen had a business card. At the beginning of the game, he saw Lu Chen take out that golden business card from his pants. This was his own brother. Could this also be a conspiracy? It doesn't make sense. I'm thinking, Lu Chen said, burping as if he had eaten too much. I'm thinking, about the punishment? Everyone was puzzled by his words, not knowing what he was up to. What punishment? Didn't we say that something bad would happen if we didn't enter the ward when the red light was flashing? How? Nothing happened, ha ha ha. A hoarse laughter came from under Lu Chen's red mask, his expression eventually turning into a twisted smile as he looked at Tom Cat, who had been motionless on the side. What do you think? Why wasn't there any punishment? Tom's mechanical body seemed to stiffen a bit more, remaining silent. Kirk continued, you are already the final target. What more punishment do you need? Whether you're truly insane or pretending to be foolish, it's over. Just as he was about to continue, Lu Chen suddenly turned his mask towards him for the first time, smiling and saying, hee, brother, you smell nice. I agree with your judgment, your analysis of the game, everything is correct. It's fine to consider possibilities that no previous player has thought of at times like this. It's fine to have secrets hidden in the dark. The answer to this game has always been on the surface, that's fine too. But, you keep talking about breaking the rules, thinking outside the box, yet you're still bound by the rules. Who made you think? Him. With that, Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, pointing at the silent iron robot Tom. Who told you he's the host of this game? Lu Chen's mad voice fell, like a heavy hammer in Zhou Tian's mind. Zhou Tian wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, lacking quick wit, but he was not stubborn and often understood things quickly. He discreetly moved a few steps back. Kirk also furrowed his brow, suddenly laughed, and said, you're really confused, he is the host of this game, it was agreed upon at the beginning. Oh, is that so? Lu Chen smiled, think back, who said that? Kirk wore a confident smile on his face, He could remember key details without fail. Every detail of the game, every. As Kirk reminisced, his smile suddenly froze on his face. He remembered. At the very beginning of the game, an iron robot entered the room and said to everyone, "I am your host for this game, you can call me the Great Tom." This was said by himself. Swallowing hard, Kirk's eyes darkened, suddenly feeling that things were taking a turn beyond his judgment. Looking at the person in front of him who had been insane for 2 whole days, he said, "Stop talking nonsense, the host wouldn't say such things, who else could it be? Moreover, the rules of the game, the background, how to proceed, weren't they all given by him?" Lu Chen's smile gradually widened on his face as he asked, "Is that so?" Kirk. Damn, his astonishing memory was making his thoughts chaotic at this moment. As he finished speaking, he remembered it all over again. The rules of the game were not spoken by Tom, but by a sourceless mechanical voice. Fonts appeared on the walls of the initial room. Cole swallowed hard. Before him stood the masked figure bathed in crimson light, wearing a face of eerie smiles. Beside him, in the darkness, stood the silent ironclad robot Tom. Cole broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone can refer back to chapters 28 to 29 for the wording of this chapter. In fact, the entire copy has always had clear hints. A bead of sweat appeared on Cole's forehead, rolling slowly down the sharp western face, causing an itchy sensation. But Cole had no mood to wipe the sweat at this moment, nor did he feel any itchiness, he only felt completely numb all over. How could this be? In his mind, like a revolving lantern, scenes from entering the game to the present flashed before him. Every word Tom said. "Please call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. You can communicate with each other, get to know each other's abilities. Your relationship is both cooperation and competition. I'm here, feel free to come to me with any questions, or when you find a target." It sounded like a qualified game staff member, but isn't this all just nonsense? Absolutely no information at all. The rules of the game are conveyed by a mechanical voice, the purpose of the game is also conveyed by a mechanical voice, and then displayed on the wall. The start of mealtime, the end of mealtime, all directly announced by a mechanical voice in the air. Even warnings are given by a mechanical voice. Cole was surprised to find that it seemed like this game had no problems at all without this ironclad robot Tom by its side. Ha! Cole felt numb all over, as if he had just swallowed a whole Sichuan peppercorn tree. How did he not notice this before? Lu Chen's words just now felt like sharp knives piercing through his psychological defenses, giving him a strong sense of defeat. You keep saying you want to break free from the norm, yet you are still bound by the rules. Yeah, why had he never thought about it, never felt that something was wrong? Because he had accepted the absolute authority of the game, identified the game master, and never considered this possibility again. He actually felt that what Lu Chen said made a lot of sense. He actually thought a madman made sense. When did this madman notice these things and remember them? His mental disturbance was backfiring. The other party was really confused mentally, he really had gone mad. How could this be? He. Suddenly, in the silent space, a eerie laughter rang out. It was Lu Chen laughing, the voice under the mask growing louder, eventually turning into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. No one knew what he was laughing about. It seemed like he was going crazy again, or perhaps mocking. Anyway, in that moment, even Zhou Tian felt that there was nothing wrong with calling the masked man the sickest. Sorry, Mr. Cole, I still respect you, no intention to mock. I just started to lose control a bit. Zhou Tian listened to his words, his gaze shifting downward, his eyes twitching slightly. Only 4 fingers of Lu Chen's right hand were completely inserted into the ground, stirring wildly as if crushing a block of tofu. With the increase of Lu Chen's rationality, his aura surged once again. The boundary just a step away seemed to restrain a fierce beast. Wait, let me think. Just as chaos filled Quark's mind, Tom, who had been silent beside him, finally spoke for the first time. His metallic head turned mechanically towards Quark. Quark player, correct deduction. You have found the most severely ill person, now, start solving him. Kill him. The ironclad robot Tom announced the game's outcome in a very ordinary and calm tone without any change in his demeanor. However, upon hearing his words, Quark shuddered. For some reason, he felt that the way the other party was speaking now seemed a bit off. Shouldn't he react to what the red-masked person said? But if Tom is the host, there shouldn't be a big problem. And your abnormal and frenzied behavior seems even more inexplicable. Quark didn't respond to Tom but looked at Lu Chen and spoke. My behavior? Hasn't my behavior always been clear? Lu Chen sat on the ground, spreading his hands. Because I'm hungry, so I want to eat. What kind of explanation is that? Isn't that the problem itself? In Quark's mind, it seemed like a herd of 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, but now he dared not view Lu Chen in the same way as a mental patient. Lu Chen sat on the ground, shaking his head and saying, "I've told you before, those foods and medicines are problematic. Especially the medicine. That's not a clearance item, it's prepared by our great Tom, right? That's not a medicine to stabilize the mind. It's a medicine that makes people lose control, worsens their condition." Cork raised his eyebrows and subconsciously said, "How do you know?" But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. It was right in front of him. This guy turned into this after eating. What do I care how I know? It's just the way it is. Lu Chen couldn't speak freely here, after all. This was actually the ability of his own mask. The gluttony mask stored the energy of the consumed food, but if not released, there was a risk of bursting. With just over 100 cans for a meal, Lu Chen's current physique should be able to handle it, but he already felt something was wrong after the first bite. A surge of energy that was not right. Moreover, under gluttony, eating something toxic would render one immune to poisons, but with the accumulation of food energy, the level of mental confusion would deepen. If those medicines were truly calming agents, they should be as harmless as sugar pills to Lu Chen. Such intense energy and mental confusion, the drugs were definitely poisonous, and highly toxic at that. Poisonous enough to make everyone here feel sick, to drive everyone insane, and even to alter their consciousness to make them all believe they needed that medicine. In fact, from the moment I entered the hospital and saw the mission, I thought of a very simple way to clear it. Just kill everyone, then the game is cleared, right? But later I realized it was wrong. My patient said he had been tortured. Who tortured him? Former players? No, they couldn't beat King AO, and it wouldn't drive him crazy either. And look, the red light is still flashing, but the punishment hasn't come. Who will punish me? Who was torturing them? Lu Chen stood up, took a step forward, and looked down at the iron robot Tom in front of him. The mouth on the mask was wide open, as if trying to swallow the other person whole. "Why aren't you answering me, the sickest person of all?" "Tom, you smell so good. There's a scent of human flesh on you, I've sensed it long ago." Listening to Lu Chen's questioning, Zhou Tian unconsciously took a step back, shielding Kolki in front of him. What is this foreigner talking about? Maybe his comrade is making more sense. Kolki's body seemed petrified, standing there with a dark look in his eyes. He was reluctant to accept that he might have lost to this guy who had been mentally unstable from the start in terms of intellectual decryption. And now, thinking back, it seemed to make sense. Besides the issue with the medication, he felt that the direction of all this wasn't very complicated. Damn it! But now, he didn't need to think anymore. "Ha? Are you talking about me?" Tom finally spoke, looking surprised at Lu Chen's words. However, all three present had already noticed that his voice had changed. Gone was the mechanical tone, now his voice was sharp and hoarse, as if someone's throat had been destroyed. "Oh, I see, you didn't say anything. I almost forgot about it. He. How did you figure it out? Kolki? Didn't you just admit it, big brother? Shouldn't you struggle a bit now? Is it very difficult?" Lu Chen spread his hands, as if mocking the other. This game has always given a strangely simple feeling from the beginning. Identifying the sickest person is something that can definitely be achieved given enough time. Whether the ultimate answer is someone here, me, you, or anything else, even a cockroach on the ground, with enough time, in such a small place, the traversal algorithm can still find it. Heroes are as common as crushing carp crossing the river. I believe there have been players who have pointed you out before. Tom turned around at this point, the eyes on his iron head flickering with light, and said, "Before you, 4 waves of people have come here in total. Among them, only one person made such an identification, believing that I am the ultimate target." Lu Chen smiled and said, "The rest couldn't bear it before they even thought about it, right?" Tom remained silent, not responding, and continued, "Guess what happened to the person who successfully identified me? You're a bit late. If you had come earlier, you might have tasted his flavor." This statement made everyone present, including the audience, feel a wave of nausea. But for Lu Chen, it was nothing, as a hint of anticipation even appeared on his mask, as he said, "Well, that might be a bit regrettable. If I turn into minced meat later, remember to let that guy named Wang Ao eat more, he probably hates me a lot, he. This sentence left Tom speechless, unable to say a word for a moment. He probably had never encountered such a person before, even suspecting that the other's condition might be extraordinary. "It seems you are ready to accept your fate, he. Lu Chen also laughed, taking a slow step forward, but it was this step that caused a sound of heavy pressure in the space. Zhou Tian's peripheral vision could see that the step Lu Chen took actually left a footprint on the ground. On the ground, there was an indentation about a finger joint deep, as if it had been flattened by a steamroller. I said, this game task sounds too simple from the first half. So the difficulty should be in the second half, right? Dealing with you, Tom, probably won't be that simple. But I know you must have many restrictions, like not being able to act unless the player breaks the rules, like not being able to react if I were to give you a blow to the head, like various possibilities I haven't thought of yet. Listening to Lu Chen say these words, Tom's body stiffened slightly, as if something had hit home. But you don't have to worry about these things anymore. I don't plan to waste that time. Who told you that? Am I an intellectual player? Reasoning, strategy, are just temporary measures when strength is lacking, but now, I think we can start. Are you going to attack? Great Tom. Before the words were even finished, his fist was already out. Extremely unsportsmanlike. Boom! Boom! Two booming sounds rang out simultaneously as both men were sent flying backward. A large fist imprint appeared right in the middle of Tom's specially protected head. Due to Lu Chen's sneak attack, he didn't even have time to dodge and was sent flying by a punch. Finally able to go all out against an enemy, Lu Chen unleashed his full power for the first time, fueled by the energy he had consumed. Thrilling! Of course, at the same time, he also suffered a major blow in return. The thick iron door above the initial room suddenly fell, crashing down directly towards Lu Chen. He didn't understand why this thing seemed to accelerate without needing distance, but the terrifying impact caused the iron door to explode on Lu Chen's body, turning into a sky full of iron chunks as he was launched out like a cannonball. The intense booming sound directly collapsed half of the wall, and despite lying amidst the rubble, Lu Chen was unusually happy. With countless iron fragments embedded in his body and bones that didn't seem fully healed, the pain increased by 10 points in an instant. Ha ha ha, you're much more useful than that King Ao. In the room at the end of the prison corridor, King Ao? As he spoke, feeling the surge of power rising within him like a tide, Lu Chen felt so exhilarated that he almost wanted to shout. Not painful, just pure exhilaration. Lifting one hand, he pressed it against the nearby iron door, which happened to be Long Wu's ward. His room was closer. With a strong grip, his fingers actually squeezed into the iron door, then he twisted it forcefully clockwise. The 10-centimeter thick iron door emitted a violent, teeth-gritting creak as iron shavings flew out, and the entire iron door seemed to have a soft texture. The iron door wrinkled like a piece of cloth, centered around Lu Chen's hand, forming a large vortex, remarkably beautiful. With that, the door was dislodged and hurled like a dart towards where Tom was thrown back. The large iron door whizzed past, creating a surging airflow that made Korik's body slightly unsteady, his face instantly pale with shock. Is this guy so terrifying? He. Lu Chen's expression under the mask was exceptionally enjoyable. This power didn't belong to him, but he could temporarily use it wantonly, and that feeling was the most exhilarating, making it worth holding back for so long almost to the point of self-destruction. It was like spending money that wasn't yours, the most enjoyable. Not having your own woman. Lu Chen didn't linger for too long. He knew that even in a hellish game, the ultimate solution was definitely not going to be a head-on confrontation with the opponent. Just like his first novice game, the way to clear it shouldn't involve killing the guy directly. But who made him have the pain god selection? Who made himself want to stand at the highest point and feel the sensation of pain? So, sorry Tom, it's just a thrilling battle. He knew that his previous punch was unlikely to take down the opponent, who was very strong, so he began to boost his own strength on the spot. Using 20 points of pain, he raised the mysterious and seemingly useless spirit from 1 to 3. This met the learning standard, and he used the just-delivered special skill learning scroll. Special skill scroll, draw. Obtained powerful skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand. Your right hand has self-learning ability and can proficiently use any item as long as the right hand can operate it. Description: if you don't know how to do it, leave it to your brother. In an instant, a mysterious feeling entered Lu Chen's right hand, with no other special sensation, just a feeling that the hand seemed to be more agile. This was his first time learning a transcendent level skill, and he just realized that skills are also graded. According to the game description, they are divided into ordinary, powerful, berserk, and forbidden curse, which is quite simple. This ordinary skill lottery scroll can only draw ordinary and powerful skills, so his luck was quite good. Without thinking too much, Lu Chen didn't savor it and quickly continued to draw. He had not used these equipment all along, thinking of enhancing his combat power when necessary, and keeping unnecessary items in case of possible trades with others. But now it was obviously a necessary moment. 2 epic weapon lottery scrolls, the reward for the last perfect clearance, were all redeemed. Obtained epic weapon, Illusory Cloak. Illusory Cloak can change into any clothing appearance according to your own requirements and thoughts, has a certain defensive capability, can perfectly defend against handgun bullet shot from 10 meters away, and has self-repair function. Description: I know you might think this thing is mediocre, this is an epic weapon? You might think, but believe me, this thing is really cool. And it saves money. Lu Chen. An epic weapon like this? Even if your description already said what I was going to say, I still have to say it. Obtained epic weapon, Hell Roar. Hell Roar, a handgun-shaped weapon, or can be considered a hand cannon. Attacks are divided into 3 levels. Basic level, does not consume energy, bullets have the power equivalent to a rifle bullet. Advanced level, consumes 0.5% energy, attack power equivalent to a small grenade launcher. Hell Roar level, true Hell Roar, adjusts according to energy consumption. The higher the energy consumed, the more terrifying the single attack. The higher the recoil. Description, charging method, harvest life energy. Don't ask me how this is not scientific. It's just set like this. Oh, Lu Chen stood up somewhat surprised, as if he had discovered something interesting. Just by the length of this description, this thing was much better than that illusory cloak. At least it looked like it had substance. Hell Roar, this does sound like it's something. After a brief consideration, Lu Chen stood up and looked at Tom, who had finally managed to get up from the ruins. The opponent's condition was clearly not like his own. Apart from a dent in his head, there didn't seem to be any major issues. But he was different. His injuries were severe enough to warrant a visit to the emergency room in a normal hospital. But it didn't matter, the pain value was rising, so he took the medicine. Taking out a bottle of basic healing potion, he chugged it down, fully unleashing his potential for gluttony, drinking quickly. Are you really okay? Tom, whose brain had almost settled, looked at Lu Chen in shock at the opponent's physical strength. The player who had guessed his identity before, with just one attack, died instantly. Is this kid so tough? Bang! In response, a gunshot rang out, Hell Roar in hand, aimed straight at Tom. With the gun in his right hand, Scholar's skill in his right hand became exceptionally useful at this moment. Lu Chen, who had never touched a gun before, became a master of firearms at this moment, hitting the bullseye without needing familiarity. Tom's mechanical hand raised, with electromagnetic arcs flashing on it, attracting a metal plate and holding it in front of him. Clang! The metal plate was pierced, leaving a mark on Tom's forehead. Blocked, but not completely. Tom, #### angrily embarrassed, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Cork and Jotian, who were watching from the side. Cork player, your deduction is correct. He is the sickest one, won't you lend a hand? Cork, didn't you just admit it earlier, bro? So this isn't a mystery instance? It's a raging battle instance? In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat, unable to immerse himself in the fact that he was defeated by a madman in his best field, and made a decision instantly. Mental disturbance. Directly affecting Tom, he still had some backbone, not afraid to confront the opponent. The feeling of chaos and madness instantly rebounded, but there was a shocking fact. Lu Chen's rebound to him hasn't peaked yet. Oof. Tom grunted, then casually waved his hand, and the metal in the entire room flew out as if it were part of his body, sending out several iron spears. Go! Jotian's agile boots released a burst of air, rushing out and knocking Cork down, but a spear still pierced his thigh straight. Ah! Thank you for the generous gift. Don't eat sour radishes. Holding his thigh, Cork was directly disabled. Before Tom could boast, there was a loud bang, the protective iron plate in front of him was blown open, and he was sent flying by the terrifying shockwave. Hell Roar, Advanced Mode. Energy remaining, 49.5%. So stingy, not even filling up the energy given at the beginning. Tom was also furious, numerous holes appeared on the walls, and amidst the arrangement that made trypophobics cringe, a large number of iron spears flew out, heading towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's steps were steady, not dodging, he threw on a hazy cloak and faced the rain of iron spears, striding forward. Hell Roar in his right hand, firing in second gear. He pulled out a bottle of intermediate healing potion with his left hand, ready to use it if necessary. Come on, let's hurt each other. Boom, boom, boom. Hell Roar was no longer a pistol at this point, it was more like a cannon, only Lu Chen's current strength could control it as easily as pointing a finger. Normally, a cannon would have its own cooldown and reloading time between shots, but Lu Chen didn't need that. Ignoring the recoil, the roaring gun barrel remained steady, as if cheating in a game. Honestly, Lu Chen did cheat. But anyway, the game doesn't ban cheaters, so there's no problem. The thunderous sound continued. All the metal weapons in the initial room, along with large chunks of concrete, had already flown up, piling up in front of Tom. However, the piled-up volume was of no use at all. The seemingly large volume couldn't withstand many shots, and Lu Chen blasted through it, causing smoke to fill the entire room. Metal fragments and broken wires were everywhere, making it almost impossible to see the entire room. Even standing was very difficult. The intense impact made Tom, with his ironclad exterior and built-in electric shock, step back continuously, finding it difficult to even stand steady. Jotian had already flown away with Kirk, leaving this wounded soldier in the corner, and began to wander around the room in boots, looking for any opportunity to help. Tom's body was covered with scars, the high-intensity bombardment even causing the edges to curl up. After another blast, the iron armor defense at his shoulder position was even lifted off. Tom let out a painful growl, reluctantly choosing to evade for the first time, his caterpillar feet carrying him swiftly to a slope above. Under the lifted iron armor was a human shoulder, skinless and already charred. The degree of charring indicated that it was not caused by Luchen's bombardment, but because he had actually welded himself and the outer layer of iron armor together. It was hard to say what was under this iron shell now. "I told you, barbecue flavor." Luchen's voice came from afar, not giving this guy any breathing time, his cannon roaring on as if it cost nothing, with only 0.5% energy loss. It could fire 100 shots. "Your body has been modified too?" Tom raised his head, dodging and defending in the room, watching Lucan still advancing, incredulously asking. In his eyes, Lucan was no longer human at this point. It wasn't just Lucan attacking unilaterally before, he was fighting back too. With so many iron spears, even the most agile couldn't possibly dodge them all. In Tom's original plan, he would withstand a wave of the opponent's cannon fire, and by the time he retaliated, the other guy should be pretty much dead. But his iron spears were almost depleted, while the opponent's cannon hadn't stopped at all. Was this guy's defense that high? But as soon as he took a closer look, he realized Lucan wasn't dodging at all. At this point, he had 4 or 5 iron spears stuck in him, like a scarecrow, pushing forward without regard for his own condition. The broken spears were dripping with blood, the exposed bones on his shoulder gleaming with a cold light, making Zhou Tian's teeth ache. Was this a human? What kind of fighting spirit was this? His stomach, shoulders, thighs, all pierced by iron spears, wounds that would render a normal person unable to fight. But for Lucan, it was just that, agony value +7, +6. The hazy cloak covered his vital chest area, and as for his head, the voracious mask was the best defense. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he was invincible. Zhou Tian couldn't fathom this kind of pain, even if the opponent didn't care about pain due to mental issues. How could he still fight in this state? Boom! In response to his thoughts, another cannon shot, and Tom, unable to dodge, was thrown back and slammed into the wall. "Hey, comrade, your neck seems to be bleeding profusely." Zhou Tian nervously addressed Lucan, speaking cautiously. He couldn't help but feel afraid. The current battle scene had exceeded his personal understanding. The staff who could provide him with intelligence analysis before were now useless, each one silent, encountering a knowledge blind spot. The individual combat power of this person in front of him was already comparable to a small team of hot weapons. Since joining the game, everyone hadn't been able to understand this kind of situation, hadn't prepared psychologically for it. Can this still be considered human? Ha! Lucan touched his neck, which was covered in crimson blood. "It's okay, didn't hit an artery," he replied nonchalantly, tilting his head back and chugging down a bottle of intermediate repair potion. Shortly after, all the wounds on his body stopped bleeding instantly and then miraculously began to heal. "If it's an artery injury, I might need to use advanced healing potions." Chuckling, Lu Chen reached out and pulled out an iron dart from his abdomen, then threw it back at Tom. Tom swiftly dodged the attack, not daring to take it head-on. The iron dart struck the wall with a loud bang, creating a large hole in the wall. The force of this strike was almost as powerful as the earlier cannon shot. One by one, the iron darts were pulled out of Lu Chen's body and turned into new projectiles aimed at Tom, forcing the ironclad robot to dodge frantically. "What are you dodging for? Didn't we agree to face each other head-on?" Lu Chen was very dissatisfied with the other party's performance. Tom cursed loudly. "Who the hell agreed with you? Can I be like you? Wait, shouldn't my defense be much higher than yours? Which one of us is the robot?" This was the second question that Tom thought of after the "who is the lunatic" question. "Look at me, you brat!" Lu Chen fired another shot, which Tom blocked with a metal plate attracted by electromagnetism. However, as he was dazed by the explosion, another iron dart followed closely behind the blast and was thrown at him. Sizzle! After the grating sound of metal friction, the iron dart pierced Tom's chest squarely. Tom's face changed drastically, then he raised his hand, causing the floor beneath Lu Chen to fly up, sending him crashing into the ceiling, which then collapsed, slamming him back to the ground. "You are asking for death." Fury blazed in Tom's eyes, distorting the entire room as if something had touched a nerve, causing the brick surface of the room to peel off, and the inner metal and reinforced support structures began to converge madly, piling up on Tom, growing larger and larger. "You said so, from the beginning, it was a fight to the death between us, right?" TCH. Lu Chen spat out sand and blood, finally able to vomit as his strength was depleted. Pushing aside the stones on his body, fingers stained with blood, he propped himself up from the ground. Feeling his bones intact, he decided everything was okay, as if nothing had happened. Chosen by pain, pain value +3. Ah, what does this mean? Is it the boss's second stage? It's revealed just like that? It doesn't seem like much blood was shed, the game's production seems a bit rough. The plot and modeling are both mediocre. Lu Chen muttered incomprehensible nonsense, transforming into a drug warrior and poured a bottle of basic potion into his mouth. Well, he needed to drink a bit more, as his body seemed unable to withstand his own antics. It seemed like he would have to bear the title of the drug warrior for a while, and in this game, the most important resource for him was probably the potions, as he consumed them at a high rate. He would need to buy more next time. He casually fired a few shots at Tom, shattering many of the metal shards gathered by him. However, Tom's massive body was no longer dodging around but standing firm and resisting. Due to the excessively high accumulation of layers, Lu Chen couldn't blast him away anymore. A circular electric arc formed where the iron dart was inserted into Tom's chest, emitting a peculiar light and creating a strong magnetic field that attracted everything around it. The iron dart lodged in Tom's chest was rapidly oxidizing for some unknown reason, now covered in rust spots. Meanwhile, the energy gathered around him continued to grow stronger, distorting the air and affecting the refraction of light. The entire exoskeleton armor emitted a sharp sound, causing the water vapor in the air to condense and evaporate, enveloping the already massive figure in a shroud of mist. Flesh is weak. Mechanical ascension. In the midst of the 3-meter-tall robot, Tom's head seemed a bit unclear, muttering something under his breath. Lu Chen now doubted if the iron drill he had just used against the opponent had left them on the brink of death. He found himself in a state where he couldn't control his actions, as if he had triggered something within himself. This might be a bit tricky to deal with. Seems like I didn't eat enough. You think you can ascend mechanically? All you can do is throw bricks with force. Tony Stark, you still have a long way to go. Sitting on the ground covered in blood, Lu Chen took a moment to rest, waiting for his internal organs to reset automatically. As he turned his head, he noticed that the door next to him was already open, the same door he had opened earlier to attack Tom. Inside sat Dragon 5, looking bewildered as he sat on the ground, unaware of what was happening outside. Why haven't they fed me lately or given me my medicine? A lunatic shows up in prison, and now there's all this commotion today. Wait, why is this lunatic staring at me? Lu Chen looked through the door at the familiar face inside, a friendly smile appearing on his masked face. Oh, ***, oh hey, have you eaten? Dragon 5 remained silent, closing his eyes with a look of despair, as if avoiding the reality before him. Lu Chen let out a roar, aiming at him and adjusting to a higher gear. Bang! Bang! Crash! The iron chains snapped. After a few gunshots, all the chains on Dragon 5's body broke, granting him freedom in the prison at last. He stared at his hands in disbelief, feeling overwhelmed. You're free now, old man. Consider it a thank you for the meal. I took your medicine. How do you feel now, more clear-headed? Lu Chen grinned, then stood up, his strength almost fully restored. He fired 2 shots, raising clouds of smoke, before pulling out a sharp blade from his backpack. Though he had always been skilled with this knife, holding it now gave him a strangely familiar sensation, as if he were a master of blade techniques. The hand of a scholar is truly remarkable. Feeling the familiarity in his hand, he performed a few flourishes with the blade and said in his mind, chosen by pain, empower me. Strength, 2430. Agility, 1015. Speed, 1015. With all 3 attributes boosted, Lu Chen worried that his overwhelming strength might lead to coordination issues. Coupled with the sharp blade, the triple strength damage bonus of the cutting attribute. Weighing the knife in his hand, he swung it forcefully, cutting through the air in an arc. The layers of iron skin seemed as fragile as paper, instantly pierced, and the sharp cold light reached the robot's head. Tom's eyes showed no sign of rationality, yet almost instinctively, he tilted his head to narrowly avoid the deadly attack. Swish! The blade plunged into the side of the iron head, oozing a dark red substance mixed with yellow, a nauseating sight. Lu Chen raised his hand, intending to strike while the iron was hot, aiming 2 shots at the injured spot. However, as he pulled the trigger, the entire prison floor rolled like waves, sending Lu Chen flying. In the next moment, a series of explosive sounds rang out, and behind him, in the circular corridor, all the iron doors except the one housing the players exploded open. The iron gate rushed towards Tom with a howling wind, becoming a part of his huge body, like an ugly assembled toy. At this moment, the massive body had already reached the ceiling, towering at a terrifying 5 meters, resembling a heavy ruinous war god. Look at this scene, any random Soul-type game boss would be so fitting as a stage boss. Lu Chen commented, planning to switch Hell Roar to the third gear. Meanwhile, throughout the prison, there arose a chorus of wolf howls. What was happening? Lu Chen instinctively turned around, astonished to see that nearly 90 patients from the wards had all rushed out, madly screaming in the twisted and distorted corridor. Then, in unison, over 80 pairs of eyes, completely consumed by the desire for slaughter, locked onto Lu Chen. Roar! With an inexplicable roar, the nearest patient covered a distance of 20 meters in a few steps, pouncing on Lu Chen like a wild beast. His hands, like claws, plunged into Lu Chen's arm, then he opened his mouth wide and bit down on Lu Chen's neck. Crunch! Several teeth shattered, and a fiery red barrel was already shoved into his mouth. Bang! Yellow-white matter sprayed out from the back of the patient's head, splattering the walls, and the extinguished frenzied eyes met Lu Chen's merciless gaze. Life harvest. Energy plus 1%. I don't know if you are being controlled or are mentally disturbed, not knowing what to do. Lu Chen looked at the bodies on the ground, then glanced at the group of people standing opposite, completely devoid of reason, and threatened, "Oh!" In response, there came a non-human roar. These inmates were now nothing but demons. Well, hungry ghosts, to be precise. Once tormented by Lu Chen's unbearable fear, these guys now seemed to have no concept of fear, staring at Lu Chen like zombies. Lu Chen adjusted Hell Roar to the lowest gear, not wanting to waste energy if he needed to clear out these minions. Since I'm not sure if any of you are innocent or not, I'll give you a chance. With that, Lu Chen pretended to load Hell Roar in his hand. I'll count to 3, if you can return to your rooms, I'll consider you human. Saying that, Lu Chen kicked the dead body on the ground into the crowd. However, he realized that no one seemed to understand, as the people in front of him were still approaching. The expression on his mask changed slightly. 3. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 figures fell to the ground, increasing the charge of Hell Roar by 1.5%. Ha! It seemed that the energy increase from each kill was different. The value of life was clearly defined at this moment, with specific distinctions. Do these people have some kind of problem? How did you brainwash them? At this moment, behind Lu Chen, the colossal 5-meter-tall entity, Tom, was almost fully formed. Lu Chen turned to look at the giant and asked, "What have you put in their minds?" He, I just put a little something in their brains. You're quite the humanitarian, aren't you? Tom, now speaking, had completely lost his original calm mechanical tone, turning into a full-fledged lunatic. He. Lu Chen sneered, thinking to himself, no wonder you're the sickest one here. These people are completely under your control and manipulation, so what illness are you talking about? Pathetic? Are you still crazy? It seems like just someone immersed in their own world, comforting themselves. Tom? The huge steel body stiffened for a moment, as if not quite reacting. What does "you're the crazy one" mean? Is being crazy a proud title? You control these guys, so what's left for you to play with? Everything you do here is just for your own amusement. Playing God in front of a bunch of controlled fools, you're just a pawn in this game. With a mask on, Lu Chen's words seemed even more venomous, crazily spewing out. Especially the last sentence, it really hit Tom hard. You're just a pawn in this game. You're just a pawn in this game. As if you're not a pawn in this game yourself. Play? Of course, there's play. I didn't implant anything in those players who came later. Watching them resist, watching them fall, I find it very interesting. And you will be the most fun of all my toys. Call me the Great Tom. It's clear that Tom has truly lost it. After a roar, all the patients rushed towards Lu Chen together. At the same time, the magnets on his body started working, solidifying everything onto himself, flattening the iron blocks. Ants killing an elephant, Lu Chen couldn't afford to be careless and risk a setback. He leaped up and down the twisted corridor, his red gun roaring intermittently, harvesting lives one by one. Being attacked, pain value increased. Killing, hellish roar charged up. Lu Chen wins twice alone, a double win. So the players weren't implanted, huh? Lu Chen's foot stepped on the protrusion on the wall, adjusting the hellish roar in his hand to the third gear, energy at 5%. Jiu Tian, please find a way to release the remaining players. Jiu Tian? Ha? Me? Jiu Tian never expected to be in this chaotic battle situation. Being able to survive in the chaotic battlefield was already quite good. I trust you, comrade. Make a difference. A shining ball of terrifying energy appeared on the wall from Lu Chen's hellish roar. After charging up, it directly struck the opponent. Good. Jiu Tian looked at the battle in front of him, unable to intervene, gritted his teeth and agreed, then somehow pulled out a strange object and rushed into the adjacent room. Having done research on previous game scenarios, he had exchanged for relevant tools in advance due to the frequent escape-like plots. Boom! Lu Chen's cannonball seemed to float onto the opponent, then erupted into a more intense blast than before. the red light sticking to the opponent's cybertonic iron body, emitting continuous explosions. The 5-meter-tall giant robot raised its arms to defend, claiming to withstand the attack, but its tower-like body was directly heated to a glowing red. Even the metal at the edges began to melt. Tom was also pushed back repeatedly by the blast, then his massive body bent, and he knelt directly on one knee. He looked up with some wariness, glancing at the gun in Lu Chen's hand, realizing that although this guy in front of him was tough, the weapon in his hand seemed to be the real threat. Then, he raised his hand, clenched it tightly, and all the remaining patients painfully clutched their heads, blood spraying from their 7 orifices, emitting agonizing screams. Subsequently, they rushed even more crazily towards Lu Chen, all trying to grab the hellish roar from his hand. A purely offensive epic weapon, its power is truly astonishing. As Lu Chen harvested the lives of the puppets rushing towards him, he also had to dodge the crazily flying iron pieces and iron javelins. Those metal shards moving at high speed were not much different from bullets. Then, he began to frantically pull the energy level on the Hell Roar, the 3rd custom energy level, intending to give Tom a big one. Warning, due to limited physical endurance, it is not recommended to choose excessively high single energy output. Wow, you can still talk? Lu Chen looked at the Hell Roar in his hand, somewhat surprised. Warning, due to limited physical endurance, it is best to stay within 20% of the single endurance limit. Stop talking. I don't accept it. Give me full power. The arrow is on the string, and you are playing this trick on me? Are you thinking about endurance at this time? Everyone knows what to do in similar situations. Ignore the warning and install. The Hell Roar was stuck at 20% of the 3rd gear at this time, but under Lu Chen's insistence, it began to continue to increase, pulled to 50%. However, while in the charging state, his body was already crawling with various crazy patients. These people who had been completely controlled were hugging Lu Chen from behind, trying to restrain him with their entire body weight. When humanity is completely lost and bestiality reaches its peak, they begin to use any possible weapons on their bodies to attack, fangs and claws, leaving various marks on Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen had previously relied on precise pistol shots to harvest a 1/3 of the total number of people, a killing speed that was not insignificant for someone not very skilled at such things. According to international conventions, once casualties in a combat unit exceed 1/3, they basically lose their combat capability, becoming passive, and may even mutiny, on the verge of collapse at any time. But now, killing a 1/3 of them like chickens did not shake their determination in the slightest. They continued to rush up one by one. It's almost impossible not to kill. So, in terms of results, the group with the highest combat power is a group without self-awareness. At this moment, they seemed to think that Lu Chen's Hell Roar was charging, as if it was an opportunity, and they crazily reached out towards Lu Chen's hand. At the same time, at least 3 or 4 people were biting Lu Chen's arms like a pack of wolves, tearing at him as if devouring meat. Although the gun was temporarily unusable, Lu Chen still had a puzzled look on his face. His right hand continued to hold the Hell Roar, while his left hand directly grabbed someone's head and squeezed hard. In an instant, the other person's eyeballs bulged out, as if they were a squeezed ball, about to explode. Grabbing the person's head, he swung it like a sack and then slammed it heavily against the wall, exploding like a watermelon smashed with force. Using a gun to kill because the Hell Roar can absorb life force to charge. It's not like it can't kill on its own, okay? Tom had now completed his assembly. The special metal distributed throughout the prison walls and floor had all been absorbed onto him, as if he had turned into a man-made thunderous force. Suddenly, his iron head turned, as if he saw something, and he looked towards Coke, who had been cowering in the corner. Player Coke, what's wrong? He's the sickest person in the prison. Why aren't you making a move? You don't seem like a qualified player. Coke had originally thought of doing nothing, trying not to be discovered, seeing if he could get through by blending in. What if that red mask really won? Seeing Tom looking over, his whole mind was about to explode. What should he do now? He wasn't a combatant by nature. His main ability lay in analysis and decryption. Of course, he had just lost in that aspect. I know, but right now, Kirk's mind raced, trying to figure out how to stall for time. In the next moment, countless iron spikes came hurtling towards him. Gunpowder was a highly inefficient power source. After being propelled by electromagnetic force, these things were no less powerful than firearms. Lu Chen dared to withstand it. That was Lu Chen's stubbornness. If Kirk took the hit, there would be no future for him. So, the moment he saw the attack coming, Kirk squeezed the exit coin in his hand and left the game directly. It was a pity that all his points and rewards from perfect playthroughs vanished in an instant, but when faced with death, he wasn't as absolute as Lu Chen. Watching his opponent disappear into thin air, Tom was surprised but somewhat accustomed to it. After dealing with the flies, he took big strides and charged towards Lu Chen. With a body 5 meters tall, sparks flew as his head scraped against the ceiling of the prison. Raising a fist half the size of Lu Chen, steam power gushed from his wrist, propelled by strong electromagnetic force, and the punch landed on Lu Chen. In the process, a patient lying on Lu Chen was smashed into a pulp. This blow was even more intense than a head-on collision with a truck. For most protagonists in other novels, this blow alone would have been fatal. But Lu Chen was merely sent flying, crashing through a wall of the ward, coughing up blood and feeling his pain value increase by 6 points. The patients, completely under control, didn't care that their leader had just beaten one of their own to death. They immediately swarmed him again, giving Lu Chen no time to catch his breath. Although the punch landed, Tom suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable dread, as if something exceptionally dangerous was targeting him, ready to take his life at any moment. Tom was aware of Lu Chen's endurance, doubting that this punch would truly harm him. So, he didn't dare to toy with him like a cat playing with a mouse and rushed forward, aiming to deal with him first to resolve everything. Just as he took a step forward, a loud clang echoed, and a metal chain viciously whipped Tom, who never expected someone in this prison to resist him. Looking up, he saw a figure leaping high with limbs still bound by 4 iron chains. It was Long Wu, who had already escaped captivity. His eyes no longer held confusion but were filled with hatred and a resolve that had been absent for years. With a flick of his chain, he aimed for a chokehold on this robot, a fighting style that almost seemed comical. Below, the players, once freed, and possessing some sense, began to launch attacks against the colossal figure resembling a war machine before them. They were no ordinary individuals. Although their combat prowess might not match Lu Chen's, they were more than a match for Tom. Tom's massive body was forcefully brought down to his knees. Although he could easily throw them off later, these high-quality attacks were proving troublesome. It was then that he remembered these people hadn't taken their medication for 2 days, and their current mental state wasn't the same as when they were completely brainwashed. Lu Chen had taken all the medicine. Was this also part of his plan? As Tom seethed with anger at these playthings daring to resist him, a loud roar erupted from the pile of patients in the distance. Clear the way. This command was, of course, directed at the players. Then, Tom saw a red light enveloping everything before him. Hell's roar, 50% energy output in one go. It seemed like the sun from hell had descended upon the earth, bringing with it a welcoming ceremony from hell, smashing towards Tom who had no way to dodge in this cramped space. Following this strike, the terrifying high temperature instantly vaporized several of Lu Chen's companions, and the powerful recoil directly destroyed Lu Chen's right arm. The bones of his shoulder jutted out from his back, his right hand holding the roar of hell shattered from the elbow, along with flesh and blood that could not support itself, flying out in the air. In the third game, Lu Chen, who had broken his legs in the previous 2 games, now had his hand broken. Achievement unlocked. In Lu Chen's eyes, everything in front of him had turned into slow motion. He raised his head slightly, seeing his severed right hand still flying in the sky. There was a comfortable warmth in front of his chest, making him feel cozy. Lowering his head, he saw his chest protected by a hazy cloak, now scorched a fiery red by the small sun in front of him. Under his windbreaker, blood bubbled like boiling water, eventually turning into crimson fuel clinging to Lu Chen's body. Chosen by pain, pain value +3. All in all, Lu Chen felt a cozy sensation. Quite comfortable indeed. But he knew that theoretically, he was seriously injured and couldn't really indulge in this comfortable feeling. Acting quickly, he grabbed a bottle of basic potion and held it in his mouth. He then jumped up, intercepting in midair, using his left hand to catch his right hand that had flown out, holding it in his hand. The issue wasn't really his hand, it was mainly the epic weapon Hell's Roar. Without it, his current combat power was insufficient to face the formidable Tian Wei. Only Lu Chen, immune to pain, coupled with his current human-grade body strength, drug use, and decent weapons, he could confront the Hell Mode game head-on, disregarding the original clearance method. He was currently in battle, unaware of the extent of shock the audience outside was experiencing. Among all the perfect clearance players, Lu Chen's level of visual impact was still unparalleled. Under Lu Chen's ultra-high-speed dynamic vision, although everything seemed to be happening slowly, in reality, it was astonishingly fast. From the impact, broken hand, high-temperature injuries from recoil, this series of events all occurred simultaneously, not exceeding a second in total. And now, the sun from hell had already descended upon Tom, emitting a terrifying explosion. The entire hospital was instantly shrouded in dazzling white light, an intensity unbearable to the human eye. Anyone with a shred of reason turned their heads away, avoiding this level of bright light. The entire prison was filled with an unbearable heat wave, the explosion's center hot enough to melt metal. Those who were slightly closer all screamed and retreated. 50% single output had already exceeded the level of epic weapons, reaching a new height. Perhaps Hell's Roar never expected to have such a terrifying single throughput. Hey, are you okay? In the scorching air, a somewhat familiar voice sounded. Zhou Tian held a tool for breaking and entering, forcibly reopening the iron door and rushing towards the direction where Lu Chen had been before. Zhou Tian had successfully completed his task, releasing those players and, hearing the terrifying commotion outside, hurried out. He needed to make sure that the one with the red mask didn't die. In his view, people came first. The game had just begun, and the appearance of such a talented individual meant that survival was paramount. The qualities and mental strength displayed by the other party made him feel that even if the game couldn't be cleared, it was still good for this person to stay alive. It all started from scratch. After a few steps, breaking through the smoke and strong light, Lu Chen's figure finally appeared before him. Zhou Tian's steps came to a halt. In front of him stood a figure drenched in blood, a cloak wrapped around his chest, the powerful rise and fall of his chest indicating the beating of his heart, the dried bloodstains giving his figure a tragic hue. His left hand held his right hand, the right hand tightly gripping a gun, a bottle of medicine still in his mouth, self-administering. Zhou Tian was at a loss for words at the sight before him, his feet rooted to the ground. He gazed at the statue-like figure before him, questioning if he was watching a movie scene until Lu Chen spat out the bottle of medicine, shattering it on the ground, bringing him back to reality. Are you okay? Didn't I just take medicine? Why? Lu Chen glanced at his body. Am I bleeding anywhere? Not really. Even the severed limb had been cauterized by the high temperature. Zhou Tian, seeing the figure nonchalantly holding his own severed hand, felt his defenses crumbling further. The scene before him was too intense. He found it hard to believe that in this world, there existed such a person just as the game was beginning. Did he not feel pain? Lu Chen had no time for idle chatter. He unclasped Hell's Roar from his right hand and handed the severed hand to Zhou Tian. Hold this for me, move aside, it's not over yet. Looking at the severed hand handed to him, Zhou Tian felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively taking it, lost in thought. With Hell's Roar in his left hand, having harvested a considerable amount of life energy earlier, he had about 10% energy left after that shot. Lu Chen adjusted to second gear, firing with his left hand as he walked towards the massive figure lying in the ruins ahead. Though he no longer had the scholar's right hand, he didn't really need the crosshairs now, a blast would do the job. The opponent, hit by the blast, was in agony. The central metal structure was completely destroyed, the metal at the center melted and gradually solidifying. The metal frame at the arm position had already broken, rendering it unusable, like a bone fracture still attached to flesh. Tom's original form was now mostly exposed, shocked to see his severed hand and Lu Chen's relentless assault. The second gear's roar rendered the large robot on the ground unable to reassemble, scraping backward and leaving a trench in the ground. Long 5, Long 6, and others used iron chains to immobilize the robot's joints, preventing it from exerting any further power. They didn't communicate with Lu Chen, but there seemed to be an unspoken understanding in battle. With terrible marksmanship, Hell's Roar ran out of ammunition, and seeing the wreckage that was Tom on the ground, Lu Chen holstered his gun. Tom's chest arc flashed again, attempting to reassemble using magnetism, but the next moment, Lu Chen leaped directly onto him. Ignoring the scorching metal beneath him, Lu Chen stepped on Tom's metal skin, looking down at him from above. Crack! His left hand came down like a chisel, drilling a large hole in Tom's chest, the grating sound of metal as Lu Chen tore open the iron skin on his body. Ah! Tom let out a human-like scream of agony for the first time. Beneath the metal skin lay rotten, charred, pus-filled flesh. Glancing at the iron skin in his hand, a look of disdain appeared on Lu Chen's mask. The iron skin was covered with a disgusting leathery substance that, upon closer inspection, seemed to be human skin. Tom had actually welded himself inside the entire iron shell. What's the point of this? Lu Chen frowned, muttering to himself. Isn't that what the mechanical ascension is about? No wonder the smell of human flesh lingered. This guy had fused himself with the iron skin, but the body's autonomic system would definitely reject the metal. Pus, scabs, and metal fusion, even in welding. For who knows how many years, this guy had been repeating such operations day in and day out in this demonic hospital. When it came to torturing oneself, Lu Chen was just seeking some amusement. The real top masochist had to be our great Tom. Pain God's choice, pain value +1. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Chen realized that he was too close to this metal seared by high temperatures. But it was fine, he had chosen to endure this for the sake of pain. Tom, your condition is indeed severe. Tom stepped on the other's chest, but with just that one sentence, Tom inexplicably lost his composure. Great Tom! Call me Great Tom! Roaring, blue electric arcs shimmered in the palm of his right hand, as if he was still resisting. Boom! With a kick of 30 points of strength, he directly crushed the other's shoulder, pinning the body to the pile of steel wreckage. Pain God's choice, pain value +1. The high-temperature metal and sharp edges continued to harm Lu Chen's body, but he didn't mind. These were not fatal wounds and must not give the other a chance to turn the tables. Crack! The iron skin on his right shoulder was peeled back, revealing the flesh inside. Pain God's choice, pain value +1. Crack! The head of the iron robot was half torn off, exposing a horrific bloody face that would surely need censoring. Pain God's choice, pain value +1. Boom! The lower body's track drive was shattered, revealing the twisted, completely deformed legs inside. They could hardly be called legs anymore, just a mass of folded and piled flesh. Like the practice of foot binding applied to the entire lower body, then squeezed into the track. Pain God's choice, pain value +2. Lu Chen stood on the huge steel wreckage, fists and feet striking Tom beneath him, dismantling the other's body, disregarding his own injuries, shattering the opponent's defense. Until finally, Lu Chen had dismantled half of Tom's iron armor with his bare hands, revealing the short, deformed figure inside. The opponent's terrifying appearance made Zhou Tian nearby unable to bear looking directly, involuntarily lowering his head. But as he did, he saw Lu Chen's severed hand, which he awkwardly raised again. Damn, is this the most severely ill person? I admit it now. Would anyone really do this to themselves? It's like torturing oneself every day. I can't take it anymore. Overwhelmed by disgust, everyone was too preoccupied with Lu Chen's dramatic turnaround to be shocked. Instead, they were nauseated by Tom being stripped of his shell. Lu Chen's main goal was to destroy all the motors on the opponent's body, and now that it seemed almost done, there was no need to continue skinning him. In fact, for Tom, who had welded the iron armor onto himself, removing the shell was almost the same as skinning. Actually, I have a fun fact to share with you. You could totally turn a machine into a humanoid mech and wear it. Tom's mouth gaped open, his face contorted, and two things resembling eyeballs on his face flickered with a hateful light. Die. Just die for me. Call me. Great. Tom muttered vaguely, picked up an iron chisel once again, and attempted to fight back. Bang! The most common mode of Hell Roar, a shot, ended the opponent's deformed and sinful life. Life energy, +4%. This time, the increase was particularly significant. With the opponent dead, the pain value disappeared as well. Lu Chen, feeling somewhat exhausted, sat silently amidst the steel ruins. This dungeon was indeed a bit challenging. If it weren't for Hell Roar and the decision to confront it head-on, it might have been quite risky. At this moment, only Zhou Tian and Lu Chen remained among the players who had cleared the level. The other patients had mostly perished, and the other veteran players who had assisted in the battle were now squatting on the ground as if their souls had suddenly left their bodies. Just then, a glowing object floated out of Tom's body, much like looting equipment after finishing a boss in a game. No, isn't this thing too game-like? Lu Chen looked at the book floating in front of him in disbelief and picked it up. Tom's diary. Who writes a diary seriously? Oh, it turns out to be a lunatic, which makes sense. Lu Chen had no idea what purpose this thing served, so he naturally opened it. Strive, struggle. I want to make big money. Have a model in the club next year. Strive, struggle. As soon as he opened it, Lu Chen was greeted with an old man's subway selfie. Strictly speaking, this was not a diary at all but rather a mystical object that conjured up many images in your mind. Tom's past. Tom was uneducated, short in stature, with an average family background, but he understood the principles of success and believed he would make big money. He boasted online every day, fabricated various backgrounds for himself, and enjoyed provoking others in arguments, relishing the pleasure of making them unable to retaliate. Finally, when his parents grew old and could no longer support him, forcing him to find work, he began to fantasize wildly about making big money. Hearing that short videos made money, he started making them. Hearing that being an internet celebrity made money, he fantasized about it. Hearing that writing novels made money, he wanted to write novels. Joining various chat groups, entrepreneurial groups, work groups, he worked hard like crazy. The boss is amazing. Please take me under your wing. The boss definitely earns millions a year. Too modest. When will I become a boss? Not sleeping tonight, working hard. He licked the boots of the experts and pretended to be an expert in front of newcomers, striving like this for over a decade, ending up poor and unsuccessful. Tom went mad. Strive, struggle, I want to make big money. I want to control everything. I am the greatest, the most. I want. In the endless whispers of despair, he was guided by a strange force, and he arrived at a prison. Lu Chen's head jerked back suddenly, no longer looking at the book, vigorously shaking his head and closing the book abruptly. This book is problematic. He had only glanced at it briefly, yet his mind was flooded with a multitude of information. Moreover, this information was a chaotic mix of negative emotions, carrying all the base desires of human nature: laziness, stupidity, numbness, obscenity. If he hadn't been wearing a mask and already mentally unstable, he might have been ensnared by it now. This thing is incredibly powerful, Lucan thought in amazement. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Detected relevant sequence item. Detected relevant sequence item in the backpack. Would you like to upgrade the sequence? Lucian closed his eyes, tilted his head to one side, his mind filled with negative emotions, trying to calm himself down. This was because Lucian was completely exhausted from being bullied. Unlike when he had the energy to mess with the entire prison's food for 2 days, he might not have cared about these things. But now, this stupid diary still held some significance. What? Listening to the game sound in his ears, Lucian asked in confusion. Detecting that you possess upgradable sequence seal items. Detecting that you have relevant items. Do you want to upgrade? Lucian carefully looked and realized that the so-called relevant item was a lottery ticket in his backpack. It was left from his second perfect clearance, a random seal item lottery. If I upgrade, what level can I reach? It will be higher than your current level. Lucian? It's like you just let out a huge fart. I ask how to upgrade, and you say it will be higher than now? Can it be upgraded to a lower level then? What a brain-dead game prompt. At that moment, the prompt sound appeared again. The current, Tom's diary, is at the peak of B-level seal items. Oh, you reminded me well. Seals and weapons are special items in the game, with the difference being that weapons do not have clear side effects. Seals, on the other hand, are a double-edged sword, especially those with high sequence rankings, often unbearable in terms of side effects. Lucian speculated that this thing was probably designed based on the SCP model, which means it's nothing new, just a bit of a dark element. However, when the special abilities of the seal items are used well, they are absolutely abnormal. For example, his mask, he hasn't even fully unleashed its true power, yet it has brought many conveniences. He has only used 2 out of the 7 types, and he hasn't even experienced the overload mode of each type. If I upgrade, it should at least be A or S level, right? Lucian turned his mind slightly and felt that the benefits seemed to be of higher quality compared to just drawing lots directly. Jotian had just seen Lucian holding the book and was curious, so he walked over. But as soon as he approached, he saw Lucian abruptly closing the book and tilting his head to the side. Jotian? Come on, buddy, are you guarding against me like this? To ease the awkwardness, Jotian coughed slightly, unsure where to put his hands, looked around, and said, "This should be considered the end of the game, right? It should be over now?" Game over. Players can choose to settle immediately or settle on their own in half an hour. As if to ease Jotian's embarrassment, the game's background music finally played again. At the same time, all the audience's screens went black. 2 lines of subtitles appeared before everyone's eyes. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next game. God's Choice Park, welcome you to become players too. Every time the game ended, the same words would be repeated to all the audience. However, those who were enlightened had already entered the game, while most people preferred to remain as mere audience. They stood high above, detached from the situation, far from risks, and likewise, gain nothing. It's over? A game instance that lasted nearly 2 days. The performance of the masters always dispels my desire to participate in the game every time. It's too terrifying. No, shouldn't this instance be impossible for anyone to pass? The thing that was as powerful as the heavens before is something the current players can defeat. Rankings. Source text, isn't there a world ranking? I want to see him at the top. Even though the screen was completely black, no one left. The pre-game ranking announcement stirred everyone's attention, even that of the whole world. Inside the game, Jotian also realized that due to the game being closed to the audience, he couldn't contact the staff outside anymore. This feeling was unsettling. He could only face the abnormality in front of him alone. Although he had been alone before, it felt different psychologically when someone was watching and when no one was. Thinking about the other party's previous behavior, Jotian was a bit worried that the other might suddenly turn violent and devour him. Here, Jotian seemed to suddenly react and handed over the right hand that Lucan had severed. Lucan didn't rush to take it, he just turned his head to look at him and said while holding Tom's diary, "This thing is mine, you don't mind, do you?" Jotian was stunned for a moment, then started nodding frantically. That's right, it's yours. After all, you did most of the work, and we benefited from clearing the level. Jotian had also worked in the department at the end of the universe, so his emotional intelligence was top-notch. He felt a bit guilty because in the end, only the 2 of them cleared the level, and he was the sole beneficiary. The proper way to clear the level isn't like this, right? Jotian asked tentatively after thinking for a while. Of course not. Relying solely on brute force in battles isn't a rational behavior. Liu Kang was now in a normal state of mind and could speak coherently. It's just that finding loopholes, gaining trust, slowly analyzing things, is too slow, and in the end, you still have to fight, but maybe you don't need to fight him in his full state. Liu Kang explained a bit and casually took back his right hand. Of course, only he knew that the main reason for choosing to confront head-on was the need to release his gluttony power and to accumulate some pain points. They were too weak, each time they inflicted too little pain on themselves. Zhou Tian looked at Liu Kang, who was already injured all over but still in a decent state, feeling somewhat speechless. He didn't know if there was another player in the world who could replicate Liu Chan's performance, but at least he remembered feeling a bit frightened by the scene just now. It was too violent. You really don't intend to. Zhou Tian was about to speak ambiguously to confirm his identity when he suddenly noticed that Liu Kang had disappeared from where he was standing. Without a word, Liu Kang had entered the final game settlement screen, leaving the demon hospital. Zhou Tian. Game over. Level up. After entering the restoration space, Liu Chan's whole body floated in that warm and gentle atmosphere. Immediately, he began to upgrade the diary in his hand. The random ceiling item lottery tickets in his backpack slowly turned to ashes like burning, and then, the damaged Tom's diary was enveloped in light. Sequence B-level ceiling item, Tom's diary, virtual upgrade. You have obtained a brand new S-level ceiling item that is currently not recorded. Code S147, Confessions of the Disheartened. S-level. Liu Kang felt a bit dumbfounded at that moment. He hadn't expected to encounter something that would directly elevate his level to S. What was the concept of an S-level ceiling item? Liu Kang wasn't sure because his original Sin Mask was only A-level, although it ranked high, there was still a fundamental difference compared to S-level. Was his luck really this good today? Thinking this, Liu Kang quickly began to read the related descriptions, not expecting that Tom, the self-harming guy, had really given him a great item. Sequence S147, Confessions of the Disheartened. A condensation of the emotions of a disheartened person throughout their life, magnified, eventually forming an item with the power of laws. The book has a total of 100 pages. The further you flip, the stronger the negative emotional feedback the user receives. Similarly, the harm to the reader also increases gradually. Special purpose, it has the most obvious effect on opponents in spirit and mental state. Warning, if you flip through the book and read it yourself, then you are truly a great person. Description, if you have the illusion that your life seems to be going well recently, then rest assured, looking at this book a few more times will cure it immediately. A very clear double-edged sword description, it looks like a mental attack. Since the description did not mention it, Liu Chan could not understand how powerful this thing was specifically, but being S-class, it must be sufficient to explain the issue. Liu Chan was not interested in experimenting on himself. He was not afraid of physical harm, but he would save this mental attack for the next game against the enemy. He breathed a sigh of relief and began to take stock of his gains from this game. Number of participants this time, 7,125,948. Number of finishers, 1,862,459. Number of perfect completions, 4,956. Your completion rating, SSS level, perfect completion. Current consecutive perfect completion sessions, 3 reward settlement in progress. Special event triggered, not following the original completion path, choosing to confront the game's most difficult state head-on, achieving the achievement medal, Disorderly Thug, Epic. Points for this reward, 6,000. Items for this reward, Intermediate Healing Potion *5, Advanced Healing Potion *1, Game Exit Coin *1, S-Class Sequence Seal, Confessions of the Disheartened, Legendary Weapon Core, Heart of the Machine. 3 consecutive perfect completion rewards, due to outstanding performance and successfully bringing in items from the outside world, reward of 1 unit of Dual Realm Backpack Space. The series of rewards were indeed quite substantial. Every time Liu Chan aimed for a perfect completion, it was high risk, high reward. Especially this unit of Dual Realm Backpack Space, Liu Chan noticed that one grid in his backpack interface had turned gold. Looking at the simple description, Liu Chan's heart seemed to skip a beat. This backpack grid can communicate between the game and reality, allowing items to move between the two realms. If games give powerful players the potential to change the world, then this backpack grid is truly the beginning of games transforming reality. Bringing items from the game into reality, what a concept. If Liu Chan wished, he could simply throw out his Confessions of the Disheartened in reality, and soon an urban legend that no one could explain would emerge. Not to mention the possibility of future, more destructive weapons, poisons, and other items. And the carrying of these things is completely discreet, undetectable by any known detection tools, their effects unnoticed. No one would know if you were walking down the street with a nuclear bomb. The potential harm to society is immeasurable. Lu Chen suspected that if people found out about this, he would be considered a terrorist at that time. This is the reward for 3 consecutive perfect completions. After calming down a bit, Lu Chen realized that this thing should still be a rare item. Probably not many people have it. In the world right now, I wonder how many people have achieved 3 consecutive perfect completions. Probably not many. Lu Chen thought to himself, and with a flash of inspiration, he took out his veil of confusion. Wrapping up Hell's Roar, Sharp Blade, Confessions of the Disheartened, and a bunch of potions in the veil of confusion, he created a large bundle. Then he tried to put it into that dual-realm backpack grid. Only single objects can be placed. Players, please don't try to be clever. Lu Chen. No, I am just an object, made up of different parts. This thing is called Tom Robot. What thing isn't made up of different parts? Is there something that is naturally whole? Lu Chen began to argue. Each single object has its own way of judgment. Even matter is made up of molecules. Please insert a single item. Seeing that his attempt to exploit a bug was ineffective, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and decided to insert the elusive cloak. As a functional item, it was quite useful, saving money on choosing and buying clothes, and also providing protection. Afterwards, Lu Chen quietly awaited his perfect clearance bonus, repairing his body and restoring himself to a perfect state. This was why he dared to use his body without considering the consequences in every game. Slowly, he fell into a deep sleep in his dreams. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen woke up again in his somewhat cramped room. Furrowing his brows slightly, unsure if it was due to his growing strength or ego, he suddenly felt that he deserved a better place to live. Why was he starting to care about these external things? Strength should come first. Clenching his fists, enjoying the obvious improvement compared to his last game, Lu Chen felt quite satisfied. Not knowing when the next game would be. Just as he was thinking about it, the game's notification sound ended in his mind. The third game has ended for all players. Personal performances are being summarized, and the leaderboard will be released to all selected individuals in half an hour. We hope everyone can choose to become players and join this glorious strength competition. Game module loaded. Language module. All players will hear automatic translations of all languages. A new game mode has been activated. This message was sent to all selected individuals, and Lu Chen quickly received a customized one. Dear player, congratulations on entering the leaderboard due to your outstanding performance and exceptional strength. Before the official announcement, please choose your name. Would you like to use Lu Chen as your leaderboard name? Listening to the voice in his mind and looking at the question, Lu Chen quickly refused without much thought. No, I won't use my real name. Alright, please choose a in-game title for yourself. Anything, as long as it's not my real name. By the way, will my face be shown on the ranking? Are you sure you want to use the name, anything, as long as it's not my real name? By the way, will my face be shown on the ranking? Lu Chen? Are you crazy? Is that a name? Lu Chen. This AI almost made himself laugh. Lu Chen's mind started to twitch a bit, wondering if he couldn't communicate with the game now. Did he have to sort this out immediately? Exit the naming interface. Lu Chen felt a bit numb at that moment, waved his hand, and decided to just come up with a name, finding the AI quite humorous. The leaderboard was about to be revealed soon, and if he kept hesitating, he might end up with that name. He originally thought it would be fine to let the game randomly assign a name based on his characteristics, but now that he had to do it himself, he was overthinking it. If he randomly chose one and couldn't change it later, there might be various unknown troubles. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to start with his mask and related titles. Original Sin Mask. Original Sinner? Miracle Worker is still jungling. Forget it, let's go with a slightly edgy game nickname. After a brief thought, a name was finally confirmed on the game interface. Sin. Are you sure you want to use the name Sin? Confirmed. Game ID confirmed. Your peak leaderboard image will be based on your in-game avatar. Wish you a pleasant gaming experience. May your valor reach the heavens. After exchanging pleasantries, the game fell silent once again. Lu Chen sat up from the bed, draped in a hazy cloak, transformed into a school uniform, and leisurely scrolled through his Redmi phone while lying down. The news on various entertainment websites was now filled with posts related to the Divine Selection game, overshadowing celebrity gossip and current affairs, which had become trivial. The Divine Selection Paradise, a game that changed the world, had gradually become mainstream, with an increasing number of chosen ones, new players being selected every day. Although most chosen ones were hesitant to become players and preferred to be spectators, their interest and longing remained unchanged. Some experts criticized the game, suggesting it should be boycotted, but such news was no longer relevant because no one cared. Now, the only thing everyone truly cared about was the imminent unveiling of the peak leaderboard. In fact, not only as a spectator, Lu Chen himself was very curious about this. Am I still the strongest? If not, who has surpassed me? By what means did they surpass me? With the bonus of the painful divine selection, a perfect 3 consecutive victories, what kind of strength did the other heroes in this world possess? Casually browsing through the largest social media site in China, Lu Chen came across many speculations made by ordinary people, top players' guesses about the current strongest figures in everyone's site. Among them, Lu Chen saw various experts from different countries, including himself. However, his image was a bit too bloody and violent, making it unsuitable for public display. In everyone's minds, he was just a crazy person wearing a mask. Peak leaderboard unveiling. The game has started 3 times, producing many powerful players. To encourage everyone to strive for the top, we will establish the peak leaderboard. Players ranked in the top 10,000 will receive corresponding medals, while the top 100 players will be displayed on the leaderboard. Long-term presence on the leaderboard will bring unexpected benefits. We hope all players will work hard. The same announcement echoed in the minds of over 20 million chosen individuals worldwide, its soul-stirring effect sending shivers down their spines. Subsequently, a golden leaderboard appeared on each person's game interface. Lu Chen didn't bother to look closely, he roughly scrolled from the bottom to the top. Most people were not using their real names. Whether to conceal their identities or to give themselves a better nickname, it was unclear. However, there were few like himself who wore masks. Most chosen individuals showed their faces. As he quickly scrolled up, Lu Chen discovered a shocking fact. From the 70th position onwards, almost all players had achieved a perfect 3 consecutive victories. This meant that theoretically, the gap in their abilities wouldn't be significant. What differentiated them might be minor performances and luck, such as someone drawing a good weapon from a lottery ticket while others didn't. For example, some players with epic weapons obtained a tank, while others got a windbreaker that could change appearance. The disparity was still significant. Some players may have already identified themselves as representatives of certain organizations, with ties to relevant forces, so their personal descriptions are straightforwardly presented. No. 17 Thomas Reno ability description, extremely strong physical fitness and combat skills, proficient in using various known human weapons and equipment, skilled in driving all vehicles in the world, currently possessing the ability to create duplicates, body suspected of being modified, other abilities unknown. Related information, member of a secret American task force responsible for executing missions directly under the president. All mission documents are destroyed after completion with no data retained. Individuals with such backgrounds were directly exposed in this game. Lu Chen thought to himself, no. 14 Black Mountain Bear, codename, ability description, enhanced body, possessing beast-like superpowers, strong vitality, extremely destructive power, and regenerative abilities. Related information, involved in the planning of the Russian Dead Hand system. No. 8 Sun, codename, ability description, possesses berserk-level abilities, Merciless Sun, the player with the shortest total completion time in the first 3 games. Related information, suspected to be Chinese, affiliated with the Tiandihui organization. Lu Chen's gaze slightly narrowed, feeling somewhat familiar with this description and statement. Tiandihui? Did he write this related information himself, always seizing every opportunity to advertise? Is he the head of this organization? Pondering, Lu Chen finally scrolled to the top of this seemingly useless list. No. 1 Sin, codename, world's number 1. Seeing that he had truly secured this top position, Lu Chen's eyes also showed a hint of seriousness. Phew. It seems that deliberately risking his life to enhance his strength in each game has been effective. Honestly, the honor of ranking is not important, but if he truly falls behind in strength, Lu Chen might find it hard to accept. He carefully examined his own description. No. 1 Sin, codename, ability description, numerous abilities, no representative ability, possesses a unique understanding of games, often analyzes how to maximize the difficulty of a game and willingly puts himself in dangerous situations. Suspected severe psychological disorders. Suspected self-destructive tendencies. Considering combat power, in-game performance, psychological resilience, and various other factors, the first place is well-deserved. Related background, unknown. For players who wish to remain hidden, the related background can always be listed as unknown. The only difference is that his ability description seems to be slightly more detailed than others. The key is that despite saying a lot, it's as if he said nothing at all. There's a strange beauty in being so explicit yet vague. But this is also a good thing, as Lu Chen currently holds seals, skills, attribute points, and equipment. If he were to reveal everything, he would feel at a loss. The game's privacy protection in this regard is well done, providing only general ability descriptions to everyone. It's just that his own photo is a bit less discreet. It's a picture of himself in battle at the demon hospital, with 7 or 8 iron spikes inserted into his body. Crazed lunatics resembling hungry ghosts are biting and tearing at his neck and thighs. Yet Lu Chen stands unmoved, rooted to the spot like a tree, a sinister smile on his red mask, his right hand holding the hell roar, firing steadily. The image is like a freeze frame from a Hollywood blockbuster, making Lu Chen himself momentarily hesitant to acknowledge it. Wow, what's going on? Why do I look so cool? Lu Chen laughed at himself, wearing a mask at the time, his mind completely focused on battle and slaughter, unaware of the image he portrayed. Now back to normal, looking at myself in a relaxed state, I have to admit that I look quite handsome. As soon as the rankings were released, there was a clear gap at the top on various major media platforms, and the most discussed topic was the nationality of the top players. In modern society, the competition of national strength ultimately boils down to the competition of talents, especially in cases like this where a top player could potentially influence the world's situation single-handedly in the future. When a talented individual emerges from one's own country, even if there is no direct connection, the sense of national identity still fills most people with pride. And Lu Chen, the world's #1, whose identity has not been confirmed yet, naturally became the top star in the world in no time. Wow, is the world's #1 really this handsome? This goes beyond human standards. I've already downloaded his pictures as wallpapers. Is this the privilege of being #1? He looks so cool. How are these rankings even determined? Why is he #1? I don't see what makes him better than the others behind him. It seems like the website in Korea has already confirmed that this sin is Korean. Various discussions and voices will not cease from today onwards, as Lu Chen has become one of the most famous people almost overnight. Stop! At this moment, in the government office of Province K in the southern part of Huagua, the projection on the computer screen froze instantly. Zhou Tian stood beside the computer, directing the staff to play a video. As a special operative, Zhou Tian still held some authority and was giving commands on the side. The content on the screen was the scene from Lu Chen's third game where he took out Zhao Jiaqing's business card. Lu Chen handled it carefully, mostly concealing it, but still revealing a corner. Zhao Jiaqing? Surnamed Zhao. Zhou Tian muttered to himself, looking at Lu Chen, who was just a colleague half an hour ago and was now the world's #1. Well, I knew you could be #1. How could there be anyone in this world who could surpass you? The world's #1 player is from our Huagua. He might even be one of us. Zhou Tian said, slightly excited. Are you sure? Another staff member hesitated. Of course. I spent 2 days with him, fought alongside him in the same game. Could I be mistaken? Zhou Tian was getting impatient. The staff member said helplessly, I mean, are you sure he is one of us? If he wasn't one of us, why would he have a business card? That would be a problem. Anyway, report to the organization, check the database, find someone surnamed Zhao. The world's #1. Can't be recruited by other organizations first, or even lost to foreign countries. That's unacceptable. As Zhou Tian spoke, his gaze gradually became serious, staring fixedly at the figure in the red mask on the screen. The staff member beside him twitched his mouth and said, You even fought alongside him, you should ask for a favor, red-clothed Casanova. Zhou Tian. Lu Chen looked at the overwhelming news about himself being the world's #1 on the webpage and took a sharp breath. It's hard to say what capabilities these major organizations have. I don't even know if there are people with skills like mind reading. I don't know how long I can hide my identity. Lu Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. The only thing on his mind now was, if tomorrow he opened the door and found a heavily armed composite brigade waiting outside, would he even have the qualifications to negotiate? Seems quite unlikely. I need to participate in more games. Lu Chen thought to himself, if the pain from self-harm wasn't counted, he would cut himself a few times every day. Game update, new mode unlocked, challenge mode. At this moment, the game notification sound rang again, lifting Lu Chen's spirits. I'm sure none of you players think you're weaker than others, so now, the chance to prove yourself has come. Players can issue challenge requests, with over 100 players challenging those within the rankings. If those outside the rankings achieve a higher perfect completion streak, those within the rankings must accept. If players within the rankings initiate a challenge, please refer to the specific description for the challenge method. Welcome everyone to challenge enthusiastically and prove yourselves as the best. Lu Chen stared blankly at the notification in front of him. For some reason, he felt like the last sentence was directed at him. Being the world's #1 not only attracted attention but also faced challenges from the game? Ding! Just as he was pondering, the notification sound chimed again, and a message appeared on his personal interface. Player no. 79 Park Booching has chosen to challenge no. 1 Sin, do you accept the challenge? As soon as the challenge mode was released, Lu Chen received a challenge, showing remarkable efficiency. It seemed that being the world's #1 indeed attracted attention. However, Lu Chen's initial reaction upon seeing the message was, "How the hell am I ranked 79th? What kind of crap is the 79th place?" According to the usual plot in novels, shouldn't the second place be a golden-haired handsome guy who excels at everything since childhood, feeling ashamed of not being first and thus challenging me? Who is this 79th place trash? Challenging me? Disdainful, Lu Chen, holding his second-hand Redmi phone, turned over on the shabby dormitory bed. What right do you have to challenge me? Soon, he noticed the second issue. Park Booching? Who has such a name? A Korean, right? With his current knowledge at the peak of human high school senior level, he recognized this name. Boocheng? Why not successful? Do you have a relative named Not Enough Money? Lu Chen mentally ridiculed the player Park Boocheng from the great Han Ming Kingdom, lying on the bed without rushing to accept. This guy actually used his real name, thinking it sounded nice. Suddenly, through this challenge channel, the player ranked 79th sent him another message. Are you really the first? A masked one, as you Chinese say, a rat hiding its head and showing its tail? You even gave yourself the codename Sin. It seems you know that holding the first place without strength is the biggest sin. Dare to accept the challenge? If you do, I suggest you quickly take a screenshot of your ranking. This will be your final glory in this life. If you don't dare, just be your shrinking turtle. The opponent's words were numerous, always trying to provoke Lu Chen and goad him into accepting the challenge. Lu Chen glanced briefly and couldn't be bothered to read further. Heroes are as common as crushing carp that crosses the river, but this one clearly isn't. This eel-turned-clever doesn't know where it came from. The taunts were also quite amateurish, resembling the high school bullies Lu Chen had encountered before, making him wonder how this person became the 79th. Lu Chen temporarily ignored him, not because he was considering whether or not to accept the challenge. For Lu Chen at the moment, as long as it involved the game, he must participate, without missing out. He just wanted to wait and see if there were higher-ranked players wanting to challenge him. It's better to fight against stronger opponents. Since being the first attracted so much attention, there should be quite a few challengers, right? Aren't those in the top 10 dissatisfied with him? But after waiting on the bed for more than 10 minutes, Lu Chen found that most of the top-ranked players were not as reckless as he thought. Most people realized that it was unwise to fight an unknown strong opponent for a vague ranking. The challenge messages piled up, but they were all from outside the top 100, some not even within the top 10,000. They were just thinking of reaching the top in one go, weren't they afraid of death? After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen directly replied with a single word in the challenge interface sent by the other party. Idiot. Then, without wasting more words with this guy, he directly blocked his communication interface. Accept the challenge. At this moment, in a luxurious mansion in the Litaeun district of South Korea, Park Boocheng got up from his large bed, looking at the elegant Chinese words transmitted by the system, and pounded the bed in anger. After all the sarcasm and provocation he threw, this #1 just cursed at him with one sentence? Is their quality so touching? Shiba. Chinese people. He cursed through gritted teeth, then planned to have a good chat with this Sin, only to find out he had been blocked. Suddenly, various angry shouts and things being smashed could be heard in the room, making the butler standing outside shiver. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, startling the butler, who turned to Park Boocheng and slightly bowed. Prepare the car, we're going to the Blue House. Park Boocheng's face turned pale, then for some reason, he slowly smiled. This is for our great Han Ming Kingdom's battle. 6 hours. After accepting the challenge, it would take 6 hours to enter the challenge mode. This was efficient. Lu Chen didn't need to wait for 3 days to participate in the next game. The only problem was that he had just finished the previous game. No time to rest, constantly on the move, although theoretically he had already recovered that feeling of mental tension. Lu Chen liked it. Of course, the primary task now was to ask for leave. He opened the Redmi communication page. Yesterday 2108, Xia Antong, is the game over? How did it go? My organization's outline is based on past business models, do you want to join? Yesterday 2315, Xia Antong? 908, Xia Antong, what game are you playing? 1345, Xia Antong, are you still alive? Lu Chen thought the chances of death were quite high. Unfortunately, still alive, but I'm seriously ill, probably can't go to school, help me ask for leave. Click to send. 1826, Xia Antong? You weren't chosen by that challenge mode, were you? Lu Chen? No way, bro, is it that obvious? And you dare to guess that I made it to the top 100? Seriously, help me ask for leave, I got food poisoning in the last game, can't leave the bathroom today. Click to send. Just making up an excuse, Lu Chen looked at the time the game started, still over 5 hours left. He didn't check his phone anymore. Closed his eyes to rest, tried to sleep. It's best to have a good rest before the next game arrives. 1827, Xia Antong, if you got food poisoning in the game, self-repair might not work, do you have any potions? Use them directly. Responding with doubt, then Xia Antong looked at the message in his own game interface. Time passed quickly. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, the game time had arrived. He was already on the initial page of the game. Welcome to the Divine Selection Park, esteemed No. 1. Sin. This game is in challenge mode, Campus 7 Wonders. As the challenged, you can choose the difficulty of the challenge. Difficulty, Nightmare, Hell. Lu Chen still remembered that Xie Antong had once told him that for the game God's Chosen Paradise, there were 4 levels of difficulty. This challenge mode was a step above the normal first tier. Hell mode. Lu Chen glanced briefly at the description and made his choice. Game difficulty confirmed, Hell mode, praise your courage, strongest player. Since it was a challenge mode, it was slightly different from regular gameplay. In the past, even though players competed, it was mostly for benefits. In reality, they were all teaming up to fight monsters, and the true antagonist was the game itself. However, some of these difficulties were specifically tailored for Lu Chen as the challenger. Players within the rankings could challenge each other, and the challenged player could choose to accept or decline. But if they declined for too long, there might be some hidden penalties. If they accepted, the challenged player could choose the game difficulty. Difficulty, both sides face the same level of challenge, confrontation, war, determining the ultimate winner. Nightmare, the challenged player faces even more unfavorable situations, but if they win, they receive better rewards than the challenger. Hell, the challenged player is at a significant disadvantage, and the challenger gains some in-game authority. However, if the challenged player wins, they receive a huge reward. At the same time, the challenger will face backlash and receive certain penalties. Lu Chen barely read the first half of these descriptions and focused on the latter part. This includes Hell. The crucial point was the backlash. If someone wanted to challenge him, they had to pay the price. If I lose my top ranking, it's just a loss for you? Both players have confirmed, this game's difficulty is set to Hell mode. On the other side, Park Buchung almost burst into laughter when he saw the game prompt. You really dare to choose Hell? Looking down on me? With a fierce expression, Park Buchung confirmed his selection. He never expected this sinner to make such a decision. Let me step on your head and become the first in this world. When I almost kill him in the game, remember to record his begging for mercy. Park Buchung said this last sentence to the audience in his live stream. The Great Cold Ming Nation had already officially promoted this event, and there were still many viewers in his live stream. If the nation produced the strongest player, it would greatly enhance the cohesion and international confidence of the Great Cold Ming Nation. It might even elevate its international status. The rules of the game were also displayed in front of the players. This mode is a confrontational challenge mode. Since they are not in the same camp, players cannot see any messages from the audience related to the opponent in any livestream. The specific conditions for victory in the challenge mode will be determined by the specific game. If either side uses an exit coin, it will be considered a victory for the other side. There are 10 minutes left before the game starts. Please prepare your equipment and supplies. Lu Chen looked at the game, which had fixed some bugs, thinking that the game had become a bit easier. Why was this game so keen on helping him? After opening his backpack and thinking for a moment, Lu Chen still bought some supplies from the store. While strategically underestimating his opponent, he knew he had to be a bit cautious tactically, especially if it suited his playstyle. After consuming too many healing items last time, Lu Chen spent several thousand points to stock up on 10 bottles each of basic and intermediate healing potions. Advanced potions, I've been reluctant to use them, but I've stocked up to 5 bottles. Should be enough for my own use, right? As long as I have potions, I'm practically invincible unless I get one shot. The rest is just miscellaneous badges, weapons, and seals, all packed up. Speaking of my mask, that prompt popped up again. Original Sin Mask. Please choose whether to use the currently unlocked Greed, Gluttony? No. Lu Chen denied. Unlock new ones, random selection. Initialization completed. This time the type of use will be randomly selected from emotions that have not been unlocked. Lu Chen has always been clear that he hasn't fully tapped into the power of this Original Sin Mask. Taking advantage of the early stages of the game to unlock as many emotional facets as possible is what he needs to do now. Just then, a reckless challenger appeared. Game ready. Initializing. Hell game loaded, wishing all players a pleasant experience. The 7 wonders of the campus. After that, Lu Chen's vision went black, entering another scene. Lifting his groggy head, it felt like he had just dozed off in his high school Chinese class during senior year and heard the bell ring for the end of class. Looking up, it was quite a coincidence. The classroom layout resembled his high school classroom. Almost the same segmented blackboard, almost the same classroom arrangement, even those single desks at the front. Lu Chen wondered if he had fallen asleep in the classroom before, and all this about the divine selection game was just a dream. Seeing the familiar scene before him, Lu Chen instinctively glanced at the classmates around him. Turning his head, he saw a guy wearing what looked like a helmet, and Lu Chen recognized him at a glance. Despite one eye covered by a light blue screen and the other eye completely sealed by the helmet, chin and mouth wrapped up, it was still quite obvious. Lu Chen wasn't face-blind like Donggu. "Aren't you my challenger? Who are you?" Xia Antong was completely caught off guard. He had only received a random match notification at the beginning of the challenge mode and decided to participate. After all, compared to normal game modes, the challenge mode was relatively safe. Who knew he would receive a notification for hell difficulty as soon as he entered? His mind went blank at the time, hesitated for a while, and finally clicked the confirm button. Who has the time to give themselves such a hard time? Who did he get matched with? Then, he saw a masked person sitting next to him. The moment she saw the light green mask in front of her, everything suddenly made sense to her. Xia Antong instantly recalled the various games this person had participated in, recalling the opponent's unreasonable and exceptionally brutal behavior, feeling like she had already lost half of her life. Challenge mode isn't a solo instance, it assigns personnel related to the game to challengers and challenged, "I'm your teammate." Suppressing her inner fear and nervousness, Xia Antong tried to calmly respond. "Lu Chun. So that's how it is." It seems she also thought she was in this situation before. "Damn, are there so many challengers here?" He really wants to ask now, "If you're here too, did you even ask for leave for me?" Lu Chen asked, "So, what is your role?" Hearing the somewhat cold tone of the other party, Xia Antong felt immense pressure. She had analyzed the opponent's abilities over several games, so she had some guesses. If her guess was correct, the mask the opponent was wearing now was light green. Among the 7 deadly sins, light green wrath, gumi. The 7 deadly sins correspond to specific colors, a fact well known to frequent offenders. It all starts with the blue mask. In the game, Lu Chen is all about money, valuing it over life, and blue symbolizes greed. Next comes the red mask. Lu Chen indulges in all kinds of gluttony, fearlessly consuming everything in sight, corresponding to the color red. Anyone with a certain level of relevant knowledge who has analyzed the strongest player can basically guess the meaning behind Lu Chen's mask colors. Xia Antong is clearly one of those people. As she looks at the light green on Lu Chen's face, her inner alarm bells ringing. Why is it wrath? This situation is really bad. Judging by this person's behavior, it seems like even killing a teammate is not entirely out of the question. Involuntarily, just sitting next to him, Xia Antong even starts considering the issue of exiting the game. Lu Chen also realizes that the tone of his words just now seemed slightly off. His original intention was actually to ask about the purpose of arranging teammates in the game or to inquire about the other person's abilities. However, what he said came out as a brief "What is your role?" This is quite an unfriendly way to put it, but in the context of wrath, it seems so reasonable and intimidating that one dares not confront it. Light green, gumi, wrath. Personality influence, taciturn, cruel, irritable, I am the fire that will burn the world. Benefits, mental oppression, imposing strong psychological pressure on those with weak wills, instilling fear. Overall enhancement in combat skills, strength, agility, and defense. All effects are stronger as anger intensifies. Immune to all mental disturbances, all mental attacks only serve to increase the user's anger. Side effects, irritability, decreased rational thinking, but enhanced intuition. All negative emotions will be transformed into anger, and if not controlled properly, one might become a bloodthirsty maniac. Since it's the first time being used, it defaults to normal mode without entering overload. However, Lu Chen has no intention of overloading, as even he feels a bit scared reading this description. Is this a normal person? This is like a chosen Spartan. Wrath is extremely difficult to control because when you're angry, you don't think your anger is unjustified and you're likely to sink deeper into it. Burning the world with fire? Just like now, a few seconds without a response from Xia Antong and he's already starting to feel annoyed. Even though she's someone he knows, if this were a random match, Lu Chen would probably already have the urge to act. Are you asking about my abilities? After being scolded by Lu Chen, Xia Antong, realizing that Lu Chen is likely in a state of wrath, quickly adjusts and speaks up. You are the strongest player, and if I have any ability, it's probably wealth. Lu Chen is quite impatient and interrupts before she finishes. What good is that? Having wealth is very useful, no matter how the world changes, having money and power will always give you a certain advantage. For example, my equipment might even be better than yours. Pointing to the helmet on her head, Xie Antong continues, this is the all-knowing eye, a legendary weapon. Lu Chen? This statement leaves him momentarily stunned. A legendary weapon? He doesn't even have one. Who are you to have it? Not everyone wants to fight in the game forever. If you happen to pass a level due to luck and then get a top-tier weapon from a lucky draw, then, using this opportunity, you can trade with the top elites for everything you want and never enter the game again. This is the choice of many. In fact, after the start of this game, resources quickly converged towards a certain group of people. Xie Antong said, seeming to calm down at the mention of Sin, choosing to show his own value. Maybe you didn't care too much, but on the other side, the challenger should also be from the privileged class in Korea. I have his data information. He represents all of Korea in battle. His equipment definitely won't be worse than mine. That's probably why he dares to challenge the first position. Otherwise, do you think he's just seeking death? Lu Chun, suddenly at a loss for words, meaning a challenge with 4 players, 3 of them from the privileged class? Only he, as the first, is an exception, and then he's being treated as a fat lamb, someone wanting to use him as a stepping stone? The divine selection game, something that was supposed to change the world, still had many things left unchanged. Suddenly, a strange anger surged within him, making him feel an urge to destroy something, yet not knowing what his target was, as if a fire was burning in his chest. But in that moment, Xie Antong's feelings were remarkably clear. She felt as if something was choking her throat, a suffocating fear, as if a giant hand had grabbed her heart. The sin in front of her seemed to transform into a fierce tiger choosing its prey in an instant, making her feel like a hunted animal facing a top predator. Is he angry? At the same time, countless data streams flashed across the blue lens in front of Xie Antong's left eye. In that instant, she already realized something. This strongest player might not just be from a poor background, but could very well be malicious. Xie Antong wisely chose to remain silent. Just then, a voice echoed across the entire campus, signaling the start of the game. Challenge mode, game, Campus 7 Wonders. Sin and Blank are on the black side, tasked with finding and deciphering the Campus 7 Wonders within 24 hours. If the black side fails, the white side wins. These brief sentences hardly provided any useful information. Is that all? Several hashtag symbols gradually appeared on Lu Chen's mask. It's not like you didn't choose the hell mode yourself, Xie Antong thought to herself. But since they were already here, it was good to experience the strength of the world's #1 game. With that in mind, the all-knowing eye on her head began to operate. The Campus 7 Wonders were actually ancient tales that everyone was familiar with. But here, they must have been altered. She needed to see where the issues might lie. Firstly, there was an issue with this classroom. It had been noisy since the two of them started conversing. Apart from themselves, the surrounding students seemed to have problems, each appearing as if they had hysteria. The person at the back seemed to be playing with his own snot, making it into a flower rope. Beside him, 2 people were dancing with shoes on their heads. On the podium, several people seemed to be impersonating gorillas, howling and shouting. The classroom was filled with white statues for sketching. Combined with the chaotic environment, it felt extremely discordant. The flowing lights on the blue lens kept flickering, resembling a computer processing data, and Xie Antong's brain entered a trance-like state, completely focused. If this classroom were to be matched with, just as she was fully immersed. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening cannon blast erupted beside her. Xie Antong was startled, jolting out of the depths of her contemplation, turning her head in confusion towards the sin beside her, only to see Lu Chen at this moment with a green mask on his face, a large hashtag on the mask, holding the hell roar in his hand, adjusted to the second gear mode, and shattered the blackboard in the classroom. Why did you shoot? Xie Antong looked at him with a face full of incomprehension, her thoughts completely disrupted. She had always been an analysis emperor, almost collecting all the data of the top experts known so far. This all-knowing eye was also the most perfectly adapted thing according to her abilities. All-knowing eye, legendary weapon, sees oneself, sees all beings, sees all things. Top data analysis tool, theoretically capable of deconstructing and analyzing all objective existences as long as there is enough mental and physical energy. Description, everything is connected, people just can't see it. All-knowing is all-powerful. She had already entered a state, starting to decrypt based on the urban legend of the 7 wonders of the campus. Lu Chen's shot almost scared her soul out. I say, buddy, can you stabilize your emotions a bit? Previously, she had watched from the sidelines as Sin broke through the levels, feeling that the opponent was very strong, with a kind of crazy violent aesthetics, mixed with profound logic. But now, truly becoming teammates, she felt overwhelmed by the pressure brought by this first player, even more intense than the game's difficulty. And the key point of this shot was its impact on the classroom. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant, as if a pause button had been pressed. Everyone's expressions froze in the previous moment, the 20 or so eerie students in the classroom all staring at Lu Chen who had fired the shot. However, not a single person showed a fearful expression on their faces. Looking at the expressions on the faces of these classmates, frozen in their eerie appearance, Xia Antong's all-knowing eye compared them to normal humans in her mind, inexplicably feeling that something was off. Imposters, a term appeared in her mind. These people looked no different from humans, but their actions gave her a sense of discordance. Sitting here in broad daylight, there was a chilling feeling, as if in a haunted house. Fortunately, the most terrifying thing in the haunted house was sitting right beside her. "What are you shouting for? Be quiet." Lu Chen scanned around. Under the rage mask's enhancement, his intuition would become more acute, allowing him to sense that something was amiss here. But all negative emotions would be transformed into anger, so sitting here, he felt increasingly angry. Looking at these eerie students, he had the urge to act. "What is the all-knowing eye?" Lu Chen spoke, asking Xia Andong for the first time. "Analysis, reasoning, establishing connections. Theoretically, just knowing the information in front of you should allow you to deduce who the next U.S. president will be. So, where is Park Seo-joon now?" "Given enough time, theoretically it can be deduced," Xia Antong replied. Lu Chen nodded, twirling his hell roar with one hand. "So, you find him, and I'll kill him." "Xia Antong, what you said does make sense. But according to the rules of the game, your victory condition is to decipher or destroy the 7 wonders of the campus, not to kill him. And, due to the hell mode you chose, the freedom in the game is open to the other party, so it's unlikely to directly find him." Xia Antong was just stating the facts, but she regretted it slightly as soon as she said it. This guy might be in a rage state now. Would he think she was blaming him by saying this? "What are the 7 wonders of the campus? Don't you know?" Xia Antong was suddenly stunned, thinking, wasn't this popular on the internet a long time ago? If you don't even know this, then this game's difficulty is truly hellish. So, I quickly said, the 7 wonders of the campus were very popular early internet urban legends, 7 supernatural events circulating on campus. They are the flower child in the restroom, the 13 steps at night, the human body model in the biology classroom, the moving statue of air gong, the piano in the music classroom at night, the tears of the portrait, and the sound of basketball in the empty gym. However, in hell mode, I speculate that these 7 ghost stories must have undergone various modifications. They must have been completely altered, not like they used to be. After Xia Antong finished speaking, Lu Chen slowly lowered his head, his mask showing a pensive expression. In reality, he didn't think about anything. After Xia Antong finished speaking, he didn't even understand what these 7 events were after listening to the descriptions. It sounded boring. "So, these are 7 special events that happened on campus?" "Yes," Xia Antong nodded. "You mentioned earlier that you have quite a background?" Xia Antong didn't understand the meaning of this question and thought it best not to answer to avoid saying something wrong. "Do you have a nuclear bomb on you?" "What?" Xia Antong's eyes blurred for a moment, as if the all-knowing eye had glitched, staring in disbelief at the person in front of him. Lu Chen repeated, "Do you have a nuclear bomb on you? Since these events happened on this campus, it seems better to handle it this way, kill them all." As Lu Chen said this, a strong sense of killing intent began to stir within him. "Xia Antong, I hate to say this, but maybe you should stop thinking with that mask on today, big brother?" Suddenly, the classroom, which had been quiet for a long time, became noisy again. The people who had been stopped by Lu Chen before continued their crazy behavior as if his threat had never existed. "Lu Chen? Hey, your class is the most chaotic in the whole corridor, you bunch of lowly animals." Suddenly, a fat man with a big belly walked in through the door, muttering curses. He must have weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, with his belly fat reaching his knees, holding a glass of water in his hand. "Especially you two," he said, pointing his greasy finger at Xia Antong and Lu Chen, the only ones in the class who hadn't caused trouble. "You keep causing trouble endlessly, useless things like you have even come to this class and don't know how to improve. You bastards without mothers. I'm really fed up with you, day in and day out." Xia Antong knew this might have triggered the game's plot, but she still felt a pang of fear and silently thought, this is not good. Sure enough, in the corner of her eye, the light green mask of sin showed no expression, but the hand was slowly raising the gun. With a loud slap on the table, the fat man shouted, "You little brat! You've crossed the line. You dare to move? What do you want to do? Come on, come at me. If I dodge, I won't be called Wang Longfei. I'll F********. Bang! In the classroom, the sound of a gun rang out for the second time. The gunshot, the sound abruptly stopped. A bullet hole appeared on Wang Longfei's large forehead. And behind him, a large mist of blood covered half of the wall. Red, white, yellow splattered everywhere, not sparing his bulky body. His eyes were still wide open, his arrogant and fierce expression frozen on his face as he fell straight to the ground. What did you just say your name was? Bang! Who were you cursing at just now? Bang, bang! Lu Chen adjusted the hell roar to the first level, conserving energy, and fired several shots at the body on the ground. The massive body trembled on the ground with force. These shots were purely for venting anger. Wang Longfei had long been dead. As a person who successfully owned a name, receiving lunch so early was quite a miracle. The entire classroom paused for a moment, then immediately returned to normal, as if the shooting in corpses had not caused any ripples. Some played with their noses, some picked their feet, and some continued to take off their pants upside down. It could be said that Xia Andong was the only normal person in the entire classroom. Under the helmet, with her mouth slightly open, she felt her brain was somewhat overloaded. He had watched the game video of Sin, although it had always been crazy, at least his intentions could be seen from the details. Now it was really hard to tell. This might trigger some sort of punishment mechanism in the game, Xia Andong weakly said, feeling like she was running out of time to analyze. And then, she realized how truly jinxed she was. Red light instantly filled the entire classroom, and a cold mechanical voice echoed in the room. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game progress. Now imposing mandatory punishment. After this voice sounded, a rare smile appeared on Lu Chen's usually irritable mask. Yes, a smile. That was his intention all along. When you have no information and don't know how to deal with your opponent, find a way to make your opponent deal with you, and you'll soon have follow-up information. Whether you go after your opponent, kill them, or let them come after you and get killed by you, the result is the same. As the red warning lights simultaneously lit up, the room was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Lu Chen's body was instantly restrained, as if suppressed by the power of the game's rules, slowly pressed down onto his seat, like a well-behaved child in a classroom, sitting there obediently. Beside him, Xia Andong was pushed out by a terrifying force and thrown directly against the back wall. Then, the 20-something classmates in the class took out clubs, batons, whips, and a series of items from somewhere, swaying and dancing towards Lu Chen. While surrounding him, they sang loudly, looking like wild people in the mountains wearing school uniforms. Soon, a storm of attacks rained down. Pain God's choice, pain value +1. Pain God's choice, pain value +1. Lu Chen felt like laughing, but being surrounded and beaten made him switch back to anger. We really can't be good, huh? Before, I wanted to earn some pain points by enduring, but now it's just too easy? Game punishment? Game reward. The broadcast of this punishment was synchronized for all players in the game, so even the challengers could hear it. Park Buching was still studying the permissions the game could grant him, figuring out how to design the game to maximize his benefits. Xia Antong's guess was correct. He was a player clearly pumped with resources. Armed with top-tier weapons provided by the South Korean government and using resources accumulated by his family, he came to challenge the top spot under the gaze of the public, carrying the expectations of the Great Cold Ming Kingdom. Once he succeeded, he would soar to the top. From now on in the Great Cold Ming Kingdom, his name would be more valuable than anything else. So what if he became number one? The game had just begun. How strong could being number one really make him? He had to steadily secure his victory. As long as he won. While he was daydreaming, suddenly, the game's notification sound rang in his ears, causing the corners of his mouth to uncontrollably curve upwards in excitement. Was it really that simple? Was it a bit too smooth? The Great Cold Ming Kingdom netizens watching his live broadcast also reached a climax at that moment. Park Buching Appa will definitely conquer Simida. We've already won half of it. I knew it would be simple. The players from our great Han Ming country are the strongest. Park Buching Appa is the number one player. While others are celebrating halfway through, the players from Korea are already pouring champagne for themselves as soon as the game starts. Park Buching looked at the game report page, his smile even more difficult to suppress than AK's, but to maintain a facade of composure, he pretended, the game is indeed a bit simpler than I imagined. But I won't be careless. I will ensure that the throne of the strongest player remains in our great Han Ming country. On the other side, Lu Chen, who had accumulated a wave of pain points, had also finished his punishment. The people who had surrounded him earlier put away their blood-stained tools and slowly backed away. They resumed their strange actions, playing with snot and pulling down pants. Lu Chen sat quietly in his seat, his windbreaker not torn, but fresh blood flowing from his cuffs and pant legs. The atmosphere in the room was as calm as the deep sea, yet harboring a storm that could engulf everything at any moment. Xia Antong intended to walk over, but the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for her to move her feet. She knew that at this moment, danger might be lurking in a state of rage and bloodlust. The situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Lu Chen stood up slowly, elegantly adjusting his blood-soaked cuffs and straightening his slightly disheveled collar. At this moment, his mask showed no expression, reflecting the cold light of the room like a mirror. "Just want to leave after finishing." His calm words, without fierce roars, seemed to be addressed to someone, yet also like muttering to himself. The next moment, he picked up the gun again. He aimed at the back of a person who had just hit him with a stick, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The figure fell to the ground with a sound. Everything seemed so natural, the gunshot echoing like a funeral bell in the empty classroom. Kill! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game progress. Now triggering mandatory enforcement. When the same warning sounded again, all the students who had previously acted like puppets turned stiffly. They first looked blankly at the person lying dead on the ground, as if not quite understanding why this had happened. Then, they raised their heads, their expressions somewhat stiff, and looked towards Lu Chen. A group of people surrounded Lu Chen, but no one approached. Their expressions seemed to say, "Not you, buddy." Lu Chen put down the gun, waiting for the game's imprisonment and restrictions that belonged to it. His gaze never left the people in front of him. Sensing the heavy intangible killing intent emanating from Lu Chen, Xia Antong knew that it was useless to say anything at this point. The beast's reins had been loosened, and it was impossible to rein it back in now. All she could say was, "Remember to take your medicine." She understood the state of Lu Chen as a game-drugged war god, hoping that this big shot wouldn't play himself to death. That would be truly interesting. As for herself, she began to observe the furnishings in the room, her all-knowing eyes turning everything in front of her into data, permutations and combinations for her to decipher. With her all-knowing eyes, she knew that all coincidences in the world were not coincidences. As long as the calculations were sufficient, even a pencil could be the cause of a murder case. So as long as the game had a purpose, the authority given to Park Buching should be limited to the positions of only 7 ghost stories. So, the starting point for the two of them, this eerie classroom, should be the scene of one of the 7 strange tales. Even if it's excessively modified, there should still be some basic manifestations. Shouldn't there be any changes? What's the most bizarre thing about this classroom? Many places have those sketch sculptures, although they don't seem to have any major issues. But can props only be this? Sculptures? A moving statue of Nyamiya? After being modified by Park Buching, anyway, they are all statues, so it's acceptable. But what are these strange classmates and the one shot dead, Wan Longfei, doing? Are they just NPCs? Useless? Purely for Park Buching to harm them? Xia Antong stood alone at the back of the classroom, looking at everything in the classroom, pondering other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was surrounded by a group of people at the table, undergoing punishment. The warning sound of the punishment prompt synchronized to Park Buching's location, making his head a bit dizzy. Ha! Violated again, bro? Are my design levels and traps that powerful? Triggering the punishment mechanism again? Dude, are you kidding me? Hee hee, it seems that our strongest player is indeed a bit overrated. I just hope he can be self-aware. If he really can't make it, just quit. I only want him to be first, not necessarily to let him die. Facing the audience in the live broadcast room, Park Buching was still shaping his image. On the other side, Lu Chen had completed his punishment, stood up with a blood-stained body, drank a bottle of basic potion, and raised his gun again. Wait, Lu, you may indeed need to kill these people. Suddenly, Xia Antong, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. What if not? Lu Chen stopped his hand from pulling the trigger. Due to being stopped by someone, his fierce aura instantly changed, enveloping Xia Antong. But next, please listen to me. The next bullet, shoot that idiot playing with snot, aim at his nose. Listening to Xia Antong's words, the guy who had just finished playing with snot and turned to leave looked back in disbelief, staring straight at Xia Antong. Not a sister. You're also a living Yama. He originally looked like a fool, but now, he seemed even more wise. But he didn't have a chance to say anything. Bang! The gun fired, hell roared and swallowed the flames of life. A blood hole appeared in the middle of the face of the idiot named by Xia Antong, and he fell straight down. His eyes didn't close, just staring blankly at the ground. The other students, as if they hadn't seen anything, continued to play as if nothing happened, their indifference causing fear. Ha! A sound came from Lu Chen's throat, expressing confusion. The game punishment segment that had appeared several times before did not show up this time. Xia Antong breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she caught it, her guess was correct. She figured out the problem before the rage completely got out of control. This classroom is one of the strange tales, just modified into the chaotic scene before them. The human body part sculptures here, along with the human figure sketches on the blackboard, and the various colors on the tables and floor, made her think this was an art classroom. Plus, with the sculptures, she instinctively guessed that this strange tale might involve moving statues. However, the students here, and their obviously targeted bizarre actions, clearly indicate they are not useless. So, the human body sculptures could also be teaching aids. The human figure sketches on the blackboard are clearly images of dissection, which could very well be used for teaching purposes. The color on the table might not just be dye, but also different reagents in a laboratory. Here, it could be a laboratory, a biology laboratory. So, the strange tale here is the human body models in the biology classroom. The human body models here might actually come from real bodies, from the anatomy lab. These students are not students, they are not human, they are different parts of the human body. If you sniff carefully, you can still smell that formalin scent on them. Their essence lies in the most core part of their eerie actions, like this fool endlessly playing with snot. His essence is actually the nose. When all this information is pieced together, all speculations seem reasonable, and the sin of this shot also confirms it, destroying the nose. The punishment of the game does not come. This strange tale is as good as solved. The only problem is, for some people's actions, Xia Antong still can't figure out what their key essence is, so she can only pick those she's sure of to inform the sin. The next bullet, shoot the legs of the person on the other side who is standing upside down and continuously dressing with their feet. But this time, there was no gunshot. Lu Chen turned his head, and on his light green mask, there was a thought-provoking expression, _. Xia Antong felt a chill in her heart, not knowing where things went wrong. The next moment, Lu Chen raised his hand, aiming the gun. Bang! A headshot! Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game progress. Now subject to mandatory punishment. With the gunshot, the person fell, the punishment of the game appeared again, and Xia Antong shattered. Why shoot the head? Why decide not to accept the advice after looking at me for a while? Do you have something else in mind? Can you really think clearly in your current state? As a very professional sin analyst, she really didn't understand now. She had already solved this strange tale, she didn't think she was wrong in any way. So, what is his real purpose? Xia Antong couldn't help but think of the first time she watched the Sin game, the scene of sawing legs, and everyone's guesses about him. At that time, she sneered, but now she felt a chill all over. Could he really have some kind of fetish? At the same time, not just Xia Antong, but also Park Buching on the other side, felt puzzled. Listening to the game warning sound once again after a few minutes, he finally felt something was wrong. Is this too fast? Every 3 minutes, you have to trigger a game warning mechanism? This doesn't seem right. What are you doing? Although he had a high degree of freedom, he couldn't see what the opponent was doing at all, and instantly felt a bad premonition, feeling anxious. No, this guy is a bit strange. People of the Great Han Ming Kingdom, help me see what he's doing over there? If it's too simple, I wouldn't have designed so much behind it. Although he didn't feel good inside, he had to keep a straight face, not show any weakness. But he forgot the basic restrictions in the game, that the audience in combat mode cannot provide hints. So the messages that came through were all strange gibberish. He is in always. TSK. Shiba, why is everything useless? Watching the string of gibberish floating on his barrage, Park Buching couldn't help but curse. But this annoyance was nothing, he could see clearly what was coming next. Wow, what are they talking about, saying that we are useless? Forgetting the rules of the game and saying such harsh words. We are trying our best to help. The game challenge mode is also beneficial to you. Pu Buxing won't embarrass us in the Great Han Ming Kingdom. Within the Great Han Ming Kingdom, no one dares to speak to Pu Buxing like this on ordinary days, but now it's online, in the game, and no one cares about him that much. At that moment, he was so angry that he wanted to curse, but he had to be careful about the impact, so he can only hold it in. Everyone, don't worry, that's not what I meant. I wasn't talking about you. Rest assured, I will win. Can he win? He will win. On the other side, Lu Chen had turned the classroom into a slaughterhouse. He was so unreasonable, punishing and then raising his gun, taking the life of a punisher with a shot to the head. He didn't say a word during the process, no harsh words, just pure slaughter. Each punishment now seemed not to be Lu Chen's punishment anymore, but a countdown to the life of these punishers. At the end of each countdown, a life was taken, followed by a new countdown, until everyone was killed. It was a mental torture. Lu Chen didn't say anything. But at this moment, these pseudo-humans, who should have had no human consciousness, were now filled with expressions of fear. Their movements still maintained a creepy sense of abnormality, but with each action, they became slower, as if they were fearing something. They didn't want to get close to Lu Chen. They desperately wanted to get away from Lu Chen. But the rules of the game required them to give Lu Chen punishments. Lu Chen's rage actually made these beings, who should have had no consciousness, feel fear. This bizarre scene left Xie Antong somewhat dumbfounded, feeling very out of place. Moreover, she gradually noticed that the actions of these pseudo-humans were starting to deform, for reasons unknown. Earlier, there was a short woman who put her right leg on her head, hopping forward, and Xie Antong, observing the smoothness of her movements, guessed that her true form should be her right leg. But now, in the midst of her terrified expression, that person switched legs on her head and continued to hop. Can their true forms change too? Xie Antong was somewhat puzzled. In the meantime, she weakly reminded Lu of the word sin, saying, if you hit the head, it will almost certainly trigger the punishment mechanism. The parts one mentioned are their true forms, they are not human beings themselves. Lu Chen seemed as if he hadn't heard, continuing his own rhythm, being hit, getting up, shooting, being hit. A black aura seemed to condense around him, like an emotional black hole, with Lu Chen being the most terrifying demon at its center, enveloping anyone who entered with an instant sense of fear. Although he was covered in wounds, blood seeping from under his windbreaker, his surroundings already splattered with a deep red color, he showed no signs of weakness, his momentum even growing stronger, as if he had entered a blood rage. This aura did not envelop Xie Antong at the moment, so her feelings were relatively relaxed, just sensing a slightly thin air in the classroom, with a lingering oppressive atmosphere. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game progress. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game progress. Warning! The warning of the game's punishment sounded every 3 minutes, like a judge urging for a life, but not Lu Chen's life. Park Bucheng was already numb at this moment. The sound of sin violation kept ringing in his ears, from the initial ecstasy to numbness, and now to fear. He was not by Sin's side, and he didn't know what Sin was doing now. The reminders that should have made him happy now made him shudder every time they sounded. What was happening over there? He couldn't even contact his teammates outside. Logically, shouldn't they contact him if something went wrong? The punishment alert was delivered very standardly, every 3 minutes almost to the second, and the punishment time in the game itself was 3 minutes. In other words, Sin was continuously breaking the rules. Park Bucheng sat in a classroom on the edge of the campus, his hands clasped, his face pale. Did any of the ghost stories and traps he designed lead to this situation? Are you addicted to breaking the rules? And the most crucial question is, why couldn't his teammates contact him? Where did things go wrong? When he was designing, he had thought of almost all possibilities, but he had never thought that breaking the rules could continue one after another. If it wasn't his rule design that caused it, then Sin must be actively breaking the rules. What is his purpose? Is he crazy? Is he trying to win directly? Although he had always fantasized about his victory, he had never thought of such a simple way. Could it be that this first one really has no strength at all, and he is not the chosen one? Park Bucheng's mouth alternated between a smile of immersion in fantasy and sweating with self-doubt, his brain in chaos. Sin was currently in some kind of ghost story far away, and without doing anything to Park Bucheng, had already firmly grasped his heart, causing Park Bucheng's inner turmoil. Regardless, he is breaking the rules now, he is being punished. I have not been affected, he chose the hell mode himself, and it is only right for the game to target him. This challenges him against me in the game, the advantage is mine. For some reason, Park Bucheng began to mutter in his mouth. Who asked him? It can only be said that he was cheering himself up. After instilling some ideas into himself vigorously, he finally felt a little better, and his mood slowly calmed down. 3 minutes later, he did not hear the game's punishment sound again. As if he was still a bit unaccustomed, he raised his head in confusion. Ha! After a while, the game's prompt sounded again. The 7 wonders of the campus, the human body model in the biology classroom, completed by the black player. Current progress, January 7th, remaining time, 23:17:08. Upon hearing the sound again, but after a moment of concentration, he realized that the sound seemed different. It was not as he had imagined. Cleared? How did he clear it? Park Bucheng was dumbfounded in an instant. Wasn't the advantage supposed to be mine? Why did he clear it in such a short time? And he had been breaking the rules all along. How did he clear the level? Is it his teammates? But his teammates were supposed to hinder him from clearing it. I protest, God's paradise, can you hear me? How did he clear it? I need to know. I have never heard of a game that can be cleared just by breaking the rules. He was breaking the rules just a few minutes ago? And now he cleared it? Park Bucheng couldn't quite accept this blow and began to question the game directly. However, the game completely ignored him, offering no response. Not everyone was like Lu Chen, provoking the game and still winning badges. After being ignored by the game, Park Bucheng could only silently accept rejection and began pacing back and forth. He felt terrible but had no choice. He didn't have Lu Chen's spirit to test the game's limits at all costs. All he could do was seethe with anger. This was just too bizarre. Wait! Park Bucheng's overloaded brain finally recalled something and he started to reread the message. The human body model in the biology classroom. His teammates were there, right? He immediately panicked. Were they of no use at all? Others could break the rules and still clear levels, so he wanted to quickly contact them to find out what was happening. Then, the game's notification sound rang out once more, shattering his mindset completely. White side player, Jean Erlu, has exited the game. Game continues. Jean Erlu was Park Bucheng's teammate in the biology classroom. What? Ha? Park Bucheng's face instantly turned into an expression meme, resembling the black man with a question mark face. Breaking the rules all along, then clearing levels, and now his teammate had exited? What was going on? Was this game truly at a sinful hellish difficulty level? This was hellish for him. A few minutes ago, after the punishment ended, Lu Chen stood up from the pool of blood, straightened his clothes and collar, and looked at the last person standing. The person seemed numb, surrounded by his colleagues, those pseudo-people who had turned into corpses. His eyes filled with fear locked onto Lu Chen. Just moments ago, he had been attacking Lu Chen with all his might using a stick, but a stick couldn't kill the world's strongest player. Now, he probably realized that his life was about to end. He was lucky to be the random survivor chosen by Lu Chen to remain until the end. Yet, he was unlucky to face Lu Chen at this moment. Such a pity. Lu Chen finally spoke, and no one knew who he was addressing as he raised his gun. Pseudo-person, what's there to pity? Bang! The gun fired, and the last person fell to the ground, quieting the classroom. Lu Chen turned around and looked at Xie Antong, who had been standing at the back of the classroom all along. Xie Antong quickly raised her hand and spoke, "It's me. I'm your teammate, not with them. Lu Chen. I know." At that moment, a large number of bodies on the ground turned into black smoke and disappeared, leaving behind scattered body parts, emitting a strange odor. Simultaneously, the game's completion notification sounded. Xie Antong approached, wanting to ask Sin why it had to be this way. However, she noticed that Sin was now looking down, motionless, staring at the limbs and body parts scattered on the ground, raising the gun once again. What? Was there going to be a corpse whipping? Suddenly, some body parts on the ground rose up, forming a human shape in the air and running towards the door. Before Xie Antong could react, a gunshot rang out, and Lu Chen shot a hole in the person's thigh. Ah! A scream echoed through the air as the figure fell, clutching their leg in pain. Wait! I'm not Park Bucheng. I'm just... Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen, in second gear, unleashed a hellish roar and fired. Kill! Jean Erlu didn't have time to think. He used the exit coin, and amidst the scorching heat, a scream rang out as he disappeared on the spot, exiting the game. At that moment, all the information he had seen before flooded back into Xie Antong's mind. Jean Erlu's special ability, the substitute technique. He could divide his body into multiple parts, with only one being the real vital point. Any other part could be injured without causing death, even the heart. Xie Antong couldn't distinguish the specific part on the fake people that was the real body because they had components of Jean Erlu on them, and those parts could move, pretending to be the real body. If the attack was misplaced, it could lead to a situation where after defeating all the fake people, the wrong location couldn't be identified, and the game wouldn't be cleared, misleading Xie Antong and Lu Chen into thinking they had guessed the clearing method wrong. Lu Chen insisted on taking the risk of breaking the rules and killing all the fake people? You saw it before? Xie Antong turned in shock, looking at the silent Sin wearing a mask. Lu Chen? What did I see? Lu Chen didn't quite understand how Xie Antong perceived him, but he didn't explain either. In his current state, all his rational thinking was used to suppress his violent and murderous desires to prevent himself from losing control. Too lazy to talk, irritated by just opening his mouth, and once annoyed, he wanted to kill. So, at this moment, Lu Chen, when not acting, appeared more normal compared to his previous greedy and gluttonous state. He even seemed somewhat refined, giving off a cold and aloof male god vibe. However, in reality, all of this was a facade, a raging storm hidden beneath the calm surface, a bloodthirsty beast concealed beneath the elegant appearance. The strange tale was solved, the first campus miracle, solved in less than an hour, shattering most of Park Bucheng's fantasies. By now, the bodies and blood on the ground had all turned into black smoke, leaving only scattered organ parts, a sight that made one uncomfortable. Xie Antong looked at the human specimens all over the floor, replaying the recent events in his mind over and over. How is this possible? Although his current mental capacity couldn't fully unleash the power of the all-knowing eye, it was still a legendary weapon. He hadn't been able to quickly figure out the problem with these people's real bodies. What level is the Mask of Sin really at? Or is it simply the sharp mind of the other party? When did you realize that some limbs belong to Jean Erlu? Lu Chun. I didn't notice. After a brief statement, he drank a bottle of basic recovery potion to restore his condition. After drinking one bottle at the beginning, he had only consumed one bottle of intermediate recovery potion midway. And now, his condition was as good as it was at the start, even slightly better. This strange tale at the beginning was purely a reward level for him. He indeed didn't think too much this time. Unlike Xie Antong's judgment, he hadn't initially thought about clearing the level. Insisting on killing the Punisher, subjecting himself to punishment, was simply to receive punishment. When he later saw the bodies not moving, it wasn't that he actively discovered the traces of Jean Erlu, but his intuition sensed something was wrong. Like a beast in the wilderness, always able to sense if something was watching it, it was a pure instinct. May I ask, what was the purpose of your previous choice? After hearing Sin's response and considering countless possibilities, Xie Antong began to probe. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen adjusted his disorienting cloak, changed his appearance, and vigorously shook off the blood on top. Feeling the heat. Moreover, it has been proven now. Lu Chen stretched vigorously, a big smile appearing on the light green mask. These supernatural game stories can all be cleared by force, right? Xie Antong's pupils suddenly contracted. Although Sin was smiling, the violent aura emanating from him only seemed to escalate further. In other words, this time's game was like him stepping into the game, testing the way to clear it. If the game's punishment is not lethal, if by eliminating all possible threats one can clear it, then he planned to recklessly charge through it, right? A sense of frustration welled up in her heart. She was having trouble keeping up with the thought process of someone with mania. Originally, she thought she had finally unraveled the puzzle in the top game competition, only to realize that the other party never intended to do so from the beginning. Sin never considered teamwork from the start. On the other hand, Park Bucheng had already received prompts from the game and new reminders. Lu Chun from the black side had cleared a game, and this hell difficulty was gradually revealing its true hellish nature. The permissions Park Bucheng obtained were increasing. For every supernatural story Lu Chun completed, he could impose a restriction. The level and scale of the restrictions were also increasing step by step, becoming more twisted as they progressed. For example, when Park Bucheng wrote, "From now on, Sin cannot breathe," the game rejected it as an impossible restriction to pass. At this moment, he repeatedly tested the game's limits on the screen in front of him, planning the next game while muttering curses non-stop. Damn useless. No messages returned, just quitting the game like that. Isn't Jean Erlu also highly ranked in the country? Didn't they have life-saving skills? Just quitting like that? Why not just die directly? Useless piece of crap. What are they doing over there? Shiba, utterly useless. He was already restraining himself. If there weren't so many people watching, he could have cursed even more. It was understandable, feeling like the opponent cleared the game inexplicably while their teammate quit without relaying any messages. Their situation should have been excellent. However, Jean Erlu had no choice. It wasn't that he didn't want to send messages, it was mainly because Lu Chen didn't give him time. He was divided into many pieces on different fake bodies. When Lu Chen violated the rules, the game forcibly required him to implement punishment, leaving no time to pass on messages. Every time the punishment ended, Lu Chen immediately fired again. Jean Erlu was too afraid and had no way to relay messages. In the end, even if he was shot in the leg and tried to quit a second slower, Lu Chen would have turned him into ashes, so what's the point of relaying a message? Lu Chen's enraged mask really emphasized efficiency, not even giving time to speak a word. Therefore, it ultimately led to Park Bucheng's current state of being completely in the dark. However, soon a smile reappeared on his face, and he said, "But it's okay, everyone relax, in the end, the winner can only be me. It's just one level, nothing to speak of, it's just that Jean Erlu is too useless. My restrictions will be one after another, leading him into the abyss. He will pay the price for his arrogance," Park Bucheng said, then clicked the confirmation button once again. Part of the Hua country audience in his live stream was left speechless. Feeling confident again, bro? At the same time, a game announcement echoed in the players' minds. The black side player has passed a campus miracle, and now the white side player has issued the first restriction. Among the players on the dark side, there must always be someone in the location of the supernatural game at any given time. Hearing the voice in their ears, Lu Chen and Xie Antong began preparing for the next supernatural storytelling scene simultaneously. Lu Chen was initially a bit annoyed. Why add temporary rules now? Xia Antong also furrowed her brows slightly. From the description of this rule, it seemed like this restriction was not a random occurrence. This should be a means of separation, a means to keep us apart. Lu Chen only just realized what the restriction meant at this moment. Well, that's how anger works, first get mad, then think. After a moment of contemplation, he said, well then, Xia Antong, what does this mean? Do you have to make it so clear that you think I'm a burden? However, in the end, she sighed. Although the all-knowing eye developed to its utmost combat power would not be weak, at the moment, her function was not primarily focused on combat. Moreover, even if she had some combat ability, it was probably not enough compared to the godlike figure in front of her. So she took the initiative and said, well, this rule is quite clear, there must always be someone in the game scene at any time. You are stronger, so I'll stay here, and you can proceed to the next level. Lu Chen agreed when the other party took the initiative and said, okay. After saying that, he took big strides towards the door. Hey, wait! Xia Antong hadn't finished speaking when she saw the person in front of her looking like he couldn't wait to conquer all. It left her speechless. Help me take this outside and throw it into the sky. Xia Antong handed over a small metal sphere, less than 2 centimeters in diameter, hard in texture. At this moment, she had a light blue screen in front of her right eye, constantly flashing with data streams, while her left eye was covered by a helmet, giving her a very cyberpunk appearance. Pointing to her covered left eye and then to the metal ball, she said, this is my eye. Throw it into the sky, it can help you see in all directions, to find the correct game location. Lu Chen squeezed the ball slightly, feeling its hardness, and nodded in understanding. Also, wear this. Xia Antong, like a treasure chest, pulled out what looked like a pair of earphones from nowhere. Stay connected, and make sure not to lose them. Lu Chen took the item and touched it to his ear. The earphones instantly turned into a liquid that enveloped his ear, no feeling of wearing them, yet they wouldn't fall off. What level of weapon is this? Lu Chen asked instinctively. Epic level. Lu Chen. He couldn't help but adjust his coat and think, finally, he had seen an epic level weapon even more useless than you. Also, there are a few things I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I'll mention them anyway. First, the temporary restrictions added to this game may likely increase with each level. Second, Park Chang's teammates over there are likely more than one. Xia Antong probably understood the current state of Sin, so she didn't waste words and went straight to her conclusion. For Lu Chen in his state of rage, this was the type of communication he preferred. He hadn't paid much attention to these details, he didn't think they were important. His intuition didn't see these things as life-threatening. You watch out for yourself. After saying that, Lu Chen walked out of the classroom, leaped from the 3rd floor to the ground, and then forcefully threw Xia Antong's eye into the sky. The metal ball spun a few times in the air before disappearing without a trace. Xia Antong found a seat in the back of the quiet and eerie classroom, held her breath, focused her mind, and closed her eyes. The campus was very quiet, with no sun visible when looking up, no clouds in the sky. The sky was not blue but a murky gray, as if a bucket of paint had spilled on a canvas. The whole world was shrouded in a gray haze, filled with a sense of deathly silence that weighed heavily on the mood. It made Lu Chen angry. He was walking aimlessly on the campus, deeply contemplating one thing at the moment: how much power would it take for Hell's Roar to bring down the entire teaching building in front of him? Even if it could be brought down, demolishing the whole school might be a bit difficult. What a hassle! At that moment, Xia Antong's voice came through the earphones. She was already in a focused state, her voice calm and steady, with a somewhat robotic feel. The other locations are uncertain, but in this school, there is only one gymnasium. So, regardless of how it changes, there should only be one place with the sound of basketball in an empty gymnasium. Location, Lu Chen replied. Look up. Looking up, the metallic eyeball of the all-knowing eye above his head began to move rapidly, refracting colorful light spots and forming an arrow pointing the way for Lu Chen. Also, although Park Buching's abilities are far inferior to yours, I'll remind you again. He may have high-level support, good equipment, so don't underestimate your opponent. Perhaps because Lu Chen was not around at the moment, the aura of black fear had dissipated, and her mind was relatively normal, allowing her to speak more freely. I'm not underestimating him, Lu Chen said, looking up and responding. I just want to defeat him. His voice was calm, devoid of personal grudges, as if stating a fact. Lu Chen stretched his body, and in the mist-covered campus, a sound like the harmonious resonance of a martial arts master erupted. The countless punitive attacks he had endured before were no less than a battle, and at this moment, Lu Chen was in a state of readiness. With a few leaps, he arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium on the campus. Even before entering, the intense sounds of competition on the court could be heard, lively and discordant, contrasting with the atmosphere of the entire school. Standing in front of the main entrance, Lu Chen strode in without hesitation, making no attempt to conceal that he was an intruder. Inside, the ping-pong table echoed with the sound of ping-pong balls, the badminton court with the intense friction of footsteps and the swoosh of shuttlecocks, and the basketball court with thunderous shouts and occasional whistles. Curses, cheers, and various sounds erupted in the venue, indicating that the sports atmosphere of this school was quite vibrant. Lu Chen walked in, looked around, and muttered to himself, there seemed to be quite a few people here. Standing at the door, everything in the venue was in full view. Amidst the bustling venue, not a soul in sight. The bustling sports field was empty, a blatantly eerie sight that, combined with the already gloomy atmosphere of the school, sent shivers down one's spine. A sense of horror lingered in the air, but those who had arrived here at this moment were unaware of what fear truly meant. Lu Chen was surrounded by a black oppressive aura, walking to the center of the empty sports venue. The voices around him were so real, so close, yet nothing could be seen. There were hundreds of people talking around you, but you couldn't see them. Standing in the gymnasium, you felt like a lonely island, both fearful and lonely. This place could drive you crazy even during the day, and if you came at night, you might just faint from fright on the spot. For the convenience of the audience to learn and become players in the future, their screens are all in the first-person perspective. Before, when watching videos of Sin, they were watching how the lunatics tortured the game. This kind of dungeon with a terrifying atmosphere, they were seeing it for the first time. No, why would they introduce something with a horror theme out of nowhere? No, my cabinet just moved. I'm not watching anymore. The other miracles on campus are already eerie stories. The way to clear Sin is already quite violent. If solved normally, it might be even scarier. Xiet Anton, looking through the eye of omniscience, also felt a bit tricky. This kind of scene is a bit Chinese horror, and most importantly, because it looks deserted, it's hard for her to have any data to analyze. Lu Chen stood in the center of the field, his chin slightly raised, the expression on his mask gradually becoming puzzled. Facing the empty sports field, he repeated, so many people. Although he couldn't see it visually, his feeling was exceptionally clear. In this not very large space, there were many eyes watching him. It was an instinct of a beast, belonging to rage, and amplified intuition. Just when everyone felt stuck, not knowing how to break through, for no reason, Lu Chen raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The air seemed to twist as the bullet hit, leaving a hole in the floor in the distance. But other than that, it seemed like nothing happened, just a random shot. However, the expression on the enraged mask gradually became serious, his brow furrowed, swiftly drawing his gun and firing another shot at another place. Then, the sound of gunfire continued. Lu Chen's right hand seemed to have turned into a Western gunslinger, frantically firing at various places in the room. Although they were all single shots, due to the rapid rate of fire and no need for the gun barrel to cool down, the gunshots connected like a line, sweeping through the room like a machine gun. The bright and tidy gymnasium instantly turned into a war-torn version, as if entering a war zone. The backboard of the basketball hoop shattered, the badminton net fluttered to the ground, and there were bullet holes everywhere on the floor and walls. Yet, in the entire gymnasium, the bustling sounds from before remained, the sounds of various sports echoing with Lu Chen's gunfire. It was like dancing to a cooperative tune. Everyone was dumbfounded, no one knew what he was doing. In this gymnasium, Sin seemed to have gone mad, randomly shooting, but with no effect at all. What? What does this mean? Gone crazy? It seems like the violent breakthrough method won't work here. Of course, how can violence work when you can't even see a living person? Shooting randomly in the venue is useless. I thought we could just charge through all the way, but now it seems we need to find a way out. Because Lu Chen's behavior at this moment was too strange, most people thought he was having a seizure. In his earphones, Xia Anton's voice also came through. What are you doing? The expression on Lu Chen's mask, his brow completely furrowed, surveyed everything in front of him. He could feel that the air here was thick with attention, they were watching him, and this gaze carried quite a bit of malice. Most of this malice was subtle, making it hard for him to determine if it was real, as if invisible and intangible ghosts were surrounding him. But just now, his strong intuition made a string in his mind tense, making him feel a stronger malice from a certain position, more intense and with a somewhat real feeling. So, he fired his gun. But he also knew very well that he didn't hit the target, as the strong malice disappeared the moment he raised his gun, only to appear behind him. With each subsequent shot, he aimed at the clearly malicious spots, wanting to see what would happen, but each time, he failed. In the vast space, it was as if countless stars were scattered around, these stars dim and lifeless, with one of them occasionally flickering, caught by Lu Chen's perception. However, it would only flicker for a moment. As soon as Lu Chen raised his gun, the shining star would immediately change position, most of the time behind Lu Chen, completely contradicting its previous appearance. Lu Chen shot faster and faster, but it was futile, the flickering malice even evading the bullets. But in the eyes of others, he seemed purely insane, no one else possessing his intuition to sense the room's malice. In a corner of the gymnasium, an invisible figure held their breath, watching as Lu Chen finally stopped shooting, quickly initiating contact with Park Buching through the in-game communication system. "Hey, Mr. Park. This Sin is now with me." He was very nervous, trying to avoid unnecessary words as much as possible. "Park Buching, HM?" Then, looking at the person who contacted him, he was instantly delighted. "In the gymnasium, right? Excellent, Fanren, detain him for me. I know your abilities, make sure he dies here." Fanren swallowed hard, continuing, "This is what I'm about to tell you, it seems like I've been discovered." "What?" Park Buching's eyes widened instantly, standing up and looking towards the gymnasium in the distance. "How did he manage that?" "I don't know, but among my many spiritual bodies, he shot towards my main body. Although my spiritual body changes quickly, every shot he took afterwards was in the direction of my main body. I've dodged many times already." Park Buching's expression relaxed slightly, saying, "So he just can't catch you, right? Fan run. Anyway, the difficulty of clearing this strange tale mainly lies with you. Confuse him, mislead him, detain. Your task is to detain him. On your shoulders, you bear the expectations of the great cold underworld." In the end, Park Buching couldn't resist adding a grandiose touch, putting a big hat on Fanren. He didn't know the pressure Fanren was facing, nor did he care about Fanren's life or death. He was just happy to see this guy Sin being detained. The game consisted of 7 levels, 7 strange tales, within 24 hours. This time frame was actually very tight. If any level got stuck, combined with the restrictions he had already placed on Lu Chen's side, time would pass quickly. Moreover, he really couldn't figure out Fanren's abilities at the moment, what kind of solution the other party had. It perfectly matched the abilities of the gymnasium's strange tale, not necessarily to defeat Sin, but to delay him. In his original plan, this level was meant to be the most time-consuming, never expecting Sin to come over in the second level. "Fanren, you mustn't be so useless." After ending the call with Park Buchung, Fanren also took a deep breath, continuing to be tense in the gymnasium. Indeed, after his abilities were prepared, he was invincible on his home turf. All his skills were in his ability, a berserk-level power, spiritual doppelganger. Fanren could transform into a spiritual doppelganger, requiring preparation time, and couldn't stray too far from his main body, not exceeding 100 meters. The doppelganger had no attacking ability, only causing people to feel low and fearful when near, but Fanren didn't understand why this was completely ineffective against Sin. It sounded quite useless, but as long as the distance was within 100 meters, Fanren's spiritual body and main body could switch positions at any time. Fanren's essence, the state of hiding his breath and invisibility, was utterly untraceable. This ability had almost no offensive capabilities. Fanren couldn't even control his current spirit to split at will. However, in the bizarre setting of the sports arena, it became a tool for stalling time. Fanren always believed that as long as he had enough time to prepare, even if he were the best in the world, he wouldn't be able to defeat himself. And now, the moment of truth had arrived for him. It was only when facing Lu Chen that he could feel that oppressive aura, that inexplicable sense of oppression and fear that made him completely unable to approach. Moreover, this was all happening while dodging bullets. Every time Lu Chen raised his hand, Fanren swiftly exchanged positions with his clone in the blind spot of the gun barrel. Although he didn't make any mistakes, the pressure on his mind was still significant. Furthermore, he still couldn't figure out how Lu Chen had discovered the location of his true self. The world's strongest, his abilities were perhaps a bit too comprehensive. But to outsiders, Lu Chen's previous actions seemed meaningless, just shooting into thin air. Coupled with his previously violent and reckless character, most people thought he was just acting out against nothing. Apart from Fanren hidden in the air, no one could understand how twisted Lu Chen's previous actions had been, how precise every shot he took was. "Shall we go somewhere else first? Shooting at the sports arena in frustration won't help much. It seems analyzing and decrypting the current state of Sin isn't suitable right now. Let's let the blank space take a look and move on to the next scene." 24 hours, time is actually quite tight. Don't lose to the Koreans, whatever you do. The audience began to offer suggestions, but they knew that Sin never paid attention to what the audience said. Suddenly, Lu Chen, who had been calm and motionless for a while, raised his gun once again, aiming at Fanren's real location. "Fanren!" In the split second Lu Chen raised his hand, alarm bells rang in Fanren's mind, prompting him to switch positions directly and appear behind Lu Chen. It was no easy task to struggle against this godly figure. One mistake could mean death. Rumor had it that this big shot didn't bat an eye at killing, and there were even stories of him eating people in some instances. Fear. But then, Fanren noticed something was off, his pupils shrinking instantly. The gun didn't fire. Lu Chen's action of raising his hand was purely to test how Fan Ren had evaded it. A meaningful smile gradually appeared on the light green mask. So, you're not just dodging bullets. You're watching my hand movements, aren't you? With this realization, Lu Chen relaxed his grip, and the hell roar in his hand fell to the ground, then disappeared into his backpack. He pressed his earpiece and said, "You go ahead, check out somewhere else." "Siat Antong? Are you sure?" Seeing Lu Chen nod, the metallic ball in the air spun twice and decisively flew away. Siat Antong knew that since Lu Chen had made up his mind, her presence here probably didn't matter. Soon, the spacious sports arena was left with only Lu Chen standing quietly. Gradually, beneath the mask, his eyes closed slowly, ignoring the noisy surroundings, immersing himself completely in his animalistic instincts. Since the arena was empty anyway, he might as well close his eyes. Sometimes, where the eyes can't see, the heart will guide you. "Tell me, is the gun faster, or am I?" His voice was not loud, but when he spoke, it drowned out all the noise in the gym, like a tiger's roar silencing all the birds and beasts in the forest, clearly reaching Fan Ren's ears. Fan Ren was momentarily stunned, not understanding who the words were directed at. How could a person be faster than a gun, faster than a bullet? But in the next second, every hair on his body stood on end, a figure looming large in his eyes, the sensation of death enveloping his entire being. Switch! Boom! The next second, a huge roar resounded as Lu Chen's raised right leg came crashing down heavily, like a mountain-splitting axe hitting the ground. Amidst the tremendous roar, a large pit was instantly stomped into the badminton court, huge cracks rapidly spreading within the gym. Fan Ren stood at a distance, calmly watching ahead. He understood now why Lu Chen had put away his gun, because Lu Chen made no movement to raise his hand. He could even look straight ahead, but he sprinted backward. Although not as fast as a bullet, it was even more unpredictable. But how was this possible? How could a person be this fast? Fan Ren had never seen such a person before. Even if the opponent was the world's number one, he had never imagined that someone's body could turn into a weapon, or his Achilles tendons made of steel. But he had no time to be astonished now. Before he could even catch his breath, a terrifying force came rushing at him once again, the fierce mask of rage, carrying the breath of death, charging at him once more. In Fan Ren's heart, there was only one feeling. It seems like I can't hold on any longer. Switch! Without time to think too much, Fan Ren could almost feel the killing intent that could seep into his pores from the opponent's body, swiftly changing positions in an instant, dodging once again. Boom! Turning back, the floor where he had been standing exploded once again, debris and smoke filling the air, obscuring Lu Chen's figure within. In a moment, the smoke was shattered by a powerful force, rushing out from within. Fan Ren knew without thinking that the sin had come again. Did his muscles not need to relax and gather strength at all? With no time to be astonished, Fan Ren disappeared from his original position in the next second, swiftly changing places with his spiritual body, and in the next moment, the basketball hoop behind him was shattered by a palm, fragments scattered all over the ground. Fan Ren's back was already completely drenched in cold sweat at this point. With just these two moves, the Sin, the number one in the world, was definitely not just a reputation. With this level of physical strength, it far exceeded any player he had ever seen. Were all the top-ranked players on the game leaderboard at this level? While he could switch positions with his spiritual body with just a thought, the opponent was charging at him with their physical body. In this way, he felt like he was narrowly escaping danger. As for why he had to hide instead of trying to fight back, Fan Ren could only think of the person saying such things as ridiculous. Why don't you try to fight against it yourself? The fact that he could even consider not directly quitting now showed his courage. Fan Ren dared not even think about holding off the opponent for 24 hours. After truly facing it, he was thinking one thing: can I really win against him in this damn game? This is where the clearance condition is a ghost story. If it were a one-on-one fight, Fan Ren doubted if the monster in front of him could tear him apart alive. That would really be unthinkable. Switch! Dodging another fatal attack, Fan Ren retreated far away, watching warily as the ferocious beast rampaged in the arena. Right now, all he could do was give it his all, to drag this guy here as long as possible before his energy ran out. After all, this challenge also represented the great Hanning Kingdom, so it was unlikely he could go easy on him. He. Suddenly, in the spacious and sport-filled arena, a somewhat sinister laughter rang out. That was Lu Chen's laughter. Seeing himself fail to strike several times in a row, the power of the enraged mask gradually increased, leading to a laughter out of anger. Kid runs pretty fast. On the mask, a big smile directly split it in half, like a twisted grin reaching the ears. Boom! A large pit appeared instantly under his feet, the terrifying recoil force launching his body towards Fan Ren. This time, Lu Chen had entered a rampage state, even starting to lose control, involuntarily bursting into laughter. Without changing pace, resting, or easing his physical strength, Lu Chen's whole body began an uninterrupted frenzy sprint. Like a wound-up machine, his speed was so fast that after images appeared, almost impossible for the naked eye to catch. Each of Fan Ren's turns was a wide-angle reversal, trying to slow down the Sin's steps through this method. But there was no apparent effect. Lu Chen's turning sprint had no pause at all, the extremely high pursuit frequency making Fan Ren feel suffocated. Although just turning, the psychological pressure was unbearable for a person. He. Moreover, a strange laughter echoed throughout the arena, a laughter devoid of joy, sending shivers down the spine. Fan Ren now had an illusion, feeling like a helpless little girl running in a dark alley at night, chased by a deranged killer. Although not quite accurate, in terms of psychological pressure, it was close enough. Fear, helplessness, it would be terrible if caught. The entire arena was in shambles, with destroyed equipment everywhere, and floors and walls violently torn apart. Suddenly, the continuous rumbling came to a halt. Lu Chen stood amidst the broken floor, in the smoke and dust, finally stopping his steps. The arena was now a mess, smoke billowing, and the scoreboard on the big screen above swaying before finally falling down. The enraged mask on Lu Chen's face silently laughed, lowering his head as he looked at his right hand. In his hand, he held a half-foot-long gray cloth fragment, the initial clothing carried by the game player. Just now, Fan Ren couldn't withstand the prolonged psychological pressure, his mind slightly lagging, and Lu Chen tore off a piece of his clothing. That feeling was like narrowly escaping death. Fan Ren's face was red, breathing carefully, unsure why the Sin suddenly stopped, but having a moment to catch his breath was precious. The pressure was too much. Wasn't this game supposed to be a challenge? Why did it feel like hell? Looking at his torn clothes, Fan Ren still trembled, quickly contacting Park Buching during this brief respite. The in-game channel connected. "Hey, Mr. Park, prepare for what's next." Park Buching was puzzled, replying, "What do you mean, prepare for what? I can't hold on, it might be over, this guy is really terrifying. So terrifying." In the end, Fan Ren repeated twice how terrifying it was, showing his inner collapse and pressure. "Park Buchang? What? Can't hold on? It's only been a few minutes. What are you talking about? What's going on?" Fan Ren had already hung up the call. Damn it! Inside the venue, Lu Chen looked at the clothing fragments in his hand, and his enraged emotions were finally somewhat released. After all, he didn't want to lose control for real. Seeing the item in his hand, he could confirm that his intuition was correct. Indeed, there was someone here releasing malice. Why didn't he run away this time? Not good enough. Looking at the clothes fragments that appeared out of thin air in his hand, the audience who had always thought Sin was just a random seizure were dumbfounded. Isn't this WOC? Where did this come from? It's real. It's tangible. So does that mean the big shot was chasing someone just now? Physically driving away ghosts actually works, sending shivers down my spine. The opponent has such fast speed, and still hasn't been caught for real until now. Seems like a skilled player too. This was the audience evaluation that Fan Ren couldn't see on Lu Chen's side. If he had seen it, he would probably have been speechless. Fan Ren, what? Skilled player? Me? Lu Chen stood still, staring at the piece of cloth in his hand for a good 10 seconds, a smirk gradually spreading under his mask. Then he said in his mind, "Okay, it's good to be sure someone is around. No more playing Pain God's Choice. Add some points." With a thought, his personal strength data panel was called up. After discarding equipment and such, Lu Chen's current personal strength points were definitely considered luxurious. Strength, 30, Speed, 15, Agility, Coordination 15, Luck, 3, Spirit, 3, except for Luck, which he didn't know what it was for. Lu Chen hadn't touched the other data, all of which far exceeded other players' levels. Adding points to Spirit wasn't cost-effective. The 1:10 ratio didn't seem necessary to Lu Chen. He preferred the clear, tangible strength of the physical body. In the previous ghost story, Lu Chen had also accumulated quite a bit of pain value, including some sporadic things from before, now totaling over 40 points. Beneath the mask of rage, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with meticulous calculations anymore. Since he wanted to have a good play with the other party, he decided to toughen himself up a bit. Thinking this, he significantly boosted his speed and coordination in one go. It was almost an all-in move. Speed boost, 1530. Coordination boost, 1520. Let's forget about strength for now, focus on speed. He directly doubled his personal speed value using pain value. He didn't know if the thing lurking in the shadows was a person, a ghost, another player, or some entity in the game, but he was determined to flush them out. The feeling of being played was infuriating. Although Fan Ren always felt he was in constant danger, Luchan didn't see it that way. In his view, encountering an annoying rat that kept running without fighting back was frustrating, especially since he couldn't catch the other party. Each time he missed, his inner anger flared up a bit more. Fanren had been running for a while, not delaying much, but Luchan's anger value was steadily building up. Even when wearing the gluttony mask, Luchan hadn't thought of eating people, but now he really felt like it. This ghostly thing seemed to teleport, possessing extraordinary abilities that irritated him. Now, with his speed doubled, he felt like he was treading on air, as if he had become lighter. If he could have cornered the other party before, now he had much more confidence. Fanren was far away, holding his breath, watching Sin, waiting for the next move. Although he didn't know why Luchan had stopped, Fanren had a bad feeling, as if a thorn was at his back. Suddenly, Luchan turned his head, looking towards Fanren's location, and in that instant, it felt like they locked eyes. Fanren was certain he was in stealth mode, but that glance still made him feel exposed, his heart skipping a beat. "Friend, you gave away your breath." The rage mask grinned, addressing Fanren's location. Fear was like the smell of blood, it would expose everything without a doubt. Fanren's muscles tensed instantly, holding his breath, waiting for the next round of escape and killing. However, Luchan didn't rush to attack, just gathering his sleeves while walking slowly towards Fanren, calmly saying, "I hope you're ready. Boss has entered the second phase." "What?" Fanren was puzzled, not quite understanding what was being said. Why did it feel like Luchan had changed personalities? But then, Luchan's calm steps suddenly turned into a sprint without any preparatory movement, arriving in front of Fanren in an instant. Transformation. Fanren's nerves were always on edge, and as Luchan's steps initiated, he had already transformed away. But he soon realized something was wrong. Even though he had transformed, the howling wind was still on his face. The light green mask had arrived. Fanren didn't have time to think about what was happening, why he had just transformed and the mask was back on his face. He had to transform again in the blink of an eye to escape, because Luchan's attack this time was anticipated. Due to fear, every time Fanren transformed, he aimed in the direction farthest from Luchan with the largest angle, giving himself a sense of security. However, this behavior also became predictable. So Luchan's first attack wasn't aimed to take down Fanren. After arriving, he swiftly moved back with the momentum from his step on the ground. Indeed, as soon as he moved, the breath traced by his own animal instinct was already near him. This second attempt also failed, but Luchan's hand swung out like an iron drill, cutting through the air and causing blood to splatter, landing on the already damaged floor. In the air, there was a distinct sound of painful groaning. Fanren was injured. However, he couldn't escape Luchan's third wave of attacks. Without stopping, Luchan's third reversal, his hand finally grabbed onto something tangible, and with a firm grip, he pierced into Fanren's flesh. Smashing two billboards next to the field, Luchan slammed his target onto the ground, rendering him powerless to resist. The air distorted for a moment, and a figure gradually emerged, the one who had been hiding for half a day, Fanren. Cough, cough. A sweet taste in his chest, Fanren coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was at least a decent player, not dying instantly from the pressure. But in the moment he was caught, Fanren's mind went blank, truly blank, shattered by a domineering and unreasonable force. Luchan's rage diminished his own rational state, imposing a mental pressure on others, especially his opponents, that was unparalleled. Fear prevented him from thinking, and the pain that felt like his body was falling apart awakened memories in his genes, especially with the two of them in their current positions. It was a fear captured in the bones, of being preyed upon, slaughtered, devoured. Fanren didn't have time to be shocked, survival instinct was all that filled his mind. With a flip of his hand, he took out his escape coin. But as soon as he took it out, a tremendous force seized his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, his wrist felt like it was in a hydraulic press, causing him to lose all other senses due to the pain. Ah! Amidst the screams, the immense force oppressed his muscles and tendons, unknown cracking sounds making it impossible for him to grasp, and as soon as the escape coin was taken out of the backpack, his hand loosened, dropping it to the ground. In front of him, just within reach, was the sinister smiling face of light green. "What's the rush?" I said. "Can you leave now?" Luchan's hand squeezed tighter and tighter, blood oozing from the wrist of Fanren's hand that was being held, the flesh tightly pressed against the bone as if Luchan intended to crush it alive. "Ah! Fanren continued to scream loudly, completely overwhelmed by fear, only capable of meaningless screams. He regretted agreeing to participate in this game. Clearly, it had nothing to do with him. Park Bucheng was the one challenging the first place, so why was he the one getting hurt? When he saw the exit coin drop to the ground, he knew deep down that he was done for. Although Jin-Er Lu from before might not have known what he had encountered, at least he had successfully left the game and saved his life. What about himself? His nearly 30 years of life began to flash before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Before anything significant happened, he was already reminiscing about the past, as if awaiting death. Just then, the intense pain in his wrist suddenly eased, replaced by a tingling sensation, and the pain vanished. Fanren, what does this mean? Has my hand been crushed already? The image of bloody flesh flashed in his mind. Fanren turned his head in despair to look at his hand, only to discover Lu Chen had released his plier-like grip, not applying any further pressure. Fanren was stunned, feeling a sense of relief as if he had narrowly escaped death, but then, a low voice sounded in his ear. Why are you screaming? Lu Chen, pressing down on him, also felt a bit confused. Why was a grown man screaming so miserably? He couldn't understand it, and his anger subsided slightly. He hadn't even said what he was going to do. What was wrong with this person? He had just grabbed his wrist, hadn't even broken it yet? This was nothing like the enemy he had imagined. Lu Chen had expected to encounter a classic brainless minor villain, who would provoke him after being subdued, then fight back desperately, and finally be slapped to death by him. How did he end up facing such a coward? But he didn't know what he looked like now. Beyond his raging aura, the light green mask gave off a demonic vibe, like a hungry ghost from hell appearing before you. Fanren looked up at Lu Chen's mask and let out an unexpected scream. Ah! Lu Chen, am I really that ugly now? Fanren felt like he was not facing a person but a monstrous demon with a demonic mask, drooling, and he felt like he was nothing but prey in front of it. He's going to kill me. He's going to eat me. Veins bulged on Fanren's forehead, his mind filled with these two thoughts in an endless loop, unable to think clearly. When the exit coin slipped from his hand, he felt as if he had already seen his own demise. Please don't kill me. I'm just trying to survive. I didn't even dare to lay a hand on you. It was Park Buchung who challenged you, not me. It wasn't me. I have no intention of aiming for the first place. Please spare my life. Let me go. Killing me won't benefit you in any way, right? I have an elderly mother of 80, and Lu Chun. To be honest, looking at this kind of player, he felt a bit numb. It was almost comical to him. He had initially thought the opponent had strong survival skills, probably a master, but now it seemed like he had activated all his survival skills out of sheer fear of death. Lu Chen chuckled in disbelief, lifting the other up and making him sit against the wall. Seeing the enraged mask of Lu Chen amused, Fanren was indeed a talent. Lu Chen spoke up. I have a few questions for you. Asking questions is just asking questions, but the smile on Lu Chen's face almost scared Fanren to death. Why are you smiling so innocently? His body trembled, not paying attention to what this sin in front of him had just said, just talking to himself. Don't kill me, let's talk it out. I'm not tasty, don't eat me either. Lu Chen, seeing him like this, didn't beat around the bush, patted his shoulder, and asked, there should be a lot of things in this place, right? The kind you can't see or touch. Can you tell me what's going on? Seemingly afraid of scaring the other party, Lu Chen's voice was calm, very gentle as he said, if you can't explain in 10 seconds, I'll stuff your head into the basin. It won't hurt, I'm quick. With those words, your two heads will be reunited. Ah! Fanren, who had just managed to calm down a bit, exploded instantly. All he could hear in his ears was that this guy in front of him was going to kill him. He burst into tears again, but his crying lacked sincerity, only making noise without shedding tears, just loud sounds. Boom! Lu Chen kicked the wall next to his head in annoyance, saying, crying? Crying also counts as time. I'll count to 10. 1. 10. With that, Lu Chen unleashed his hellish roar. No. What about the other 8 numbers? Let me think. Fanren rushed forward, grabbing Lu Chen's thigh. Yes, it's me, I did it. If you sense a lot of things, they should all be my spiritual body. Spiritual body? Lu Chen asked. Exactly, just like that. Fanren explained all his abilities in one go, fearing that he might be killed by the sin in front of him if he hit anything. Lu Chen was stunned by what he heard. Spiritual body, huh? Can you retract it? No, I can't. It can only dissipate on its own after leaving the area, Fanren quickly replied, thinking, let me go quickly, then these things will be gone. Can't? That's perfect. With that, the angry mask showed that smiling face again. To be honest, Fanren was the one who made the angry mask show the emotion of smiling the most. Perfect? Fanren was puzzled, then suddenly felt his shoulder tighten as Lu Chen firmly grabbed him, pinning him to the wall. Did you study well when you were in school? Read more books. What? Before Fanren could react, a gray book appeared in front of him. The book seemed to have a certain kind of magic that made it hard to look away, captivating. In the corner of his eye, he could see the title on the cover, Confessions of a Failure. In that intoxicating gray, the book slowly opened, turning to the first page. In that instant, Fanren felt that his life was so futile, like an ant in front of the strongest player, better off dead, not wanting to live. At the same time, the gym was filled with successive, unknown shrill cries, like the wails of ghosts. In the sports arena, clouds of gray mist exploded but quickly dissipated, giving the feeling of having seen something wrong, the entire space twisting momentarily. The shrill cries continued, accompanied by faint explosions, like the sound of dust being blown by the wind, an invisible fireworks display in the sports arena. Lu Chen could clearly feel that the malice that had been staring at him in the arena was diminishing rapidly, disappearing like clearing a game of Tetris. And the noisy sports arena was gradually becoming quiet, the previously lively sounds of sports gradually calming down, disappearing. It seems that even those are tricks played by Fan Ren's spirit. Everything in the entire sports venue was designed to confuse Lu Chen and keep him here. Park Buching and Fan Ren have planned everything, except for underestimating Lu Chen's strength. The S-level seal, released for just a few minutes, brought an unusual calmness to the sports venue, as the hundreds of spirit clones from before were completely wiped out. Bang! Lu Chen closed his book forcefully, putting away the confessions of the defeated. The S-level seal is indeed remarkable. With just a simple page, it cleanly killed Fan Ren's spirit and the backlash was evident. The main negative impact on himself was emotional and mental, but due to the rage mask, he couldn't feel it. Lu Chen could only sense that as he flipped open the book, a nameless anger surged through him, as if everything in the world was unsatisfactory. Fan Ren in front of him looked detestable, making him want to kill. The sports venue looked trashy, making him want to smash it. The school looked annoying, making him want to blow it up. Everything in the world just doesn't go his way. Like a black hole, devouring all warmth and reason in his heart, transforming it all into a desire to destroy everything. Lu Chen now understood the description of rage. I am the raging fire that will burn down the world. This book really shouldn't be read too much. Reading too much of the Book of the Sage, one might kill without hesitation. After putting the book away, the sports venue became exceptionally quiet, as if the previous noise and excitement were just illusions, never having happened. It's better this way. Except for one person. I'm such a failure. I'm nothing. Just let me die. Fan Ren collapsed on the ground, murmuring unconsciously, looking like a broken toy. His nerves had been twisted repeatedly, making him somewhat unrecognizable. Scared by the rage mask before and influenced by the concept of defeat afterwards, his mind was on the verge of breaking down. Lu Chen, already in a bad mood, asked in a surprisingly kind tone, "Want to die? Do you need my help?" Fan Ren's eyes lit up instantly, and he twisted up from the ground, taking a few steps back. "No, bro. I was just kidding with you. I was talking nonsense. I really want to live. I want to live so badly, I can't sleep every day, afraid that if I fall asleep, I won't wake up." All the negative emotions in his mind vanished, and the strong will to survive made Fan Ren disregard his sense of defeat. He now felt how precious it was to cling to life in the face of sin. Although the challenge mode didn't have conditions for victory or defeat, if you were caught and killed by sin, it was all on you. Fan Ren glanced at the exit coin on the ground with the corner of his eye, thinking about how to retrieve it, when Lu Chen casually bent down and picked it up. Fan Ren? Ignoring his inner turmoil, Lu Chen walked towards the center of the sports venue, faintly hearing the sound of balls being hit. However, his animal instinct didn't sense any malice or abnormalities in the sports venue, even though he had eliminated all the distractions. Although he had figured out all the wrong options, he couldn't think of the right one at the moment. Eliminating wrong options is not equal to finding the correct one. After playing for a while, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with normal completion in this situation. Weren't there ready-made people around? Turning back to the bewildered Fan Ren, he asked, "What's the deal with the games here?" Fan Ren cautiously replied, "If I tell you, can you not kill me?" "You can choose not to tell me," Lu Chen replied calmly. "No, tell. You must tell." Fan Ren stood at attention. Basketball. The opponent plays basketball. Fan Ren's quick change of face shocked all the spectators, but it had to be said, it was indeed a good survival strategy. And then? Lu Chen continued to ask with the other party's cooperation. "And then I don't know either, it's true, I can only sense a little because I can separate my spirit. The specific way to clear the level is only known by Pu Bucheng. Why don't you go find Pu Bucheng? Interrogate him." "Don't interrogate me, interrogating me is useless." Lu Chen. Fan Ren at this point could be said to have thrown away his principles, selling out his teammate quickly. If it weren't for Pu Bucheng, he wouldn't have faced this killer. Lu Chen. Dealing with spirits was thankless and without any pain value to exploit. He was too lazy to analyze too much. He just wanted to quickly clear this strange tale. This might need to be analyzed from the background story. The protagonist of this strange tale seems to have been waiting for someone who can defeat him in basketball. Also, he might have a tragic background. Principles were something that once lost, there was basically no psychological burden. Fanren tried his best at this moment, as if he were Lu Chen's teammate. Alright, stop talking, Lu Chen interrupted directly, tell me where he is. If we were to put it in gaming terms, decryption, analysis, were all very inefficient behaviors. If it were the greedy mask, there might be some thoughts on these matters, but right now he was in a rage, and rage meant he would want to use his brain a bit during battle. Just like when you play a game, skipping the tutorial, skipping the background introduction, skipping the cutscenes, and then going straight into the game screen, picking up a gun ready to kill. I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, all I know is I want to kill. Fanren didn't quite understand Lu Chen, but at this moment, he was in a state of confessed, seeking forgiveness, so he pointed to a location. It was already in a state of chaos. The basketball hoop had been knocked over by Lu Chen's slap, lying in another court. Lu Chen walked over, picked up the basketball hoop from the ground, and with a thud, inserted it straight into the ground. Then, he took out the confession of the disheartened once again, opened it, and laid it flat on the basketball hoop. Fanren looked somewhat puzzled at the scene before him, watching Lu Chen lay the book flat on the hoop, not knowing what he was doing. But soon, he understood. As long as the confession of the disheartened was not artificially flipped, it was impossible to move with just a breeze. The sound of dribbling in the gym softly echoed, then with a swoosh, as if it had been thrown out. A few seconds later, the pages of the book trembled slightly, as if something had dissipated from it, then all sound disappeared. The air fell silent for 3 seconds, all sounds vanished. Then, under the basketball hoop in the gym, a sharp roar erupted. A chilling wind swept through the entire arena, as if something was about to erupt. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, his body charged forward, leaping onto the hoop, sitting on the edge of the backboard, picking up the confession of the disheartened, crossing his legs, waiting for the possible battle to come. The aura of rage dispersed, mingling with unseen resentment, like a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Lu Chen wasn't quite sure what would happen next, while Fanren cowered in a corner of the gym, trembling, hoping it wouldn't affect him. Then, the chaotic and confrontational atmosphere slowly dissipated, everything returned to calm. A game notification sound that Fanren had never thought of appeared in his ear. 7 campus miracles, the sound of basketball in the empty sports field, the black side challenge succeeds. Challenge progress, 2/7, remaining time, 22, 39, 46. Fan run? Not brothers? Is it that simple? Then what about the torment I suffered before? Social practice? But when I think of the harm that book did to the spirit body of the other party, plus what Park Buching said to himself at the beginning of the game, many things seem reasonable again. Park Buching said to him at the time, your ability is special, the gym level is not particularly difficult, but I have tailored it for you. This level is specially tailored to your spirit body. As long as you can hold on, not be discovered, whoever comes to this level will never get out. Unfortunately, Fanren couldn't hold on. In Park Buching's plan, hundreds of spirit bodies similar to basketball ghosts, mixed together, no one could find the right target, plus Fanren's interference and substitution on the side, no one could find Fanren. If it were a normal person trying to eliminate distractions and find the key to breaking the deadlock in the clues, they would fall into Park Buching's trap. But it was Lu Chen who came. The furious mask discovered someone was watching him in secret. Then he had to grab him and deal with him first. Who is releasing malice towards me? Looking for death? Lu Chen looked at the situation in front of him and resolved it like this. He was already prepared for another round, but he was a bit annoyed. Then, a game voice that puzzled him a bit came out. White side player, Fanren, exits the competition in this challenge mode. Ha! Lu Chen thought he had already taken his exit coin. Didn't the other party also get an exit coin from the game reward? Turning back, he found Fanren still standing behind him, looking confused, reaching out to touch himself as if checking if he was missing a piece. Lu Chen frowned slightly and said, didn't you say your name is Fanren? Are you lying to me? No, bro. Fanren was anxious, it's not like that, why did I exit? Fanren had never encountered such a situation, strictly speaking, perhaps no one in the world had ever encountered his situation. He was still in the game, but considered to have exited. The game broadcast had already finished, and when he tried to send a message to his teammates through the in-game communication, it failed, the channel was close to him. Even his own live broadcast had disappeared, his screen was black. What am I now? A living dead in the game? I'm afraid my teammates, seeing me now, would think it's not me but someone else in disguise, with a conspiracy. Fanren was confused. His exit coin was not in his hands, even if he really wanted to exit now, he couldn't. Then all his statuses in the game disappeared, no audience, no teammates, no one knew he was still wandering. Especially now. Can this star in front of him really believe that he is Fanren? If this guy can't figure out who he is, he probably won't bother to find out. He forced a smile and said to Lu Chen, "Really, bro, trust me, I have no reason to lie to you. How about you give me back the exit coin? I can leave now, you calm down, don't use force." Lu Chen didn't speak, just picked up the hell roar in his hand and put it in his right hand. "No. Let's talk, why use a gun?" Fan Ren was so scared he almost peed himself. Why didn't this guy believe that he really had no intentions? Don't believe me? Ask your audience. I don't even have a live broadcast of my perspective here. Lu Chen didn't look at him, changed hands, and put away the hell roar. Pressing his earpiece, hello? After connecting with Xie Antong, Lu Chen turned and walked towards the outside of the gym. "I saw it, looks like you're clearing levels pretty fast." There was silence on the earpiece for a few seconds before a voice finally replied. "It's quite simple." Lu Chen replied briefly, "Do you have any leads on the next ghost story location and content? I've basically found the approximate locations." The reply from the earpiece surprised Lu Chen. He didn't expect the situation to be so optimistic. Xie Antong continued, "The music room and art room have clear directions. I have a rough idea of the target direction. I'll guide you there later. The direction to the restroom and the 13 steps is unclear. I have a few rough ideas. You'll need to explore and check the places I find suspicious, judging by the game triggers." It seemed like they were already accustomed to this way of speaking at this point, giving orders directly without wasting words. The two of them were like ruthless game machines, only focused on completing the game. No, for some reason, watching them chat feels so oppressive. I wonder if Pabushing can handle it. So disrespectful, it's only been a short time. Honestly, it feels great to be involved. As long as I feel something is wrong, I tell Zue, and Zue can go straight there and clear it. Of course, wouldn't playing with a max level account be fun? I also want to be a top player's teammate. What? Do you also have a way to get legendary weapons upstairs? Lu Chen's pace of clearing levels was already at its peak, making it feel overwhelming, and finally, he finished. At this leisure stage, they could finally start chatting about other topics. Xia Anton's eyes flew back again, circling in the air, preparing for a new round of guidance, leading towards the music room. Lu Chen also understood that many things in these 7 wonders were mysterious, and if the confessions of the disheartened had a strong antagonistic effect on spirits, then using this might be more effective than a gun. So he held the book in his hand, tidied himself up, looking very refined, almost like a university professor. This image created a contrast that even Xie Antong, flying over, was momentarily speechless and a bit speechless. The metal ball in the air spun twice, seeing Fanren, who seemed desolate in the gym, and asked, "Who is this person?" "A passerby, probably dreaming of living." Lu Chen replied. "Okay, also, Pabushing should be designing new restrictions. After all, another level has been cleared, so you should also pay more attention." Watching Lu Chen's figure gradually disappear from view, Fanren finally breathed a sigh of relief, completely exhausted, lying on the almost ruined floor. With his mind blank, he felt a bit lost in his current situation, not knowing what to do. He had been kicked out of the game system. Should he just wait here stubbornly? What did Pabushing think of him? What did the people of the great Han Ming Kingdom think of him? With Pabushing's character and personality, he probably thought he was useless. Would he be cursing him out now? Don't let that guy get abused in the end and then blame himself. Leaving aside everything else, at least Fan Ren's judgment of Pabushing was quite accurate. Siba, how long has it been? A level completely tailored for that guy, couldn't even last an hour, and it's over just like that? And why is there no news coming back again, just quitting? How can they all be so useless? How is it possible that they can't even send back a message? More than 100 avatars, able to switch positions with just a thought. Even if they were 100 pigs, they wouldn't die without saying a word, right, Siba? Park Bucheng was raging with helplessness at this moment. He didn't expect to conquer the world's top spot in the game of sin with just 1 or 2 games, but he couldn't accept it when his teammates quit the game without saying a word each time. Meanwhile, as the game screen of Fan Ren had completely disappeared, the audience in the live broadcast room of the Great Han Ming Kingdom, those who hadn't seen Fan Ren's first-person perspective, began to speculate and criticize. Comment, Fan Ren really can't justify this, the most time-consuming level, and he's done for so quickly. Comment, I checked, it seems that Fan Ren has some Huaguai ancestry. Comment, that explains it, a two-faced person, Siba. Park Bucheng was in no mood to maintain his image at this moment, nor did he want to say anything to his audience. He finally began to feel a sense of crisis. Although the game was getting harder as it progressed, with many restrictions he could add, if the unseen sin could clear this level at such a speed, he was starting to doubt himself. They were all human, just 3 games in, and the gap was already so big? Siba. It must be because my teammates are too useless that it turned out like this, purely useless. The game's suggestion interface had already appeared, but he hadn't exercised his power for half a day to add new restrictions to the black side. He was feeling less confident now, unsure of how to ensure his victory completely. If he lost, he didn't dare to think about it. Siba, it must be because my teammates are too stupid, I clearly designed. As if he had thought of something, Park Bucheng's cursing heart slightly paused, as if he had realized something. His lips slightly curled upwards as he began to input his new restrictions on the game screen in front of him. Since my teammates are all useless, are you really awesome if your teammates are also awesome? At this moment, Lu Chen had been guided by Xia Antong's eyes to a special art building and arrived in front of a classroom on the underground floor. This is it. This is the most specific haunted location for me. But how to trigger it specifically depends on the game, and how to clear it also depends on you, Lu Chen nodded. He was already used to solo clearing. This feeling was the most liberating for him. This way of cooperation didn't tie his hands and feet. Alright, I'll handle this first. You confirm the other places later. Lu Chen's words were already a bit like driving someone away. This was already the most tactful way he had said it in his rage. Just as he was about to enter, he seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "Wait, you just mentioned 4 follow-up games, right? I've only cleared 2 now, which means there's still 1 left." Hearing the question from the Sin side, Xia Antong replied, "Yes, that one should be the most hidden one. I haven't found it yet, I'll look around later." Lu Chen frowned slightly. It wasn't that he felt something was wrong, but his intuition made him feel that Xia Antong's words seemed a bit off emotionally. But he didn't say anything, just responded with a sound and then walked into the classroom. In the biology classroom, Xia Antong sat alone in the messy and quiet empty classroom, chatting with the Sin side. When she said, "I haven't found it yet," no one saw behind her a plaster sketch model shaped like lips, with a slight smile at the corner of its mouth. Who said there could only be one ghost story in a classroom? But what no one knew was that Xia Antong, with his back to the plaster model, had a slight smile on his lips as he spoke. How could the eye of omniscience have a blind spot in its field of vision? There are eyes on my back. And in this subtle atmosphere, the restrictions of the game finally arrived late. The black player has already passed the second campus miracle, now the white player issues the second restriction. Among the black players, in this challenge mode game, everyone must have a record of passing the campus miracle. The moment Xia Antong heard this restriction, he could barely contain the smile that almost burst out. He raised his head, his expression somewhat meaningful. Pu Chang, although it's difficult to analyze the mentality and behavior of Sin, it seems like predicting you might be a bit too simple. Lu Chen walked into the classroom in front of him and also heard the voices in his ears, immediately pausing his steps. Xia Antong had almost perfectly predicted Pu Chang's thoughts, but on Lu Chen's side, he was still not quite sure of Xia Antong's strength. The Eye of Omniscience, a legendary weapon. Although indeed impressive, it seems like its combat ability is not that great, or maybe it hasn't shown its combat prowess yet. Does she also have to pass a level? Isn't that ridiculous? If she fails, does that mean I have also failed the challenge? This is just a joke. This game is a challenge mode, a challenge between herself and Pu Chang. The previous restrictions didn't mention what would happen if she lost. Thinking about it, Lu Chen felt that the problem with this matter seemed to be even bigger. After entering the room, the door closed automatically, a clear sense of eeriness enveloped the room, but Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to it, pressing the earpiece again and saying, "Did you hear the game restriction just now?" "I heard it," Xia Antong replied. "You confirmed the game difficulty is hell level before selecting the team, and then the game matched you with me as your teammate." Pu Chang's side has already confirmed that there is more than one teammate, indicating that he has more people to help him. But for you, the difficulty level is hell, so originally, I was matched with you to hold you back. As she spoke, she stood up, seemingly bored, walking around the classroom casually, occasionally playing with the sculptures in the room, changing their positions. By now, all the sketch sculptures in the classroom had been rearranged by her. Listening to her explanation, Lu Chen fell silent for a moment before replying, "Well, at least you're self-aware. Are you always this impolite in your speech? Alright, enough chit-chat. Of these few strange tales, do you find any relatively simple ones?" Lu Chen's tone turned serious. "You can choose a simpler one, I'll beat them half to death for you to solve, don't waste time on the game." Xia Antong. At this point, she had not yet told Lu Chen about her situation, as she had probably already figured out what Pu Chang was planning on his end. After a few seconds of silence, she pressed her Eye of Omniscience helmet. The armor around her ears liquefied directly, then extended downwards to wrap around her headphones, reshaping itself. Then, a very fine-looking neural spike pierced into her skull, causing a slight frown from the pain. But then, without saying a word, her thoughts in her mind turned directly into sound and entered Lu Chen's ears. "Sin, I hope you don't spread this. What I'm about to say next, the audience can't hear, and Pu Chang's side can't possibly know. only the two of us can hear. Lu Chun. The weather at this school is really lousy. Xia Antong nodded in satisfaction and continued to think in her mind. Long story short, whether I will become a burden to you is not something you can decide, but the game will decide. If the game has such a purpose, the stronger you are, the more likely there will be a counterproductive effect. And Park Bucheng is also starting in this direction. But I think, in this aspect, maybe we can play alone. Lu Chen also didn't know how to pretend. Wearing an angry mask was not his forte. Hey, why aren't you talking? Anyway, in the next game, it probably won't focus on restricting you, but will try to use me as a breakthrough. Your current game still needs to be completed with thunderous force. Make them fear, make them panic. After completion, I predict that the opponent will add an additional restriction. It's very likely that, if anyone in the black team dies or quits, it will be considered a failure in challenge mode. The previous additional restriction was not enough, so this one is necessary. As long as you act ruthlessly and swiftly, I am 90% sure I know what Park Bucheng is thinking. Xia Antong quickly said in her mind, although only she and Sin knew what they were talking about, even the audience was confused, but what she said was quite interesting. That is, she had completely assumed that Sin could clear the ghost story, and do so quickly and violently. She didn't even offer an alternative plan, as if she thought everything was so natural, that Sin couldn't possibly fail to clear it under normal circumstances. And after Lu Chen heard this statement, he didn't even raise any objections, as if he also thought so. At this moment, the self-confidence of the two reached an astonishing level. No one thought of failure, or rather, based on the completion of the first two levels, Xia Antong had already defined the strength of Sin, the strongest player, as extremely high. Hearing no objections from Lu Chen, Xia Antong tentatively said, "So, I think this can be utilized. If the additional restrictions imposed by the opponent after you clear this level are the same as my judgment, I hope that in the upcoming clearance process, you can consider my suggestions appropriately, and sometimes I may not provide reasons." She knew that Sin was not good at communicating in a state of anger, so she could only propose her conditions when he was relatively calm. Otherwise, everything would be beyond her control, and if Park Bucheng used her as a breakthrough to win, she would not accept it. Lu Chen was not sure what the other party had in mind, nor was he certain about their intentions, but he could sense the confidence in their words. If causing her to fail could indeed affect himself, it seemed to be the only tricky issue he was facing at the moment. It seemed like she was confident in resolving it. "Okay," Lu Chen replied, "is this room an art classroom or a music classroom?" Listening to the voice coming from Sin, Xia Antong seemed to have won a battle, unable to completely conceal the emotions that flickered across her face. Although she was still in the setting of the ghost story, or even a sketch statue was eerie, the psychological pressure brought by negotiating conditions with Sin was evidently much higher. Having entered the challenge mode for 2 games, they had finally reached a preliminary agreement. Everything was ready. She also noticed that under normal circumstances, Sin still possessed basic rationality and the ability to communicate, just like now, knowing to deliberately say irrelevant things to mislead others. When caution was needed, he was quite cautious. That's it, keep in touch at any time. With that, Xia Antong exited this special telepathic communication method, feeling mentally drained, her face slightly pale. On the other side, Lu Chen. "It's not. So, is this classroom an art room or a music room? Why isn't there a response? I'm not trying to deceive anyone with this question." Lu Chen raised his head, casually glanced around, and found a portrait on the wall. The person in the painting seemed to be imitating the Mona Lisa, smiling towards the front. "I remember, my teammate told me before, there was a strange story about tears in portraits, right?" Lu Chen, without much thought, took a quick look and then approached to try. "Is it you? What are you laughing at? Not planning to shed a tear?" Lu Chen stood in front of the portrait like that, motionless for over 10 seconds, as if engaged in a mental confrontation, staring at the portrait. He didn't know how to handle it, usually waiting for the other party to make a move and then figuring out how to deal with the target. But this time, his intuition didn't sense any eerie atmosphere from this portrait, nor did he feel any malice. This guy seems quite tricky, concealing his aura so skillfully. As he confronted the portrait, in the empty room, a melodious piano sound drifted in. Lu Chun. Turning his stiff neck, he looked towards the direction of the sound. In the corner of the room, there was a Steinway piano covered in red cloth, exuding a classical vibe from the last century. At this moment, the piano sat quietly in the corner, playing an elegant classical blues, as if it had been stored for countless eras, giving off a palpable sense of loneliness. Lu Chen swore that when he first entered, this piano was not here at all. It appeared out of nowhere at some point. In other words, this strange scene was not about a crying portrait, but about the piano music in the evening music room. He had just been mentally sparring with thin air. Lu Chen, ##, in almost an instant, The initially relatively normal mask of anger seemed to be overloaded. The lights flickered repeatedly, eventually forming an angry face. "TSK, why can't that woman Siat Andong be clearer? It's not you, you won't say." In a fit of pique, he punched the wall, smashing the portrait along with the wall directly, wooden wall panels and bricks scattered all over the floor. "Portrait. Can I speak? I vaguely remember, this seems to be a horror game. Why does it feel funny now? Any experts analyze if there's any profound meaning behind this sin wave? Even the piano has left me dumbfounded, I'm at a loss." Park Buching made a mistake. If this piano had stayed hidden, this level could have stumped the experts for a long time. Seemingly accustomed to the pattern of sin, in this challenge of the horror game, the audience still exuded a cheerful atmosphere. In the music room, all the curtains suddenly closed, plunging the entire room into darkness. Snap! The sound of a match being struck rang out. In the pitch-black room, a faint light appeared out of nowhere where the piano was placed. Watching the dim and slightly flickering light, Lu Chen made no move, just saying, "A very heartwarming scene." The audience, who were starting to immerse themselves in the horror scene, were speechless at this remark. Only you could find it heartwarming at this moment, right? In the room, the melodious piano seemed to soothe people's hearts, and an ethereal female voice suddenly spoke. "Would you play a piano piece with me?" The voice was ethereal and melodious, fulfilling all the beautiful imaginations one could have, making it hard to refuse. Such a lovely voice, feels like falling in love. Wait, let's not fall in love yet. Didn't the blank mention the characteristics of each strange story with sin? Note, I have researched this strange tale. If it is indeed a nocturnal piano piece, one must not listen to this melody or play along with it. The audience members who supported Lu Chen began to feel anxious at this point, but their anxiety was futile. This information was blocked in challenge mode, and Lu Chen had no intention of reading what they had to say. So, guided by the ethereal female voice, Lu Chen walked slowly forward and arrived in front of the piano. Looking down, he saw the keys of the ancient Steinway piano moving freely, producing an intoxicating sound. "Would you like to play a piece with me?" The ethereal female voice enticed Lu Chen, like a mermaid in the deep sea seducing passing sailors. Similarly, the keys of the piano began to alternately flash pink lights, guiding Lu Chen to play the piece in a certain way. Lu Chen gazed at the piano in front of him, silent for a few seconds, then suddenly bowed slightly. "Your piano playing is beautiful, but I'm in a hurry." Just when the audience didn't know what he was up to and thought he had changed his temperament to rage, he suddenly stood up straight, exerted all his strength, and forcefully smashed the Steinway piano in front of him. Courtesy before combat. JPG. The exquisite and ancient Steinway piano instantly exploded, the ordinary metal and wooden structure having no resistance whatsoever. Boom! The sound was like a demolition explosion, and the entire piano, like a dismantled toy, scattered into pieces all over the classroom, some collapsing onto Lu Chen, turning into powder directly. Lu Chen didn't care about the way to clear the level or any taboos. In his view, since the content of the strange tale was piano sound, smashing the piano was naturally the best choice. As the piano burst open, the room darkened, and Lu Chen's intuition once again sensed that something had appeared in the room. As long as there was something, whether human or ghost, as long as it was present, it could be dealt with. Stirring, melodious, and deep piano music almost simultaneously resounded, possessing the ability to regulate emotions. Each piece of music was like countless threads, tugging at people's souls, trying to make them sink. A row of red glowing keys flowed out, flowed, forming a large circle around Lu Chen. The room became unusually dark, with the blood red of the piano keys in the darkness, and the original soft red light extinguished. Lu Chen stood still, then suddenly took a few steps forward and pulled down the classroom curtains. Black, really damn black. Outside the window was no longer daytime but a pitch-black darkness, as if there had never been such darkness since the birth of humanity. Lu Chen held the earphones on his ears and asked, "Is it dark now?" "No, you may have entered the strange tale scene." Xia Antong immediately guessed that things might have started on the guilty side. "Okay." Lu Chen nodded, "Remind me in 10 minutes if there's no clearance prompt." After saying this, Lu Chen hung up the call and began to pay attention to the situation in the room. What he was most worried about was being mentally confused, leading to a misjudgment of time, like the sudden darkness outside just now. He needed an accurate time, so he entrusted this matter to Xia Anong, who was relatively safe. If it wasn't a time issue, then it meant that he had already entered the game scene, indicating that a new strange tale had been triggered. After all, the sound of a piano in an empty classroom at night. "Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me?" The ethereal female voice appeared once again, but this time, it was incredibly close, as if a beautiful woman was leaning on your shoulder, whispering softly into your ear. Lu Chen felt as if he was in a dreamy starry sky, surrounded by darkness, with a row of strange illusory piano keys floating in front of him. The circular keys encircled his body, forming a large circle around him, even enveloping him from behind. Lu Chen's intuition clearly sensed that there was someone behind him. The other person seemed to be pressed against his back, like a haunting presence, whispering invitations with a mournful tone, like a sorrowful beauty. Lu Chen raised his fist and struck forcefully at the piano keys in front of him, but the heavy blow passed through the keys effortlessly, creating a chilling sound in the air. Seeing his attack fail, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, turned around to elbow, but spun around without hitting anything. The entity clung to him like a bone maggot, firmly attached to Lu Chen's back, unable to shake off. Why are all the campus ghost stories about such eerie spirits and ghosts? Hey handsome, care to play a tune with me? The ethereal voice rang out again, this time behind Lu Chen, with a hint of mockery in the tone, even a touch of pride, as if proud of outwitting Lu Chen. Lu Chen, #####, sheet after sheet of music floated up, golden scores fluttering in the air, each displaying different notes, corresponding to melodies playing around Lu Chen repeatedly. There were melodious love songs, lamenting and weeping. There were resounding sounds of battle, as if you were roaring on a battlefield. Ballads, blues, jazz, classical and contemporary tunes, both elegant and vulgar, kept playing incessantly, making Lu Chen even doubt if he was hallucinating strange internet songs, like Big Banana, Big Banana. Shaking his head vigorously, intense emotions surged suddenly, as he listened to various music styles, invoking his emotions repeatedly. The musical scores kept increasing, generating new ones as the music flowed. The entity clinging to Lu Chen's back also grew increasingly smug in its tone. The power of emotions is boundless. If one's emotions undergo extreme highs and lows in a short period, it's like bending a wire repeatedly until it breaks. There will be a day it snaps. As long as Lu Chen remains trapped without a solution, he will eventually sink forever, becoming a slave to music. At least, that's what Fan Ziyuan thought. Indeed, there were many outstanding teammates in the Park Not Completed team, each with remarkable skills, comparable to the level of Jiu Tian. She was one of the teammates hidden in this level, but she was currently discontent. This was because Park Not Completed had just given her some instructions over the communication device. Lu Chen's two rapid completions of the level without any updates from his teammates had made Park Not Completed anxious. Even a pig would realize the terror of sin at this moment, so Park Not Completed had somewhat lowered his expectations, only hoping to ensure his final victory. As for whether he had the strength to bear the sin, he no longer had that obsession. In his view, what mattered was not who was stronger but who was the first. He had already planned to seize the opportunity to become the first, then leverage his family's influence to act as a despot with extraordinary powers. Who would still participate in the game? With each exit coin spent, one would lose everything, and losing the game might even lead to death. With so much money at home, why risk it all? So Park Bucheng's suppression of his own foolishness was also temporary, restraining his arrogance and moving towards more prudent actions. Thus he gave a warning to Fan Ziyan. The power of sin is very strange, perhaps very strong. This level in the design is not so crucial. Don't aim to defeat sin, just delay if you can. The most crucial issue is to make sure the message is sent back. In a sense, Park Bucheng didn't think that Fan Ziyan could defeat Lu Chen in this level. He was already planning the follow-up Strange Tale content. But now, Fan Ziyan didn't think so. Her abilities clearly matched this level, and the sin in front of her seemed manageable. She didn't see how the sin in front of her could harm her. Although at the beginning, being able to smash a piano with one punch shocked her, it also escalated this Strange Tale scene to the second stage. The other party didn't decrypt at all, just acted directly, raising the difficulty level. Her evaluation of sin was simple-minded but physically strong. She wondered how her previous teammates lost. "Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me?" Once again, she said teasingly, determined to challenge this world's number one. She really didn't believe in superstitions. "Are you human? Or a ghost?" Lu Chen turned several times, always finding the other person sticking closely to him, that feeling of being intangible yet tightly connected, furrowing his brow. "I am both human and ghost," Fan Ziyan said somewhat proudly. Lu Chen had just asked casually, not expecting this guy to actually answer. And it didn't stop there. Fan Ziyan continued, "Play a piece, the world's number one for a brief moment. My ability is spirit possession, and the girl behind you is a product of the game itself. Now, she's possessed by me. You can't catch me, don't waste your efforts." "Lu Chen, who asked you? When will you fix this problem of self-introduction skills? So you don't have a physical form. I can have one." Saying this, the girl leaning against Lu Chen's back, her illusory body slowly solidified. To an outsider, the scene in the music room was just a man and a woman standing back to back, a beautiful sight. Fan Ziyan slightly controlled her body to have some substance, provocatively leaning against the back of Sin. Real and unreal, she was in control. The next moment. Bang! The roaring flames of hell spewed out. Lu Chen aimed at his abdomen and fired a shot. One shot, 2 hits. When Fan Zian slightly moved the muscles on Lu Chen's back, she had already transformed into a human body. But it was too late. A muffled groan shattered the melodious piano sounds in the classroom. Everyone could hear the pain and restraint in that voice, turning the harmonious notes in the room into discord. Fan Zian, back in her spirit form, looked down at her upper abdomen. There was a bullet hole. Although there wouldn't be any bleeding in her spirit form, and the pain would be significantly reduced, the waves of pain and the unstable trembling of her spirit made it clear to her that her current state was bad. Especially her mental state. She was feeling very uncomfortable now because she needed to accept a fact: she had been shot. In the trajectory of her life, this was the first time she had been shot. She had no idea what to do when shot, let alone how to transform into a physical form later. Would it hurt a lot? And the most important thing was that she couldn't believe what had just happened. In her original plan, she was just teasing the person behind her, waiting for the moment when the other party wanted to turn around and attack, then she would instantly possess the ghost and fade away. This was not just provocation, it could also successfully provoke the other person's emotions, fitting into this strange tale scene. This person would eventually be driven crazy by her. But he shot directly? The angle just now left no time for reaction. The only situation where there was no way to dodge was for him to shoot himself in the abdomen. One shot through 2. What kind of psycho is this? Sin hasn't gone crazy yet, but she's starting to lose it a bit. In the midst of chaotic thoughts, the music in the room even began to falter intermittently, while at the same time, Lu Chen's voice came through once again. His tone was steady, as if there were no signs of injury at all. "Classmate, would you like to play a piece together?" Fan Zian repeated countless times, and Lu Chen responded exactly the same. Fan Zian. She didn't know how to respond, so she could only resolve in her heart that she must not return to a physical state before dealing with this man. "Do you know I showed mercy just now?" Lu Chen's voice was calm and restrained, as if he was trying hard to control something. Fan Zian didn't know what he meant, so she remained silent. Due to the design of the supernatural tale, in her spiritual state, she could only lean back to back with Lu Chen and couldn't see what was happening over there. He shot at her, and nothing happened? What kind of ruthless person is this? No, she mustn't delay, the number of notes must continue to increase. Thinking this, her illusory hands began to dance on the back of the piano keys, one sheet of music after another floating in the air. Each sheet of music tugged at Lu Chen's reason, attacked his nerves, and deepened his rage. But he remained calm at this moment. "If I had just shot my neck, you would be dead." Fan Zian's back instantly chilled. Lu Chen's neck position, correspondingly, was almost exactly where her head was. Although shooting oneself in the neck sounded like a fantasy, she suddenly felt that the words of the man behind her were serious. He must dare to do this. Unreasonably, she felt a sense of inexplicable fear. She felt as if she were teetering on the edge of life and death. Even though she couldn't be harmed by a nuclear bomb in her spiritual state, she still didn't feel any sense of security. The man behind her seemed to exude a suppressed aura that could erupt at any moment and devour everything. "Unfortunately, you don't have that chance," Fan Zian retorted stubbornly, quickly creating music sheets, weaving a web, and controlling the prey in the net. "You should leave now," Lu Chen said again. "Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me?" This was Fan Zian's response. For some reason, she felt that this sentence determined her fate. "I'm sorry." Lu Chen's restrained tone gradually disappeared, and if anyone could see, his eyes were slowly changing, as if the pupils were dilating. Slowly, his eyes turned pure black. "I don't crave killing, but I might lose control." This supernatural tale is specifically designed to manipulate emotions, so after this, he might lose control for a while. If he loses control, it won't be good for himself. A sense of despair enveloped the classroom, making Fan Zian feel a bone-chilling coldness. 2 black hole-like eyes appeared on the light green mask of rage, and the corners of the mouth began to crack and dissolve. The confession of a failure suddenly floated in the air, standing side by side with the music sheets in the air, causing the music sheets to suddenly sway. Then, Lu Chen's left hand opened the book, and his right hand rested on the piano keys in front of him. The right hand of a scholar, the playing skills of a master. As the first page turned, the characters on the confession of a failure were chaotic, as if a random jumble of disorderly words, twisting in a manic sequence. And Lu Chen looked at that disorderly thing. His right hand began to play. The right hand of a scholar, don't worry about how it's played, it can turn the confession of a failure into sheet music and play a movement. Suddenly, a strange sound filled the classroom, incredibly discordant. It was as if the Vienna Golden Hall was playing a symphony one moment, and the next, the second hand rose band stormed in. In terms of emotions, Fan Ziyuan's musical emotions were diverse, delving into the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings, tormenting repeatedly. On the other hand, Lu Chen's emotions were solely anger, unreserved anger. This emotion possessed a strong aggressiveness, almost instantly overshadowing everything else, causing the illusory musical scores and piano keys to tremble continuously under the illumination of the loser's confession. Fan Ziyuan, what's happening? No one answered her question. Lu Chen's left hand turned the book to the second page. His right hand moved with such speed that it left afterimages. In the empty room, it seemed as if a group of demons appeared out of nowhere, ruthlessly attacking the other musical notes, backlashing at the core of this formation, Fan Ziyuan. From Lu Chen expressing his regret to now, not even 2 minutes had passed. Fan Ziyuan felt a soul-crushing sensation, her spiritual body trembling incessantly. She felt that the ghost she was possessing could collapse at any moment. If it collapsed while possessing her, she would die too. But if she materialized, with the maniac behind her and her own gunshot wounds. When Lu Chen turned the book to the third page, Fan Ziyuan finally made a decision: retreat. Materialize and use the exit coin. In the brief gap between these two actions, the grimacing mask was already in front of her. His right hand, with a domineering momentum, swung round and struck towards her face. The scene was like a heavy hammer smashing into clay. 2 minutes ago, Lu Chen had said, "I regret it. 2 bottles of poison are in front of you, which one will you choose to drink?" A normal person faced with such a question would naturally say neither, but this was the dilemma Fan Ziyuan had just faced. She hadn't expected the situation to deteriorate so rapidly, nor the opponent's counterattack to be so fierce that her spiritual state was on the verge of collapse. In the end, to save her life, she chose the bottle that seemed less deadly. But now, it was time for her to face the consequences. She didn't have the vigilance of Xie Antong. Since discovering that her teammate was a sin in the game, she had taken out the exit coin without hesitation. The ability to materialize gave Fan Ziyuan a sense of security, causing her to relax her guard. Lu Chen's actions were too fast, faster than a person's reflexes, so the scene at this moment was brutal, even nauseating. Boom! A slap landed on her face, creating a sonic boom and even sparking momentarily. Fan Ziyuan's beautiful half-face instantly collapsed, as if made of clay, breaking apart. Red flesh and bone fragments flew in the air, mixed with glistening liquid. Not only did she lose her teeth, but even the jawbone was sent flying. Fan Ziyuan's half-head was now in a state that couldn't be shown without censorship. This slap was too harsh. On the other hand, the emotional provocation ability of this strange tale was indeed strong. This was Lu Chen's angriest moment in this game, almost losing his sanity. The other eye that Fan Ziyuan could still use was completely bloodshot, shaking violently as if witnessing the most terrifying thing in the world. Her whole body convulsed forcefully, but involuntarily, a result of her mental breakdown causing unstable nerve spasms. The remaining half of her mouth was wide open, but no screams came out, only some painful moans. Her oral muscles and throat structure had been completely destroyed by this slap, along with the vocal cords membranes torn apart. Even the cervical vertebrae were broken. It was almost as if her head was about to be ripped off directly. The effect of Lu Chen's slap is enough for a plastic surgeon with a doctoral degree. The whole body was spun like a top by this blow, flipping in the air several times before crashing heavily onto the distant floor. Fan Ziyuan's body had completely lost control, like a torn sack, with her brain all shaken up. Normally, she should have passed out by now, but the intense pain on her face and the fear in her heart forced her to stay conscious. The only thing she could do was to tightly clutch the exit coin in her hand, as if holding onto her last straw of hope, unwilling to let go. Just when her consciousness was fading, a laughter like that of hell echoed in her ears. He he he. In an instant, Fan Ziyuan, who seemed to be on the brink of death, had a glimmer of survival in her remaining eyeballs. Retreat! Retreat! This was the only thing she thought of in her final moments. The next second, a terrifying kick came crashing down, and Fan Ziyuan vanished, the final blow landing on the floor. Yet, a pile of flesh and a pool of blood remained on the floor, unsure if any parts were left behind. He he he. Lu Chen continued to laugh strangely, his enraged mask emitting a dense black aura, exuding an aura of evil and eeriness. The intense aura filled the space, and after Fan Ziyuan's retreat, the original spirit began to quickly disintegrate under the radiance of the confessions of a loser. This was the first time such a bloody scene appeared in Lu Chen's game, and the first time he showed such a brutal side. He he he. Lu Chen continued his inexplicable laughter, standing in place, looking at the pile of flesh beneath his feet, silent, his right foot still grinding the flesh on the ground, crushing and juicing it. Eventually, the entire floor was stomped into a hole by Lu Chen, revealing the scene below. This brutal scene was more unsettling than shooting someone directly, leaving the audience stunned, feeling a chill even through the screen. Moreover, Fan Ziyuan just now was a real person, not a character in a game, a beautiful woman at that. No one expected that Sin could escalate from a relatively stable emotional state to this. Player 1, wait, why do I feel like something's off about him? Player 2, this is more terrifying than murder. I can't bear to watch, that scene just now made me nauseous. Player 3, she's a girl, why use such force? It's a bit too much, to be honest. Many felt uneasy, as Lu Chen's ruthless and merciless attack left a shadow on them. Some noticed that Sin was clearly in an abnormal emotional state at the moment, and still not calmed down. Lu Chen wasn't a pervert by nature, he was even somewhat normal, but at this moment, his rage had almost completely overwhelmed his reason. Although the previous blow to the enemy had eased some of his anger, that feeling of rage had not completely dissipated, and Lu Chen's rationality had not yet returned to a controlled state. He knew this beforehand, which is why he reminded Fan Ziyuan that if she didn't retreat at that moment, it would truly be a matter of life and death. He couldn't control himself, and now, his desire to destroy was still very strong. The music floating in the air began to burst and disappear, indicating that this strange tale was nearing its collapse. Just then, Xia Anton's voice suddenly came through the headphones. It's been 10 minutes, how are you doing? Lu Chen, unable to control his restless mind, continued to emit incomprehensible laughter from his throat. He. Xia Anton? What's going on, buddy? Just as she was at a loss, not knowing what this first person was up to, suddenly, a series of explosions came through the earpiece. It sounded like a demolition team entering the village. Xia Anton furrowed her brows, unsure of what was happening, and quickly controlled her eyes to fly over. 7 wonders of the campus, piano music in the music room at night, black square challenge successful. Challenge progress, 3/7, remaining time, 22:27:56. The sound of a successful challenge rang out, and the clearance time for this level was just right at 10 minutes. This was the fastest clearance time since the challenge mode began. Fan Ziyuan, who refused to believe in superstitions, successfully left herself half dead and even set this glorious record. And when Xia Anton's eyes arrived at the scene, what she saw was dozens of classrooms pierced through, an entire floor destroyed. And standing in the ruins, calmly adjusting his cloak, was Sin. What happened here just now? Originally, Xia Anton, who had received the clearance notice, was still puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind the inexplicable laughter and sounds of battle since the clearance had already been achieved. After coming here, it ended up like this? Encountered a master? Nothing happened at all. Lu Chen said very calmly, dusting off his clothes, speaking in a flat tone, holding the confession of the defeated in his hand with a gentle and calm demeanor. As for the ruins here, they were naturally caused by his venting just now, indiscriminately piercing through in an out-of-control state. The elusive cloak now showed its effect. After all, if it were just ordinary clothes, Lu Chen would probably be naked by now. The epic weapon is really something. With the venting of his rage and immediately closing his book after clearing the strange tale, stabilizing his emotions, Lu Chen's personal rationality now regained the upper hand. He now appeared very calm and peaceful, completely different from before, when he had shattered half of Fan Ziyuan's head with a slap. But Xia Anton, looking at the mess around her, could no longer distinguish which classroom was which, feeling a bit speechless. She could probably guess that this was caused by Lu Chen's loss of control just now, but she didn't know who could push him to this extent. Pushed to the limit, so he cleared it in just 10 minutes. The audience who had been watching Sin all along now couldn't hold back. Person 1, isn't this a change of face? Person 2, how can he talk to his teammates and change his face like that? Person 3, is he really not suffering from split personality? In less than 2 hours of the game, Lu Chen had switched between elegance and thuggery quite a few times. But there was no other way. The moment he put on the mask of rage, Lu Chen knew he couldn't let himself go freely this time. He had to constantly fight for control of his body with the rage. Anger is different from chaos, it is an absolute abyss, with a devouring effect on reason. If Lu Chen didn't want to completely lose control, he had to remind himself constantly to control himself. So, this seemingly split personality, sometimes murderous, sometimes harmless appearance came about. After circling around Sin twice, Xia Anton found that the other party seemed to be fine at the moment, thinking to herself, you better not completely lose control. If you lose control, it will be all over, I might have to run away first. Alright, we're running out of time. Lu Chen straightened his coat, tucked the book by his side. Where to next? Actually, we're not that pressed for time. Xia Anton glanced at the remaining 22.5 hours, couldn't help but comment. She could actually sense that the anger in front of her was still very strong, just being suppressed by rationality again, clearly in a state of needing to vent somewhere. Then she continued, "Wait a moment, remember what I said before? Wait for Park Buchang's plan over there. You passed a level so quickly, his restrictions will come soon." Yes, Park Buchang was indeed staring at the game screen in front of him, veins bulging on his forehead as if varicose veins had appeared. Looking at the time now, it had only been an hour and a half. The game was almost halfway through. After having a psychological expectation of the opponent's strength, he didn't think much about it. He didn't feel that failure was completely unbearable. Especially in this level, he didn't think he could definitely keep Lu Chen. Losing was just losing. He already had a follow-up plan. But what he couldn't accept the most was actually the game's prompt sound: "White player, Fan Ziyuan, exit the game." Damn it! Why isn't there any message coming back? Is there something wrong with this? He already said, not seeking victory, not seeking victory. If it's really not possible, it's okay to run, no need to exit. The key is to send back the opponent's intelligence, talk about his abilities, how to fight, what equipment and special skills he has. Is this request so difficult? Why does everyone exit the game without saying a word? You should know that if you exit, everything in the game is lost. Park Buchang was starting to doubt life at this moment. He had previously said that Fan Ren's good skills only delayed a bit of time, but Fan Ziyuan, in just 10 minutes, had given the opponent achievements. Is there really no problem with this? Park Buchang once again questioned the game. Damn it! After cursing, he could only start talking to himself. It's okay, everything is still under control, it's just 3 games, it's not the end yet. The reason he wasn't panicking was because he had placed his bets on the last 2 games, one of which he was confident he could definitely kill any player in the world. The difficulty had exceeded his imagination. And even if that sin really reached a certain level of going against the heavens, really being able to pass that level, then he still had means. His traps would target the other teammate of the black side, Kong Bai. That is Xiat Antong. Dealing with a woman without a ranking is still simple. Even if he really lost to Lu Chen, he still wouldn't lose this game. After all, he was prepared on both sides. In his mind, he was like a spider, already weaving a large web. The closer the opponent felt to success, the closer they were to failure. With a sinister smile, he wrote down the restrictions he had long thought of. The black player has passed the 3rd campus miracle, now the white player proposes the 3rd restriction. If anyone in the black team dies or exits, it will be considered a failure in challenge mode. The moment the voice sounded, Xiat Antong smiled directly. Perfect prediction. Dealing with someone like Park Buchang seems a bit simple. At this point, she had already started guiding Lu Chen towards the next strange tale location. It seems I was right, remember what I said before? Xiat Antong's voice came through Lu Chen's earpiece. He nodded and replied, "It seems your condition has taken effect. Tell me, what is it that you want me to agree to?" Xiat Antong stood up in the classroom, stretched her waist, and then began to take out equipment from her backpack. First, make sure the earpiece doesn't fall off. Secondly, when you're about to clear this level, remember to let me know. Okay. Lu Chen also fulfilled his promise, without asking for reasons. After a brief affirmation, Lu Chen took a deep breath and entered the room once again. Before this moment, he had felt somewhat bored, the scenes before him not triggering any sense of danger, merely serving as an outlet for his anger as he delved into the strange tales. However, just now, after Xiat Antong made her request, he instinctively sensed that something fun might be in store. It seemed unlikely that the challenges would merely consist of passing through one level after another. Surely, there would be more interesting situations ahead. I hope you can provide me with enjoyment and excitement. Otherwise, my rage will be unleashed upon you. Walking into the room, gazing at the spacious central exhibition classroom filled with various famous paintings, Lu Chen knew he had arrived at the corresponding room. He relaxed his tense mind, allowing the restless beast within him to gradually emerge from its cage, preparing for a new round of aggression. The light began to shift on the pale green mask, revealing a face that seemed both irritated and compassionate, with a hint of a smile. Clenching his fist tightly, the joints cracked in the empty room. This is the art classroom, right? Anyone feeling like shedding a tear? We're running out of time. Outside the classroom, the all-knowing golden metal sphere circled twice, and once Lu Chen confirmed his entry, the light inside the classroom distorted, making it difficult to penetrate. She knew the sin game had begun. So, she controlled her all-knowing eye to return, took out something resembling an insulin syringe, and injected it into her temple. The sight was somewhat frightening, with such a large syringe, making the audience watching the game feel a pang of discomfort. Yet, she seemed unfazed by the pain, even displaying a sense of enjoyment after the drug was administered. Opening her eyes, her pupils turned into a beautiful deep blue, like sapphires buried in the deep sea, exuding a peculiar confidence. She was also a drug-induced warrior. However, unlike Liu Chen, whose drug repaired his physical body, ensuring his wild fighting style had no consequences, her drug targeted her mental capacity, a simple brainwave amplifier. The all-knowing eye would push her mental limits. The stronger her brain's abilities, the more she could accomplish. At this moment, her brain's development level, under the pressure of various enhancements and drugs, had reached 25%, and as she raised her head, the entire classroom, the whole world, seemed to have transformed. All objects were no longer just objects. Besides reflecting light, they also reflected their information, their past lives and present. In other words, she was no longer the same as she was just a moment ago. Spending time in this classroom, the second strange tale that had been hidden here, waiting to be triggered, seemed rather simple to her. It was merely replaying a clearing scene that she had rehearsed in her mind 1,000 times. Standing up, she found a David bust among a pile of pre-arranged sketch statues. It depicted a standard handsome European man, with deep features and lifelike carving, exuding a certain human aura despite being a statue. Xiat Antong smiled, a hint of morbidity creeping into her usual calm demeanor, as she reached out to touch the David bust in front of her, speaking softly as if soothing a child. He has already started on his end. I have a feeling he will be here soon. So, shall we begin? Why aren't you smiling? Come on, give me a smile. I remember when you were behind me before, you smiled a total of 4 times. Xiat Antong caressed David's head, smiling at it, and the whole room fell into a strange silence. In the next moment, the sketches of the entire room suddenly began to shake wildly, as if there was an earthquake. David, held by Xiat Antong with one hand, had its face on the sculpture start to contort, looking somewhat fierce and angry. Oh, getting angry. I tried to make you smile, but you wouldn't. I should really introduce you to that guy, then you'd behave. With that, Xiat Antong grabbed the David sculpture in front of her and threw it to the ground. Both of them simultaneously started a new round, one trying to make the portrait cry, the other trying to make the sculpture smile. On the other side, Pao Bucheng's lips curled slightly upwards, looking somewhat surprised at the situation before him. Although due to his teammates' withdrawal, he was in the dark about the condition of the 2 people on the black side, he was clear about the triggering state of the supernatural game. Now, the 2 supernatural elements, tears of the portrait and moving sculpture, were in a triggering state. He didn't care much about the tears of the portrait because it was the only scene without any teammates stationed, just a pure game element. Initially, including himself, there were 5 people on the white side under the matching mechanism, but now 3 had already withdrawn. With insufficient personnel allocation, he didn't have high expectations for this level. He had breezed through the previous levels effortlessly, so this level shouldn't be a big problem either. The key issue was the moving sculpture. It was something he had designed from the beginning, in the same scene as the first supernatural event, to divert attention and forcibly separate the 2. In his design, the weaker one, the blank, would most likely choose to stay put, ready to trigger the game scene at any moment. And now, that scene had been triggered. It proved that his judgment was correct. Pao Bucheng was pleased at this moment. This was the first good news he had received since entering the game. He had been thinking that once things were settled on the Sin side, he would use the strongest supernatural event on his side to see if he could take them down directly. The supernatural event on the blank side was more like a trump card, part of Plan B. If they found themselves unable to match the Sin, they would use a supernatural event to hold them back. When he couldn't break free or reinforce, he would personally step in and deal with that woman. Isn't that the same? He hadn't expected it to be triggered directly now. It seemed that woman wasn't very lucky. Fortunately, he had foreseen all these possibilities in advance and had set the game restriction that if either of the 2 is eliminated, it counts as a failure. Perhaps she hadn't realized she was in a trap yet. Thinking of the best-case scenario, Pao Bucheng began communicating with his last teammate, his face showing a hint of sycophantic expression. It was strange that besides being a master within the Great Han Ming Kingdom, his matched teammate was also a young star he had been pursuing for months but hadn't yet conquered. Logically, there shouldn't be a problem for him to handle a young star at his level, but since he hadn't succeeded yet, there was an even stronger desire to conquer. When he challenged the first time, he was full of confidence, attracting a lot of attention, but after several supernatural event failures and teammates quitting, he was left embarrassed. Now, finally receiving some good news, his plan had succeeded. On one hand, he wanted to show off a bit, and on the other hand, he needed to allocate tasks. Hey, Xiaoya, we've got some good news on our end. Sin? It doesn't matter over there, whether he's strong or not doesn't affect the final outcome of this game. I just want you to go over and take a look. In the process of communication, he mentioned that the opponent had fallen into the trap on one hand, while on the other hand, he wanted his last teammate to go and finish the job. This way, it was both safe and somewhat courteous. After all, letting her deal with the opponent's female teammate would also be considered her contribution. It would even save his face, as he was a man who had to face his sins. How could he take the initiative to deal with a girl? It was like killing two birds with one stone. Although the side of sins had been progressing steadily, his teammates were always weak, but his planning and strategies had always been successful. In games, you had to be clever, not brute force, just like in life. Only someone like him could be the first to win. For some reason, Sia Antong hadn't lost yet, while Park Boo-cheng had already imagined at least 10,000 words of plot development. His ability to fantasize in his mind was extremely powerful, and his speed of imagination was far beyond that of an ordinary person. From his gaming perspective, the Huagui audience who occasionally checked in now felt a bit speechless. Watching Park Boo-cheng's mysterious smile, his vacant eyes, and his occasional dancing gestures, they couldn't fathom what he was thinking. No, what is he so happy about? Does he know that the opponent is about to clear the level on the other side? This guy seems a bit crazy, but his condition is completely different from that of Sin's. What level of mental ability is this? Is this his superpower skill? Due to various comments containing implicit game information, Park Boo-cheng still couldn't see it. He occasionally tuned into the live broadcast, and all he saw were comments like, "Great Cold Dark Country is awesome, Mr. Park is awesome," because they were unrelated to the game content. It was a huge cocoon of information, allowing him to fantasize, immerse himself in the few good news, and roam freely. All the audience could do was be speechless, quietly waiting for everything to unfold. In the art classroom. A messy art classroom. Lu Chen was now holding his headphones, starting a conversation with Sia Antong, needing to fulfill the promise he made earlier. At this point, all the artworks in the room were in tatters. Sunflowers, Starry Night, and other masterpieces were casually thrown on the ground. Since they were not portraits, Lu Chen didn't touch them. Mona Lisa's smile had a single hole in the middle of the forehead, the smiling lips couldn't smile, and tears of blood were flowing from the eyes. Genesis was torn in half, the human part had been crushed. Various known and unknown paintings from different eras were scattered around, frames shattered, canvas torn, some on the floor, some nailed to the walls. All the partitions and decorative walls in the room had been smashed through. The luxurious turned into ruins. When Lu Chen came in, he started dismantling right away. He thought there might be someone here, but there wasn't. So, compared to before, the progress of the game was simpler, and the confessions of the disgraced were floating in the air, suppressing all the resentful spirits in the room. This game was really simple. There wasn't much to say in Lu Chen's opinion. After completing it at a faster pace than before, with only a little left, he began looking for Sia Antong. "Hey, I'm almost done here, what's your plan?" Since this level wasn't very difficult, Lu Chen wasn't getting too angry. He was in a state where emotional control was still quite simple. "Oh, hello, it seems you did indeed finish quickly." Listening to the voice from the other end of Sia Antong, Lu Chen suddenly frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "Sia Antong?" After a moment of confusion, she seemed to understand something and coughed lightly, saying, "I took a shot, temporarily increased the development level of the brain, and there may be some slight changes in personality. How much do you have left to complete?" Lu Chen turned to look at the portrait in front of him. It was a full-body portrait, and there was a strange distortion in the air in front of it. The chest, hands, and feet had all been pierced by a steel needle inserted by Lu Chen. At this moment, they were twisting in the painting, tears flowing from their eyes. The originally terrifying scene somehow felt a bit pitiful. "I only need one shot." "Oh," Sia Antong responded and turned to look behind herself. Unlike Lu Chen, the biology classroom at this moment still looked the same as before, with desks, chairs, and benches in their original positions, without any ruins or mess. The only difference was that all the sketches and statues in the middle of the classroom had been arranged to form a 2-meter-tall figure in a very strange posture. Each segmented statue had a small jet propulsion device attached to it, monitoring the statue's movements from every angle and controlling their actions. Every time a statue tried to move its leg, the device at the knee position would provide a reactive force, precisely countering it, deforming its movement and even providing a counterforce. Moving statues? All your actions are under my control. Countless modules were pieced together to create the living dead person in front of them, unable to move, unable to unleash any power whatsoever. No matter what the ultimate power of this strange tale was, it couldn't be exerted at all. The eyes of the David statue were wide open, staring fixedly at Sia Antong. Sia Antong spread her hands towards it and said 7 words. "Sorry, physics." Then, she said to the Sin on the earpiece, "Okay, I'll count 3, 2, 1, you shoot and deal with the situation over there. Give Park Boo-cheng a less mundane life." A little surprise. Surprise? Lu Chen frowned, immediately realizing that something was off in Xia Anton's speech. She didn't usually talk like that. She must have taken some action on her end that required synchronization with his. Translate? What does surprise mean? Surprise is 180,000 taels of silver. Xia Anton blurted out, then quickly corrected herself, just shoot. 3, 2, 1. In any case, the strange game in front of them had to be cleared. Lu Chen moved his right index finger and shot through the despairing portrait in front of him. You're still shedding tears? One shot to blow it up. Then, there was a series of intense explosions coming from the earpiece, crackling like firecrackers. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, unsure of what was happening over there. Less than a minute later, 2 consecutive notification sounds rang throughout the entire game, as if it had been pre-arranged. Campus 7 Wonders, Tears of the Portrait, Black Side Challenge successful. Challenge progress, 4 sevenths, remaining time, 22, 14, 26. Campus 7 Wonders, Moving Statues, Black Side Challenge successful. Challenge progress, 5 sevenths, remaining time, 22, 14:24. It seemed like there were many Campus 7 Wonders, combined with various permissions, making it seem difficult from the start. However, up to now, in less than 2 hours, the clearance speed was like a broken bamboo, even getting faster and faster. Especially in the last 2 levels, without preset teammates, without any preset messages, everything just happened suddenly. Park Buching had been pushed to the edge of the cliff by this sudden turn of events, unexpectedly facing the final showdown, with no more buffer. But after hearing the completion sounds in his ears, Lu Chen didn't show any signs of joy. Instead, he furrowed his brows and looked somewhat displeased behind his light green mask. This seems to be the supernatural story you mentioned not being able to find before, right? You want to clear it yourself? I can handle it, why complicate things? Lu Chen looked slightly annoyed. To him, although such actions could advance the game, they also increased the risks. He was not clear about Xie Anton's abilities, nor did he intend to be. From the beginning of the game, he had planned to clear it single-handedly, especially after the teammate restriction was added. Not doing this is him predicting your actions. Doing this allows us to predict his judgments. Xia Anton explained in general terms, without going into specifics. Moreover, by doing this, we can keep the few restrictions the other side has within our predictable and acceptable range. She had prepared relevant arguments long ago, but Lu Chen was not very receptive. So, what is your combat capability? Xia Anton felt a headache. Sometimes she wondered if she overestimated Park Buching. She didn't know how much authority the game had given Park Buching, causing her to hesitate in saying what she wanted to say each time. When one could guess the other's thoughts, the positions of hunter and prey could be reversed. But if the other party knew her judgments, many other problems would arise. She could only hope that Park Buching was indeed a fool. So she carefully said, I promise that you will handle all the battles from now on. You are the one who determines victory or defeat. Get your headphones ready and pay attention to the upcoming restrictions. Lu Chen. It turned out that Park Buching was indeed a fool. In his intense daydreaming, he didn't think much about game theory or counter-game theory, perhaps a common problem for those in advantageous positions. When he heard that 2 supernatural stories were solved simultaneously, one of them being from the blank side, his eyes almost popped out. What? Why are your teammates so capable? Mine are all like they have cerebral palsy. He never considered if his judgments were wrong but was a bit hasty in his actions. Because sin was difficult to restrict and deal with, he had already used all 3 restrictions against blank and completely tied the game's outcome between them. Now, trying to devise a new set of restrictions to perfectly deal with sin, he was struggling to come up with one. The sunk cost was too high. Not targeting blank meant the previous 3 restrictions were wasted. Moreover, with 2 games ending simultaneously, he now had 2 opportunities for restrictions in front of him, but he had no particularly good plans at the moment. The remaining 2 games were both formidable, one of them being a trump card originally meant to deal with sin. The other trump card was the one he thought he hadn't discovered yet, the moving statue targeting blank, which had just been deciphered. So now, the only thing that gave him a sense of security was a very powerful supernatural story, but he had no information about the 2 on the other side. TSK, it has to be this way. His brain, filled with paste, struggled to think, and naturally, he found the only way forward. Simply don't use the trump card against sin, just find a way to deal with blank, the most difficult game. So, without much time for reflection, Park Buching began to write down his 4th request on the game interface. The black side player has passed the 4th campus miracle, now it's up to the white side to propose the 4th restriction. The white team's Park Buching can now track the movements of the black team members, limited to perspective, unable to communicate, from now on. As the voice fell, 2 blurry screens appeared in front of Park Buching. The messages that his 3 teammates had not returned finally revealed themselves, wasting one of the conditions in the game. Sin always wore a mask, looking the same as usual, but blank Park Boo-chang saw for the first time. The helmet covered more than 60% of the face, making it almost unrecognizable unless one was familiar with it in real life. Why are they all covering their faces? While he was observing, Siat Antong suddenly looked up in the screen and waved in his direction. Park Boo-chang felt a bit awkward instantly, unsure how the other person found this angle that coincided with his. He looked at the screen where Sin was. To his surprise, on the screen, Lu Chen's light green mask had a cold expression and was also looking at him. The next second, Lu Chen took out the hell roar and fired a shot at him. His feet stumbled for a moment, and despite the screen separating them, Park Boo-chang was startled, instinctively dodging and almost falling. Seeing the sudden gun draw from the other side, Park Boo-chang's brain seemed to blank out for a moment, fear robbing him of his basic judgment, leading him to choose to evade. In reality, he and Lu Chen were far apart at the moment, not even in the same campus space. Even if Sin had extraordinary abilities, it was unlikely he could shoot across space. However, emotions are involuntary, and in that moment, fear gripped him as he looked at the light green mask, a warning bell ringing in his mind. As time passed, he had lost the confidence he had at the beginning. Feeling somewhat wary, he glanced at Lu Chen and noticed the light green mask still staring at him, prompting him to ask the game actively, "Hey, does the game show their perspective positions when I look at them?" No. This was the first time the game acknowledged him and answered his question, but it was still dismissive. TSK. How do these people see then? With little time to ponder this situation, Park Boo-chang had to quickly move on to write his next restriction. There was no time left to consider. What was supposed to be a sure victory had turned into a life-or-death situation. Siat Antong could see because she had spent so much time in that room, becoming familiar with every detail. She knew every grain of sand in the crevices of each brick and could sense any slight change in the airflow. Therefore, she understood the approximate observation positions, limited to this room only. Beyond that, she was clueless. As for Lu Chen, it was even simpler. Pure intuition. Fury followed instinct. Staring at the seemingly scrutinized spot in front of her, Siat Antong whispered through her headset, "I guess this guy is about to start imposing restrictions to force me out. It might be a bit difficult to kill me in this room." Just as she was thinking this, news came from Park Boo-chang's side. The black team player has completed the 5th campus miracle and now the white team is proposing the 5th restriction. None of the black team members are allowed to stay in a single ghost story scene for too long. Siat Antong. Sometimes things progress too smoothly, making me feel like I'm being manipulated by the other side. Originally, her plan was to play along, assess the opponent's actions, exert strong pressure through the Sin side, disrupt the opponent's thinking, and make them continue under her judgment. It was just a game of roles switching between hunter and prey, as she disliked the feeling of the opponent manipulating everything behind the scenes. But now, she felt it was going too far. It was no longer hunter and prey, it was like a puppet and a mage, with the opponent's moves perfectly mirroring her thoughts. Now, it was basically the final moment. The decryption and the game between the two sides were almost done, and that Park Chang's intelligence was a bit low. Of course, with the brainwave-enhancing drugs and her enhanced intelligence from the all-seeing eye, she found it reasonable that the opponent seemed less intelligent. As long as everything went smoothly, the ultimate victory would purely depend on whether the Sin side's absolute power was enough. It was at this moment that a somewhat irritated voice came from Lu Chen's side. "These restrictions seem to be more targeted at you. Weak opponents only pick on the weak." Siat Antong? She also noticed that behind the mask of rage, emotional intelligence was out of the question. "So, what's the next level? Hurry up. Don't put yourself in danger before I clear the level. If I lose because of you." In the end, there was a hint of threat in the tone. But the intellectually enhanced Siat Antong couldn't help but feel that the opponent's words were somewhat intimidating. "I'm not in any danger. I've guided you, controlled Park Chang's mindset. My job is done. Now, it's you who's in danger." Siat Antong found a chair and sat down, crossing her legs. In fact, the previous design seemed to direct the spearhead at me, but the danger level was actually aimed at you. Lu Chen was puzzled by her words, as his simplistic thinking under the rage mask didn't quite grasp their meaning. "I'll ask you one thing, do you absolutely trust your own strength?" Siat Antong said with a serious tone. "The next two anomalies might be a bit strange. If you suddenly find yourself in a hellish situation without any preparation, do you think your combat power is enough?" "Hell?" Siat Antong felt a change in the tone on the other end of the headset. "I am the hell." With just one sentence, the almost suppressed rage mask suddenly felt like it was about to lose control and overload. "Okay, then follow my guidance." With things at this point, Siat Antong didn't waste words. The gray eyes drew a straight line in the air and headed towards Lu Chen's location. If the Sin side really couldn't win, then she had no choice. In the campus, a girl in 12-centimeter high heels, with a style reminiscent of a girl group, was talking to Park Chang, discussing what he called the most critical moment. Her name was Yiya, Park Chang's final teammate. At that moment, she suddenly saw someone in her field of vision. "Appa, I think I saw someone." "Who?" Park Chang asked sharply, his nerves tense. "It seems like Fanrun, our teammate." Yiya's words were hesitant. "Oh, a teammate." Park Chang relaxed for a moment, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Didn't he quit? "No, go. Enter the place where the anomaly game is taking place. He's not Fanrun, he's most likely Sin. He has a mask that can change faces." As soon as Yiya heard it was the Sin, her face turned pale, she threw her high heels and ran as if she were a track star. "Hey, Yiya?" Finally seeing a hint of joy on his teammate Fanren's face, only to realize that the other person had run off, he chased a few steps, but the other person ran even faster. Sigh. Stopping his steps, Fanren also roughly knew what the other person was thinking and stopped in despair. "What's going on with this game? Why is no one willing to talk to me? What's the situation now?" He vented out loud, suddenly feeling a chill behind him, a voice coming from behind. "What do you want to say?" Fanren turned around, a light green mask reflecting on his face. Fanrun. He didn't realize he had done too little charity in his daily life, now facing the consequences. Why did he have to meet him here? "Why are you still here?" Lu Chen looked at the player who had caused him the most trouble in the game, also interested in saying a few more words. "I actually wanted to quit too, but my exit coin wasn't taken by you, was it?" Fanren said helplessly, his voice getting smaller as he spoke, even changing his tone at the end, worried that he might say something wrong and anger the person in front of him. Although the current Sin seemed calm and reasonable, he had witnessed the other's violent side, which felt like hell. Just thinking about it made him shudder. "Oh, are you saying this is my fault?" Lu Chen's brain quickly processed and concluded, even bringing out the hell roar. "Fanrun? No, how could it be? The fault is all mine. Blame me for joining this game and wasting your time. Let's talk it out. Why pull out a gun?" Seeing the gun of hell roar, Fanren's brain was activated as he quickly spoke a set of words, then swiftly dodged to the side, hands raised. The desire to survive was stronger than ever, all dignity was thrown out the window. Lu Chen would call him the only smart player in the great cold dark country. "What are you doing?" Fanren hesitated for a moment. After all, he couldn't say he was looking for his teammate. At that time, after being judged out, and Lu Chen left, he was somewhat relieved, not having to quit the game to stay alive, and keeping his superpowers intact. After all, unless his life was really threatened, no one wanted to quit. But soon he realized something was wrong. He had become completely isolated, not knowing what to do next. The game had determined he was out, not allowing him to participate in any in-game activities, no live broadcast, unable to contact his teammates, nothing to do. He had thought of waiting for the game to automatically exit, but the eerie atmosphere in the school made him uneasy, not knowing how far the game had progressed. Finally, unable to sit still, he decided to go out and look for his teammates, hoping to find some reassurance. But now, facing two unfriendly parties, first being distrusted by his teammate, and now encountering this star-crossed person, Fanren felt like crying. He just wanted to survive. Why was it so difficult? Lu Chen looked at Fanren's expression of utter despair, but remained silent, pointing the gun at him. "Don't! I'm not here to find my teammate. Lu Chen. Fanren." As these words left his mouth, both fell into silence. Fanren, realizing his mistake, could only say helplessly, "I've been judged out by the game, you heard it too. I don't know anything now, don't know when I can get out, not even sure if I can get out. My teammates even think I'm you. By the way, if it doesn't work out, she just went in that direction, you deal with them, don't come looking for me." Fanren almost had no psychological burden at all, and directly sold the previous Yiya. The gun pointed at him was quite intimidating. Lu Chen looked at the direction indicated by the other party, listened to something from the earphones, and then walked directly in that direction. "Hey!" Summoning his courage, Fanren still called out, "Can you exchange my exit coin back to me? It's useless for you to hold on to it." "Exchange?" Lu Chen turned his head, his tone becoming heavier. "No, trade, I mean trade." Fanren quickly corrected himself, taking a few steps forward and pulling out various odds and ends from his backpack. Mainly some medicines and other items like rechargeable batteries. Rechargeable battery, used for consuming energy items in any game, can restore energy. These are the things I have left on me. The total value should definitely exceed one exit coin. All of them? For the first time, a hint of surprise could be heard beneath the angry mask, and the expression on the mask also showed a hint of disdain. Is identical to, is that all? It's already a lot, okay? I've only cleared the game twice, and all the good stuff I have is this skill of mine and the potion that enhances spirit. Even if I use them all, I still can't give them to you. Fanren looked sincere, as if both of his pupils were saying, you have to trust me. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, looked at him for a while, nodded and said, okay. After that, he collected everything in front of him, then turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. The actions were so swift that Fanren felt quite satisfied in his heart. After all, having the exit coin in his own hands was somewhat reassuring. Wait a minute. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, gradually realizing, where is my exit coin? Didn't he give me back my exit coin? He took a few steps forward, only to find that the culprit had long disappeared. Even if he could catch up, it seemed like there was nothing he could do. Fanren was dumbfounded. Was I deceived? Or was I actually robbed? Walking far away, Lu Chen was still communicating with someone on the other end of the earphones. He's quite nice, I forgot to loot his stuff earlier, and he brought them over. Xia and Tong almost burst out laughing over there. It's been over 10 minutes, Lu Chen slowly stopped in his tracks. Why do you keep making me circle around the campus? What's going on? He couldn't wait any longer, his intuition didn't tell him about any suspicious locations, and the strange tales of this campus seemed to have been cleared out. The last two strange tales are likely to be mobile, with no fixed location. I wasn't sure before, but now that you've walked around once and your intuition hasn't responded, it's pretty much confirmed. So what? Lu Chen twirled the gun in his hand, realizing that the next strange tale would be more challenging. So, we need to lure the snake out of its hole, Xia and Tong said, walking to the classroom door. Opening her game interface, she saw a countdown in front of her, the latest restriction imposed by Park Buching, not being able to stay in one scene for too long. Including her previous time, there were only 5 minutes left now. Now, go to the direction Fanren pointed you to earlier, the nearest restroom to that room, go in. Once inside, remember not to do anything, and stay in contact with me. Oh, and remember to go into the women's restroom. Lu Chen. He was a bit puzzled by the mention of the women's restroom, but considering that this was all part of the game with supernatural elements, it shouldn't be that important. Without thinking much, he walked towards the direction he had been pointed to earlier. The entire campus seemed deserted at this moment, with only him wandering around. Even Fanren, who was there before, had disappeared, finding a place to hide. He was usually a challenger, but now he seemed like a boss, moving around without any attempt to conceal himself, searching for hiding spots. They were all hiding quite well. In fact, they were all indeed hiding. Ever since knowing the movements of the two, Park Chang had become a silent drama enthusiast, staring at the two silent screens. Now, seeing the movements of Sin, that blank space seemed to be leaving the room, so he quickly contacted his last teammate, Yiya. Yeah, Sin might be heading in your direction. Yiya was instantly startled. In terms of strength, he was the weakest on the side of the Great Han Ning Kingdom, entering this game under Park Chang's influence. She was just a small singer with no background, poor mental resilience, and almost trembled at the mention of Sin coming. With a trembling voice, she said, Appa, can't I just leave? Let's switch, or you deal with him. I don't have confidence. The coquettish voice from the other side tempted Park Chang, but he knew the gravity of the situation, so he gently reassured her, my plan is foolproof, you don't need to confront him, just do nothing, keep him trapped in the strange talk. We can win soon, don't you trust me? Yeah. She really wanted to say she didn't trust him. She approached Park Chang, stringing him along, purely interested in his background, money, abilities. What abilities could he have? Okay, enough talking, he should be arriving soon, and I'm in a hurry too. Remember, don't lay a hand on him. At this moment, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of the women's restroom. In this lifetime, he had never entered a women's restroom, but now he was about to make this first attempt. Is this the place? Without waiting for an answer, Lu Chen walked in casually. Anyway, let's go in and see. Upon entering, he noticed that the interior was indeed different, with all spaces divided into compartments, and the urinal was missing. The hygiene was average, but the most crucial part was the large mirror right after entering. Lu Chen looked into the mirror, but there was no reflection of himself. On the pale green mask, a sinister smile slowly appeared. Lu Chen didn't know why, after wandering for so long, he had finally found the place. I'm here, I can confirm, Hua Zi in the restroom, it's here. Putting on his earphones, Lu Chen raised his gun towards the mirror. Yiya, trembling in fear. Don't shoot. Just then, Xia Antong seemed to know what he was about to do and hurriedly shouted. This was the first time she felt such urgency after enhancing her brainwaves. Don't shoot, don't do anything, don't trigger the game scene. Just stay there, you probably can't get out. Try to close your eyes and avoid looking at the mirror, it's crucial for the game's outcome. Driven by rage, Lu Chen instinctively wanted to ask why, but he seemed to realize something from the other's tone and managed to control his temper. Putting away the gun, he closed his eyes tightly and replied, "Okay, hurry up." Xia Anton's smooth pacification of Sin was somewhat surprising, but she didn't have time to think too much, as it was her turn now. The time limit was up, she walked out of the room, casually reaching a staircase on a mezzanine level. Looking up, she estimated about 12 steps. Her all-seeing eye had already scanned the entire campus, including various basements and deserted corners, places without 13 steps. Some had the standard 12 steps, while others had those grand 20-something steps. So, if her own judgment was correct, Xia Anton lowered her head, gazing at the steps beneath her feet, ascending one by one. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. After clearly stepping up the 12 steps, there was one final step ahead. The surroundings suddenly grew dark, the atmosphere, the environment, all became eerie in an instant, a stifling atmosphere lingering. Whether it was the information from her all-seeing eye or the judgment of her enhanced brain, they all spoke of the risks of this place, warning newcomers not to enter. But Xia Anton smiled, this unfamiliar sensation gave her an exhilarating feeling. Adjusting her earphones, she took a step forward. The 13th step. In an instant, everything fell silent, the space and staircase seemingly unchanged but eerily quiet, causing a sense of unease. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to materialize, making Xia Anton feel a hint of dampness, the air thickening. Just then, a figure descended slowly from the upper step, his voice steady, exuding confidence. "Hello, Miss Blank." A Korean-style figure, handsome yet somewhat sinister, appeared before Xia Anton. "Hoof." Seeing him, Xia Anton scoffed directly, bluntly saying, "Idiot." A simple insult, pure enjoyment, left Park Bu-cheng dumbfounded. Park Bu-cheng? He had imagined 1,000 scenarios for this meeting, anticipating the girl before him, but this scene was unexpected. Before he could speak, Xia Anton rubbed her temples, her previously excited expression now somewhat speechless at Park Bu-cheng's appearance, unable to resist saying, "Let me guess. The final 2 ghost stories are shapeshifters, especially this 13th step, you can summon them at any time. So, this was supposed to be a time-delaying tactic. You were confident, thinking that having this would guarantee victory, although I suspect the game still limits you. But this is the most powerful level, you fear the power of Sin, so you trapped him in a relatively defensive level, using the game's restrictions to force me out and then deal with me. And then win, right?" Park Bu-cheng's face turned from green to purple, finally giving a cold laugh, saying, "So what if you guessed, it's too late now." Facing the idiot before her, Xia Anton revealed a charming yet dangerous smile beneath her helmet. "So, all my caution, all the misleading gazes, including my physical acting after knowing you could see me, were they all just for show? You never doubted these things? Park Bu-cheng? Is that so?" TSK. Xia Anton felt a bit uncomfortable at this moment, looking at the pathetic Park Bu-cheng, finding it hard to speak. This person, ranked 79? Although she knew his strength came from equipment stacking, with so many heroes in the world, how could such a thing slip through? It could only mean the game had just begun, and the masters had yet to show their true strength, giving these people a chance. Initially, Xia Anton thought she had stumbled into a high-level game, a challenge of world-class difficulty, giving her an unprecedented thrill. Was Sin the only high-level player here? The immense pressure she felt from Sin before made her unrealistically estimate the people on the leaderboard. You're really not afraid of death, you don't even look at the opponent's information before challenging him. So, the only thing you need to do now is to kill me, and everything will be fine, right? In the air, there were at least 10 invisible eyes staring at Bu-cheng in front of them, the eyes of omniscience being pushed to their maximum power. She carefully observed every muscle on the opponent's face, especially the facial muscles, to see if this person was the best actor. Hee, Bu-cheng smiled, "It's not necessary to do that. We are civilized people, different from uncivilized savages, we don't randomly attack women, especially beauties like you. If you're willing to quit now, there's no need to take risks. Or if you don't want to lose your equipment, you can give it to me first, and we can contact each other after we leave to discuss equipment trading." Bu-cheng said, revealing a gentlemanly smile that he thought was very refined but was actually quite greasy. Xia Anton. Well, this person is a bit too humorous. If it weren't for the sin of choosing a hellish difficulty, this challenge would be meaningless. But it makes sense. Any clear-minded person wouldn't challenge the world's #1 without understanding the game's reward and punishment system or knowing the opponent's strength. Bu-cheng seemed to think he had the upper hand and slowly descended 2 steps, continuing his lecture to himself. Sometimes it's like this, The outcome of a game is not determined solely by the strength of a single piece. That is a completely worthless thing. Just like chess, if the king is killed, you lose, and the game ends. But the king is not the strongest. In terms of combat power, he is weak, more like a burden. The queen is strong, the rook is strong, but it's meaningless. If the king dies, they fail no matter how strong they are. Under my design, you have gradually become the king of this game, and so smoothly walked into my trap. As for the previous games, the teammates were just pawns. Everything was within my plan. Did you really think you were going to win before? Without anyone asking, Pu Bucheng confidently finished his strategy and then looked at Xie Antong, who was already petrified. Well, I'm sure you now understand your current situation. Make your choice. I can spare your life. Consider it making a friend. Xie Antong. Your stupidity is like a character created by a third-rate novelist. The only difference is that you're so stupidly confident that it's almost humorous. Hearing the insult, Pu Bucheng's face gradually darkened, and he sneered. It seems Miss Xie is a bit confused about the situation. What, do you think you can pass this level in front of me? In your words, it's like, no tears until you see the coffin? Xie Antong looked at Pu Bucheng, who was still talking to himself, and shrugged. This is an instant death level. Once triggered, it's basically a violent breakthrough. I know I'm not your match here. Xie Antong's words were so matter-of-fact that Pu Bucheng was momentarily puzzled. You know you can't beat him, so why are you saying anything? But do you have the confidence to defeat that guy over there? Xie Antong provoked. Him? Sin? Pu Bucheng sneered disdainfully, shaking his head. This level was originally prepared for him. I am confident in dealing with him. However, since I've caught you, this king, why should I care about his situation? In Park Bucheng's view, she was almost winning anyway. The victor writes history, so who cares if the accusation can win in the end? It's all just boasting. Xie Antong looked at the guy in front of her, who seemed as gullible as a blank sheet of paper. She was curious and was about to ask more questions, wondering how to resolve this strange tale if the other party didn't trigger it voluntarily. But at that moment, she heard the voice of Sin in her earphones. That's enough, right? Can you stop wasting time with him? Let's get started. Xie Antong raised an eyebrow and asked, did you guess it? It was quite obvious just now. At this moment, Lu Chen stood in the middle of the women's restroom, facing the eerie, empty mirror with his eyes closed. When Xie Antong told him not to open his eyes, there was a hint of panic in her urgent tone, a panic that Lu Chen was all too familiar with. It was a fear of not being able to ensure his own safety. From that moment on, Lu Chen probably knew what the other party had been keeping from him, so he decided to listen and not act. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have smashed the mirror as soon as he entered. Park Bucheng, chatting in front of me? Why don't you ask him if he has any last words after failing? You must have had enough of being the world #1 these days. Xie Antong looked up and gave the other person a compassionate look. You've been talking about international chess for so long, haven't you considered castling? Good luck. As the words fell, Xie Antong quickly raised her hand and pressed her earphones. Change places. The space twisted for a moment, giving Xie Antong's entire figure an unreal feeling, then shattered and reformed instantly. Everything happened so quickly that Park Bucheng didn't even react. His confident smile from before still lingered on his face. The relatively fragile figure in front of him disappeared, replaced by a figure wearing a light green mask. Hello, Lu Chen greeted, looking up. The air and time seemed to freeze at that moment, as the two stood facing each other on the 13-step staircase. I found a very appropriate picture here, I'll send it in a moment. Park Bucheng's smile froze completely on his face, then his mouth twitched, and his facial muscles clearly couldn't force a smile anymore. Just standing there, his mental state was obviously different from before. Facing the previous blankness, Park Bucheng had confidence, but the appearance of the person in front of him now made him feel a strange flutter in his heart. Even animals with no intellectual development would feel fear in the presence of a predator's aura. Park Bucheng swallowed, looking somewhat wary at the person in front of him, completely forgetting what he had said earlier about dealing with sin. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was also sizing up Park Bucheng, seeing this young man who dared to challenge him face to face for the first time. Weak. It was evident just by looking at his limbs that there was no trace of exercise, let alone any combat experience. His facial skin looked smooth, but even with good concealment in the eye sockets, signs of excessive indulgence in daily life were visible. Lu Chen even suspected that this guy had put on makeup before joining the game. Why so quiet? I remember you were quite talkative when you challenged me before. Lu Chen pinched his shoulder, looking at this seemingly non-threatening opponent in front of him, seemingly very interested in chatting. He was feeling much better now. The 7 strange tales were all completed, leaving only the fighting. Fighting, when viewed under the mask of rage, was the only thing he excelled at and the simplest. How is this possible? The strange tales have already been triggered. This is another space. How did you come here? Park Boo-ching said in disbelief. In fact, everything had come to this point, yet he was still saying these useless things, which was indeed humorous. I don't know, you have to ask her. Interconnected earphones. True interconnection and communication. On the surface, it only appeared to be for calls, no different from any Bluetooth earphones, but it was actually an epic weapon. Its true function was spatial exchange, controlled by the user, allowing the positions of two users to swap, ignoring any restrictions, spatial blockades, or linguistic spells. The exchange could only be used once and then needed to be recharged. However, this unique ability to swap without any other restrictions made it an epic weapon. It was only through his strong intuition that Lu Chen realized something was wrong when Xia Antong repeatedly emphasized bring your earphones. Indeed, others had good items, while his own cloak of confusion was the weakest among epic weapons. Thinking this, Lu Chen couldn't help but rub the hem of his cloak. You might need to be more serious. I need you to come over here to solve this. Xia Antong's voice came through the earphones. At this moment, in the dark bathroom, the sound of water had started, as if there was a leak somewhere. If one could open their eyes, they would see all the sinks and cubicles oozing out fresh red blood. By now, the crimson blood was almost reaching Xia Antong's feet, and in the mirror, a black-haired girl slowly appeared. The girl's eye sockets were empty, with a tongue wriggling in and out of them. The entire bathroom was filled with a terrifying atmosphere, but Xia Antong stood motionless in the middle, eyes tightly shut. She even closed her all-seeing eye, knowing that this level was of the death if you open your eyes type. As long as she truly opened her eyes or looked around with something, the berserk switch here would be truly triggered. This was almost a common problem with tales involving mirrors. However, she also believed that as long as she didn't look, the full power of this place wouldn't be unleashed, and she could endure it. So, even though the voices, temperature, and atmosphere around her were telling very scary stories, she still kept her eyes shut, avoiding certain death. I know, Lu Chen quickly replied on the other end. Moreover, no matter which version of folklore it is, the 13th step is the most dangerous, possibly the only one that leads to instant death in a strange tale. When I was there just now, the all-seeing eye had already informed me of the level of danger there. Be serious, don't underestimate your opponent. Be careful not to be beaten to death. What did you say? Lu Chen's tone on the other end of the earphones suddenly seemed a bit off. Me? Be beaten to death by him? Xia Antong quickly hung up the phone on her end. Her words were purely to add some rage to Sin and help him get into the right state faster. After all, she was already taking a big risk, and if Sin really lost, her current situation might be doomed. On the other side, the epic weapon, the interconnected earphones, was being creaked by Lu Chen's two fingers. In fact, he didn't really need Xia Antong's help to accumulate anger. Although he appeared normal, he was actually very angry. Especially this Park Boo-ching, looking so foolish, it's quite irritating, making him feel disgusted. What's particularly unbearable is, why should someone like this challenge me? This kind of person, based on their background, can also rank 79th? Park Boo-ching didn't know why, suddenly feeling a bit cold, the Sin in front of him gradually becoming more ferocious, even resembling a black hole, causing the surrounding space to collapse towards the center. Steeling himself, Park Boo-ching summoned his strong spirit and ordered Yiya on the other side, get rid of that woman over there. Then, looking at the Sin in front of him, he said, it doesn't matter, you are the same. Suddenly, Lu Chen interrupted him, don't you think you're too close to me? In the next instant, the alarm bells in Park Boo-ching's heart rang loudly. The ghost story had given him some demonic power, increasing his vigilance significantly. He leaped backward abruptly, only to see his right arm, with tendons severed and flesh hanging. That was his right arm. Lu Chen made a dash, intending to decapitate his opponent, but only managed to sever a hand. Unbearable pain surged through Park Boo-ching, his body contorting and expanding, skin tearing, muscles swelling, horns sprouting from his head, transforming him into a demon. Subsequently, all the steps began to wriggle, evil entities seemed to be emerging from the walls, floors, and steps, wanting to break free. The entities emerging from the steps were tangible. After entering the 13th step, it was as if entering a different dimension, unlike any previous level. No longer ethereal, no longer attacks on a spiritual level, but real evil spirits and demons, with wings on their backs, horns on their heads, their bodies a patchwork of various animals. Since the beginning of this divine selection paradise, this was the first time such a scene completely detached from reality and the human world had appeared. It was as if suddenly transitioning from the realm understood by humans into another domain. Having only witnessed 3 games, the audience was not psychologically prepared for such a sight. This is a bit too supernatural, isn't it? No, it's pure combat. It seems like there's no decryption in this level, so does that mean anyone entering will die? I just feel it's unfair. If there are ghost stories in this challenge game, doesn't that mean Park Boo-ching is bound to win? The discussion among the crowd suddenly shifted, and they began to feel concerned about the performance of the sin. Meanwhile, Park Boo-chung, now completely transformed into a red demon, clutching his severed right arm, continued to wail in agony. However, amidst his cries, he slowly realized that the pain was subsiding. The flesh and blood at the site of the severed arm began to coagulate and form a lump, initiating a new cycle of growth. Park Boo-chung stared in amazement at his body, clenched his fist tightly, feeling the violent and domineering power surging within him, gradually becoming ecstatic. Is this my body? Is this the power I possess? The red demon that Park Boo-chung had become lowered his head, gazing at his completely altered form, feeling a bit uneasy and even panicked. But the overwhelming sense of power quickly made him forget these feelings, reveling in the sensation of strength. Standing at a towering height of 3.5 meters, he looked down at the diminutive sin with newfound confidence. Most of the demons in the subspace had already emerged, and the space of the staircase had begun to adapt and expand from the very beginning. But as dozens of giant demon bodies continued to pile up, the expanded staircase space became extremely cramped, looking exceptionally crowded. On the wall, a head protruded with a diameter of 2 meters, and within the deformed mutated oral cavity, green and yellow mixed saliva flowed. Sin was surrounded by this group of large demons, and a human body appeared so frail and tiny, like a lone boat swaying in the wind and rain, looking isolated and powerless. Yet his aura was like a black hole, drawing everything in the surrounding space towards him as if being oppressed by a powerful force. That was the temperament of rage. Each demon exuded an ominous aura, potent enough to drive anyone to mental collapse, madness, even causing discomfort to many viewers through a screen separated by a world. But all of this was fuel for rage, as the light green mask crazily shifted chaotic patterns like a mosaic. Sin stood still, silent. Beneath the mask, his rationality was rapidly slipping away, feeling as if he had entered his comfort zone with each large demon appearing around him. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! On the other side, Park Boo-chung, whose power had reached its peak, suddenly burst into laughter, feeling foolish for his previous fears and doubts. With his power expanding tens of times, he was completely lost, causing a mere touch to make the entire row of railings collapse. Light as a feather, devoid of any texture. Have you figured out how you're going to die, Sin? In the subdimensional corridor, Park Boo-chung opened his mouth wide, roaring madly at the sight of Lu Chen in front of him. Power can make one lose their way, especially such fleeting power. When Lu Chen had just broken the genetic lock and gained powerful bonus points, he had also swelled, but Park Boo-chung was even more foolish. I'll kill you. Park Boo-chung's mind was now somewhat disturbed. The mouth of the red demon split open with sharp teeth and a broken mouth, unconsciously oozing blood and saliva. His consciousness was no longer clear, fragile like paper in the face of the demon's assimilation effect. The wind howled, the massive body creating a terrifying gust as Park Boo-chung's transformed demon body charged towards Lu Chen in front of him, raising the remaining arm abruptly. The arm was like a whistling flail, smashing towards the Sin in front of him. Yet Lu Chen also charged forward, not retreating but advancing, not probing due to lack of understanding of the opponent's strength, just meeting force with force. Both acted without understanding each other's strength, but for entirely different reasons. Lu Chen's speed was simply too fast, to the point that he was ahead of the opponent, their fists colliding before the opponent's punch was fully extended. Fist against fist. Boom! It began with an explosion like a missile blast, the air at the point of impact between their fists emitting scorching white smoke, an invisible shockwave spreading out. The shockwave pushed aside debris on both sides, resembling a scene from a movie where a missile explodes. It was hard to imagine such commotion erupting from humanoid bodies. Click! Then came a strange sound. Park Boo-chung could see from the corner of his eye that his shoulder was bulging. His entire arm felt numb, the shoulder area in intense pain, clearly indicating that his entire arm had been forced out by immense power. Intense disbelief flashed in his red eyes, only now realizing the terrifying power contained within the body of the man before him. This exceptionally terrifying scene seemed to have also subdued the surrounding born demons, causing a momentary stillness in the air, weakening the unconscious murmurs from the demons' mouths. Lu Chen raised his head, and black mist began to emanate from his light green mask. I sincerely hope that you have the ability to kill me. The next moment, his fist turned into a palm, grabbing the opponent's massive fist and forcefully twisting it. Crackling firecracker sounds filled the air as the demon's arm twisted like a pretzel, its once orderly muscular form contorting violently. Blood sprayed outward like wringing a cloth. Park Boo-chung instantly let out a pain scream that was no longer human, while the phantom of a large book on his back slowly opened. A legendary weapon, the Song of Ice and Fire. Ryup! After a harsh explosion, Park Bucheng forcefully pulled his hand back from Lu Chen's grip, leaving his once sturdy arm limp like a noodle. The red arm was stained with blood once again, rhythmically red as if coated with dye. There were 5 cone-shaped cavities on the fist, which Lu Chen had dug out, rotating the entire arm from this pivot point. The robust demon bones within the arm had been crushed, causing Park Bucheng to grimace in pain. His once inflated inner strength now calmed down considerably. With his hands disabled, he felt he shouldn't have personally engaged in combat. Kill him! A loud roar echoed on the stairs, and the legendary weapon, the Song of Ice and Fire, also radiated brightly. Lu Chen's eyes had been fixed on the Song of Ice and Fire from the start. His intuition told him what posed the greatest threat. His fighting instincts left no room for thought. After seeing Park Bucheng pushed back, he immediately charged forward. It was a fight to the death, and having already initiated the attack, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't give the opponent time to react. However, he soon found himself seemingly immobilized, and upon looking down, he discovered that frost had spread below his chest, rendering his feet firmly frozen in place. Song of Ice and Fire, legendary weapon. Description: all skill releases require spiritual support, with more powerful skills requiring higher basic spirituality. However, the Song of Ice and Fire can be activated with just a bit of spirit and can unleash ice and fire magic far exceeding its own spiritual strength. After 3 games, this was the only legendary weapon within the Great Cold Abyssal Realm. Due to many fortuitous circumstances, this weapon fell into Park Bucheng's hands, giving him the confidence to challenge the top spot representing the Great Cold Abyssal Realm. Originally his trump card, upon entering the game and discovering such high gaming privileges, he became so inflated. It could only be said that those whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make mad. Experiencing this kind of serious magical attack for the first time, Lu Chen, who had grown up in an era devoid of magic, instantly felt out of place. Although this damage might not be as severe as having a leg sawed off, his situation was entirely different. Just as he was momentarily stunned, the icy chill on his chest had already crept up to his neck, the bone-chilling cold giving the sensation of one's soul being frozen. Pain God's Selection. Pain value +1. Even before Lu Chen could fully react, the pain value had already emerged. Bang! He forcefully hammered his chest, breaking the solid ice on the ground, then casually twisted his right foot, shattering the nearly half-meter thick ice. At least, this successfully bought him a few seconds of time. Around, the demons also began to charge. Perhaps in this strange tale, they encountered a capable fighter for the first time. A hellhound leaped forward, resembling a dog but with a body proportion more like a tadpole, its huge head occupying 90% of its body. With a mouth over a meter wide, it lunged at Lu Chen's body, as if eager to devour him whole. Lu Chen extended his hands, grabbing the upper and lower rows of sharp teeth. Empowered by the Ice and Fire Song, both rows of teeth ignited with flames, instantly piercing Lu Chen's palms. Pain God's Choice. Pain value +1. Pain God's Choice. Pain value +5. Due to the influence of hellish fuel, the opponent's bite carried a toxin that amplified pain, increasing Lu Chen's pain value. After drawing blood, the hellhound went into a frenzy, intensifying its bite force, only to find its mouth unable to close. It even kept growing larger. Its massive head was followed by a tiny body writhing madly, emitting cries resembling a baby's. But how could Lu Chen show mercy? Regardless of its appearance, even if it were truly a baby-like creature, he would still act the same. With a tearing sound that made one's teeth ache, Lu Chen forcibly split the hellhound's mouth in half. Black-red blood and yellow-green entrails splattered all over him. The light green mask was now stained crimson, adding a more eerie touch to his already terrifying visage, with a smile reminiscent of past gluttony appearing on the mask. His eyes pitch black, a mouth grinning from ear to ear. But this time, Lu Chen did not smile back. However, one thing was clear: unleashing rage without consequences was a kind of pleasure. Another demon, resembling a goat, charged at him, only to have Lu Chen break off its horns and thrust them into its eyes. Another creature rolled towards him, and Lu Chen managed to smash its head into its belly. With his right hand, the scholar could turn a creature with dozens of tentacles into a knot within seconds. Park Bucheng continued to cast ice and fire magic, using fire for power and ice for control, along with what seemed like an endless stream of demons. It appeared that Lu Chen's defeat was only a matter of time. However, Park Bucheng became increasingly alarmed as he fought on. Lu Chen seemed to have entered a state of complete slaughter, a killing machine, making the terrifying demons seem like mere pushovers. Related metal triggered Chaotic Thug. Chaotic Thug, triggered after entering a large-scale battle mode, rationality decreases, killing desire increases, personality becomes manic, ignoring all physical exhaustion and injuries, non-lethal. However, after the battle ends, all fatigue and pain will erupt simultaneously. Empowered by the masks of rage and the chaotic thug metal, Lu Chen had completely abandoned his rationality, with only one thing on his mind: battle, slaughter, madness. The battle in the subspace did not affect the outside world, and soon, an hour had passed in the external world. This had already exceeded Fan Ren's record. Since both Lu Chen and Xie Antong had reached the final level, both in subspace, they were essentially gone. So, in the entire campus, there was truly only Fan Ren left. He had almost traversed the silent campus entirely, without a single soul in sight, not even the chirping of insects or birds. When Lu Chen was fighting in the arena earlier, he could still hear sounds like collapsing walls, which, though terrifying, gave him a sense of safety. But now, the horrifying atmosphere before him made his scalp tingle. Is anyone there? Is there anyone to control me? Fan Ren? Guilty? In the end, Fan Ren couldn't help but start calling out the name Guilty. Although that killer was ruthless, he was still a person after all, preventing Fan Ren from feeling like he had been abandoned in a different world by someone. Moreover, that guy was very perceptive. If Fan Ren called him, he would probably come out to kill him soon. Then Fan Ren could beg for mercy. Fan Ren thought well, but reality was completely contrary to his thoughts. From cautious probing at the beginning to shouting in the campus later, there was no response at all. Fan Ren felt several times that if he turned around now and saw that terrifying light green mask, he might feel somewhat familiar. But in reality, no one appeared. Opponents, teammates, the game, the audience, everything seemed like a past dream, with no signs of existence, and Fan Ren didn't know where to go. Guilty, you deserve to die. Why did you use me to exit the coin? Fan Ren muttered softly, looking around sneakily, a terrifying thought emerging in his mind. Could it be that the game has ended, and he didn't know, being forever trapped here? In the subspace, 13th level, Park Bucheng had already transformed his body for the 4th time, now in a state of a dog-headed humanoid. His previous demon bodies either couldn't withstand the backlash of demonic aura or were directly shattered by Lu Chen. He slightly turned his head, looking warily at a large hole beside him. The wall of the staircase had collapsed there, revealing a 10-meter diameter hole leading to endless deep space. Beyond the hole was a chaotic flow of time and space. This was already a subspace that had just been shattered by Lu Chen's high-energy beam. Park Bucheng didn't know what weapon it was, just a thing slightly larger than a pistol. Guilty held it and shouted 50. Then, his previous incarnation along with a bunch of abyssal demons were all done for. That terrifying flame, even now, still sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, this was his home ground, otherwise, that blast would have meant certain death for him. What level of weapon was that? Was it also legendary? Park Bucheng's mental process was extremely complex. Suddenly his legs went weak, and he sat on the ground. His strength was now depleted. The Song of Ice and Fire legendary level bonus had drained his last ounce of energy, and the 13th level tail had now reached the pinnacle of power, summoning the strongest demon 18 soul-hooked demons. Each had a beast head and human body, like griffins, lizards, and Park Bucheng was now one of them. Park Bucheng opened his mouth, wanting to mock, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't say them at all. The gap was too wide. This level couldn't be brute-forced, but Guilty insisted on it, completely disregarding his own safety. And now, despite the many great demons having died, he was still alive. Was there already such a player in this world? This had completely transcended the human category. Should such a being exist within the human species? Fear and desire intertwined on Park Bucheng's dog face. Fear because, looking around, the pitch-black corridor had now turned colorful. Dominated by red, with various other colors as accents, it was the blood of the demons from before in the scene of gore painting the ground an hour ago when Guilty had been like a mad painter, using the lives of those demons to color the space. The demon that died here would have been devoured by the subspace, or else the bodies here would have piled up long ago. No one understands Lu Chen's strength better than Park Bucheng at this moment, not even the audience watching together. Only he knows what kind of beast he is facing in this hour. Lu Chen's figure at this moment looks precarious, as if Park Bucheng could win at any moment, but he has experienced this illusion several times before. Fight, kill, get seriously injured, drink a bottle of recovery potion, and continue fighting. Park Bucheng looks tired. He doesn't even want to lift his head to cast an ice and fire magic spell now. But at the same time, desire shines in his eyes. If he really wins, the world will know what kind of monster he defeated. Don't talk about how he defeated it, just say if he defeated it. Therefore, he dares not make any extra moves and just remains in a stalemate. In the scene in the venue, the atmosphere in the weird tale at this moment looks indeed a bit strange. Everyone is motionless, and each of the 18 soul-hooking demons has a soul-hooking iron chain in their hands, piercing Lu Chen's body and hooking onto a bone. Lu Chen's explosive power, coupled with the continuous blessing of the Mask of Rage, has exceeded the current game's limit. Even with 18 demons, they still cannot tear him apart. But Lu Chen now is also a bit unable to act rashly. Everyone is in a stalemate, and Lu Chen's misty cloak at this moment is no different from having soaked in a river of blood. The 18 bones hooked onto him are slowly oozing blood. He sits on the steps, with his feet resting on the upper and lower steps respectively. The wounds on his body are already countless, and the misty cloak is like the most intimate lover, covering all his embarrassment. Even with 18 iron chains still inserted in his body, he still exudes a kind of unparalleled dominance. In this weird tale, Lu Chen has never seen himself as a challenger, and Park Buching and the demons here have never dared to see him as a challenger again. He is the biggest trouble here. And now, Lu Chen, hooked by 18 iron chains, is reading a book. Each iron chain pulls his bones, weakens his body, and pollutes his soul. But watching the confessions of the defeated, that pollution of the soul and spirit has completely disappeared. In the eyes of the 18 soul-hooking demons, the person they hooked is as firm as a rock in his heart, unwavering, with a soul even stronger than his body. On the other hand, he is accumulating anger for himself. Player Sin triggers an in-game achievement, obtaining a legendary medal, Lord of Slaughter. In his ears, amidst the various demons' screams, for the first time, the voice of the game appeared, disrupting Lu Chen's thoughts, and he immediately said in annoyance, "Can you stop talking nonsense?" Tilting his head back, he decided to be generous once, drank a bottle of high-level recovery potion for himself, and began frantically repairing his injuries. Pain God's Choice, add points. Strength, 3050. Lu Chen didn't add anything else, purely increasing his strength. So far, his magical attack ability has not been his strong suit, relying solely on his physical body. He's going all out today. What does it mean to get stronger as you fight? Lu Chen's current state is getting stronger as he fights because this is a physical war, not like the spiritual battles before. In this kind of battle, he will get hurt, bleed, and feel pain. He is now sitting here, having regained some clarity of mind. In other words, he is in a state of withdrawal from the battle. The side effects of the unruly thug have completely rebounded at this moment, giving Lu Chen a large amount of pain points and a strong sense of weakness. It feels like when he had no strength before, just finishing 1,000 meters of running would make him feel as powerless as doing 30 pull-ups. But injuries were easy to deal with. The potions in the Divine Selection Paradise were basically bugs in this aspect. Lu Chen even used a charging device meant for weapons on himself. However, the pain value was truly defying the natural order. Park Buching and the 18 soul hook ghosts had been deadlocked with Lu Chen in the middle for who knows how long. No one dared to make a move lightly, unsure of the consequences of breaking the deadlock. But Park Buching seemed to sense that the dark energy on his opponent was getting heavier as he read. And just now, for some reason, the claws in his hand tightened, perhaps just an illusion. One hand held the claw, while the other hand gripped a small statue about 10 centimeters tall. It was his last good item, just as Xie Antong had said. Park Buching must have quite a few good items on him. It's just that he couldn't possibly control this item at all. If he used it, although Lu Chen would most likely die, his own strange tail at this stage would probably be ruined as well. The other strange tail on the other side must not have any issues. Besides, he couldn't bear to use this thing. Park Buching began to communicate with the other side, Yi Yateo, asking, "Hey, what's going on over there?" Still not resolved. At that moment, Sin, who had been sitting on the steps reading, happened to look up. Park Buching shuddered involuntarily. Facing this light green mask again, he no longer had the same confidence in his heart as before, only a profound but unwillingly faced fear. In fact, he had already lost this battle long ago, no longer considering himself on the same level as Sin. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the statue. "Just a few big cats and small cats like you guys, right?" A voice devoid of emotion came from beneath the enraged mask, startling all 18 beast-headed human figures. 18 soul hook ghosts. Perhaps they hadn't expected someone to describe them as a few big cats and small cats. "I just wanted to ask." Lu Chen forcefully raised his neck, revealing a sexy jawline, the sound of cracking coming from his neck. "What are you waiting for? Why did each of them seem like NPCs in a game?" "I'm waiting for my stamina and injuries to recover, waiting to increase my pain value. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die?" The voice suddenly rose a tone, the balance being broken in an instant, casually grabbing a hook embedded in his body and pulling hard. The other 17 chains instantly began to exert force in the opposite direction, dislocating various bones like the clavicle, collarbone, and trident bone in an instant, rendering a normal person powerless to resist at this point. But Lu Chen was never a normal person, his entire skeleton creaking, yet he paid no attention, forcibly pulling the chain he had grabbed towards himself. The lizard head felt like his body was not his own, being forcefully pulled forward by a powerful force. The next moment, he was in front of Sin. The lizard's triangular pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Before he could react, there was a thunderous sound. Lowering his head, Lu Chen's arm had pierced through his chest up to the elbow, completely piercing it. Raising his head again, in his blurred gaze, he saw the teeth bared on the mask. One less. The 18 soul hook ghosts were completely unprepared. Park Buching also couldn't anticipate it. No one knew how the man in front of them suddenly doubled his strength in an instant. Could he have been holding back before? But that didn't make sense at all. Lu Chen indeed hadn't held back, but the strength of the great immortal Lu was not linear. No one could answer their doubts. Lu Chen, who had thoroughly enjoyed himself, was now beginning to wrap things up. To be honest, this level was indeed quite challenging, which explained why Park Buching had been so confident before. However, after one person was missing, the formation of the 18 people fell apart. In an instant, the 18 hungry ghosts turned into 18 yo-yos, pulled back one by Lu Chen, and then punched to explode. Either their heads were smashed or their chests pierced, aiming for maximum efficiency. When Lu Chen reached Park Buching, the latter simply cut off the connection between himself and the chain, showing a lack of resilience. Defeated like a mountain collapsing. How's it going on your end? It's not something that can be resolved in a moment. She's not even opening her eyes. Yi Ya's weak voice came through. Siba. With a final curse, watching himself ultimately fail, Park Buching angrily threw the statue in his hand. Sequence A001, Ancient God's Reflection. When released in any scene with demons and twisted powers, it can attract him attention. With a simple description, it was the top of Class A. The next moment, the space solidified, a strong law that even made Lu Chen stop his killing spree. Everyone's eyes turned to one direction simultaneously, then, in the silent space, they listened to their own heartbeat. It was like their own heartbeat yet not, detached from their bodies. A sense of oppression originating from the soul came from that direction. Within the distorted space, a vertical eye slowly opened. In an instant, all 10 remaining hungry ghosts, including Park Buching, fell to their knees with a rustle. It was a genuine kneeling, limbs on the ground, heads tightly pressed against the floor, trembling all over, as if facing a mortal enemy in life, confronting an overpowering superior without any chance of resistance. On the stairs, only Lu Chen remained standing. He too was somewhat bewildered, his eyes emitting a golden light, unaware of what was happening before him. Legendary Metal, Godslayer, activated. Effect, immune to all effects except direct damage when facing superior beings. Description, I never thought of myself as a born king, but in my bones flows a bloodline that does not allow me to bow my head. Currently, as the world's top challenge, millions of people were watching Lu Chen's gameplay at this moment. It was a terrifying number, encompassing audiences from hundreds of countries around the world, with different skin colors and beliefs. And at this moment, a global phenomenon occurred that had never been seen in any previous game. When the golden vertical eye appeared, those watching Lu Chen's screen were all somewhat dazed, as if immersed in it and unable to break free. A few seconds later, those who in real society advocated for scientific rationality and had no religious beliefs, gradually woke up, looking somewhat confused at the screen. What just happened? Why did they all kneel down? Is some kind of ritual taking place? Why is Sin completely unharmed? The barrage of comments was sparse, and most of those still surprised in commenting were from the Huagua region, as the ethnic culture of the Huagua people did not rely on religion. On the other hand, those with more religious beliefs were all feeling blessed, as if realizing something, looking at the golden eyes on the screen and starting to do their own things. Some were reciting their religion's highest-level Bible, some had crosses drawn on their chests, some were saying a Alhamdulillah, and some ascetics even knelt on both knees outside the game, starting to pay their respects. Although they couldn't feel the oppressive aura, just by looking, they could sense some issues. And after the devout bow, a bigger problem arose. Why is that guy with the green mask unharmed? At this moment, Lu Chen's enraged mask seemed somewhat puzzled, winky face, unsure of what those eyes in front of him were, or what purpose the emanating light served. Checking his own condition, he seemed normal, no sense of pain or any signs of attack. What about the people beside him? Lu Chen's current scene was peculiar. He stood alone on the steps, bathed in a golden light shining from above, emanating from those strange eyes, while the others on the steps knelt trembling. Yet, he stood facing upwards, one foot up and one down, resembling a climber. Uncertain of what was happening, he watched as his Godslayer badge was triggered, forming some speculations in his mind. Ascending 2 steps, he reached beside a griffin's head. The figure trembled all over, showing no resistance. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, slowly raised his foot, the figure still not flinching but trembling more intensely. Lu Chen? With a forceful step of his right foot, a cracking sound was heard, like a watermelon being smashed by a heavy hammer, unsettling many spectators. Lu Chen thought this seemed like someone coming to his aid? Things seemed to have become simpler. Stepping on the stairs, one foot after another, without looking up, he calmly said, "Thank you." Park Boo-chang? Golden vertical eye? Park Boo-chang cursed inwardly, berating the game furiously, puzzled why, despite revealing his final trump card, he was still being used as a pawn by the enemy. Why could he stand up? Aren't you an ancient god? The golden vertical eye also seemed a bit bewildered, watching Lu Chen ignore its presence, its pupils dilating even more than before. Suddenly, an exceptionally strong aura emerged, the golden light intensifying, black smoke emanating from all the people kneeling on the ground. Ghostly wails echoed. Park Boo-chang felt as if his soul was being roasted, a pain far greater than when his arm was torn off by Sin earlier. With a fierce expression, he glanced at Sin, finding no reaction, as if nothing had happened. Just playing around. With his life almost at its end, unable to think too much, he roared in his heart to leave and vanished on the spot. He had completely lost control of this strange tale, facing Sin and now being scrutinized by an ancient god. He couldn't afford to provoke any of them. Hurriedly saving himself, he headed to Yiya's place. Why was even that blank space so hard to solve? Lu Chen watched the disappearance of the dog-headed person, realizing he needed to act quickly. For so long, there had been no sound in his earphones. He didn't know what those eyes in front of him were about, or whether they were divine, but his intuition told him that the entity before him was angry. Are you getting angry too? Enraged mask, hashtag. Paying no attention to the entity before him, he walked up to the remaining ghosts and crushed them one by one. Finally, he stood in front of the golden vertical eye, raising his gun towards it. Suddenly, Lu Chen's game screen went black, millions of viewers losing sight of him, as if the scene had violated some taboo. Why haven't you solved it yet over there? What are you doing? Park Boo-chang burst out, cursing loudly, sweating profusely as he covered his severed arm after injecting himself with a bottle of potion. He had never experienced such pain before. The agony and fear had almost robbed him of rational thought. He couldn't bear to touch that little star again. The effect of the ghost story can't be triggered. No matter what I do, she won't open her eyes, I can't trigger it. Yiya was a bit cautious, she knew the current situation might not be good. At this moment, the scene inside the women's restroom had turned into a monster room. The bloody images in the mirror kept changing, shadows of heads piled up on the ceiling. The floor was already covered in crimson blood, even submerging Xia Anton's ankles, with blood seeping out above her ankles, already corroded. Large patches of hair appeared on the walls, entwining around Xia Anton's neck, some even probing at her ears and nostrils. But there was no way to go further. The hair around her neck couldn't completely tighten, nor could it truly pierce into her ears and nostrils, entering her body. Xia Antong stood in this terrifying restroom as if in a trance, resembling a sculpture. Suddenly, the door opened, a beam of light shining in, causing Xia Antong's heart to sink, because the approaching aura did not carry that terrifying rage. In other words, subsequently, a game announcement within the game made her smile again. Campus 7 Wonders, 13 Steps at Night, Black Side Challenge successful. Challenge progress, 6/7, remaining time, 21:04:13. 100 chapters have passed, has anyone rewarded me? If there are more, I'll add more, if not, I'll ask again later. */Omega**, listening to the voice in her ears, the one with the biggest reaction was not Xie Andong, but Park Boo-chang, who barged in. He cleared the level in just a few minutes after coming out? Damn it, an A-level seal, that's it? What ancient god's gaze, you gazed at what? Did that guy really not cheat? Why is there no effect at all? Wasn't it agreed that because he chose the hell difficulty, the game's rules and freedom would lean towards me? Park Boo-chang didn't have time to think about these things. He wanted to win, or rather, didn't want to die, so he had to start from here. Siba, Xiaoya, let me in. Although the difficulty of this level was not low, it couldn't be compared to the previous 13 steps. After witnessing the power of sin, Park Boo-chang had already dispelled all his illusions. He knew that victory could only be achieved by solving the blank in front of him. This was his last desperate struggle. However, Yiya obviously didn't trust him much anymore. Park Boo-chang laid all his cards on the table, but with the game's bias, he still lost. Moreover, he looked too frightening in his current state with a severed arm. But Yiya cleared her throat, wanting to act cute again, but her usual tricks that always worked on Park Boo-chang no longer did. Stop talking nonsense now. I don't have time. Park Boo-chang roared, the ugliness of human nature beginning to show at this moment. He stared with his eyes wide, striding towards the mirror. He knew the actions of sin, and at the moment of clearing the level, he felt that the devil with the mask would appear behind him immediately. The urgency he felt was something he had never experienced in his life. In the great cold dark country, he had power, influence, family, background, and money. No matter what trouble he caused, he could handle it. Because he knew the kind of power he had behind him, including winning this challenge, with the great cold dark country as the universe's strongest nation backing him, he never knew fear. But now, he felt very lonely, with nothing to help him, like a hunted stray dog. He dared not think, only plodded on, hoping for a possible victory. Xia Antong remained calm, her muscles as relaxed as possible. She doubted Park Bucheng would attack her, but she had no intention of taking any action. She was determined to stick to her plan, to wait for Sin to come. It was a plan that could hardly be called a plan, lacking in ambition, but with one advantage, a sure win. As long as she stayed still, avoided looking, and refrained from triggering anything that could intensify the strange forces, she could hold out. The throbbing pain in her ankle came in waves, but she could endure it. The hair around her neck felt slightly suffocating, but it was bearable. Everything was fine, just paper tigers that wouldn't make her lose, just uncomfortable. She actually had the ability to start deciphering, to start thinking about how to clear the level, but she didn't intend to do so because it was risky, and she wasn't familiar enough with the place. If she lost, she didn't dare think about facing the Sin's gun. What he didn't expect was that Park Bucheng didn't have time to attack her at this moment, but went straight to the mirror. In this critical moment, his mind was clear, knowing that he couldn't defeat the blank with his own strength, so he vented his frustration, not wasting time. "Don't, brother Park." Yi's voice carried a hint of fear. Park Bucheng's sudden change made her feel that something was definitely wrong, a major problem had occurred. "Stop talking, we'll talk later." With that, Park Bucheng stepped into the mirror. In this game, he was supposed to be the protagonist, the one with the highest authority, the leader of the white side, so even if Yi wanted to resist, it was futile. Therefore, Park Bucheng directly seized control. The next moment, a disheveled female ghost was forced out of the mirror, terrifying yet somehow lonely. This was Huazi after Yi possessed her, now even under Park Bucheng's control. Control, a very interesting play. But now, neither of them had any interest in playing. Yi's so-called control was more like being used as cannon fodder in a way. But she didn't dare to easily give up her state, because then she wouldn't even have the bonus from the game's strange forces, just an ordinary player, easily defeated even by Xie Antong. The authority of the strange forces controlled by Park Bucheng had indeed increased significantly. Although Xie Antong hadn't triggered anything yet, the attacks she received had become more intense. The hair around her neck tightened, the liquid at her ankles felt like knives cutting through flesh. The feeling of suffocation came, and she instinctively wanted to resist, but resistance could increase the difficulty of the game, increase the chances of losing. For a moment, she was torn. Fortunately, the dilemma didn't last long, just a few seconds, her neck relaxed, the pain in her feet gradually disappeared. Suddenly, that familiar oppressive feeling came from behind, and a voice sounded in her ears. "Open your eyes, I'm here." Xia Antong instantly opened her eyes, her all-knowing eyes began to observe everything in the game scene and the figure appearing behind her. She spoke, "It's not easy to fight for over an hour, right? It's fine, it's a welfare agency." Lu Chen said lightly, his misty cloak undamaged, his injuries already healed by medication, looking as if nothing had happened. With that, he casually pulled out a gun and smashed the mirror in front of him, intensifying the scene of this strange tale. He came to claim victory, but without the caution and worry of Xie Antong. "I can't break a mirror in a women's restroom?" The atmosphere in the restroom instantly became chaotic. The flower transformed from Yiya emitted a sharp scream and charged forward. "She's not willing." It was Park Bucheng's command and task that forced her to comply, to charge forward and face death. Previous so-called likings were worthless at this moment. Lu Chen had entered a state of rage, his rage mask activated. He didn't care about anything else, he slapped Yiya, smashing her into the wall, eliciting a painful scream. Xia Antong, with her all-knowing eye, saw Park Bucheng's control and disdainfully remarked, "Another unconscious girl from a privileged background." Suddenly, a light shone on the mask beside her, calmly saying, "What? Aren't you of the same kind?" Xia Antong was momentarily stunned, as if the words were a sharp sword bypassing all her defenses, piercing her heart. After hours in the game, along with extensive analysis and observation, she thought she understood the behavior pattern of rage and could cooperate with the other side amicably. But this sentence poured cold water on her. What? She had heard clearly, but in moments of mental paralysis, she subconsciously repeated the question. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not saying you're as foolish as him. You just hate him for being a privileged child, but isn't your essence not much different from his?" This explanation was worse than none at all. This was the calmest and most patient coherent sentence he had said with the rage mask on since entering the game, yet it petrified Xie Antong, lost in her thoughts. Lu Chen had grown accustomed to that feeling of anger, finding some balance even in less intense situations. After wasting so much time, He just wanted to drag out the person who dared to challenge him and then kill them. Kill them. Park Boo-ching himself didn't quite understand why Lu Chen harbored such intense anger towards him. It wasn't just because of the rage mask. Ignoring the petrified Xie Antong behind him, Lu Chen raised his gun and advanced with determined steps. The hellish roar escalated to the second level, sweeping through the restroom, shattering anything reflective that could serve as a mirror. Hair protruding from the walls, ghostly figures on the ceiling all surged towards Lu Chen, launching their attacks. However, after experiencing high-level challenges, he felt that even if he faced these attacks head-on, it wouldn't matter much. The hair's entanglement and attack were too weak. The Misty Cloak's collar stood up, rendering it immune to damage. At the very least, it was an epic-level defense. Each ghostly figure fell with a single shot, and if necessary, a glance at the confessions of the disheartened was enough. Yiya, transformed into a flower, charged once more. Lu Chen shot, the bullet passing through her head without leaving a mark. Without pausing, he single-handedly took out the book, flipping to the third page, facing the red-clothed, black-haired female ghost. The ghost didn't even attempt to dodge, letting out a scream before being thrown back and collapsing on the ground. It seemed as if she intentionally got hurt, giving Lu Chen a moment of confusion, as if she was waiting for an opportunity to feign weakness and not engage in battle. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Due to his current state of anger not clouding his judgment, Lu Chen at this moment still had some clarity of mind and his actions were somewhat methodical. Since this level was like a flower in the toilet, according to Xie Antong's earlier explanation, it could actually be understood as a ghost in the mirror. So Lu Chen first attacked the mirror, then smashed the tiles, not sparing the clean templates on the partitions, shattering them all. Every possible place that could be called a mirror was destroyed by Lu Chen. Although it was still a violent approach, it also carried a hint of decryption. However, all the places that could be called mirrors turned into ruins. The strange tale was still not over, lingering there, and the elusive figure of Pu Buqing did not appear. Ha! Lu Chen, wearing a mask, paused, quietly contemplating something. Inside the space, Pu Buqing, who had merged into the strange tale, realized that his hiding place was shrinking more and more. That terrifying demon was almost by his side. But he couldn't do anything. His mind was in chaos, constantly inputting his final restriction in the space. That was the power he possessed after passing the 13th level, but he had never used it because he didn't know what to write to achieve victory. He was already in turmoil. Player Sin from the black side, stop breathing, just die. Restriction exceeds limits, not accepted. Player Sin from the black side cannot move. Restriction exceeds limits, not accepted. Player from the black side loses all current abilities for 24 hours. Restriction exceeds limits, not accepted. One by one, his attempts were rejected, and Pu Buqing was already desperate. Although what he said was indeed audacious, it wasn't entirely foolish. In life-threatening situations, not everyone can think calmly. Many people, when faced with a crisis, become so frightened that they can't help themselves. Bystanders may call them foolish, but if those bystanders were in the same situation, they might not do any better. Pu Buqing was now so frightened that there were no suitable restrictions left to give him. Shiba. Nothing works, this game. What privileges did it give me? This is unfair. Let him die. Ah. Pu Buqing had started to go mad, and Yiya, injured and unable to control forcibly, he had truly reached the end of the line. Using the only song of ice and fire around him, he randomly launched fireballs and ice balls at Lu Chen. Ha! Lu Chen was puzzled. Looking down, he found that the blood pool on the ground was actually shooting fireballs at him. After blocking them, he pondered for a moment, then slapped his head, thinking that wearing this mask indeed lowered his intelligence a bit. This blood pool on the ground was probably the last one. Glancing at Xie Antong beside him, who remained silent, just summoned a flying device and stepped on it, squatting as it flew towards the ceiling. Lu Chen also leaped, grabbing the hair on the ceiling, then adjusted the hell roar to the third gear and aimed a shot at the blood pool below. 10% power. A fireball was thrown down, with no other intention, purely using high-energy burst to dry up the blood on the ground. Xie Antong's whole body was covered by a one-time shield, while Lu Chen simply wrapped himself in a misty cloak, resisting the aftermath of the heat. Looking down again, the entire bathroom had completely collapsed, nothing like before. Lu Chen's figure flashed, arriving at a sunken area, and stomped his foot. The space twisted for a moment, and Pu Buqing rolled out in a panic, without saying a word, and started running, but how could he possibly outrun Lu Chen? With a fierce look in his eyes, Lu Chen rushed to the side and pulled Yiya out of the eerie scene of the ghost story, embracing her delicate body and using her as a shield, throwing her towards Sin. Lu Chen raised his hellish roar, aiming his gun in an instant. In the air, Yiya and Lu Chen exchanged a glance, as if the pity and vulnerability in her eyes touched Lu Chen, causing his shot to hesitate for a moment. The next second, the gun went off, a blood hole appeared right in the center of Yiya's forehead. Headshot. This was a state of battle, not yet over. The pause in Lu Chan's raised gun, that 1 second, was his mercy, a chance for the other party to retreat. If you are willing to give up everything and leave the game now, then my shot may not pierce through your skull. But Yiya didn't. She wanted it all, even in that moment. She didn't give up her fantasies, trying to use her so-called advantages and pretending to be pitiful. Even Fanren outside was in a state where he couldn't retreat. The mercy shown by Lu Chen in his enraged mask was only for that second, there would be none after. Compared to the 3 Korean players before, Yiya was indeed the most foolish. She held her head high, eyes wide open, never closing them, staring incredulously at the sky until the end. She might never understand why the other party wouldn't spare her, especially when from the previous attempts, his main target seemed to be Park Buchung. When Park Buchung controlled her to charge at Sin didn't seem to directly target her. Why won't he spare me? In the moment when Yiya fell to the ground, Xia Antong behind her trembled slightly, while Park Buchung, who had thrown Yiya out, was trembling with fear. Wait! We can talk! You win! Park Buchung jumped up from the ground directly, ignoring the gaze of the great Han Ming kingdom, and began to step back step by step. He didn't want to quit. If he lost everything he had in his abilities, it wouldn't just be a setback, but he would lose everything he had. That was something he couldn't accept. How could there be deaths in a challenge between players? What's the point of being so ruthless? As he thought these words, he completely forgot that when he set up various options before, he was thinking of how to deal with Sin and blank. With his hands behind his back, he quickly retreated, holding an epic-level explosive device in his left hand, resembling a C4, and his right hand barely conjured a phantom limb, clutching the exit coin. And he still had one unused restriction. The next second, in a situation where his naked eye couldn't distinguish, that light green figure appeared in front of him. Bang! Crack! The gunshot and the sound of breaking wind rang out simultaneously. His left hand was instantly blown up, the epic-level equipment fell to the ground, and his right hand was directly cut off by a sharp blade. Lu Chen acted swiftly, kicking the fallen right hand away and catching the flying exit coin in his hand. Your perception of life is too low, Lu Chen said calmly amidst the others' screams. Lu Chen looked disdainfully at Park Buchung on the ground, his already deeply buried anger escalating several levels under the mask of rage. Park Buchung kept wriggling backward, trying to distance himself from the person in front of him, spouting classic nonsense. You can't kill me, killing me won't benefit you, my family will avenge me. This could escalate into a diplomatic issue between 2 countries. What he didn't know was that his words were only adding fuel to Lu Chen's anger. His current rage made Park Buchung completely unable to understand. He seemed to have no idea why this person was so furious. The main reason for Lu Chen's anger stemmed from the opponent's weakness. If the opponent was a master, there was nothing to say. Challenges should be like this, a showdown where one lives and one dies. Lu Chen believed he had long been prepared for everything. However, Pu Bucheng was too weak. Whether in ability or mentality, he was not suitable for this game, yet he was ranked 79. World rank 79. Observing the opponent's performance, it seemed like they had never considered their own death, never thought about the price of trying to seize another person's honor and status. Lu Chen entered the game each time with the mindset of either succeeding or dying, never feeling that the increasing exit coins had any meaning. Either gain everything or die, that was the stake he put on the table. But the opponent seemed to lack such realization, relying on their family and background to command the wins in the real world, just as smoothly here. Legendary weapons, the top-ranked A-level seal, teammates revolving around them as the core. The opponent, in a state where they never thought about the cost of failure, wanted to take away what Lu Chen had always staked his life on to compete for. So the weaker and dumber the opponent, the angrier Lu Chen became. This anger did not only come from the battle or the loser's confession but also from within himself. That nameless rage had appeared long ago, surfacing when Xia Antong revealed his worth, saying, I have a legendary weapon. That those in power, regardless of how the world changes, always have the advantage. All of this was a fact, nothing to argue about, but Lu Chen's anger had never extinguished since then. He had been suppressing it throughout the game. Pu Bucheng felt as if he was freezing all over, moving his body backward. The sin of that light green mask had been silently staring at him for a long time. Suddenly, a foot stepped on his chest, then slowly exerted force, hearing the bones in his chest crack and collapse. Pu Bucheng's life slowly slipped away like this. His lips trembled violently, as if trying to use the game's restrictions to save his life. Black side player. But in the end, he was utterly incapable of uttering a word, choking on everything, unable to speak at all. Finally, with a hoarse voice, he managed to ask one question with his last breath. Why? Why did they have to kill him? It seemed like there was no benefit in doing so. In the real world, he had killed people before and caused trouble, but when he killed, he did not see the other person as human, and his troubles were inconsequential. Everything could be settled, it was just business, everything in this world had a price. Wasn't this person going to negotiate with him? After much contemplation, Lu Chen's feet touched the ground, and all his thoughts plunged into darkness. Looking at the opponent's body, Lu Chen slightly bowed. Beneath the mask of rage, a voice repressed with anger softly said, "Because this is fair." Exhaling deeply, Lu Chen stood still, feeling a sense of loss. He had won again, just needing to wait quietly for the rewards and settlement. Apart from the 13th level steps, this challenge seemed no more difficult than before, relatively even a bit simpler. Pu Buqing's difficulty was not even comparable to Tom from before. But now, even though he had won everything, he still felt lingering anger, unsure if it was due to the mask's influence or something else. This feeling was not very comfortable. With the battle over, Lu Chen began to suppress the influence of the raging mask on himself. Experienced individuals knew that once anger arose, it was difficult to purely suppress it with reason. Even if there were no outward signs, there would still be a burning sensation deep within. Pat pat. Lu Chen tapped his mask, feeling the urge to take it off, but the presence of Xia Antong behind him made his hand stiffen momentarily, and he let it be. Can't help it. 7 wonders of the campus, the flower and the toilet. Black side's challenge successful. Challenge progress, 7/7. Challenge mode ended, black side wins. The game has ended, audience barrage closed. Players have half an hour to collect spoils on their own, can settle at any time or automatically settle after half an hour. Several minutes passed before the in-game notification arrived, a bizarre decryption game that had completely gone awry under various bizarre influences. The time for the game to be open to the audience had ended, and all the viewers staring at the screen were still in a daze. This battle did not feature a true showdown between experts, but what left a deeper impression on people was Lu Chen's unexpected slaughter and the unprecedented divine light from before. The global impact of the game on the real world was unprecedented, prompting many religious organizations to start acting urgently. Lu Chen himself might not yet have the power to confront the world, but the uniqueness of his game had already begun to influence many things in the world. Watching the state of sin, Xia Antong descended from the sky, lightly touching the ground with her feet, rubbing the already ruined land, feeling somewhat dazed. In this game, the only time she truly utilized her abilities was in one of the bizarre tales. The rest had concluded in a way she found difficult to comprehend. In this world's most high-end game, there weren't many opportunities for her to hone her skills. The side effects of the seal? She casually remarked, looking at sin in its current state. Your observation is sharp, Lu Chen replied, lowering his hand from his masked face. In truth, Xia Antong didn't really want to engage with sin. She had intended to proceed directly to the settlement, but she couldn't shake off the lingering thoughts from their previous conversation. Perhaps to prove something, he took the initiative to say, "You're right. Both he and I rely on our family backgrounds and top-tier equipment to have a place in the top game. But at least, I don't think I would do something like sacrificing someone I care about at a critical moment. I have never denied this." There was no expression left on Lu Chen's light green mask, as if it was just an ordinary chat. But when you say you won't abandon, it shows that in your instinctive thoughts, you never considered yourself as the one who might be abandoned, right? Xia Antong's pupils contracted instantly, as if struck once again. She hadn't expected that besides physical violence, the level of psychological attack from the other side was equally high. The effects of the brainwave amplification agent had worn off, making her once agile mind dull and disheartened. In this situation, the all-seeing eye didn't seem to be of much help. Forcing a smile, she confirmed that the audience's perspective had been closed and said, "Because I believe in my judgment of people. The person I care about wouldn't have the character of someone like Pu Buqing." She didn't know why she was saying this to Sin. Judging by his appearance, he probably wasn't someone who entertained such thoughts. He may not have a good family background like you, or possess your terrifying power, but... "So I'm saying, what makes you different from him?" Lu Chen interrupted, kicking the ground with a foot that missed the mark. "What?" Xia Antong felt for the first time that her brain wasn't quite keeping up. "Didn't the performances of these two in front of you feel familiar? Those in power can have 1,000 feelings towards those beneath them, but it can never be love. This young master goes after what he wants, whether it's rain or shine. The reason he likes that woman over there is because he hasn't obtained her yet. His desire for conquest and curiosity have not diminished. So let me guess, the person you like might be a similar player. His background is humble, but he makes you feel different from everyone else, unlike those men you've grown tired of who have tried to get close to you in every possible way. A young lady, unexpectedly encountering a lower-class man who doesn't care about her, suddenly feels excited, curious, experiencing a stimulating feeling of unattainability that has never been sparked in her heart before. The more you probe, the more intriguing it becomes. So curiosity floods uncontrollably, and then you mistakenly take it for affection, even now trying to justify it to yourself. My guess. Am I far off? Xia Antong was dumbfounded. Since entering the game, this violent and taciturn person in front of her had spoken so much for the first time. But these words seemed like the most terrifying weapon, striking her heart repeatedly, more extreme than any horror scene before. What nonsense are you talking about? Xia Antong, who had always been patient, suddenly flared up like an angry mother cat, confronting the deadly presence before her. On the all-knowing eye, blue data streams began to flow frantically. What? Does your strong self-confidence make you think you've seen through everyone? But I've observed you in more than one game. Yes, the innate aristocrats naturally consume the world's resources, born with original sin, inherently opposed to people like you, right? So they will never have any genuine feelings, just a group using money and power to devour everything around them, including themselves, despicable bastards. And you, thinking of yourself as a natural adversary, the God Slayer medal, what a dazzling name. For the ultimate power, you have disregarded your own life, emotions, humanity, everything is chips plunged into the abyss of slaughter, all without hesitation. But have you ever considered that sacrificing everything for ambition and power, how are you any different from those sacrificing humanity and conscience for money and power? What makes you different? Xia Antong didn't know what kind of courage she possessed to dare say such things in front of this guy. Every time she interacted with him before, she considered his mental state, afraid of provoking this angry spokesperson. But this time, perhaps due to mental exhaustion or maybe his words had breached her defenses, her rationality momentarily slipped away. Or perhaps, under the influence of the all-knowing eye, she felt an instinct telling her now is the time to counter. Unexplainably, she gritted her teeth a bit. You, too, are a deviant, just like your name. Then, as calm and rationality returned slightly, she began to sweat a little. The person in front of her didn't just kill her in a fit of rage earlier. Who knew that after hearing her retort in sarcasm, he didn't make any move, standing in place as if contemplating something. Then, he nodded his head. Makes sense, thanks for the compliment. Swipe. Without further conversation, Xia Antong directly exited the game scene and entered the final settlement interface. After a brief moment of calm, she slipped away directly to avoid the person in front of her from going on a killing spree. She felt that the fact that the other party hadn't made a move just now was already quite forgiving. Xia Antong's sudden departure left Lu Chen slightly stunned as he stood in the deserted school corridor, feeling somewhat desolate. In this strange campus tale, he was now officially the only one left. Glancing back at Pu Buqing, who had been trampled to death, and the explosive epic weapon that had fallen to the ground, he thought to himself that it was just as well. There was no need to think about how to distribute the spoils of war. The entire game was now left to him alone, and for the first time, Lu Chen took off his own mask in the game. Holding the mask in his hands, he looked at the fierce patterns on it, as if facing another version of himself. How much time had passed, his mindset had indeed changed quite a bit. Now, looking at Pu Buqing, whom he had just slain at his feet, he felt no significant fluctuations in his heart. Wasn't he a bit different before entering the game? He seemed to have forgotten. After gazing at his mask for a while, he put it back on and spoke towards the place where Xia Antong had left earlier. Sorry, I didn't mean to belittle you. Settlement. With those words, Lu Chen's figure disappeared from the school, leaving the deserted campus truly devoid of any presence. In the familiar space, a sense of emptiness enveloped him, and Lu Chen's figure floated quietly in the air. Challenge mode ended. Number of participants this time, 7. Number of finishers, 2. Perfect clearance by 1 player. Your clearance evaluation, SSS level, perfect clearance. Current consecutive perfect clearance sessions, 4. Reward settlement in progress. Special event triggered, battled with the Hell Demon, countless killings, achieved the achievement medal, Lord of Slaughter, legendary. Points rewarded this time, 5,000. Items rewarded this time, basic healing potion *3, intermediate healing potion *5, advanced healing potion *1, game exit coin *1, legendary weapon draw ticket *1, epic weapon, self-destruct core. Optional hell level reward, 1 unit of dual realm backpack space, spirit +2. Among them, the self-destruct core was the item dropped by Pu Buqing before his death, which he didn't have the chance to use. Now, it had become Lu Chen's possession directly. Self-destruct core, epic weapon. Effect, automatically explodes 5 seconds after activation. The power might not give a slow user enough time to evacuate. It was quite a humorous weapon. This time, the rewards given were not too fancy, and the most crucial one was the shining golden legendary weapon draw ticket in the middle. This item was not easy to come by, and as Liu Chen listened to the game's prompts, he repaired his body while directly drawing this item. What a waste of time. In one game, both players had legendary weapons, and he didn't, which was a bit hard to accept. Legendary draw ticket used. Obtained legendary weapon Black Knight. In Liu Chen's eyes, a majestic motorcycle appeared, so imposing that he doubted if an ordinary person could even ride it. Detected compatible items in the backpack, do you want to combine? Hearing this voice from the game, Liu Chen was momentarily stunned, as this was the second time it had happened. The last time was when he upgraded Tom's diary to the loser's confession. Reminded by this, he was surprised to find that he seemed to have a legendary weapon after all. Or rather, an enhanced accessory that he had thrown into his backpack and forgotten about because he couldn't use it individually. Legendary weapon core, Heart of the Machine. Use it. Liu Chen almost agreed without much thought. When it comes to game equipment, quality is key. The higher the quality of a single item, the better it is compared to a pile of lower quality items. This time, the game notification sound was unexpectedly frequent. Before he could finish what was in front of him, another message came through. Respected top player, Sin, the 79th contestant, has challenged you, attracting widespread attention. Next, the challenge results will be broadcast to everyone. Choose a declaration for yourself against the subsequent challengers. The game's voice even softened a lot, like a waiter. Liu Chen. Globally, Liu Chen, or rather Sin, is absolutely top tier. Because this is not normal game time, it's an extra game challenge mode. Many people want to see the rewards and punishments of the challenge mode, as well as the strength of the first player. Those who watched the game live were naturally amazed long ago, while within the Great Han Ming Kingdom, it had already caused a stir. At this moment, the Blue House and the market were equally chaotic, both panicking. The Park family even had several female relatives fainting in tears. No one expected that the world's 79th, carrying the hopes of the Great Han Ming Kingdom, would actually die. Those who didn't watch, as well as many who weren't selected, were also searching for the results. Challenge mode, no. 79 Park Buching challenges no. 1 Sin, Sin wins. The game difficulty was chosen by the challenged Sin, Hell difficulty. No. 79 has extremely high game privileges. Game rewards have been distributed. Due to no. 79 being killed in the game, there are no other punishments. This news spread worldwide, shocking everyone. There was no reward or punishment system, just a simple sentence, killed directly. For a moment, the notorious name was widely known.